Reverse Planet is absolute king. It is the massive virtual reality game taking the entire world by storm. Players love it. They cannot get enough of the space portals, supernatural powers, and full-scale wars. Guhyun was dragged into this world by his best friend Nayeon. He had no idea he would end up trapped, locked away. He became a prisoner in a reality where the game actually bled into the real world. Then came the Transcendent Project. Its goal was to create the ultimate superhuman by testing on thousands of innocents. They ran horrific biological tests on the captives, tearing down and rebuilding their bodies. It was pure, unfiltered madness. Only one survived. Subject Baek Guhyun. Guhyun watched his fellow captives die off one by one until he was alone. He swore revenge. He would never forgive the monsters who ruined his life, promising to survive this hell at all costs. Alarms suddenly blared across the entire facility. This was his golden opportunity, and the escape plan kicked off. Every single innocent captive ran desperate to escape this living hell. Guhyun felt the exact same urge. They thought freedom was close. But get this, reality is always ready to crush your hopes. The security chief stood in their way. He had a crazed look, spitting out terrifying threats. He crushed their last remaining scrap of hope. His heavy, completely oppressive aura kept everyone on absolute edge. But their will to live surged. Their unity rose to a fever pitch, defying his terrifying presence. The chief laughed, mocking them. But arrogance has a price, and his was about to be paid. He paid with his life. Left covered in deep wounds, his final screams echoed through the halls. But the cost was high. Countless innocents died, leaving Guhyun as the sole survivor in this graveyard. Survival felt like pure torture. Within just a few days, he lost everyone and his eyes grew completely hollow. He was haunted. The ghosts of his friends fed a dark, burning desire deep within his chest. He wanted blood. 1 year passed, then 2, and then 3 after escaping that living hell. He spent years tracking down his enemies. His hurried, desperate footsteps carried an absolutely unshakable focus. He hunted them down, killing without hesitation. Each strike grew colder, more calculated, and deadlier than the last. No more weak boy needing protection. Through absolute hell, Guhyun had transformed into a living, breathing weapon. But revenge is a cycle. His body grew exhausted and his life began to feel completely hollow. Then a sudden twist. Just when he thought it was over, a glowing system screen flashed in front of him. It was his first surprise in years. It offered a special mission to dismantle the Transcendence Project. The prize, a ticket back home. After a brutal showdown, the room was left in absolute ruins. A broken man collapsed trembling. He demanded to know why things ended like this when he deserved glory. The project director screamed, blood dripping down his face. Why had his master plan failed so miserably? Standing over him, Subject Youngjun smirked, asking if he was seriously still that clueless. The director slapped his hand away. He screamed at Subject Youngjun to shut up, refusing to talk to trash. Instead, he glared at the scarred young man standing silently in the shadows, growling out Guhyun's name. This scarred, exhausted warrior was Subject Baek Guhyun, the ultimate transcendent weapon of the entire project. Guhyun's hand suddenly choked him. The director's face turned pale, but his mouth kept desperately rambling on. He gasped out that Guhyun was a true masterpiece, a god who had completely shattered all human limits. He promised to give Guhyun absolutely anything his heart desired, desperately begging for his life in exchange. He called him different from the rest of the trash, but Guhyun coldly raised his blade to decline. I do not need it. The director panicked, screaming that killing him would not solve anything. The corporate alliance will hunt you down. They never forgive anyone who dares to bear fangs at them. They will slaughter your families. But before he could finish, a blinding flash of light cut through the air. The director was sliced in half, ending his petty threats forever. Youngjun quickly jumped back to avoid the blood. He raised his blade to block the dirty blood, complaining out loud about the sudden splash on his clothes. He complained he still had questions before Guhyun finished the guy off. Then he noticed Guhyun staring. As Youngjun asked what he was looking at, a status window popped up confirming the error correction mission was complete. The system offered the promised reward, asking if he was finally ready to return to his original world. Baek Guhyun thinks to himself that he is finally escaping this hell. He just has to press this option, but right at that very moment, a dark mist begins swirling around his feet. Spectral voices echo in his ears, whispering, Baek Guhyun, where do you think you are going? Did you forget about us? What about the rest of the survivors? Please kill those monsters, avenge our deaths, and make them pay. In blood with the most brutal vengeance. By now, his hands are completely stained and red. No, he mutters, I am too exhausted. This is more than enough, right? My absence won't change anything anyway. Besides, this is probably my first and only real chance to finally go home. Suddenly, Youngjun taps his shoulder and calls out his name. Baek Guhyun turns to look at him, his voice low. I am returning to my old world now. Youngjun looks completely baffled, asking what old world he is talking about. He wonders why Baek Guhyun is babbling since they have been here from the start. Baek Guhyun just presses the button, activating a brilliant blue light. Tell the others for me, he says quietly, and pass on my last message. I am truly sorry. Instantly, we cut back to the modern world where Baek Guhyun gasps as he suddenly snaps his eyes open. He bolts upright, breathing heavily in absolute disbelief. Is this my actual room? Did I really make it back? How much time has even passed? Confused, Baek Guhyun checks his phone, his eyes widening as he realizes it is the exact day he first got sucked into the game. Does this mean time in the real world never passed? All of his scars and massive hard-earned muscles are completely gone. It is as if everything was just a long dream. Yet images of his long hair and those eerie pitch-black eyes flash before him. He vividly remembers taking on massive terrifying beasts alone. Without showing an ounce of fear, Baek Guhyun raises his heavy weapon and swings. He recalls fighting desperately to survive. He remembers Sua collapsing in tears, crying out for help because she was absolutely terrified of dying. Then there is the vicious curse of the project manager threatening that not only him but his family and friends would suffer too. Baek Guhyun grabs his head in his quiet bedroom, whispering to himself, "No, this can't be a dream. The memories are far too real." 10 long years spent surviving in that other dimension was definitely reality. Suddenly, the silence is broken as his cell phone begins to ring. An incoming call from Nayeon flashes on the screen. He picks it up, staring blankly. Nayeon, why does that name sound so familiar? Before he can even say a word, a loud scream pierces through the speaker, nearly bursting his eardrum. Baek Guhyun, why are you ignoring me? Don't tell me you forgot our plans. Baek Guhyun asks blankly what plans. She quickly reminds him that they have a date tonight. I am sending you the address, so get here right now. Nayeon abruptly hangs up, leaving him completely baffled by the situation. Staring at the blank screen, the pieces fall into place. He remembers that voice clearly. She is his closest classmate from university, and she was the one who practically forced him to play Reverse Planet. Could she actually be involved in some kind of scheme? According to his memories, it is highly unlikely she is a villain, but he needs to meet her in person to confirm. Baek Guhyun arrives at a cozy diner on the street corner. Exhausted, he pushes the door open and immediately hears someone waving him over. Nayeon, sporting a pink hat, excitedly calls out his name. It has been so long since they last hung out after the semester ended. She immediately offers him some drinks, but Baek Guhyun pulls up a chair and politely declines, saying he is staying sober tonight. Dazed bound, he is terrified that if he gets drunk, his traumatic reflexes might kick in. Surprised, she tilts her head. She asks why he is acting so strange and only ordering food. Soon, a savory plate of meat sizzles on the grill. Nayeon sighs with disappointment, asking if he has even tried the game yet since he had only completed the basic tutorial. Baek Guhyun looks up, replying that he only customized his character and watched the opening sequence, remembering that he got sucked inside right after. Her mouth drops open. Just the intro, she exclaims, that means you have not even played. Her casual words make his blood run cold. He clenches his fist in silent resentment. After all, who was the one responsible for getting him trapped in that hell for 10 years? If not for her, he would not have suffered so much. Meanwhile, Nayeon casually swirls her glass, pouting like an innocent child. I was looking forward to this so much, she complains. You promised to be a permanent guest on my stream since you are a pro. If you show off even half of your skills, my stream will absolutely explode. Baek Guhyun quietly watches her rant, feeling completely disconnected. Right, she is a gaming streamer now. That explains why she has been badgering him so relentlessly to join her online. I never actually agreed to that, he mumbles. Nayeon immediately fires back, insisting he promised to do at least one show. He lets out a soft sigh, thinking that despite the annoyance, her nagging actually makes him feel like he is back in reality. Sometime later, his callous hand moves the computer mouse with effortless precision. Baek Guhyun types rapidly, desperately looking for answers. His fingers fly across the keys as he researches Planet Earth, the company behind Reverse Planet, with its headquarters located in Silicon. Going there won't solve anything. If he claims their game dragged him into another world, they will call him insane. But if they are involved, it is far more dangerous. What if they decide to silence him to protect their secrets? What on earth is he even doing? Getting involved is way too dangerous. One wrong move and they might silence him forever. What on earth is he doing? Well, escaping that living hell should have been enough. Why is he still digging into this? He needs to stop and forget everything. This peaceful world is his actual reality. A few days pass and a classmate casually throws an arm over Baek Guhyun's shoulder. The guy chatters endlessly by his side. It has been way too long, buddy. Just as he wanted, Baek Guhyun tries hard to live a normal life by returning to university. He takes notes diligently, muttering that this subject is definitely his major. Suddenly, a skeletal figure wraps its arms around Baek Guhyun from behind, whispering if he has truly returned to his own reality. His face drains of all color. Terrified, Baek Guhyun instantly whips his head around to see who is behind him. But there is nothing except regular students studying in silence. Still, something in the air starts to feel completely warped. The lecture hall turns a deep, bloody red as a seductive whisper rings out. Take your revenge on them. exact a brutal, bloody vengeance. This is not your home. Baek Guhyun screams and bolts out the door. His classmates stare in utter confusion, whispering about what could possibly be wrong with him. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Baek Guhyun leans against the wall, clutching his wildly racing chest. Suddenly, a blood-red hand reaches out and grabs his shoulder. "Are you okay, Baek Guhyun?" Baek Guhyun instantly grabs the hand, dragging his startled friend forward with sheer raw force. His classmate's eyes widen in sheer shock. Reacting on pure instinct, Baek Guhyun reaches for his dark dagger and swings it forward. He aims a lethal razor-sharp strike right at his friend's throat, but his buddy's panic shout snaps Baek Guhyun back to reality. His fist halts midair. "What are you doing, Baek?" Guhyun flinches quickly, pulling back his hand and muttering an apology. The friend looks at Baek Guhyun's trembling hand and sighs. Everyone's talking about how weirdly he has been acting lately. Later, at a park, Baek Guhyun sits with his head down. Suddenly, a strange, grotesque shadow calls out his name. Baek Guhyun. Unseen spirits crowd around him, whispering for him to go back. "Have you really forgotten about us, Baek Guhyun? Go back." Baek Guhyun clutches his head, begging them to stop. "Leave me alone." Right then, Naeon approaches with a smile, greeting Baek Guhyun. Noticing his pale, exhausted face, she asks if he is okay. Baek Guhyun, sweating profusely, tries to play it off. He claims he is fine. Naeon hesitates, telling him that if anything is ever bothering him, he can always talk to her. She promises to help him. Baek Guhyun immediately glares at her, snapping at her to stop calling herself his big sister. Naeon waves goodbye. Watching her leave, Baek Guhyun realizes a terrifying truth. He is the one dragging these restless spirits along. He cannot escape them. Soon Baek Guhyun steps into the simulator, muttering that if this madness is actually a calling, then there is only one choice. Living in this normal world is starting to feel exactly like that hellish battlefield anyway. Stepping into the capsule, Baek Guhyun prepares himself. He has to go back, and this time he will end it once and for all. Welcome to Reverse Planet. Baek Guhyun looks around the sterile waiting room, realizing he has officially logged back into the game world. But something is off. Why is he in the lobby? Why not back in the hell he just escaped from? Now that he has finally steeled his resolve to face that hell again, why is the system keeping him locked out? Are there other conditions he needs to clear first? Before he can think, the system pops up, requesting character appearance confirmation. Skipping the customization, Baek Guhyun decides to power through the tutorial. He figures completing this is his only way back. But first, he needs to adjust his build. Back in that hell, he fought perfectly fine without any artificial combat assistance. He manually sets his combat assistance settings to 0%. Next up is choosing his starting core element from the menu. This choice can be reset later. Suddenly, a massive skill tree expands across his vision, laying out the game mechanics. Reverse Planet allows players to scale their power by selecting one core element and amplifying it with various secondary ones. This complex synergy between core and sub-elements is known in the gaming community as a player's build. With thousands of potential combinations, professional esports teams even hire full-time analysts just to study and theorycraft these builds. It is a massive competitive science. And of course, Baek Guhyun has already mastered the ultimate, most overpowered setup of all. This specific combination was what crowned him a transcendent god. He taps the screen, selecting his legendary core item. Instantly, a cold mechanical voice echoes. "Welcome back, test subject Baek Guhyun. It has been 1 week since your awakening." Baek Guhyun winces, recalling the agonizing torture players go through. The game really skips over the brutal pre-awakening process, huh? Then again, he highly doubts any sane player would actually want to experience that level of trauma in a game. No more delays. The speaker commands him to step inside for the next experiment. Baek Guhyun takes a deep breath. The sight waiting for him inside leaves Baek Guhyun utterly stunned. A massive mechanical killing machine designed for pure destruction. The power of those awakened in the Transcendent Project is exactly why so many test subjects lost their lives. The system initiates. The system assigns the task tutorial quest. One is to defeat a Tenal. Baek Guhyun has to fight using his awakened powers. He looks down on the thing, just an old prototype. But even as he scoffs, a dark memory flashes back of someone screaming for help. Back then, everyone was wiped out by that massive machine. After finishing his ally off, the monster turned its glowing red eyes on Baek Guhyun. And now history repeats itself as the mindless beast charges right at him. Cracking his knuckles, Baek Guhyun mutters that these sick researchers never change. They always cook up the most disgusting experiments. Edenal throws a massive punch, but Baek Guhyun easily slips past the blow. The monster does not stop, locking its cold glare onto him before launching a relentless barrage of heavy punches. But Baek Guhyun is far too experienced for this. He effortlessly weaves through the chaos and closes the distance without taking a hit. Tapping the machine, he makes a quick assessment. The final prototypes are always tough since they can use actual skills. But this is just the very first model he mocks. With a heavy strike, he shatters the beast, scattering metal scrap. As the dust settles, a speaker overhead blares out announcing the completion of the test. Subject Baek Guhyun is declared absolutely extraordinary. They claim that at this level, his power is completely incomparable to normal test subjects. Right then, the system chimes in. The main system registers the completion of Tutorial Quest 1. But just as he prepares his next move, sirens suddenly blare. Panicked voices shout over the intercom, screaming about a government intrusion. How did those bastards find this secret facility? Following the desperate screams over the intercom, the entire facility instantly plunges into absolute terrifying chaos. Suddenly, an announcement broadcasts to all the captives, urging them to use their strength to escape immediately. Listening to the broadcast, Baek Guhyun recognizes the familiar voice. Before he can process it, his system updates again. Seizing the moment, the system issues Tutorial Quest 2: Escape the laboratory and make it outside. Massive explosions shake the ceiling, causing cracks to spread rapidly. He needs to find a way out before it collapses. The structure is giving way fast. Baek Guhyun runs through the shaking corridors, wondering just how many bombs are going off. Amid the smoke, a sound catches his attention in the ruined hallway. He spots an agent from the Interdimensional Management Bureau. The dying agent realizes Baek Guhyun is an escape test subject and struggles to speak, offering him a way out. He tells Baek Guhyun to take any gear he needs from his stash to aid his escape, promising it will help. He hands over a beacon, telling Baek Guhyun to signal the Bureau once he is outside. With his final breath, the agent goes limp. Just like that, he is gone. Baek Guhyun stares at the lifeless body, trying to make sense of this bizarre turn of events. As he stands there, a monster suddenly spawns. But then it hits him. This is a game, so this must be a cutscene. He grabs a simple iron axe, but the moment his fingers wrap around the handle, a creepy dark aura clings to his hand. The unsettling sensation makes him grimace. Meanwhile, just a few minutes earlier, a completely different story was unfolding in the real world. She cannot believe she is actually playing Reverse Planet, the most mainstream game in the country. Her inner indie gamer pride is crying. Meet Kang So-jun, a popular pro-gaming streamer whose chat is absolutely blowing up with mockery right now. Why is she acting so dramatic about playing the biggest game on the market? The viewers are genuinely baffled. Did someone force her to play this as a penalty? So-jun fires back at her screen with pure frustration. She reminds them that she did not choose this penalty, they did. But as a professional, she never breaks a promise. Her chat immediately calls her out, joking about how many times she lied about playing mainstream games in the past. They bring up the last stream where she promised a massive hit but ended up playing some obscure indie title instead. Some loyal fans defend her, pointing out that nobody else would even cover those weird games. So-jun shrugs it off. She announces she is ready to begin the penalty run for failing her previous one-attempt challenge. The comments quickly shift to hype, teasing her for changing the subject so fast to avoid further embarrassment. With the stream ready, she gears up to log in. But first, she has to customize her character settings. Skipping the appearance options, she decides to focus on selecting a flashy, cool-looking elemental power like fire. For the final setting, she looks at the combat assist feature. The system locks her rate at 50%. This assist feature basically handles character, posture, movement, and skill execution automatically during tight battles. Naturally, the higher the percentage, the more the game plays itself to keep the player alive. But when she confirms 50%, her chat immediately starts spamming that a real pro should set it to 0%. They mock her, asking if she is too scared to handle the tutorial raw. The teasing gets to her. So-jun hesitates, wondering if clearing the basic tutorial without any assistance is actually a realistic goal. Out of all the players in the world, almost 0% play without combat assist, but her skills honed by indie games. Because of that, she is pretty confident in her mechanics. Still, they say playing without assist is like trying to control a newly grown third arm. Is that right? Yes. This is a terrible idea. Absolute madness, she thinks. She switches to a sweet begging voice, telling her viewers that playing without assist is too tough. But a loyal fan gives her some major motivation. Complete the tutorial assist-free for a reward of 500,000 won. Seeing the cash, her eyes immediately light up, and she immediately accepts. A true streamer has to try this at least once. Naturally, her chat is completely speechless. Who could say no to that much money? She completely flipped her stance the second the cash appeared. Capitalist greed wins again. Kang So-jun is so excited she starts jumping around. No combat assist until the tutorial is cleared. That is her solemn vow. But just a few minutes later, her spirit completely plummets. Is this really a good idea? She is already in deep trouble. Getting absolutely crushed by an Eternal within 2 minutes has her clenching her fists. It is an ambush. No warnings. No explanation. Her chat bursts out, laughing, reminding her of the beatdown she just took. Still, they admit it was a pretty cheap shot. Fighting an Eternal without assist while only using core elements is brutal. Honestly, that tutorial fight was designed for her to lose. But Kang So-jun quickly pulls herself together and presses onward. That is when a sudden system notification pops up right in front of her. She managed to scavenge a radio and a weapon, so escaping should be simple. Or so she thinks. A system screen appears. It is Tutorial Quest 2, Escape the Laboratory. The system immediately begins automatic matchmaking, recommending a 4-person squad. The squad recommendation catches her off guard. A team. Her hopes shoot back up as she quickly asks her stream viewers for advice. Does the challenge still count if she plays with teammates? In response, the chat starts laughing, teasing her for being bad. They joke about her getting a free carry. But honestly, she would not be smiling if she knew how matchmaking actually worked. She has no idea how matchmaking works here. Getting a group is not guaranteed, and she soon starts to notice a weird problem. Why would matchmaking fail? Reverse Planet is a massive, highly popular game, so there should be plenty of players online. However, reality immediately slaps her in the face as matchmaking fails. The system begins cross-matching and expanding its search parameters. It even starts searching for active rooms that are already in progress. Her viewers waste no time pointing out the obvious truth. They tease her for not listening, but the actual mechanics are quite brutal. Matchmaking only pairs players who share the exact same combat assist settings. What kind of absolute psychopath actually tries to clear the tutorial assist free? Reading the chat, a wave of dread washes over Kang So-jun. This means any teammate she matches with must also be playing with 0 assist. Her viewers lose their minds laughing at her predicament. An entirely assist-free squad means there is 0 chance of a free carry. In fact, she might have to do the carrying. Some viewers even promise massive donations if she actually pulls it off. Feeling completely overwhelmed, Kang So-jun contemplates canceling the custom quest. But as she prepares to quit, the system alerts her matchmaking is successful. She desperately tries to hit cancel, but she is too late. She is forced into the laboratory escape quest helpless as she accepts her fate. Things are looking incredibly bad for her now. Kang So-jun enters the instance practically holding back tears. However, the sight waiting for her on the other side leaves her completely jaw-dropped. Looking around, Kang So-jun can barely find her words, telling her viewers that this is no joke. Instantly, the live chat absolutely explodes. Everyone is questioning if this is actually an assist-free lobby. Some wonder if they are watching a pro player showing off on an alt account. But even a pro would struggle to pull off a stunt like this in the tutorial without any combat assist. The proof is everywhere. Slain Etanel lies shattered across the floor like heaps of useless scrap metal. Amazingly, he took down all these machines without using assist. He is the absolute ultimate carry. Eager to meet her savior, Kang So-jun decides to track him down. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, machine oil drips. The black fluid runs down a sharp blade. Baek Guhyun single-handedly shredded the giant robots, and he suddenly senses a presence right behind him. He casts a highly alert glance backward. Kang So-jun cautiously peeks out softly, apologizing, but she barely gets the words out before a blade appears. A cold blade is instantly pressed right against her face. Luckily, Baek Guhyun reacts at lightning speed and realizes she is not a hostile threat. The terrifying brush with death leaves her completely frozen and babbling. Terrified, she quickly retreats behind a nearby wall, screaming out for help. Baek Guhyun quickly sheathes his weapon, apologizing for the misunderstanding. Observing the scene, Kang So-jun's sharp eyes immediately lock onto his blood-soaked lab suit. It is definitely him, the mysterious player who cleared out the entire floor. Baek Guhyun gives a short farewell and prepares to leave. She quickly tries to stop him, explaining that since they are matched in the same party, sticking together would be much safer. Introducing herself as the streamer Kang So-jun, she politely asks if he is comfortable being on camera, reassuring him that his identity is protected. Her stream has privacy settings active to blur out his face. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, making her worry if she somehow offended him. Suddenly, an armed squad charges in, yelling to kill the escaped subject. Before they can even move, a lethal rain of bullets begins. A battle erupts. Kang So-jun huddles in a corner, holding her head and complaining about the insanely high difficulty of this tutorial. She glances back at Baek Guhyun. She asks if her carry is doing okay. Bullets rain down, but not a single shot connects. Baek Guhyun waits patiently for an opening. He throws his axe and it spins through the air. The guards collapse instantly, unable to stand. Seeing this, Kang So-jun only grows more anxious. The stream chat is left completely jaw-dropped, wondering what on earth they are seeing. Kang So-jun hides behind some scrap metal, asking her viewers. Since she is new to Reverse Planet, she asks if this is considered elite gameplay. The chat is completely baffled. How can he wield a weapon like that without any system assist? One viewer agrees, calling it absolute madness. What on earth are they watching right now? Kang So-jun asks the veteran players in her chat if anyone knows what kind of ability he is using. Suddenly, his eyes turn completely white. The viewers are stumped but deeply admire Baek Guhyun. Judging by his chain scythe style, could it be wind? Or maybe telekinesis? They can't quite tell, but they know they would get absolutely wrecked if they ran into someone like him in player versus player. Finally, one fan recognizes the only core attribute that massively boosts physical stats while turning the eyes completely white. It is the absolute being skill. She anxiously whispers the name to herself, deeply curious. Isn't that a garbage skill that prevents you from using any other abilities? She thought everyone advised against picking it. The viewers are equally stumped, admitting they do not understand it either. An informational screen about the absolute being skill pops up. It is actually a fundamental mechanic of the reverse planet universe. The skill heavily boosts physical stats and resistance to abilities. However, the catch is that it completely blocks you from using any active skills. Because of this massive penalty, the game community outlines several things that players should avoid, with this absolute trash skill topping the list. Seriously, most players cannot comprehend why this garbage trait even exists. The in-game skill description says it all. It prevents the player from using skills, warning teammates to leave immediately if anyone has it. Kang So-jun stares blankly. It feels incredibly bizarre to abandon abilities in a game where skills are the most vital element of survival. The stream chat is buzzing with disbelief. Is it even possible to fight without skills no one has ever seen? Anyone pick this trait on their second playthrough? One viewer admits to deleting their character immediately after choosing it out of curiosity. Apparently, a player's eyes turn pure white, turning them into a true monster. The physical buffs might seem useful in battles without game assistance. Kang So-jun silently analyzes the theory, realizing that fighting with zero correction is incredibly difficult. So perhaps it is actually worth sacrificing everything just to dump every single point into raw physical stats. Still, Baek Guhyun is likely only level 1. How on earth can he move with such terrifying speed? On the battlefield, Baek Guhyun whips his chains, binding the enemies and leaving her completely mesmerized. Who is this guy? With a brutal yank, blood splatters everywhere. In an instant, Baek Guhyun clears the entire field. A dark, intense gaze reflects in his blade. The dark entities clinging to him are not satisfied, whispering to him to unleash even more violence on his path of revenge. Meanwhile, an enemy is hiding just behind the wall. The barrel of his gun is aimed directly at Baek Guhyun. Spotting the danger, Kang So-jun leaps forward with a warning cry, sliding in while firing rapidly to create a distraction. She successfully protects her teammate. Flustered by the sudden gunfire, the enemy panics and Kang So-jun slides right under him. She shoots from below, catching him completely off guard. With one perfect shot, she takes him out for good. Kang So-jun strikes a victory pose, causing her stream chat to explode with surprised compliments about her impressive aim. Some viewers point out she only landed the final blow, jokingly accusing her of stealing Baek Guhyun's hard-earned kill. Ignoring the chat, she looks at Baek Guhyun with a proud, bright smile, asking if she was helpful. For a brief moment, a warm, nostalgic feeling washes over Baek Guhyun, bringing him a rare sense of peace. Seeing him remain silent, Kang So-jun cautiously asks her carry if he is upset, explaining she only wanted to help. Baek Guhyun responds with a surprisingly gentle tone. His eyes soften as he assures her that she actually helped. The comment section erupts once more, praising him for being incredibly kind and defending a self-proclaimed kill stealer. Even with his face hidden by privacy settings, they bet he is handsome, especially with such a soothing voice. Overjoyed, Kang So-jun beams and eagerly asks if she can keep tagging along with him for the rest of the tutorial. She promises to do her absolute best to assist. Baek Guhyun has no reason to refuse and simply agrees. After walking for a while, Kang So-jun calls out to him. He introduces himself, asking her to call him Baek Guhyun. She wonders if that is his actual uncensored name. Now knowing his name, Kang So-jun builds up the courage to ask. She hesitatingly asks if he truly chose the absolute being skill as his primary core ability. Baek Guhyun simply nods. He moves without a single second of hesitation. Sure enough, the chat explodes over what he just did. Everyone realizes they seriously need to reevaluate this guy. Some call him an absolute being, while others think it is still useless. But he is right, normal people could never pull off what he just did. Kang So-jun desperately wants to know his secret. She asks how he can dodge flying bullets without using a single active skill, or if he plays other games. Baek Guhyun simply shakes his head, claiming he does not play anything else. Then he freezes out of nowhere, sending Kang So-jun into a sudden panic. What is it? She asks nervously. Trusting his instincts, Baek Guhyun warns her that two Eternal are lurking just 20 meters ahead. She blinks in total disbelief. 20 meters, she gasps. She cannot help but admire him. He does not even have a detection skill, yet he knows their exact distance and numbers. Baek Guhyun shrugs it off like it is no big deal. He keeps walking forward without a hint of fear, casually telling her to just keep moving. Sure enough, 20 meters later, they run right into them. It seems impossible, but his prediction was spot on. Baek Guhyun remains completely unfazed. As the two beasts charge, he casually reminisces about his past. He wonders aloud if he used to be obsessed with the Colosseum. Kang So-jun is terrified. Watch out, she screams. Baek Guhyun effortlessly dodges the first monster's lunging strike immediately, driving a brutal kick straight into the beast's face. Shuffling past the collapsing monster, he continues his sentence. He talks about the days he was heavily addicted to gaming, winding up for another strike. He throws a devastating punch calmly, adding that he used to be a high ranker back then. Not a single monster can withstand his heavy fists. The chat goes wild over the stream. One-shotting a monster like that is insane. And remember guys, this live broadcast has absolutely zero edits. So this is how a Colosseum ranker fights. It all makes perfect sense now, though Kang So-jun is still left completely in the dark. Is being a Colosseum ranker really that big of a deal, she wonders. The chat immediately jumps in to explain the scale of things to her. Some tease her for being clueless, while other viewers admit they also have no idea why it actually matters so much. Older fans explain that back in the day, the top players from the Colosseum were highly respected legends in the gaming community. Back then, those players received actual pro team invitations. Even the legendary pro player Gunwoo started out as one of them. Kang So-jun instantly recognizes the famous name. Wait, isn't Gunwoo the top-ranking champion in the Pro League of Reverse Planet, she asks. The chat gets incredibly excited, wondering if Baek Guhyun ever fought against Gunwoo during his prime days. Fans are dying to know who would win. A match between their mysterious carry and a top pro would be absolute gold. Meanwhile, as Kang So-jun digs for answers, Baek Guhyun finishes clearing the field. Let us keep moving, he says calmly. Kang So-jun can only nod and follow. To her surprise, they have already reached the final tutorial quest zone. Waiting for them is the boss Jinzu-do. He mocks them, saying they did well to make it here, but this place will become their grave. This guy is the chief of security and the final tutorial boss. Overconfident in his own raw power, Jinzu sneers at them with pure arrogance. He tells Baek Guhyun not to worry because he will soon join his dead teammates. Hearing his title, Baek Guhyun finally realizes this whole thing was just a tutorial. Suddenly, a dark and horrifying vision flashes before Baek Guhyun's eyes. Terrifying, vengeful spirits from his past begin to crowd his vision once again. They whisper to him in spine-chilling voices, urging him to slaughter the enemy. Before he can process the visions, Jinzu-do charges forward. The boss yells that they will not leave this place alive. Kang So-jun quickly drops low to take aim and fire her weapon. Unfortunately, her bullets bounce harmlessly off a glowing barrier. She is shocked, thinking particle barriers are only reserved for awakened individuals. The chat laughs at her confusion. As a major boss, of course, the security chief would have an awakened skill like this. Viewers complain about her useless shooting. Meanwhile, the dark, haunting voices in Baek Guhyun's mind continue to whisper and claw at his sanity. Seeing the situation go south, Kang So-jun quickly backs away to provide cover fire. Fans laugh, teasing her for immediately relying on her powerhouse carry. She is definitely ready to get carried, they joke. Back in the fight, Baek Guhyun effortlessly sidesteps another heavy strike from the boss. It is just a game to him, but to put on a good show for the viewers, he decides to step it up a notch. With a simple casual flick of his leg, Baek Guhyun shatters the barrier. The massive impact sends Jinzu-do flying back, triggering a massive explosion. Kang So-jun stands completely frozen in shock. The chat, however, goes absolutely wild. He did not even use a weapon. How did that barrier shatter? Is this some kind of game bug, they ask. Jinzu-do staggers out of the debris, his body transforming entirely into solid iron. The chat panics as they realize this is his active defense skill. Jinzu-do builds up immense momentum, completely locking his sights on Baek Guhyun. He roars that he will tear Baek Guhyun apart. The sheer force of his charge cracks the stone floor, leaving viewers terrified by his insane power. That iron body must weigh at least a ton. One direct hit would instantly kill any normal player. His first massive punch craters the ground. The attack misses Baek Guhyun entirely. Refusing to stop, Jinzu-do charges again, asking Baek Guhyun how long he thinks he can keep dodging. His hands shift into lethal spinning drills, launching a relentless barrage of attacks that tear the entire chamber apart. Baek Guhyun avoids every single strike with ease. As he clenches his fist to counterattack, the chat holds its collective breath in pure anticipation. One clean hit would end the run, yet he continues to effortlessly dodge every blow. Even with game assist, normal players could never do this. Someone tells Kang So-jun to shoot cover fire, but before she can, Baek Guhyun lets loose. His very first punch lands, instantly folding the giant boss. On the ground, he writhes in pain as phantom hands reach out once more. Baek Guhyun coldly orders him not to deactivate his Iron Man skill. You cannot die so easily, Baek Guhyun coldly declares. The ghosts of his fallen friends flood his mind, screaming at him to tear the bastard apart. They demand a death even more brutal than what they suffered. Jinzu-do is paralyzed with fear, unable to understand how a mere test subject could be this insanely strong. Cracking his knuckles, Baek Guhyun glares like a beast, muttering that it is all thanks to him. Meanwhile, Kang So-jun stands on the sidelines completely speechless. She watches the brutal beatdown in absolute silence. Just then, a system alert pops up confirming he has defeated the laboratory's chief of security. Kang So-jun stands there completely baffled, wondering what on earth they're even watching. The live chat is just as hopeless and loses its mind. They highlight him as their ultimate carry, reminding everyone he is playing with zero assistance. It honestly looks like he has real-world combat experience. Leaving the wild theories aside, Kang So-jun playfully licks her lips. Either way, they have cleared the tutorial boss, so now they just need to escape. The viewers can only facepalm, teasing her about how she just got hard carried. They wonder how on earth someone this monstrously strong even exists here. Kang So-jun calls out to Baek Guhyun, telling him it's time to leave. He calmly walks away, leaving Jinzu Do's beaten body behind. Stepping outside, Kang So-jun stretches her arms in pure relief, celebrating their escape. Right on cue, the system alerts begin to pop up. The notifications confirm they have successfully cleared the laboratory escape tutorial. Along with a level up, he receives 1 skill point. Kang So-jun turns to him curiously, asking about his next move and if he plans to tackle the main quest today. But he simply shakes his head. He wants to rest, telling her he will call it a day. Before he logs off, she asks if he can wait just a moment. She promises to give him something, and Baek Guhyun casually agrees. Kang So-jun beams with gratitude, deeply respecting him for getting them through this. Thanks to him, the unassisted tutorial is officially complete. Seeing this, the live chat goes wild, calling her shamelessly lucky. Some joke she belongs in the top 100 most carried streamers, while others lament arriving right as the stream is ending. Kang So-jun bids her audience goodbye, thanking them for a fun stream before signing off. Once the broadcast goes dark, she turns back to him. She sincerely thanks him for waiting. Baek Guhyun calmly urges her to get to the point, making her a bit hesitant and shy. She nervously asks if he would be willing to join her streams regularly. This sudden proposal catches Baek Guhyun completely off guard. Kang So-jun quickly tries to persuade him, explaining she mostly focuses on the main story quests and occasional player versus player matches. Sensing his hesitation, she tries a charm offensive, promising to adjust all stream times to perfectly fit his busy schedule. She even offers a highly generous appearance fee, but Baek Guhyun politely bows his head and declines, leaving her completely out of options. His quiet expression speaks volumes, so she quickly backs down. Changing tactics, she asks if they can at least add each other as friends. This time, Baek Guhyun readily agrees. With a respectful bow, she prepares to leave, telling him how much fun she had playing together. She wishes him a great time in the game before a system notification chimes, confirming that Kang So-jun has officially logged out. Baek Guhyun is left standing alone in deep thought. The tutorial is over, but why has he not been sent back to the other side? Meanwhile, a passionate blogger is working away, breaking down why this insane unassisted run has sent shockwaves through the community. He drafts a post accusing Baek Guhyun of being a filthy hacker, promising to explain how his bizarre gameplay exposes his cheats. Right then, anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun sends a massive $3,000 donation with a chilling message asking how it feels to be back. The next morning, the Korean branch of the virtual reality gaming giant behind Reverse Planet is thrown into absolute chaos. They are facing an unprecedented crisis in company history, all triggered by the mind-blowing gameplay of a single mysterious player. Staff members rewatch the footage in utter disbelief, witnessing a completely unarmed user dismantle enemies without a single game assist. He managed to take down the elite security chief with ease, prompting Ji Hyun to point out the massive community outcry over potential cheating. Angry users are flooding their customer support, demanding an immediate official explanation and putting heavy pressure on the developers. Ji Hyun asks if they are absolutely certain this is not a hack, and Jin Ho nods, confirming they checked everything. He explains that they ran a full diagnostic on the account from day one and found zero traces of any third-party program. There is no sign of external file modification, and while they have dealt with plenty of tricksters before, this is different. They are used to wall hacks and invisibility cheats, but this is the first time they have ever witnessed movements like this. The level of mechanical precision is so insane that even the most sophisticated cheat engine on Earth could never replicate it. Park Jun-hyun shakes his head, noting that if this player is not cheating, he must be a complete and total monster. Baek Guhyun chimes in, warning that there is still a slim chance they are dealing with a revolutionary undetected form of hacking. Park Jun-hyun agrees, stating that they must launch a thorough and rigorous investigation into this player to be absolutely sure. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun sits across from Na-young, casually asking if his little stunt has caused the entire gaming community to go wild. She nods excitedly, saying that things are in absolute shambles and his raw combat style has even sparked a massive new trend. This is the famous no support challenge trending in the community. Players on Reverse Planet are trying to beat the game without weapons or assistance. The difficulty is absolutely brutal. Without support, does that mean special abilities cannot be activated at all? No wonder everyone else failed. They failed and immediately cried foul, claiming it was a cheat. Do you know how shocked I was when I first watched that video? Baek Guhyun But how could you even recognize me? Baek Guhyun asks. I was wearing a mask the entire time I was live. Plus, the system has personal privacy protection on. Nayeon laughs, saying he was the one who blurted out his own name. She adds that she has seen him fight before. He was always good, but playing at this level is just insane. To anyone else, it looks like straight-up cheating. Baek Guhyun realizes that must be the reason why they reached out to him. Nayeon is taken aback and asks what he means by that. Baek Guhyun hesitates to explain as she stares in absolute shock. She cannot believe the developers of Planet Earth, Korea, actually reached out directly just to verify if he was using cheat codes. A message pops up from Kang So-jun saying hello to Baek Guhyun. He explains that he received an official notification during his stream. Nayeon is incredibly hyped that a massive gaming corporation is stepping in just to run a manual check on him. He has clearly grabbed everyone's attention now. She asks what his next move is, and Baek Guhyun takes a moment before answering. Even though it is just the Korean branch, this is a rare chance to get closer to the actual game developers. Meeting higher management might finally give him some clues about the other world he has been trying so hard to find. He told them he would think about it but decides to accept. Hearing this, Nayeon gets even more excited. She agrees that it is the right call. To keep playing Reverse Planet peacefully, he needs to clear his name. Nobody wants to be constantly labeled a cheater. But Baek Guhyun shrugs. He does not really care about the rumors. Besides, his face was never shown. Nayeon argues that even if he changes his username, his unique playstyle is unmistakable. Nobody in the professional scene fights like him. His bare-fisted combat is a dead giveaway to any experienced player. Lately, even top-tier professional players who try to hide their identities get exposed because of their distinct combat habits. A popular analysis video goes live, claiming they have successfully tracked down the secret alt account of a rising rookie. The video shows the player tapping his foot twice before activating his mobility skill, giving away his true identity. Baek Guhyun is quite impressed by their observation. Nayeon mentions that it is a relief he agreed to the official test. Otherwise, that streamer would have faced intense backlash. Baek Guhyun is confused. Why would he care about some random streamer? Angry mobs debating online do not care about collateral damage. At first, they only targeted him, but things quickly shifted. The internet would have turned on the host who invited him on stream. Baek Guhyun simply nods along as she explains. Suddenly, his glass reflects a message notification. He replies to Kang So-jun, confirming his participation in the stream. Kang So-jun gets incredibly hyped upon reading his confirmation. Looking at her screen, she already anticipates a massive audience boost. With such a hot controversy, the viewership for this live stream is guaranteed to go through the roof. She giggles, telling her chat to get ready for a historic broadcast unlike anything ever seen in Reverse Planet. The stream starts up with an official notice of a live verification broadcast to settle the cheating rumors. The host welcomes the massive crowd to the live verification of the legendary player under fire Baek Guhyun. 4 days later, Baek Guhyun arrives wearing a sharp white outfit. Kang So-jun runs over to greet him right away. She apologizes for dragging him into all this stress, assuming he must have been under immense pressure lately. Baek Guhyun shakes his head, saying he does not mind. He then asks if she ever suspected him of cheating. She tells him she saw his skills with her own eyes, making the community accusations look completely ridiculous. Plus, his terrifying aura in battle made him look like a total maniac, so she never doubted him. It was mostly just her gamer intuition. Baek Guhyun accepts the explanation as she asks if he is ready to start. With a bright smile, Kang So-jun goes live and welcomes the eager audience who have been waiting all week. Spam immediately floods the chat, demanding explanations and complaining about how long they had to wait. Some troll comments ask if she sells cheats, while others are just here with popcorn to watch the drama. A few rational viewers stay neutral, waiting to see actual proof before jumping to any wild conclusions. The viewer count instantly breaks 10,000. Kang So-jun is thrilled to see just how massive the hype is. She addresses her chat, introducing their special guest for the day, and Baek Guhyun steps up to the mic. He introduces himself calmly, but toxic comments immediately start calling him out for being shameless. What is the point of hacking a game for fame anyway? Chat is going wild, wondering if he is actually cheating. Some kids still believe he is, but they need to be careful not to get brainwashed. Best to stay neutral until official results are out. So is he hacking? Kang So-jun gets pretty upset. She urges the chat to please keep things polite while commenting. If they cross the line, she will block the chat entirely. But before the test starts, what does Baek Guhyun think of this drama? He hesitates. Honestly, it feels pretty pointless to him. Why did such a tiny issue blow up this much? Just then, a comment calls him out, saying a minor issue that shook the whole community shouldn't be dismissed so easily. They call him an arrogant hacker. Checking the screen, Kang So-jun admits calling it a minor issue was probably a stretch. The chat continues to wonder how they are actually going to prove his innocence one way or another. She smiles, calling it a great question, introducing a very special guest they brought in today to run a direct test. Suddenly, a man teleports right in front of them, and trust me, nobody saw this legendary guest coming. He is Park Jun-hyun, head game master of Planet Earth Korea. Immediately, the chat goes wild, shocked by this official presence. This is huge. Viewers start questioning if this guy is actually real and not just some clever imposter. But that official game master title floating above his head is a dead giveaway. Only authorized headquarters staff can display that. The accusers are left speechless. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun silently observes, knowing this head administrator holds all the real answers. He definitely knows the truth about this world. After this test, Baek Guhyun is determined to get some answers. Kang Sojun bows, thanking him for coming before introducing herself as streamer Kang Sojun. Baek Guhyun also bows, introducing himself while Junhoon greets them politely. He silently wonders if this ordinary-looking kid is really that legendary player before offering to guide them to the test location. With a sudden flash, they instantly teleport to a completely different zone, leaving Kang So-jun looking around in absolute wonder. Junhan explains they are in a private training room, a secure space designed specifically for practicing abilities and combat skills. They will monitor multiple rounds of combat to verify if there is any external program or illegal software being used. Baek Guhyun silently looks around. This specific training area never existed in the version of the other world he used to know. When Junhyun asks if he is comfortable with this testing process, Baek Guhyun simply nods and agrees. Immediately, Junhyun looks off to the side where a massive foot clad in pristine white armor slowly steps forward. It is Etenel, and its towering armored form is absolutely terrifying. The live chat immediately erupts with shock upon recognizing it. Can he actually defeat a mid-tier boss completely solo? He has zero assistance and only basic skills. Some casual viewers admit they do not know much about the game, asking if this particular robot is actually that strong. Experienced players explain that this machine is leagues stronger than the tutorial version. Baek Guhyun's eyes turn pitch black as he prepares. A dark, suffocating aura suddenly erupts from his body. The sheer intensity of his energy leaves everyone feeling incredibly tense. Junhan instructs him to simply destroy the target. But before he can even finish his sentence, the ground violently shakes. In the blink of an eye, Baek Guhyun vanishes, forcing Junhyun to shield his face from the sudden shockwave. Debris and dust fly everywhere. Junhan desperately raises his tablet, trying to shield himself from the violent destruction. The chat goes wild as they watch him tear apart a mid-tier Etenel with his bare hands. Absolutely unbelievable. Viewers ask if they are the only ones terrified as Baek Guhyun casually rips out the wiring from inside the robot's head. It is completely insane. Meanwhile, the system logs confirm that absolutely no external programs or third-party software were detected. This brutal display is pure raw skill, crushing any rumors of cheating. Baek Guhyun calmly steps down from the destroyed machine, casually telling the stunned administrator that he is finished. Junhan can only stammer in shock, confirming no hacks were found. However, since the fight ended way too quickly, he politely asks if Baek Guhyun would mind completing a specific combat test. Baek Guhyun easily agrees. This must be to rule out automated bot software that only works by repeating pre-programmed combat patterns. Since cheap programs rely on rigid pre-recorded inputs, they cannot adapt to specific real-time instructions requested by a live administrator. This is the perfect way to prove his skills are entirely manual. Junhan thanks him and prepares the next stage. He asks Baek Guhyun to decapitate 3 mid-tier training robots at the same time using only his scythe and chains. Baek Guhyun calmly nods, agreeing to the request, while Junhum watches with a tense expression, sensing the overwhelming pressure. 3 massive Etenel robots suddenly materialize and charge straight toward him, but he does not seem bothered at all. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield erupts into pure chaos. Baek Guhyun drops low, firmly gripping his weighted chains. He launches himself into the air, vanishing from the ground as his massive chains lash out, perfectly controlled by his insane reflexes. He masterfully controls the chain's scythe, slashing deep into the Etenel. Suddenly, his pitch-black eyes glaze over with a chilling, terrifying coldness. In mere moments, Guhyun easily takes down 3 Etenel. Kang So-jun is ecstatic, declaring she has never seen anything like that before. She points out how the scythe chain moves like a living thing, and the chat instantly explodes. Viewers ask what they just witnessed, pointing out that the chain is completely broken. But maybe the player is the one who is truly broken. That is absolutely true. A chain scythe is normally for close-range combat. Seeing this, the administrator Park Jun-hyun looks incredibly flustered. He already has enough data to complete the verification. Still, as the game administrator, a sense of pure raw curiosity begins to rise. He cannot help but wonder if Guhyun can actually defeat an advanced training robot with only a single core. Call it cruel, but for the final test, the chamber gate suddenly slides open, and a high-tier advanced Etenel steps out. Its eyes glow a terrifying, brilliant red as the advanced Etenel slowly walks out, radiating an incredibly oppressive and powerful aura. The stream chat instantly explodes with outrage. They call the admin a cold-blooded monster for unleashing such a beast. If Guhyun somehow wins this, he will be recognized by the National Council as a certified top-tier superhuman. Park Jun-han stares and announces they will proceed with the verification using the latest version of the advanced training robot. The advanced Eternal stands before him. Guhyun's dark eyes narrow as he locks his gaze onto the machine. He can clearly see the countless human lives this monster has claimed. The machine flashes a sinister grin, making Guhyun grit his teeth in pure rage. With a sharp glare, Guhyun prepares himself. The advanced Eternal suddenly lunges forward with blinding speed, its arms slashing right past his face. Blood drips from a shallow cut on Guhyun's cheek. The Eternal clenches its massive fist, rushing in to unleash a rapid barrage of punches. But Guhyun plants his feet firmly. Every single punch misses him, completely smashing uselessly into the chambered door behind him. This bot is on a completely different level. One clean hit will end him. Ending his train of thought, he prepares to strike. Guhyun counters with a heavy strike to the Eternal's core. His hand trembles, realizing its outer armor is on a whole different level. His attack barely even scratched it. The Eternal remains completely unfazed, coldly preparing to strike back with another devastating blow. Guhyun ducks low. If a single strike won't work, he will just have to keep attacking until the machine breaks down. Park Jun-haeon and Kang So-jun watch in absolute shock. In the stream chat, viewers are losing their minds over how crazy this fight is. One hit is enough to put him in the grave, yet he is dodging every single blow with flawless precision. Park Jun-haeon thinks to himself that he never expected anyone to fight an advanced robot head-on with only a single core factor. Though Guhyun seemed disadvantaged at first, he is now completely dominating the battle. Park Jun-hyun's fingers quickly swipe across his tablet. Deciding there is no need to watch any further, the admin taps the screen. Suddenly, the Eternal in front of Guhyun vanishes into thin air. Park Jun-hyun announces that they have gathered enough data for the verification, so he has dismissed the training robot. Guhyun simply nods. Guhyun understands now. Kang So-jun eagerly asks for the official results, and Park Jun-haeon explains that they have found absolutely no external programs. There was no external program interfering with the game. In other words, Guhyun is completely clean and the chat goes wild. Viewers express their disbelief while others mock those who accused him now that even the admin has cleared his name. Breaking news spreads that the original post accusing Guhyun has been deleted. Kang So-jun smugly points out she was right all along. She asks how anyone could still doubt him. The comments agree, admitting that any skepticism has been completely wiped out. No one can argue with the administrator's official statement. Even the online trolls are quickly deleting their comments and backing down. With the haters retreating, some viewers point out how incredibly hyped Guhyun looks. They talk about physical hackers, but he is different. Kang So-jun smiles, loving the term human cheat code. She tells the audience to lock this in their minds. Guhyun was never hacking. He's just so ridiculously talented that his normal gameplay looks like a literal cheat code. With the verification officially wrapped up, Kang So-jun asks if the two of them can share their thoughts on the stream. Guhyun awkwardly thanks the admin for his hard work. Park Jun-hyun smiles, saying it was his pleasure, as the viewership numbers skyrocket. Kang So-jun wraps up the broadcast, promising to see everyone next time. The chat laughs, realizing the admin just wanted some easy content. Later rivals complain they just got here, but everyone agrees that this stream will go down as an absolute legend. They wave goodbye as the stream ends. Kang So-jun then turns to Park Jun-han, thanking him for agreeing to join the broadcast today. Park Jun-hyun politely bows, saying he should thank them instead for accepting his request, and gives a special thanks to Guhyun. Guhyun shakes his head, dismissing it. Park Jun-haeon looks slightly uneasy but bids them farewell and prepares to leave. Suddenly, Guhyun stops him. Guhyun looks straight at Park Jun-haeon, saying there is something he needs to ask. Park Jun-haeon is surprised, wondering what it could be. With a curious expression, Guhyun asks if there are any game bugs, specifically ones where a player is trapped and cannot log out. It was due to a bug. Park Jun-haeon explains he has never heard of such a thing. If a bug like that existed, Ripple would no longer be a global game. Baek Guhyun silently agrees with him. Park Jun-hyun prepares to log out, announcing that he is finally off. The room falls quiet again. After the stressful broadcast, Kang So-jun thanks Baek Guhyun for doing such a great job today. Oh right. She promises to calculate the stream's revenue later and contact him next time. Baek Guhyun replies that he does not need any cash but tells her to just let him know when she needs him. Kang So-jun blankly stares. Letting him walk away is such a waste. He's a walking gold farm, a content-generating machine standing right in front of her. Baek Guhyun asks what she wants to say. Kang So-jun quickly thinks to herself that she cannot ask him to stream again. She only got him on today to clear up the rumors about his name. She realizes she might have to give up. So she simply says she will call him next time. Baek Guhyun leaves, getting much less info than he hoped for. Disappointment settles in. Then a message pops up from Nayeon. Morning is over, she says, tell him to meet her in the battle prep room. Nayeon is incredibly excited. She asks how the stream went. The internet reaction was absolutely explosive. Everyone is losing their minds. Baek Guhyun replies that he does not think he is cut out for this. Reading chat and talking while trying to play a game is definitely not his style. Nayeon hesitates before offering a solution. What if he just completely ignores the chat and only focuses on playing? That would work, right? She promises to handle all the setup for him. He just needs to try it once. But Baek Guhyun silently disagrees. It is not just the chat. He simply does not want to show his face. Nayeon taps a button and a player versus player matchmaking sphere appears overhead. Let us do some PvP. These player versus player matches where real players clash against each other form one of the two major gameplay content loops. Inside Reverse Planet alongside player versus environment mode. Baek Guhyun realizes this is why he was called to the prep room. Kang So-jun nods in agreement. She dramatically claims her feelings would be hurt if he left without trying Ripple's PvP mode. Baek Guhyun hesitates, trying to explain that he just does not think it fits him. Re-entering a battle zone like that other world feels off. She looks straight at him, reminding him that PvP is the absolute heart of Ripple. He should not judge the entire game based on a tutorial. Baek Guhyun realizes something. The PvP setups are almost identical to the combat in that other world. He has never tried PvP here, so maybe it will feel different. He casually agrees to give it a shot, bringing a smile to Kang So-jun's face. She starts explaining that the first option is a duel. It is a basic match against other players, offering either one-on-one or two-on-two combat setups where a player must win 2 out of 3 rounds. Next, the objective modes have 4 types: Domination Escort, Capture the Flag, and Deathmatch. Players select one of those 4 categories and fight in a 5 versus 5 team matchup with a fixed team. But today they are going with Survival. 100 players are scattered across a massive map, farming to gather key equipment and preparing for their deadly combat. The last player or team standing wins this brutal battle royale. Since it is Baek Guhyun's first time, she suggests joining a squad and offers to recommend an optimized gear build for his PvP run. Baek Guhyun quickly shakes his head, saying that is not necessary. He already knows the perfect setup, the gear that made him a superhuman. Nayeon decides to record him as he prepares to log in, saying she will get things ready. Their starting point has to be the military base. That is the rule. The military base is a key battleground in survival PvP, a place packed with top-tier gear, but heavily guarded by many high-level players, making it completely unsuitable for beginners. She suddenly asks if he would mind her recording his PvP match to upload to YouTube, begging him to agree. Baek Guhyun blankly steps back, telling her to calm down. He wonders why she is so incredibly hyper. Nayeon's finger presses start. Okay, I am logging in right now. The system announces the chosen starting point. Area 1 military base. Time before the match starts 60 seconds. Nayeon places a hand on her forehead, wishing they meet again alive. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun is already standing behind an enemy player who is gritting his teeth, complaining that someone is on the 3rd floor and there is no loot. Baek Guhyun silently extends his arm, planning to move away. Over on Nayeon's screen, her device suddenly buzzes with a notification. Baek Guhyun has already scored his first kill. She is stunned that he got a kill so fast, realizing his physical stats are truly insane. More notifications start to stream, showing that Baek Guhyun has eliminated multiple opponents in rapid succession. Kang So-jun watches the feed, completely frozen in shock and utter disbelief. What on earth is he doing? She wonders in absolute terror. Nearby, another player screams in agony under a painful electric slash. A notification shows that Baek Guhyun eliminated Slim Monster. He silently notes that he can no longer sense any other nearby players. He wonders if that opponent was the sole survivor around. Fighting 4 people at once was completely unexpected for him. Since his looting is finished, he prepares to head out. Suddenly, a frantic voice message from Nayeon pops up, begging him for help because she is heavily surrounded. Surprised, Baek Guhyun's fingers quickly move across the screen, seeing she is extremely far away. He pings his location, messaging that he is coming and asking where she is. Nayeon replies she is on the 3rd floor roof. A massive fight is raging down below. Looks like people start wars every single week. Watch out because Guhyun is already on the move. Okay. Charging ahead, he confronts 2 men. What the guy wearing glasses panics at Guhyun's insane speed. The other guy is terrified. Hey, get ready, I will hold them off. Meanwhile, Guhyun quickly draws his hip knife. He easily takes down his target with incredible swiftness. The guy in glasses panics as his teammate gets wiped out instantly. Wait, what the hell? The system announces that Guhyun just wiped out Rhea of the Tiger, leaving his opponent utterly furious. Activating his physical and speed buffs, the man summons ground energy and yells for Guhyun to drop dead right now. Guhyun leaps high into the air with pitch-black eyes. The angry man looks up in shock, but Guhyun does not hesitate. He lands blade dripping with blood. The system alerts that Guhyun is searching for a baby Tyrannosaurus. A blue light glows on the fallen man's back. System notifications show Guhyun has eliminated Chesty and B Chicken. Standing right outside the building, Guhyun tells Nayeon he has arrived. She immediately offers to come and help him out. Grabbing the handle, he tells her to wait there. He pauses, staring at the door as a dark energy surrounds him. Maybe 5 enemies are waiting. Guhyun opens the door to find a man hiding behind it wearing a devious smile. The guy holds a knife behind his back, yelling to die. But Guhyun grabs his wrist instantly, leaving him wide-eyed. Staring at his locked wrist, the man takes a brutal punch to the gut. Slim Monster is officially eliminated. That should do it, Guhyun thinks, but he decides to speed up. Instantly, he starts dashing up the stairs. Notifications flood the screen. Guhyun is searching for Haz. He already wiped out Big Parents Freem, Snack, and Dente. I mean, look at that scoreboard. Nayeon is completely speechless. Guhyun is totally dominating the map. But then she senses something. Her eyes sharpen as she whips around and swings her sword. Guhyun barely dodges, looking genuinely surprised at her reaction. Man, you scared me, she gasps. I did not even hear you walk up. At this rate, you will get 14 kills alone. Guhyun frowns, wondering if he even needed to show up. Nayeon just giggles, asking if he cleared the entire building already. He asks about her weapon, making her wave it around awkwardly. All right, she says, I am not falling behind. I will handle the rest of this match. Guhyun sighs and agrees. Moments later, the system announces the game has ended. They took first place out of 50 teams. Guhyun got 25 kills while Nayeon got 7. The victory screens pop up repeatedly. Nayeon gasps in disbelief. 10 wins in a row is insane. I have to stop here, she says, my brain is fried. Guhyun simply nods. But looking at him, Nayeon feels a surge of determination. He is supposedly just a normal college student, yet her friend is literally a living weapon. She must get him on stream. Hey, can you wait 2 days before your main quest? I will bring a solid streaming plan by then. Guhyun sighs, reminding her that he has absolutely zero interest in doing that. Besides, he does not even plan on doing that main quest anyway. Just trust me, she insists. I will prepare everything perfectly. See you soon. Once Nayeon leaves, Guhyun looks down, lost in thought. It seems even PvP mode failed to give him the answers. He still lacks the proof he needs. Meanwhile, in a luxurious high-rise apartment under the quiet night sky, Kang So-jun is happily scrolling. She checks the Reverse Time community forum. There is a trending post about why Hexterlot absolutely needs to turn pro. Another thread discusses today's crazy verification stream. Down below, users are arguing about high-level combat robots and defense strategies. Many comments praise Kang So-jun for being incredibly cute on stream. Reading all the positive feedback makes her roll around her bed. She squeals in excitement. 100,000 live viewers, honestly, who wouldn't be thrilled to hit that kind of milestone? If only she could keep streaming with Guhyun. She really should have tried harder to convince him to stay with her. But the boy had politely declined, stating he had zero interest in being on camera. Kang So-jun regrets not being more persuasive. Actually, he was just incredibly stubborn from the start. She wished she had at least paid him his share of the earnings. Suddenly, her eyes widen in absolute shock as she stares at her screen. The next day, Guhyun meets Nayeon in a cafe. Why did you call me out so suddenly, he asks. He looks at her laptop screen in surprise, asking what it is. Nayeon laughs proudly, explaining she stayed up all night preparing this presentation to convince him. Guhyun stares at it completely blank-faced. Is this really the best you could do after pulling an all-nighter, he asks. Nayeon quickly defends her proposal. You said you just wanted to play without being distracted by live chat, right? What if you did not have to read it? Guhyun sighs, pointing out that he never actually agreed to that. But Nayeon keeps pushing, suggesting a reaction-style show format instead. He is confused by the concept. It is basically a reality show where guests in a studio watch recorded gameplay. You just play the game and I will handle all the live reactions. If the 2 of us are not enough, we can invite others. We can bring in a professional commentator. I will split the profits 60-40. Kang So-jun's like an amazing deal, right? Guhyun just stares. I already told you I am not interested. Nayeon quickly cut in. Wait, I bet you do not realize how massive stream revenue is. Seriously. Wait, actually, were you not supposed to settle things with Kang So-jun today? Guhyun grabs his phone. Oh, right. I got an email this morning but rushed out to meet you before checking. His finger taps the screen. Guhyun hesitates as a message pops up on screen revealing the sender of his stream earnings. It is Kang So-jun. Hello Guhyun, this is streamer Kang So-jun. As promised, I am sending you 6 million in commission. Please reply with your bank account information. By the way, there's a pretty funny donation message I am forwarding. Nayeon is completely shocked. 6 million won and you still do not want to go on screen. Guhyun stares at the message. Suddenly, his eyes freeze. The screen shows a message from anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun. Hello Guhyun, nice to meet you again. How does it feel to be back? Actually, a brand new special quest has been prepared specifically for you. I will be watching your streams from now on. Guhyun is stunned. They know he came from the other world. That username was definitely aiming at him. Test subject, 62. He slams the table. Who is this person? How did they know he was back? Can you find this donor's information? Naeon is completely baffled by the sudden question. The terms of service do not allow that. You cannot message them directly. You can only interact during a live broadcast. Guhyun looks dead serious. I will do it, he says coldly. I am going to stream. Naeon can only stare in shock. No backing out now. Naeon is thrilled as the quiet cafe suddenly lights up with a massive online announcement. Breaking news for August 2nd, 2041. The legendary Baek Guhyun is set to appear in a private broadcast. At 7 p.m., the ultimate game hacking stream begins. Special guests include the legendary Baek Guhyun, Sungchun, and Naeon. It is a golden Friday night. And trust me, everyone is tuned in with massive expectations. Self-proclaimed gamers everywhere gather in front of their screens with one heart and mind. The entire community is buzzing. Only 5 minutes left on the countdown. Word on the street is Sung Chun will be the official commentator. He did the Two-Chin tournament right. What if Baek Guhyun does not show up? I have already rewatched the teaser 5 times. Who even is this Naeon girl? Is she really friends with Baek Guhyun? Anyone else waiting with chicken ready to go? I am getting the stream ready. Only 5 minutes left until the main event kicks off inside Reverse Planet. Inside the studio, Naeon starts to panic. The clock is ticking down, her anxiety is hitting the roof. Sung Chun is pumped. Do not worry, we prepared thoroughly, so everything is going to run incredibly smooth. As a professional commentator, Sung Chun admits he was nervous when he first got the invitation to cast this. He never expected anyone besides Kang So-jun would actually manage to recruit Baek Guhyun. Naeon just grins in response. The moment I mentioned being Guhyun's friend, he agreed to join immediately. Suddenly, the live broadcast monitor flashes. They are officially live. Sung Chun clears his throat and Naeon takes the mic to greet the massive audience. Sung Chun sits up straight, welcoming everyone to the stream. Instantly, the live chat section starts absolutely exploding. Viewers are demanding to see Baek Guhyun immediately. Naeon laughs, noting how impatient the crowd is getting already. Do not panic just because Baek Guhyun is not on camera yet. Trust me, it is far too early to be disappointed. Guhyun suddenly appears on the screen. He is already inside the game and the chat immediately goes wild. Look at him spin that knife, he looks incredibly cool. But behind the screen, Guhyun is actually quite anxious. With privacy mode active, the stream will run like a reality show where they spectate and analyze his moves. Commentators will analyze Baek Guhyun's gameplay live. Everyone has been incredibly curious to see his actual skills. Naeon smiles and signals that it is time to start the show. Suddenly, a direct message pops up. The message from Naeon tells him to move out. Guhyun presses his radio button. The challenge has officially begun. A broadcast from the Otherworld Management Bureau orders him to rescue survivors deep inside the dangerous forest. The system locks in the main quest. Bypass the search guards and reach the bureau outside the woods. Avoid the guards hunting down the escaped test subject. Guhyun recalls how he spent his past life just running. He halts his dark thoughts. This time, he is not running. Guhyun takes a deep breath and lets out a massive shout. The loud shout echoes through the woods. 2 nearby players immediately turn around, bracing themselves for a fight, ready for battle. They charge in together as the target appears, calling to surround him from 3 sides, while Guhyun quickly lets go. Guhyun grabs his heavy chains. His eyes turn pitch black and vicious. All of you, he mutters as a single swing of his arm wipes out several of them at once. The remaining men frantically open fire, but Guhyun controls his chain with supreme skill, manipulating the metal with masterly ease. The chains snake right to their gun barrels, triggering blood-curdling screams and a massive explosion. Sword-wielding enemies charge straight at him, screaming for his head. But Guhyun commands his chains to whip around him in a lethal protective circle. The metal links constrict, binding 2 of the attackers together in an inescapable grip. The sheer speed of his swinging chain is terrifyingly fast. Guhyun ruthlessly slams them down. Hard. Their heads bounce off the dirt, spitting blood as their minds go blank. Without a single moment of hesitation, he leaps right on top of them. Guhyun's pitch-black eyes glare down like a demon. The remaining soldiers shout to lock down the area and kill the pest. Behind his mask, Guhyun closes his eyes, slightly drained, while Naeon watches in jaw-dropping shock. She gasps that this isn't the JPL she knows. Beside her, Sung Chun chimes in, admitting he's never witnessed such reckless gameplay. Pulling in an entire army without any strategy. Insane. Is this guy just built different? One viewer notes that simply being a hacker is a strategy. When you're too lazy to hunt, you just let the enemies find you. Another fan admits they're questioning their theory that he only fights those in his way. This guy is actively seeking out chaos. Someone else posts that they thought he was insane when he started screaming, making them jump. Then a system notification suddenly flashes on screen. A donor named Milo Veka sends in 50,000 won asking if the absolute entity is just too overpowered with zero cooldowns. Nayeon asks her co-host if this class is truly too overpowered. Sung Chun quickly replies that he can confidently say it's actually not. Most skills in the game have strict cooldowns. That's why Baek Guhyun's specific build utilizing core elements without cooldowns appears so incredibly broken. It might look like a total cheat code, but while the absolute entity class significantly boosts a player's raw physical attributes, it doesn't magically upgrade their actual battle IQ or weapon proficiency. The system only scales raw physical stats, nothing else. And Baek Guhyun is playing without any game corrections or assists. To put it in extreme terms, if his stats were high enough, he could realistically fight like this in the real world. The class only looks this terrifying because of who is playing. Meanwhile, Guhyun's dark eyes remain intensely focused. Suddenly, a massive crowd of armed agents emerges and completely surrounds him. Standing calmly amidst his fallen foes, he watches as Captain Kim Cheon of the Otherworld Management Bureau steps forward. The captain orders his men to stand down and commands Guhyun to drop his weapons and surrender peacefully to the Bureau. In case you're wondering, the Bureau is actually a specialized government agency that hunts down invasive entities from spatial rifts. They trap and neutralize these dangerous threats inside inverted worlds, bizarre zones where multiple dimensions clash and warp together. Guhyun slowly raises his hands. He recognizes the man as Director Kim Cheon, though in this timeline he is likely still just a captain. Kim Cheon gasps, recognizing Guhyun's ragged clothing. He realizes this is the test subject who escaped from the horrific dimensional laboratory. The captain apologizes for the hostility and orders his team to back off. Guhyun tells him it's fine, but Kim Cheon spots his radio. He explains that an agent inside the lab gave it to him, sighing that the man is likely dead. Guhyun silently notes the captain's kind heart. Kim Cheon politely requests that Guhyun accompany them back to the Bureau and remain there until they can fully verify his identity. Guhyun readily nods in agreement. Kim Cheon thanks him for being cooperative and offers to lead the way out of the forest. Suddenly, a system notification pops up confirming that the main quest to join the Bureau is complete, awarding him a level up. He also receives a precious stat point. Later that evening, during a quiet sunset at the Bureau's headquarters, Guhyun sits in an empty room. He wonders if this is their standard counseling room, amused that he actually ended up here after escaping that hellish laboratory. He had spent his time taking on dangerous corporate contracts, grinding for cash to fund his ultimate revenge. Those jobs ranged from assassinations to kidnappings, but the bulk of his work involved clearing out dangerous inverted worlds. Greedy corporations recklessly stripped those zones for rare loot, but once they deemed his zone unprofitable, they would dump the cleanup duty onto him, making a run-in with the Bureau absolutely inevitable. Sometimes they cooperate, other times they draw swords. Sometimes they work together on raids, but just as often their interests clashed, forcing them to point their blades at each other. A sudden voice cuts through his thoughts. A woman greets Guhyun, introducing herself as Lee Yujin, an agent from Team 1. The stream chat immediately explodes, praising Lee Yujin as one of the most beautiful characters in the game. Guhyun remains slightly guarded. Smiling, Lee Yujin pulls up a chair and notes that he must have faced immense hardships. She then presents him with two clear choices. First, he can live as a quiet civilian under the Bureau's protective custody. However, any use of his powers would be strictly forbidden. His second option is to become an official agent. Of course, he won't be thrown straight into the field right away. He will first have to undergo a proper training program to learn the ropes and prove his absolute readiness. The training will begin once they deem him ready. Suddenly, Baek Guhyun's expression darkens as he remembers how, back in the other world, he actually had to take down some of their agents. And now, here he is about to become colleagues with that very Bureau. Lee Yujin's cheeks flush red as she asks whether he will choose to be a civilian or an agent. Baek Guhyun clasps his hands, preparing to make his choice. Meanwhile, the live chat goes wild with viewers begging the streamer not to end the broadcast here. If he chooses the civilian path, he will end up taking corporate missions just like in the other world. Having no intention of walking that path again, Baek Guhyun makes his decision, declaring that he will join them and become an official agent of the Bureau. Yujin is thrilled by his decision, knowing that having someone as powerful as Baek Guhyun on the force will be a massive help. Lately, private corporations have been aggressively recruiting awakened users, leaving the government bureau severely short-staffed. She explains she is not just saying this because she works for the Bureau. A lot of people deeply regret signing contracts with those greedy corporations. Those startup companies are still in their infancy when it comes to training, meaning their experience and overall support for awakened players is practically non-existent. On the other hand, the Bureau is a long-standing organization with a wealth of experience in nurturing awakened talents and conquering the dangerous reverse planet zones. Sure, corporate jobs pay better, but they also carry insane amounts of risk. Baek Guhyun silently agrees, recalling how countless Awaken met tragic ends while running corporate missions back in his past life. Some companies were so shameless, they refused to pay, forcing him to literally rip open their guts just to get his hard-earned cash. That violent stunt exposed him as an unregistered Awaken, putting him on the Bureau's radar for a while. Looking back, that was when he first crossed paths with director Kim. Yujin breaks his train of thought cheerfully, saying she will have the technical team officially register him as an Awaken right away. She hands him a government-issued phone. Holding the slick device in his hands, Baek Guhyun asks what his first task is. She explains that he will start as a trainee to verify his raw strength before being promoted and assigned to a permanent squad. Yujin eagerly adds that it would be amazing if they ended up on the same team. Baek Guhyun stands up, agreeing that he hopes so too. In his past life, he owed a huge favor to Jin, even though they clashed several times later. Meanwhile, Yujin coordinates aid for the victims, who were rescued from the research laboratory. He remembers how her leadership during that desperate raid allowed him and his allies to make it out alive. She extends her hand, welcoming him as her new junior. Baek Guhyun shakes it warmly, politely asking her to guide him. Nayeon is stunned by this interaction. She flags to her viewers that something is seriously wrong because NPCs do not usually act like this. They do not hold natural conversations like this. Nayeon remembers asking if she could switch paths midway, and Yujin responded with perfect clarity, asking which side she wanted to choose. Nayeon is frustrated, yelling that the Yujin she met in her game was never this lifelike. Sung-chan begins to tremble. It is impossible. Could this be a fully responsive AI? The stream chat explodes with viewers marveling at how high-tier this game is. Sung-chan explains to the confused audience that a fully responsive AI is a rare type of NPC that reacts perfectly to any situation. Unlike standard scripted NPCs, it communicates naturally just like a real human. However, implementing this technology requires a massive amount of server resources. Most experts believed it was impossible to integrate into an online game. Nayeon speaks up, wondering if the developers somehow solved the resource issue. Sung-chan shakes his head, saying that if they had, they would have hyped it up with massive marketing campaigns everywhere. He suspects this advanced tech only triggers under hyper-specific conditions, and the absolute minimum requirement to trigger this is likely playing without any system support from the start. That is the sole difference between Baek Guhyun and other players. Right now, his combat support is at 0%. Nayeon laughs awkwardly, joking that Baek Guhyun is going to break the internet and cause the game's community forums to absolutely explode with shock. Sung-chan nods in agreement. He admits he will probably lose sleep waiting to see how the developers address this mind-blowing situation. Anyone invested in Baek Guhyun's unique storyline will be hooked, and they might even secure some major gaming figures as guests on future streams. But for today, that is where the main story campaign ends. Nayeon wraps up the segment, telling her viewers to stay tuned for the next stream. Now they are moving on to the PvP arena. The chat instantly fills with complaints from viewers who hate waiting for the next episode. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun sits in the combat waiting room. He keeps looking around, wondering why the mysterious anonymous viewer 62 has not logged on yet. He recalls telling Nayeon back at the cafe to alert him immediately if that specific ID donates or leaves any kind of comment. No matter what, she had to let him know. Since Nayeon hasn't messaged him yet, Baek Guhyun figures he should just focus on the game. A message pops up from Baek Guhyun saying he is ready. Nayeon grins at her camera, announcing that it is finally time for the PvP matches. A massive battle sphere materializes right in front of Baek Guhyun. This will be his very first time playing the game's duel mode. Sung-chan chimes in, explaining that they'll start with casual matches. He gladly offers to explain the ranking system for any new viewers. There are 8 ranks in Reverse Planet. To secure a spot in the bronze tier, a player must first win 10 placement matches. Statistically, casual players take 2 hours to complete this task, but professional gamers can easily sweep through them in under 30 minutes. The chat sighs, realizing they are well below average. In a game full of toxic trolls, matchmaking luck is absolutely everything. Suddenly, a system notification pops up on Baek Guhyun's screen. A quest to reach the bronze tier within 30 minutes for a 500,000 won reward. Nayeon gets hyped as a message pops up on her screen. Wow, that is insane, the first mission is finally here. Can you win 10 consecutive matches in 30 minutes? The chat immediately blows up. Wow, pretty confident. Think going pro is that easy. Talk about arrogant. That is pure arrogance. Looking at the battle history, Nayeon says, this is definitely getting interesting. Sung-chan nods. Yeah, I wonder if Hacker Bro can actually pull this off. Make sure to watch until the very end. Just then, a system alert pops up. Normal PvP matchmaking succeeded. Single match area 6 residential zone. With 10 seconds left before round 1 starts, Sung-chan suddenly leans forward in absolute shock. What he is carrying a weapon I have never seen before. Guhyun is already in a stance. The crowd has no idea that the opponent in black is backing away, assuming he can easily win once they get close. It turns out he completely underestimated what Hacker Bro can do. As the countdown ticks away, round 1 officially begins. The opponent starts gathering his freezing energy, yelling out Ice Burst, revealing a long scar right across his face. Guhyun moves with incredible speed, instantly appearing right behind the black-clothed player. In just a split second, the opponent gets absolutely shattered. A system alert rings out. Round 1 is over and the winner is Guhyun. The loser is anonymous. Current score, Guhyun 1. The system announces the next match, and the new opponent yells out, "Oh great, I ran into this pest again, I forfeit." The system declares that the anonymous opponent surrendered, ending the match with Guhyun as the winner. The loser is anonymous. Next match begins and Guhyun is already busy deflecting every single incoming attack with his sword. The opponent's face turns pale with fear as he screams about his darkness. Before he can even finish the sentence, Guhyun effortlessly strikes him down. System notification: current score is Guhyun 2, Melon Bread 0. The final winner is Guhyun and the loser is Melon Bread. The system announces Guhyun is entering his third match. A massive guy with a huge scar on his face charges forward yelling, "Die." System notification: current score is Guhyun 2, Hay-Eating Guinea Pig 0. The winner is Guhyun and the loser is Hay-Eating Guinea Pig. He got destroyed. The fourth opponent doesn't stand a chance either. The system alerts keep flooding in with victories from 11 minutes ago. A 2-0 win in a normal duel. 8 minutes ago, a 1-0 victory. 6 minutes ago, another clean 2-0 sweep. Just minutes ago, another 2-0 win. Nayeon and Sung Chun are completely stunned. The total time Guhyun took to win 10 matches in a row was only 20 minutes. Even crazier, his body is completely unscathed. A new notification pops up: Guhyun has officially been promoted. From unranked straight to bronze. Nayeon stares blankly, saying she feels completely left behind. Sung Chun gives an awkward smile. 10 straight wins. In 20 minutes. The chat goes wild, asking if this is real life. He just shattered the records of the top players. He is a god. Summed up in one word, he is a beast. Sung Chun adds that while the time is absurd, his match record is even more unbelievable. Normally, when you face counter skills or high risks, your performance fluctuates. But look at him. An interviewee waves his hand, admitting he struggles against fire skills. But for Hacker Bro, no matter what his opponent throws at him, he maintains flawless performance. He is completely unshaken throughout the entire fight. He just gets better with every match. A donation alert pops up. Pinecone just sent 500,000 won asking how he did that. Nayeon gets hyped up thanking Pinecone for the huge donation. She says she cannot wait to see how he performs in his very first ranked game. Sung Chun smiles, admitting he is also excited but a bit worried. Nayeon asks why, and Sung Chun explains that since they are live, he is an easy target for stream snipers. Still, the success rate of sniping is pretty low, so hopefully it is just a useless worry. Just then a comment pops up right before the system announces that a normal single PvP duel match has successfully been found. The battleground is Area 11, the graveyard. The opponent appears, boasting that he finally ran into this shameless hacker. He tells his stream to watch closely as he teaches this hacker a lesson. The chat starts worrying if he got stream sniped already. What should they do? The opponent laughs, asking his viewers if they see the average skill level of these low-tier players. He keeps mocking Guhyun, completely ignoring the official developer statements. Guhyun's face darkens as he slowly reaches for his sword. Sung Chun notes that Hacker Bro is not reacting to the cheap provocations at all. Nayeon says she told him to just ignore these people. Nayeon's cheeks blush as she tries to add something else, but Sung Chun cuts her off. It is starting. The system announces round 1. Leo screams in pain, suddenly launched into the air by a brilliant flash of light. But his expression quickly turns into pure excitement, yelling for Guhyun to die. Chad immediately roasts him, laughing that he talked a big game but could not even land a single hit. Guhyun dodges, thinking he was too cautious just because the guy looked confident. In a flash, Guhyun swings his blade right through Leo. What a complete waste of time. The system announces that round 1 is over, declaring Guhyun the winner and Leo the loser. Current score: Guhyun 1, opponent 0. Grimacing in pain, Leo quietly mutters that he is a monster. The system announces the next round. The second round starts in 10 seconds. Leo grits his teeth in frustration, realizing he will lose again if he does not use his secret weapon. The system declares the start of round 2. Suddenly, sparks of electricity crackle across Leo's body. Right in front of Guhyun, a massive wave. Sparks crackle with pure power. What is that? The lightning coursing through Leo's body strikes a boulder, making Baek Guhyun realize his strikes are sharper. He moves with insane efficiency now, like a completely different fighter. Leo laughs, shouting to the crowd that the hacker has been constantly putting pressure on Baek Guhyun. Leo claims he only threw the first round. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun blocks with crossed arms, finally seeing through the hacker's trick. Nayeon chimes in. She recalls telling him that if he ever faces a trash-talking hacker, he should just smile and utterly crush him. That was her exact advice. Suddenly, Baek Guhyun's eyes fade to pitch black. A heavy aura explodes from his body, altering the very atmosphere. Now watch, things are getting crazy. But Leo refuses to back down, confident that he still holds an overwhelming advantage. He charges forward, screaming at Baek Guhyun to stop trying to act cool. With a light hop, Baek Guhyun shifts his stance. He smoothly glides his sword past the charging fighter. Leo's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Completely frozen, Leo can't even mount a defense. Whipping around in a blind rage, he is instantly cut again as the blade bites into his arm. Leo tries to throw a desperation punch with everything he has left, but Baek Guhyun does not hesitate. He swings his blade upward in a swift counter. Leo can only stare down, gritting his teeth, as tears of frustration spill over. On screen, the broadcast of this intense match continues to glow. Nayeon gives an awkward laugh, saying that surely nobody expected this. Sungchun nods in sheer amazement, murmuring his agreement as they watch. She asks if it looks like Baek Guhyun is purposely holding back on the final blow. Sungchun agrees, saying the mechanical god is definitely listening to her. It seems he is taking Nayeon's advice to heart. She laughs bashfully, admitting she did tell him to absolutely demolish his opponent. Comments start flooding the chat, calling Baek Guhyun a monster created by the terrifying Nayeon. It seems her words carry a dangerous amount of influence. Viewers write that they are genuinely terrified of whatever advice she might hand out next. The impact of her simple suggestion is just unreal. Down on the ground, Leo collapses in utter defeat, weakly asking what kind of monster he is facing. Baek Guhyun looks down with a cold stare. He tells Leo he is just returning the favor. With that, his sword flashes downward, ending round 2, as the system announces the final results. Baek Guhyun wins 2-0. Following that dominating victory, he goes on an absolute tear, kicking off an unstoppable winning streak. He blows past 30 consecutive victories in no time. Nayeon excitedly announces that he has already climbed his way up to the gold rank. Sungchun chimes in, admitting he never expected a newcomer to pull off a 30-game win streak during his very first stream. Fans in the chat say they were holding their breath the entire time. They call him a total smurf, begging to know how he got so strong. They plead for him to share his character build. Nayeon hesitates, knowing most top players keep their exact setups a closely guarded secret. Wondering if she should even ask, she sends him a quick message, politely inquiring if he would be willing to share his build details. She tells him there is no pressure to say yes, but Baek Guhyun casually replies that he does not mind at all. Nayeon quickly shares the news. She announces to the viewers that the mechanical god is sharing his build, and she will compile everything for the community board after the stream. Sungchun is stunned by his generosity. The chat explodes with disbelief, with viewers shocked that a top-tier player is actually giving away his secrets. They admit they only asked as a joke and cannot believe he agreed. After all, sharing a meta build is usually a massive competitive risk. It just shows how incredibly confident he is in his raw skills. Nayeon bows to the camera, signing off until the next broadcast. Sungchun bows as well, thanking the viewers for staying. Once off the air, he cannot contain his excitement, calling the whole stream completely insane. Nayeon laughs in agreement. A newcomer pulling off 30 straight wins and giving away his build is bound to break the internet tonight. The forums are going to melt. At this rate, he might even set a new record. She asks what the current win streak record is. Sungchun looks it up and replies, "Currently, the highest winning streak in the competitive duel mode belongs to a legendary player. A pro gamer named Gunwoo holds the record with 76 straight wins, which he set while smurfing on an alternative account." Nayeon gets excited, saying it would be amazing if Baek Guhyun could shatter that record. Actually, knowing his insane skill, he probably will. Sungchun adds that since Gunwoo is incredibly competitive, he has likely already taken notice of this new mechanical genius. Somewhere else, a hand slowly clicks a mouse. On a monitor, the user is scrolling through the active reverse time community forums. The cursor glides smoothly across the screen, searching through threads. A system notification pops up regarding a recently submitted player report. The message confirms that a reported cheater was banned for using illegal third-party software, resulting in a permanent suspension. Gunwoo rests his chin on his hand and sighs, looking slightly bored. He glances at a comment posted on his screen. A user wrote that even Gunwoo himself could never break this new streak. Talk about poking the bear, he chuckles in amusement. A few days later, on the morning of his second scheduled broadcast, Baek Guhyun sits in deep thought. That 60-second viewer from last time is on his mind. Since that person didn't show up today, does it mean he's still missing something? Suddenly, a cheerful voice breaks the quiet atmosphere. Lee Yujin calls out to her junior, waving warmly with her usual bright, stunning smile that instantly lights up the entire room. Chat messages flood the screen, praising her gorgeous looks, calling her one of the most beautiful characters in the entire game. She easily ranks among the top 3 most popular figures around. Turning to him, she announces that this will be his very first field mission. "Are you not worried at all?" they ask him. He simply replies that the field mission is sooner than expected, but he is completely fine. A new quest window pops up right as he logs in. The system alerts him. His very first field mission has officially been assigned. He must equip combat gear and report to the designated zone. Baek Guhyun thinks getting a field mission as an apprentice is incredibly fast. Still, skipping tedious training because this is a game is a massive win. What is this field mission actually about anyway? Lee Yujin explains. They must completely eradicate all the invading entities within the reverse world and seal its core. Reports suggest the monsters are growing increasingly aggressive. This is another abandoned site left behind by the corrupt corporations. Normally, they would just leave it alone since it is occasionally useful for training. But this situation is different. Those greedy business giants only stir up trouble. They dump everything the exact second there is no more profit to be made. Baek Guhyun silently notes that corporations act exactly the same everywhere. Fortunately, these invading monsters are only small insect-type creatures. They are rated as a minor F or E rank threat. They are weak, but their massive numbers make them extremely annoying. Suddenly, a masked guard salutes them sharply with a hand to his forehead. "Loyalty, Sergeant Park Hyun," he barks out. "Are you the awakened from the Otherworld Management Bureau?" he asks. Lee Yujin flashes her ID card, thanking the guard for his hard work. The guard confirms her clearance and lets them through. As the heavy automated doors slide open, Lee Yujin admits this place feels creepy. Seeing a portal inside an abandoned factory is bizarre. Baek Guhyun looks up, suddenly realizing why the rift looks so incredibly familiar. He had seen one just like it in the underworld. Back then, it was definitely mid-sized, not a small rift. He hesitates, wondering if something is off. Lee Yujin suggests heading inside, but a smug voice suddenly cuts in. "Well, look who it is." Out steps Choi Hyun-jun from Jungsin Corporation. "What brings my dear senior Lee Yujin to a low-tier gate?" he sneers. Lee Yujin frowns, asking what Choi Hyun-jun is doing here. The arrogant man steps closer, claiming he is just as surprised as her. He smirks, noting their overlapping missions. Lee Yujin fires back, pointing out that he had already abandoned this entire zone. Now he is suddenly claiming it as a mission. Lee Yujin warns him not to pull any shady tricks, but Choi Hyun-jun feigns offense. "A shady plot? That hurts my feelings," he says. He then glances at Baek Guhyun, asking if this is her fresh new rookie. He suggests the rookie should join a corporation instead of suffering in the bureau, but Lee Yujin sharply cuts him off. Her glare is ice cold. "Do not cross the line." He chuckles and backs off, agreeing to yield the reverse world to her. He mockingly tells his senior to take good care of it. With a loud laugh, Choi Hyun-jun walks away, wishing them luck. Baek Guhyun curiously asks who that guy was. Lee Yujin facepalms, groaning that he was her very first trainee, and her blood sugar is dropping. After a corporate giant poached him, he left. Since then, he has been spreading toxic, malicious rumors about the bureau. Watching the stream, Cheon comments that this is the first time the beef between Lee Yujin and Choi Hyun-jun has been detailed. Nayeon agrees. They usually just glossed over it, barely mentioning that something terrible had happened between the two. It seems a much larger storyline is finally unfolding. This is likely triggered by a player who is fully adapted to the world. Viewer comments flood in, speculating that this hidden lore is massive. Perhaps Earth has been concealing a dark secret all along. Lee Yujin snaps back to reality. She urges him to put an end to this depressing conversation and finally head inside the gate. Baek Guhyun agrees. Outside, the gate glows brilliantly as they step through. Now it is time to initiate the plan. 20 minutes later, inside the reverse world, Baek Guhyun coldly wipes blood from his face. Right in front of him, Lee Yujin lies defeated, slumped against a tree. A red candy wrapper sits in a pool of blood. Just minutes ago, the duo had safely stepped through the portal. Lee Yujin walked ahead, offering him a warning about the gateway. She explained that this was the path to the reverse world. Once he crossed the teleporter on the other side, he would enter. Baek Guhyun nodded, stepping forward without hesitation. Got it, just like the underworld. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire area. The violent shockwave blocks their path. Relying on his survival instincts, Baek Guhyun instantly realizes it is a spatial anomaly as Lee Yujin gets sucked in. She barely manages to shout a warning to her junior before the blinding light of the portal completely wraps around her body. Finding himself in a dense, bone-chilling forest, Baek Guhyun scans his surroundings. It looks like he has been completely separated from Lee Yujin. Apparently, portal collapses caused by external shockwaves are quite common. He calmly twirls his dagger, preparing for a fight. His gaze hardens with sharp determination. He decides to exterminate these annoying spiders first before setting out to find Lee Yujin. Elsewhere, crackling lightning gathers in her hand. Lee Yujin unleashes her raw elemental power, making sure no spider escapes her wrath. The pests disintegrate almost instantly. Yet, seeing their stubbornness, she feels a sense of helplessness as they keep spawning. No matter how many of them she slaughters, they just keep coming. Besides, looking at the massive scale of this endless forest, it seems incredibly off. This feels more like a medium-scale reverse world than a small one. Lee Yujin sighs in frustration, realizing something is definitely off. Taking advantage of her distraction, Choi Hyun-jun blindsided her from behind. Lee Yujin hopes her junior is safe, but she quickly realizes that even after dodging in time, the blow still grazed her. Backing away to keep her distance, she hears his mocking chuckles. She can't believe his betrayal. Why Choi Hyun-jun? He just smirks, mockingly asking if he should reveal their highly classified mission. He claims he's only following orders, so she shouldn't hold a grudge. The agonizing pain leaves her barely able to stand. This is insane, and with her deep wound, she needs to escape. Moving fast, Lee Yujin unleashes a burst of lightning as a distraction. Sharp stones rise to block the pursuers as her shield erupts into a massive blast, throwing everyone back. Seizing this vital moment, Lee Yujin flees as fast as possible. Choi Hyun-jun snaps at his subordinate to chase her down, but she's already gone. Even with a head start, her injuries slow her down. Desperate to escape, Lee Yujin channels her lightning, spreading her arms wide. She conjures a crackling spear of pure electricity and grips it tight, spinning around to launch it with all her remaining strength. The lightning strike obliterates the ground behind her in a massive explosion. In this do-or-die moment, she spots an escape route. Choi Hyun-jun rages at his subordinate, blaming him for letting her slip away. Furious, he immediately demands they track her down. He orders his men to search the area ahead. Once the coast is clear, Lee Yujin carefully climbs out of her hiding spot. Without that hidden cave, she would have been dead. But she wonders what kind of secret operation this shady corporation is running. Meanwhile, over with Baek Guhyun, his livestream viewers are going absolutely wild. He's taking down formidable beasts in a single effortless strike. It looks like he's already wiped out dozens of monsters. Spotting footprints on the ground, he knows Lee Yujin must be close. He can sense her energy nearby. Crouching down to examine the tracks, he realizes something is terribly wrong when a familiar dark aura emerges. He recognizes Lee Yujin's voice instantly and sprints toward the source, moving so fast that his tracking device can barely keep up. There she is, trapped and coiled tightly by a massive, terrifying centipede. She is in serious danger, struggling to break free. Viewers wonder how a top-tier hunter could struggle against simple bugs and how on earth Baek Guhyun managed to track her down so fast. Wasting no time, Baek Guhyun charges in. With a few swift slashes, he shreds the beast and catches Lee Yujin before she hits the ground. Gently setting her down, he asks if she is all right. Lee Yujin weakly calls out to her junior as he inspects her injuries. Something isn't right. A veteran of her caliber would never get overwhelmed by a low-level insect like that. This is a wound inflicted by another awakened skill. Analyzing the culprit's energy, he instantly guesses it was Choi Hyun-jun. She weakly nods, confirming his suspicion. Meanwhile, watching from the outside broadcast, the host Nayeon is deeply puzzled by these events. She points out that Choi Hyun-jun normally wouldn't strike this early. The chat quickly floods with agreement over this strange deviation. His betrayal is supposed to happen much later in the corporate storyline, sparking wild theories that the game world is shifting. She asks Sung-chun if the fully adaptive game AI is rewriting the plot. He agrees that it's their best explanation right now. They are witnessing a completely unscripted, hidden storyline. For now, all they can do is keep watching the live stream play out. Back in the cave, a flushed Lee Yujin explains she managed to shake him off, but she has no idea when he'll strike next. Using her powers now would immediately broadcast her location. She urges Baek Guhyun to leave her behind and save himself while he still can. But Baek Guhyun has a different plan. He tells her to hide and patch up her wounds while he goes to deal with the threat. She tries to stop him, warning that Choi Hyun-jun is a seasoned veteran who shouldn't be fought alone. Baek Guhyun gently cuts her off with a reassuring nod, promising her that he's already got a solid plan in mind. Meanwhile, down by the riverbank, Choi Hyun-jun's squad gathers. Annoyed by her sudden disappearance, he commands his men to fan out. Knowing she can't have crawled far with those injuries, he orders them to sweep the valley while he heads down to search. Suddenly, a rustle nearby catches Choi Hyun-jun's attention. He immediately ignites his hands with flames, bracing for an ambush. But instead of a threat, Baek Guhyun steps out, putting on a perfectly innocent act and begging him to hold his fire. The leader asks if he's Lee Yujin's junior. Baek Guhyun just sighs in relief, rambling about how a cave-in separated them. He cluelessly asks if they've seen her, sending the stream chat into absolute hysterics over his flawless, award-winning acting skills. The viewers joke that Choi Hyun-jun is already a dead man walking. Playing along, the villain slaps a friendly hand on Baek Guhyun's shoulder. He smirks, offering to send the boy straight to his beloved senior. With a sinister laugh, he lunges forward to strike. But before his flame can touch the boy, a sudden splash of dark liquid erupts through the air, blinding the attacker. Baek Guhyun has already run him through like a human skewer. Shaking in agony, the traitor coughs up blood, unable to comprehend his defeat. The stream chat erupts with savage satisfaction as the villain clutches his bleeding wound, completely paralyzed by the sheer precision of the strike. He suddenly collapses, prompting his worried teammates to rush over to his side. Meanwhile, Guhyun quickly slips away completely unnoticed. They yell out for Choi Hyun-jun, asking if he is okay, while Guhyun blends seamlessly into the bushes. One teammate supports him. He yells to cover him while Kang-in immediately draws his weapon. Understood. Kang-in charges deep inside the forest after him. He runs into the forest totally unaware that Guhyun is watching him. Where on earth did he go? Kang-in mutters. As Kang-in looks around, a dark figure suddenly appears behind him. Like the wind, Guhyun is already standing there. Right behind him. What was that? Kang-in gasps. Just a bird. But Guhyun strikes before he can even think. Meanwhile, the other teammate tries to stop the bleeding. Stay awake, I have stopped the blood, just hold on. But as he talks, a sudden flash of light streaks from the sky, striking directly into Choi Hyun-jun's open wound. The impact forces Choi Hyun-jun to spit up blood. His horrified comrade looks around and screams at Guhyun. The survivor stands up warily, demanding to know where his teammate went. Guhyun responds with cold silence. Guhyun simply raises his sword as his answer. The enemy immediately recognizes it as his companion's weapon. Consumed by pure rage, the man unleashes his skills and charges forward, determined to attack him. He hurls razor-sharp stone shards, screaming for revenge. Unfazed, Guhyun deflects them all with a single slash. Not backing down, the attacker activates another skill. He forces the ground below them to erupt. Massive boulders fly toward Guhyun in a devastating earth tremor, yet he remains completely composed as he looks around. He quickly chops down a nearby tree, bracing the trunk against another to construct a makeshift shield in a split second. This perfect barrier keeps Guhyun from being buried. The enemy screams in frustration, calling him a monster. While Guhyun shelters behind the log, a sharp stone shoots up nearby, followed by a massive boulder flying at him. Guhyun effortlessly dodges the attack. His face remains totally blank as the massive rocks fly closer. A sharp stone shard manages to graze his arm. Seeing Guhyun charge, the desperate enemy fires more rocks. Stay back, he screams, but Guhyun draws his second sword, slicing through the rocks with 2 swift strokes. He shatters the massive stones before instantly finishing off his opponent, leaving him trembling in absolute disbelief at his speed. Before the dying man can even speak, a system notification pops up and Guhyun calmly sheathes his sword with a sigh. No wonder the chat is absolutely losing its mind right now. Even Na-on is left completely stunned and speechless. She breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe a single core user just took down 3 veteran hunters all alone. Meanwhile, her father is completely starstruck. Chat comments keep pouring in, questioning if this difficulty is even real. It is honestly jaw-dropping. Back in the forest, Guhyun looks down at his bleeding arm, examining the wound. Even with a successful ambush, he still got hurt, realizing his current strength is far below his peak in the past world. But he does not dwell on it. Searching the area, Guhyun checks Choi Hyun-jun's phone and finds a message. The text mentions Lee Yujin and details about escorting the target to the inverted planet, ordering them to eliminate her if necessary. He deletes the trace of the message while thoroughly searching the bodies, but finds no other valuable clues left behind. The investigation has officially been transferred, and a series of glowing system screens display his newly acquired gear. The regression blade slightly boosts sharpness, and when thrown it returns to his hand. Note that these effects only apply in player versus environment. Next is the Psychic Bracelet, which significantly increases his skill power while reducing cooldown times for his mental abilities. It also returns to his hand when thrown. The final item he inspects is the legendary Hermit Necklace. It unlocks the Dark Storage skill, allowing him to store equipment at any given time, restricted to player versus environment. Holding the regression blade, Guhyun appreciates how easy it is to inspect stats now compared to his old world. He tosses the 3 captured swords into his dimensional storage portal. With that handled, he knows he must move quickly. Guhyun knows he must conquer the inverted planet quickly before Lee Yujin's severe injuries worsen further. Meanwhile, Lee Yujin frowns in complete disbelief as a colossal Emperor Scorpion boss monster suddenly towers right in front of her. Clutching her bloody wound, Lee Yujin laughs mockingly at her terrible luck, wondering if she is actually fortunate. At least the beast did not target her junior instead. Suddenly, the monster swings its massive claws. Gathering energy in her hands, she prepares to fight back, knowing she must defeat this beast alone. Electrical energy surges from her palms as she prepares for a deadly clash, but the claw is severed. As the heavy limb crashes down, Lee Yujin gasps in shock as Guhyun suddenly appears through the smoke. Holding his sword with one hand, he steps on the blade, impaling the beast, and asks Lee Yujin if she is okay. She can only stare in a daze. Her eyes glisten as she looks up at her junior. Meanwhile, the live chat explodes with chants of Lee Yujin, Lee Yujin, Lee Yujin, marveling at her incredible physique. He fought the boss, wiped out all the high-level minions, and finished the boss. Now his attention shifts to a strange crack forming in the sky. The sky is breaking as the inverted dimension begins to close. Baek Guhyun leaps down to her side, having single-handedly slaughtered the entire pack of hounds. She gasps that he actually did it. He tells her they need to run and offers to carry her right as Naeon announces their success. The gateway begins shutting down before they can even escape. On the monitor, Sung-chun watches Baek Guhyun carry Lee Yujin out on his back. He warns her to hold on tight so they do not get trapped inside. Lee Yujin clings to his back and softly nods in agreement. Under the ruined sky, Baek Guhyun carries Lee Yujin toward the portal. System prompts flash, confirming that the dungeon sweep is complete. He gains a spirit point and levels up, earning another point. Meanwhile, we cut to the Kim Cheon Otherworld Management Bureau headquarters. The chief asks if it is true that an awaken from the corporation targeted Lee Yujin. Baek Guhyun calmly confirms that it is indeed the truth. The chief rubs his temples, muttering that those corporate bastards have finally crossed the line. He asks what happened to them, and Baek Guhyun responds, "I took care of them all," Baek Guhyun says. Chief Kim Cheon looks up in shock, wondering how he could have wiped them out entirely on his own. Chief Kim Cheon asks if there is any usable evidence. Baek Guhyun places a corporate phone on the table which contains logs of their orders. Although the command texts are visible, the rest of the data is encrypted. Still, the chief says this will make their investigation much easier. He tells him to leave the rest to them and get some rest. Baek Guhyun stands up to leave, his face looking pretty grim and unbothered. Just as he is walking away with a sullen look, the chief calls him back to whisper a quiet, serious warning about his next opportunity. "When the time comes, you must keep a low profile," Chief Kim Cheon instructs. Baek Guhyun looks down quietly, giving his word right before his system screen flashes. The prompt announces that his first field quest is complete. He levels up, gains a stat point, and is prompted to choose a second core element. Meanwhile, Naeon sits with Sung-chun, marveling at how their first field mission went. Sung-chun admits it was a much wilder show than he expected. Naeon laughs and looks down at her tablet, completely caught off guard. She wonders if the viewers are actually losing their minds over this. A notification alerts her that anonymous viewer 62 privately donated 3 million won to celebrate their first clear. This triggers a special quest. Naeon instantly texts Baek Guhyun about the massive donation and the message from anonymous viewer 62. The donor just dropped 3 million won, which is insane. Baek Guhyun mutters to himself as he reads the text. Her messages keep flooding and promising to send him screenshots of the donation details. The donor writes that a special mission is ready, but he needs to end the stream first. Baek Guhyun is instantly skeptical of this request. A special mission, he wonders. He recalls the donor mentioning something like this before realizing they want to talk in private after the broadcast. A string of private messages from anonymous viewer 62 pops up, welcoming Baek Guhyun back and asking how it feels to return to the real world. The donor claims to have prepared something special. Baek Guhyun glances at the screen, quickly thanking Naeon for passing the message along. He tells her to keep the stream running, and Naeon quickly fires back an OK sticker. Nearby, Sung-chun notices her distracted look. He whispers, asking if something is wrong. Startled, she stammers an apology as her face turns a pretty deep shade of red. She realizes Sung-chun cannot see this donation alert since it was sent privately. She decides to figure it out later and focus on the show. Pushing the mystery aside, she hypes herself up and shouts to the stream that they are keeping this momentum going. She announces it is time to dive straight into player versus player battles, completely startling Sung-chun, who can only nod in agreement. Holding her device, Naeon recaps their progress. In his last duel, the nuclear fusion god went on an absolutely insane winning streak. He completely tore through the leaderboards, and Sung-chun agrees, but he wonders what kind of match they are setting up for today. She reveals that today's battles will be 5 versus 5 team clashes across 4 modes, playing a best-of-3 series. The chat immediately floods with complaints from fans who wanted to see more solo duels instead of a team matchup. Many suspect they are running from duels because they are too afraid of losing their streak. Naeon expected this kind of backlash. She offers a forced smile, knowing that while some might complain now, they will quickly change their minds once the action starts. She gives a playful wink and announces the start of the match. Inside the game, the matchmaking system immediately gets to work. A notification confirms they found a match in standard escort mode. The 5 players on the attacking side take their positions. The teammates eagerly greet each other, promising to do their best. Sung-chun watches the wholesome interaction, feeling quite surprised by it. He asks if they are really playing escort first. In this mode, the attacking team must guide a payload to the objective. Meanwhile, the defending team does everything they can to stop them. Naeon looks on, wondering how this team dynamic will play out. It is the first time viewers get to see a 5 versus 5 team match, leaving everyone questioning if the nuclear fusion god can deliver. The system voice rings out to signal the start of round 1. The wheels start rolling as the payload moves forward. 1 person stands on the cart to protect the cargo, 1 guards the rear, and 2 lead the way. They rally to move out and fight, but Baek Guhyun stops in his tracks, turning around as Se-ah and Chan watch. They wonder if he is actually stopping, but he is just using his sharp eyes to scan his surroundings as Nayeon suspects. He wonders if he is planning a flank. Yes, he confirms usually players stick close to the payload, but if you have the skills, a backline flank is not a bad idea, even if holding off 5 alone is incredibly tough. Right as he says this, Baek Guhyun leaps tearing through the winding streets. A viewer comments that if it is the nuclear tech god, his lightning-fast pathing makes it clear this is not a ranked match. Since it is a normal match full of beginners, of course it works, but some wonder if he is just smurfing. Watching his position on the map, everyone gasps at his insane speed. He is already closing in on the defense. Seconds later, Baek Guhyun draws his sword, hovering in midair right above the unsuspecting defense. He swings his arm back, pulls out a dagger, and hurls it straight down with deadly precision. It hits a target instantly, sending blood spraying. A blue teammate screams out, asking what the hell that was. The blonde yells that it is a flank, but a sudden flash of light slashes his neck before the system updates. Baek Guhyun killed 2 and nor prison food. As they crash to the ground, he lands gracefully right in front of them. The survivors panic, asking what their team is even doing as they watch him slowly draw his blade. They scramble, telling each other to hold him off while the rest focus on the cargo, but then a flood of system alerts pops up. Baek Guhyun has killed Potato Heaven, Great Wangzun, and Swimming Elephant. His own team is utterly bewildered, watching the elimination feed light up until the first round suddenly ends. The attackers win, leaving everyone speechless and muttering if it is over, while the chat goes absolutely wild. Viewers laugh at the team's reaction, saying they would be annoyed too if the game ended before they saw an enemy. Others say they should just be grateful. Outside, Nayeon leans close to the screen, nodding in agreement. She notes they knew he would carry, but ending this fast is almost disappointing. Seiya adds, he seems faster today. She wonders if he is in a rush. Laughing, she says who knows, and they keep watching as the scene shifts. Back in the game, Baek Guhyun delivers a devastating punch to another player, knocking him flat in an instant. He stands amidst a pile of defeated opponents as explosions rock the castle walls around him. The opposing team frantically unleashes their skills to stop Baek Guhyun, screaming at him to back off. But nothing can stop this war god. He effortlessly evades every single attack, leaping high into the air. Baek Guhyun quickly wipes out 2 more players, sending glowing particles of light raining down around him. Before long, a blood-stained flag is raised. Just like that, Baek Guhyun sweeps the entire battlefield with ease. Securing an overwhelming pentakill, he ends the match instantly. Suddenly, his screen lights up with a donation. Anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun donates 3 million won, telling him he did well and assigning him a special mission. He is told to open the new reverse planet system. Nayeon's eyes light up with dollar signs at another 3 million. She excitedly texts Baek Guhyun about the cash, noting that viewer Baek Guhyun sent a message about 300 million won. She asks if they should hold a subscriber event, go out for a feast, or upgrade their gear. Baek Guhyun just tells her to send him the screenshots, muttering that a new system means he has no choice. He realizes he is stuck playing PvE or PvP content. Closing his eyes, he looks up with clear exhaustion. He decides to just play along for now. A few days later, during his training and exploration phase, he heads to the combat training center. A message from Yujin arrives telling her junior that she is injured. Since she cannot train him for a while, she has found a replacement and wants him to meet them. Nayeon curiously wonders who this replacement is, while Seiya guesses they must be a high-profile agent. Viewers start chiming in, suggesting famous agents like Kim Cheon might take over, though others find it unlikely. They think he is too busy, suggesting Kim Han or Kang Hojang instead. Just then a bandaged hand waves. Yujin calls out to him and Baek Guhyun walks over to ask how she is doing. She jokingly blames him. She says she has to step down but has a new mentor ready. Someone approaches, catching Baek Guhyun's eye. Yujin happily points her out, and a slow footstep paces across the lush green grass as a woman appears. Rocking short hair and a killer outfit, she introduces herself as Kim Hannah, sending the chat into another frenzy. Oh man, first Lee Yujin and now Hannah talk about being insanely lucky. The chat is practically dripping with pure jealousy. Some still prefer Lee Yujin over Hannah, but to each their own. Meanwhile, our main guy politely nods in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Baek Guhyun, he says, while quietly recognizing Kim Hannah as a legendary top-tier fighter. She ranks second in the space administration. Back in that other world, she was actually one of his most dangerous adversaries. Seeing them acquainted, Lee Yujin playfully announces she's leaving, admitting she wasn't even supposed to sneak in here anyway. This instantly makes Hannah scowl. What do you mean you literally just told me you had official permission to be here? But Lee Yujin just bolts, shouting back that she is leaving the guy in her hands, leaving Hannah yelling behind her. Lee Yujin vanishes in a flash, leaving the remaining 2 standing there in complete awkward silence, staring blankly at each other. Blushing from embarrassment, Hannah tries breaking the ice by asking if he prefers wielding a broadsword or daggers. Baek Guhyun casually replies that he uses both, prompting her to wonder just how skilled this guy actually is. Hannah suddenly proposes a quick sparring match, which immediately makes Sung Chung-gon break out in a massive nervous sweat. Nayeon looks over utterly confused, while Sung Chung-gon stammers about how incredibly bizarre this entire situation is turning out. She stares at her screen, questioning why a casual spar with Kim Hannah is such an incredibly big deal. As the two duelists finally draw their weapons and lock eyes, Sung Chung-gon stammers out a crucial explanation to the onlookers. Yes, but this matchup only works because our main character, the nuclear tech god, is a complete overpowered anomaly. Hearing this, Nayeon's jaw completely drops as her face pales while the chat goes absolutely wild with shock. The commentators are left shivering in pure disbelief, calling this game's advanced AI completely utterly out of its mind. As Baek Guhyun swings his sword forward, the onlookers buzz with excitement over how this AI is completely rewriting the story. This is a massive departure from what other players have experienced, proving this virtual world is highly incredibly unpredictable. Hannah slides into a solid fighting stance while the crowd continues to whisper about how unique this player-driven storyline is. Depending on what the player does, the story branches into entirely new directions. Suddenly, Baek Guhyun's eyes flare with a dangerous intensity. A dangerous golden light flashes in his eyes, prompting Hannah to raise her sword with matching purple intensity. Ready for battle, she suggests they keep this fight purely about swordsmanship without relying on any of their special abilities. But Baek Guhyun rejects the condition, explaining that his passive physical enhancement is actually active at all times, even right now. Hearing that his stat-boosting passive is running, she raises her guard and decides to unleash her own powers too. With a smirk, she tells him to get ready. Yet Baek Guhyun remains completely cool, calm, and collected in his stance. The moment the duel starts, she lunges directly forward, moving in a blinding, explosive flash of brilliant blue energy. Baek Guhyun smoothly spins to evade her lethal strike instantly, swinging his own blade to force her backward with heavy pressure. Hannah stumbles but drags her foot along the ground to regain her balance instantly, launching herself back into the fray. Charging ahead with insane momentum, she delivers a powerful, decisive strike that forces Baek Guhyun to slide heavily backward. Sung Chung-gon comments that Hannah definitely lives up to her terrifying hype, while Nayeon notes Baek Guhyun is holding his own remarkably well. She wonders if this is the Wind God playstyle as Hannah leaps skyward shrouded in a brilliant blue aura. Pointing her blade downward at Baek Guhyun, Sung Chung-gon clarifies that while the Wind God style is inspired by her, this is different. The nuclear tech god is just built different, refusing to let Hannah's ridiculous high-speed slashes overwhelm him for even a second. She unleashes a rapid lethal flurry of strikes, but Baek Guhyun cleanly and effortlessly dodges every single incoming blow. The chat is completely losing its mind, questioning how a simple side quest became such an epic high-level show of skill. Seeing this masterclass makes the viewers want to pick up swordsmanship too, while Hannah suddenly halts in sheer surprise. Staring at his calm expression, she quickly realizes he is not just fast, but is reading her movements incredibly perfectly. With a confident smile, she declares that she will have to tap into a little more of her real strength now. Instantly channeling raw mana into her blade, she thrusts it directly toward Baek Guhyun, building up a massive swirling energy field. Shockwaves ripple outward as she unleashes her power, quietly muttering to herself while watching the dust settle around them. Noting how he stood his ground and absorbed the devastating shock, she smiles, saying she thought he would actually dodge. The commentators are buzzing again, claiming that while Hannah is terrifying, our hero is still somehow playing on her level. After all, he has only unlocked 2 core elements so far, meaning his true ultimate power is still heavily sealed. Could he match her? Maybe even more. Hannah praises him, admitting he is far better than she expected. Guhyun nods humbly and thanks her. Privately, he knows that in a real fight, his winning chances are under 20%. He feels lacking compared to that other world. Hannah suddenly asks where he learned his swordsmanship. Looking down, Guhyun admits he is self-taught. Stunned, Hannah marvels at his skills and shows him a special place. Just then, the system updates. His sparring quest is complete, and he successfully levels up. The scene shifts to an armory packed with weapons. Guhyun looks around completely puzzled while Hannah introduces this massive, impressive selection. This is the Space Management Bureau's armory. Huyu, their cheerful support assistant, greets them with a bright smile. He mentions that Hannah requested a fitting weapon for Guhyun. Glancing over, Hannah nods and confirms the request. Yes, she agrees. Since he has a weapon, there is no need to keep using a basic one. Hannah thinks to herself. Huyu bows, quickly telling Guhyun to feel free to pick whatever weapon he wants. Once he is gone, Hannah waves her hand, telling Guhyun it is finally time to choose. Guhyun scans the racks, rubbing his chin. Finding few valuable items, he stops before the Drago's vampire spear. He checks the spear's details. The first effect boosts slash damage, while the second absorbs blood to heal him. It features heal control, but everything only applies in PvE. Guhyun mutters that it is a quality weapon. He decides to take it, but suddenly a sharp black object catches his eye. What is that over there? It is the Soul Devourer, a soul-consuming blade resting in a dusty corner. Guhyun cannot look away. This unique sword is absolutely indestructible, and its slashing power increases with every single soul it devours. It heals him like a potion on every hit. Unfortunately, its other two powerful effects are sealed. Everything only applies in PvE. Guhyun picks it up, wondering how a black market weapon ended up in this armory. Did someone steal it? He never expected to find his favorite weapon from the other world right here. Hannah asks if he is sure about this choice. Guhyun confirms that yes, he will take this sword. She is intrigued by the two-handed sword and promises to transfer ownership. Meanwhile, Nayeon is losing her mind. This is completely unbelievable. Normally, a basic weapon with only two options should appear at this early stage. Everyone watching feels the exact same way. It makes zero sense for a 5-option weapon to appear here. Even if the stats are randomized, they only come with top-tier rolls. Nayeon complains that she found nothing. Just then, Chakam Zenga donates 1,000 G. If all seals are broken, this becomes the ultimate weapon. Sung Chun, however, is not surprised. This is not the first time the nuclear tech god gets overpowered gear. That hermit necklace from his last broadcast was also a powerful item meant for the mid-game story. The co-hosts instantly start buzzing about this theory as the chat goes wild over the potential secret rewards. She was completely blinded by the hidden storyline. After all, the Hound appeared in his very first run. But who paid attention to that? Sung Chun rolls his eyes and explains that reverse planet scales rewards to risk. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward. Nayeon wonders if beating that Hound unlocked the necklace. Could that have unlocked the hermit necklace? Sung Chun nods and confirms that is indeed how it works. Moreover, the nuclear tech god cleared everything flawlessly from escaping the lab to sparring with Kim Hannah. Nayeon's eyes sparkle with excitement, realizing that getting the Soul Devourer as his reward actually makes total sense. Others agree completely. Sung Chun points out that while this is just a theory, they should keep watching. Back inside the game, Hannah announces that they have officially completed the ownership transfer of his new sword. Guhyun stores the massive blade in his inventory and thanks her. Hannah looks up with an eager grin. She suggests a quick raid so he can test his new weapon. The scene cuts to a desolate mountain. Guhyun and Hannah step through a newly activated teleportation gate and the biting cold makes her shiver. Who would have thought the portal would open right on a freezing mountain peak? It started up automatically. Remembering the guard's promise that the portal would be slightly higher, she grumpily mutters about being scammed. He said only a bit higher. Regardless, this freezing place is infested with invasive wolf-like beast entities. The system scans a wild wolf. High quantity, low danger. Hannah rests her hands on her hips. They are fiercely territorial, she warns, meaning a patrol will arrive shortly. Guhyun closes his eyes quietly, comparing. Compared to insect types, beast types are much tougher to deal with, but to him, everything below B rank is basically the same. He speaks up this. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down. Hannah immediately issues an announcement: if things get dangerous, she will step in, but for now, she will only stand back and observe. Wishing him luck, Baek Guhyun quickly summons his Soul Devourer from the dark vault, and simply replies that he's got it. The wind continues to howl across the mountain peak, while the heavy footsteps of the beast grow louder and echo through the air. His eyes narrow with razor-sharp focus as he hears them approach. Baek Guhyun instantly gets into position, striking stance as the wolves charge in. Gripping his sword tight, he pulls it back to build momentum for his first massive blow. Full power. Those words echo in Baek Guhyun's mind as he unleashes a devastating clean slash right into the oncoming pack of wolves. He faces down the ravenous beasts alone, showing absolutely zero fear. Moments later, a bright red glow begins to surge across his blade. The system updates with a notification: Soul Devourer's cutting power has increased. The commentators are absolutely stunned. This is it, a perfect score. Nayeon is also completely shocked to see him swing that heavy greatsword as light as a feather. The chat explodes with donations as one viewer sends 50,000 gold, praising his godlike control. Baek Guhyun grips his weapon tightly, feeling the power. Right from the start, this blade feels entirely different from other weapons. Behind him, Hannah breaks into a cold sweat, muttering with a pale face. She questions if that was the Heavenly Moon slash. Just as he finishes off the soul beasts, heavy movement echoes from up ahead. The entire chat holds its breath, and even commentator Soskon is left speechless for a long moment. Right before Baek Guhyun's eyes, countless massive high-tier entities growl with pure malice. Seeing them, Nayeon starts to feel a bit concerned, noting that these high-ranked threats are moving incredibly fast. Without wasting a single second, the beasts immediately rush forward, pounce forward to attack him with terrifying speed. Their bodies overflow with a suffocating heavy aura, but instead of retreating, Baek Guhyun doesn't show a single ounce of fear. He swings the Soul Devourer with such raw power that space itself feels like it is about to tear in half. Baek Guhyun glares at the airborne entity, his eyes burning with lethal intent. Sung Chun cannot contain his excitement and shouts. He wonders where the kid learned those martial arts since his opening strike. Strongly resembles the Heavenly Moon slash of Kim Han. Nayeon eagerly chimes in, saying that as far as she knows, the boy has never even trained in sports, making them wonder if this is the power of the Colosseum. Meanwhile, the airborne entity is torn to shreds by the Soul Devourer. Blood sprays everywhere, painting the sky dark red after that final blow. A viewer sends 1,000 coins, commenting that they really want to know what this Colosseum training method actually is. But Baek Guhyun is not done. He stomps his foot hard, launching himself high into the air and skillfully spins, his body in a clean arc to dodge the airborne entity's counter. Seizing his downward momentum, he grips the hilt tightly and drives his Soul Devourer straight into the monster's skull, unleashing a massive geyser of blood. Watching from the side, Hannah nods in absolute approval, thinking that he is far more than just outstanding. Right at that moment, the system instantly updates his stats after the successful kill, notifying him that the Soul Devourer's slashing power has increased yet again. The weapon's power keeps stacking up. Refusing to rest on his laurels, Baek Guhyun keeps his guard up and stays highly alert. A massive deafening roar suddenly echoes through the deep forest, making commentator Sung Chun gasp with pure, untamed excitement. Something dangerous is charging right at him. Baek Guhyun takes a defensive stance as a colossal soul beast emerges from the shadows. It immediately flexes its raw dominance with a deafening howl. It is the Silver Wolf Alpha. Before Baek Guhyun can even process this, it bares its massive fangs and lunges, forcing him to hastily block with his blade. The soul beast is successfully identified, and Sung Chun screams in shock. The boss monster has appeared, notorious as the rookie killer due to its insane speed and massive size. Just as expected, the sheer impact of its moves is completely off the charts. Nayeon closely watches the stream feed, noting that while Baek Guhyun blocked the blow, he is still being forced back. He struggles grabbing onto the Silver Wolf Alpha's deadly fangs to buy himself some room. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he channels all his remaining strength, snapping one of the beast's razor-sharp fangs with his bare hands. Searing pain instantly flashes through the beast, sending the Silver Wolf Alpha into a crazed, roaring frenzy. Baek Guhyun quickly leaps backward to create distance while keeping a firm, steady grip on his Soul Devourer. After quickly analyzing the Alpha's power, he already has a plan. It's definitely much stronger than a standard high-tier entity, but to him that's no issue. Baek Guhyun swings his blade without a single shred of hesitation. A blinding razor-sharp light flashes, moving so fast that space itself seems to freeze. The Silver Wolf Alpha stands completely frozen, its eyes wide with absolute despair as death closes in. A second later, a dark red line of blood slowly seeps from its neck. Suddenly, a flashing system screen pops up, initiating Soul Devour. The spirit weapon's slash power surged, and the next second, the Silver Wolf boss collapsed, hot blood pouring onto the cold ground. It stained the dark soil deep red. Standing back, Hannah chuckled in awe. He truly was the Bureau's most anticipated agent. Honestly, she had planned to intervene because that boss was way stronger than its official rating. Hearing her say this, Nayeon gasped in disbelief. I knew it, Nayeon shouted out in shock. Was this mission not rated as a simple E+ difficulty? An E+, really? I think this feels way more like a B rank. Even Sung Chun spoke up in doubt, since it was clearly much harder than advertised. Well, maybe the difficulty scaled up based on the player's past actions. Down in the comments section, viewers began chiming in with their own theories. They wondered if clearing tough quests made the system spike the difficulty. It seems he essentially made things a living hell for himself. His missions seemed way tougher than normal. Basically, he manually cranked his own difficulty up to a living hell. Since nothing was officially confirmed, Sung Chun kept his questions to himself. It was still just a theory after all. But here's the real mystery: why hasn't the inverted world closed down yet? The boss was defeated, so it should have vanished. Back on the battlefield, Guhyun also noticed something odd and asked his senior about it. Hannah nodded, agreeing that this was totally abnormal. She told him to follow her closely so they could get to the absolute bottom of this strange mystery. After walking for a while, she suddenly froze. Right in front of them sat a bizarre egg, almost as if it was waiting for them. Suddenly, the shell cracked wide open, startling them both. Sensing immediate danger, Hannah yelled out a sharp warning to stay back. She warned him to be careful because they had no idea what might jump out. But after a tense moment, the creature emerged. Instead of some terrifying monster, it was just an adorable little wolf pup. Instantly, the live chat exploded with crazy reactions. Viewers started spamming questions, wondering if it was a pet and pointing out that the game was never supposed to have a pet system. Both of them stood frozen in silence. Blushing from her massive overreaction, Hannah quickly tried to act cool and analyze the situation. She claimed this was highly unusual, an otherworldly creature showing absolutely zero hostility toward humans. And then it got even weirder. The baby thunder wolf ran straight to Guhyun, rubbing against his legs. He hesitated, wondering if they should actually put it down. But seeing its cute little face, Hannah immediately melted. Sure, rules were rules, but this little guy was just too adorable. She decided they should take it back to the research lab for study. Hearing that Guhyun finally relented and accepted the pup, he agreed, but the very moment he claimed the wolf, the surrounding space began to violently shake and tear apart. Hannah urgently shouted that the area was collapsing and they needed to move. They bolted barely, escaping before everything fell apart. Safely back at the Bureau headquarters, a head researcher delivered some rather baffling news about their new companion. They had never seen anything like it, and tests proved the creature did not actually originate from the other world. Hannah frowned in confusion. The researcher continued, explaining that the creature was likely summoned by some kind of hidden ability. But Hannah immediately pushed back, pointing out that neither of them possessed any kind of summoning skills. That led the researcher to a wild theory: the summoning must have been triggered by someone else entirely inside the inverted world. They needed to conduct more tests, which made Hannah worry that the pup would end up as a lab rat. She anxiously asked if the Bureau would protect the pup, but the researcher hesitated for a second before answering. He explained that since an ownership imprint was already complete, safety regulations prevented them from housing a bonded creature. This sudden news left Hannah completely stunned. A bond? How could this wild creature already be claimed? Right then, a system notification popped up in front of Guhyun, registering the Thunderwolf as his official pet. He broke into a sweat. A pet. Before he could process this, a bright red emergency maintenance alert flashed. The server was shutting down for an update in 5 minutes, warning all players to log out safely as soon as possible. Staring at the glowing red warning, Guhyun scowled in frustration. But he wasn't the only one getting this alert. Every single player received the exact same message. Nayeon was the first to freak out, asking the group what was going on. Guhyun had just unlocked a pet system that shouldn't even exist, and now the entire game was forcing an emergency update. Sung-chun couldn't hide his panic either, muttering that this absolute chaos couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Meanwhile, the stream chat. Viewers were still busy sending donations. One fan sent 1,000 coins, joking that the pet system arrived faster than the actual update. Reading that, Nayeon got super excited and started wondering if the emergency maintenance was triggered solely because Guhyun got a pet. But some highly skeptical viewers quickly shot her theory down, claiming it was all just a random coincidence. Still, the timing fell exactly like when he first adapted to his powers, making the whole situation highly suspicious. There's no way the developers are watching their stream right. As the broadcast neared its end, Sung-chun paused. Nayeon quickly leaves a promise, telling everyone to wait and see what happens next before ending the stream right there. She says a soft goodbye, promising to see everyone in the next broadcast. But right in the next instant, the screen goes completely black, showing an offline notice telling viewers to stay tuned for the next stream. At that exact moment, inside a high-tech conference room at the Atlantic corporate headquarters over in the United States, they are dealing with the exact same issue. An analyst points out that this is the stream everyone is talking about. Sophia, the lead developer of Lanet, can only hold her head in pure frustration. She wonders if that player Baek Guhyun is behind this. Did he really find an autonomous system patch that even their own core development team had absolutely no idea existed? Her assistant nods, confirming they have been tracking the guy for a while now. Sophia frowns, her tone filled with pure irritation. An update rolled out without the developers knowing. Her employee quickly sits down and mutters an uneasy guess. Only one person has the genius to pull this off: Isaac, the legendary former developer of Lanet. He was a mastermind who suddenly went missing without a trace. Just the thought of him drives Sophia crazy. She cannot rule out the possibility, gritting her teeth in frustration at the thought of that absolute weirdo. He went into hiding, but she never expected him to secretly shut down their servers just to force an update. Remembering something crucial, Sophia coldly demands to know about Deus. Her assistant quickly admits they tried to wake the system, but so far there is absolutely no response. Deus is the powerful artificial intelligence Isaac built to help code the game. The AI went completely dark the moment its creator vanished. Realizing they are stuck, Sophia tries to find a temporary solution. She orders them to scan for any other hidden update files, knowing they will be in deep trouble if this happens again. Her assistant is utterly shocked by the command, quickly pointing out the massive risks of trying to track down the culprit. Before the assistant can even finish warning her about how hard they are to find, Sophia cuts him off completely. She demands they find them at all costs, putting Baek Guhyun on their top priority list while keeping a close eye on the streams. They need to be ready to act the second something goes wrong. The staff immediately bows and accepts the high-stakes mission. Sophia knows she is playing a dangerous game, but she is willing to risk it all to regain control of her system. She swallows her anger and vows that she will not let Isaac get away with playing God with her game. Meanwhile, a hidden virtual screen flickers in the dark. A pair of mysterious hands suddenly reaches right out of the shadows. The hands effortlessly reach through the digital barrier, and a split second later, a massive donation alert pops up. Anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun just sent $5,000, leaving a message praising Baek Guhyun for completing the special mission. The message warns him that his next task will require a trustworthy ally. Over at a restaurant, Baek Guhyun sits with Nayeon. He completely tunes out her endless chatting, keeping his eyes glued to the strange new quest instructions on his screen. He wonders what anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun is plotting. Why is he only getting special quests tied to the system code? The quest is to fix critical system bugs and eliminate the corrupt project director. The ultimate reward is a way back to his original world, along with unlocking a mysterious new planet system. Baek Guhyun realizes his target must be a developer deeply tied to the core game or someone connected to its secret coding. Nayeon finally brings up a great point, guessing that anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun might actually be working for the game company itself. It makes perfect sense, especially since they pushed an emergency update the exact second he secured his brand new pet. Baek Guhyun is skeptical, but shakes it off as a coincidence, doubting a massive company would watch a low-tier streamer like him. Nayeon then asks about the massive news he texted her earlier, instantly beaming with absolute excitement as she brings it up. They just got a formal coaching offer for the S-Cup, which is the most prestigious tournament in all of LANet. The league usually recruits famous streamers or retired pros, so Baek Guhyun is highly skeptical of why they want him. He asks why they would ever invite him to coach. Nayeon expected this reaction and calmly sips her tea. She explains that he is currently the center of attention and the tournament has a perfect official assistant coaching spot wide open. The organizers probably believe his tactical mind makes him far better suited to coach than to actually play the game. With his insane skills, it is a great opportunity to show off his game knowledge. Baek Guhyun starts considering the offer. He quietly asks if becoming a coach means he will have to raise and train a personal disciple of his own. Nayeon eagerly nods, promising to handle all the paperwork and even set up a massive audition to find the perfect candidate. This triggers a memory of anonymous viewer 62's strange demand for a reliable teammate. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Time to prepare. They could even host an audition to find an apprentice. Then he suddenly remembers the request from anonymous viewer 62. It is about the next special mission. You will need a reliable teammate. Baek Guhyun quickly agreed, killing two birds with one stone. Never expecting this, Nayeon jumped up in excitement and screamed, "Is that true? That is the right decision. It will also be a massive boost for our stream. I should send the email before you change your mind." But ignoring her excitement, he just sat there lost in thought. A teammate. A few days later, the Mechanics God went live once again. Host Nayeon and co-host Sung Chun energetically greeted everyone and the stream chat warmly welcomed them back. Nayeon quickly got to business, her mouth running non-stop about their major announcement for the day. But when we kick off today's stream with a big announcement, the Mechanics God has joined the Tournament Cup as a coach. The chat instantly exploded. Everyone went wild over the hot news, though some wondered why a coach and not a player. To match the skill of a Mechanics God, they would need professional-level players anyway, but rumor has it that he will. Actually, participating as a competitor, he created this scene himself. Sung Chun quickly chimed in, noting that playing and coaching are different. I am highly curious to see how well the Mechanics God can actually coach. Nayeon eagerly nodded in agreement. That is correct, and since my current rank is on the lower side, I plan on focusing on ranking up today. Sung Chun chimed in with pure amusement, saying it was a great idea. To establish authority as a coach, he needs to push his rank as high as possible to save face. Specifically, he has to jump into solo matches. We are talking about unranked Battle Royale survival. Nayeon silently evaluated him, pointing out that he had played Battle Royale with her before. They pulled off a 10-game win streak back then, so he could jump straight into ranked. Right then, a notification popped up. A special quest arrived, challenging him to win an entire Battle Royale match unarmed with over 40 kills. Completing it would yield 3,000 coins. That massive bounty instantly sent the entire stream chat into a frenzy. Comments flooded in urging him to accept the quest, since his first match should be a total breeze. Nayeon couldn't help but worry. With such a massive challenge, was 40 unarmed kills in a single survival match even possible? Other viewers agreed, predicting his first ever quest failure. But if he actually succeeded, he would become a living legend. But a second later, Baek Guhyun's instant quest confirmation left the entire audience absolutely speechless. The Mechanics God officially accepted. It was time to see if 40 unarmed kills was truly possible. The system began, flashing the matchmaker alerts. Solo rank survival mode match successfully found. Zone 1, the military base. Very quickly, Baek Guhyun entered the battleground. He scanned his surroundings carefully, noting 19 enemies nearby in the base's outskirts. He had to move incredibly fast to secure 40 kills. Without wasting a second, Baek Guhyun crouched low into a runner's stance. A split second later, a terrifying burst of raw power propelled him forward, tearing through the air. The deafening sonic booms echoed as the entire area got completely swallowed by a thick cloud of dust. Locking onto his target, He threw a brutal punch straight into his opponent's face before the guy could even react. In that blinding flash, a streak of golden light darted wildly across the screen, making Baek Guhyun's movements completely invisible to the naked eye. Shifting to the next target, his brutal fist slammed down, leaving them crying. At max speed, Baek Guhyun maneuvered around easily. This relentless onslaught completely shattered every viewer's doubts, forcing the live chat to erupt into total chaos. What on earth is this? The chat spammed in disbelief, completely dizzy from watching his blindingly fast movement. The kill feed spammed non-stop notifications with every single target he dropped, confirming another elimination by Baek Guhyun. Only after 5 minutes did he finally slow down, releasing a menacing aura. After that quick warm-up, Baek Guhyun cracked his knuckles to loosen up his 18 kills. He silently calculated that the outskirts were completely clear. He decided it was time to head to the central zone, dashing off while leaving the amazed viewers completely spellbound. Sung Chun was so shocked he nearly collapsed, muttering about quitting the game entirely. Reaching the center, Baek Guhyun unleashed. Insane speed swept the central zone clean. With only 2 survivors remaining, a player quietly waited in the shadows. True to expectations, Baek Guhyun quickly closed in right behind him, preparing to strike from a completely blind spot. The final blow was about to land, but the mysterious player managed to leap back just in time to dodge. Viewers lost their minds in the comments, shocked by the insane reaction time and asking if this was a hacker. Cheat accusers were out in full force again. Meanwhile, the player crouched low, digging his feet in to absorb the impact. Regaining his balance, the mystery man instantly stood back up in a defensive stance. Observing those lightning-fast movements, Sung Chun silently, concluding that this player must have a physical enhancement attribute. Sung Chun watched as Nayeon quickly started analyzing him. Check the info, is this really his first time? Plus, this player's kill log is absolutely no joke. He already has 15 kills. The chat suddenly explodes. 15 kills, is that even real? But then again, the mechanics god is just too overwhelming. At high tiers, 10 plus kills is standard, but usually getting 5 means you did great. Now the final showdown begins. The survival match between the two officially kicks off. With 39 kills already, the commentator asks if the mechanics god can do the impossible. Can he actually reach that insane 40-kill milestone? Both fighters clash, trading wild blows as Baek Guhyun waits. He looks for the perfect moment to strike. But once again, the hidden player slips away, launching a heavy counterattack. Thankfully, Baek Guhyun cleanly blocks the strike. Riding the momentum, he leaps back and unleashes a perfectly timed crushing kick. The kick lands right on the hidden player, sending him flying backward. His opponent is left wobbling from the devastating impact. Baek Guhyun rushes in. But wait, it was a trick. The opponent already recovered his stance, waiting with a cocked fist. This high-level exchange keeps the chat glued to the screen as Sung Kim Cheon cheers, calling it an absolutely spectacular clash. Both players are moving just like seasoned professional martial artists out there. Still, Nayeon can't help but feel a bit worried as she watches. She quickly asks who on earth that guy is. Below, the chat section goes wild, joining the intense debate. People are shocked to see anyone go head-to-head with the mechanics god. Is this some hidden amateur beast or a pro? Why would a pro player even be down in this tier? Maybe it is just a smurf account of some top-level player. After testing his opponent's strength, Baek Guhyun carefully analyzes him, noting that his movements are actually pretty good. He easily dodges every incoming strike. The moment the hidden player exposes a slight opening, Baek Guhyun instantly cocks his fist. He decides it is finally time to end this. With that, he throws his signature punch with devastating power. The explosive force sends his opponent flying backward. 10 meters away, the hidden player slams violently into the solid wall. The impact shatters the wall completely. Slumping to the ground, the defeated player mutters that trying an unfamiliar playstyle really does not work out. Still, he finds it highly interesting and asks for a proper fight next time. A second later, his character fades away. Baek Guhyun frowns slightly at those parting words. Next time, right then, a new system notification flashes across the screen. It announces Baek Guhyun has defeated the anonymous player. Match over solo survival mode, final ranking is 1 out of 100. His score reads 40 kills, 0 deaths. Seeing that clean 40, commentator Sung Kim Cheon completely loses his mind with excitement. The mechanics god successfully reached 40 kills and completed the challenge. Nayeon happily calls out to their generous viewer Didu. She asks if they are still watching. Instantly, a massive donation notification pops up on the stream screen. Didu has donated 3,000 coins to the channel. Her eyes light up instantly as she screams, "Thank you for the challenge." The chat is green with envy over that 3 million won. Fans jokingly beg the boss to buy them some snacks. Someone demands a hamburger right now. Riding the hype, Nayeon leaps to her feet, hyping up the crowd to keep going. She wants to keep this momentum and continue climbing the ranks. The chat breaks out in laughter at her extreme excitement. Some joke that her eyes look completely crazed, But riding that wave, Baek Guhyun manages to secure 98 consecutive wins. He reaches master rank in every single mode that day. Meanwhile, over at the house of a gamer sibling duo, the atmosphere is quiet. Sibling duo Ah Yoom and Da-un are relaxing. Sitting on the floor, Ah Yoom silently scrolls through the latest gaming news online. A hot topic is trending. The mechanics god is looking for an apprentice. He wants to showcase his coaching skills. He plans to recruit streamers for the upcoming Master Cup and is accepting nominations by email. There is one catch though. The nominated person must actually agree to it first. Netizens are already incredibly excited, wondering how his training style will look. Reading through the recruitment post, Ah Yoom mutters about the consent rule before asking her brother if he has seen the news yet. She suggests they should both sign up. Lying lazily on the couch, Da-un calmly replies that he already did. He adds that he is the older brother anyway. Hearing this, Ayum snaps, telling him he should have registered her too. Getting scolded by her, Da-un just replies half-heartedly, admitting that he probably should have looked out for his sister. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters of Run Networks in the United States, we cut to Sophia inside her private office. She is working diligently, reviewing a highly unusual record, the highest kill log in the history of survival mode. This was triggered by a massive custom quest from the viewer Didu with absolutely zero external hacking programs detected. Special Note 2 outlines the newly announced apprentice search. Right away, that anonymous opponent tag catches her eye. It causes Sophia to frown slightly in deep thought. A few days later at the city's premier stadium, 5 minutes remain. Before the massive live broadcast event, the atmosphere is unusually quiet as Baek Guhyun holds a mysterious card in his hands. The wolf cannot help but whine with excitement. Currently, it is categorized as a Thunder Nation class, and its skills include simple biting, howling, and rolling around. Looking at its skill board, Baek Guhyun mutters that it has no special functions at all. Even Nyan shares this disappointing opinion. Its appearance is not much different from anyone else's pet, though Baek Guhyun had definitely been hoping for something far more unique, given this is an emergency update for disciple recruitment, since there are far too many applicants registered. Nyan and Sung Chun have been busy screening the candidates. She asks if Baek Guhyun can review the list while he continues his current streaming activities while they finish up the list. Hearing this, Baek Guhyun simply nods to acknowledge the update. Right then, Sung Chun announces that the broadcast is about to begin, forcing Nayeon to prepare to hang up her call. She tells Baek Guhyun she must leave and will signal him to start. This leaves Baek Guhyun wondering about his next move. He thinks he should probably take the little pup home first, but the adorable expression on Thunder Wolf makes him hesitate. Baek Guhyun gets so wrapped up in the creature's cute begging acts that he completely misses the window to send it back. Suddenly, Nayeon tells him to go, and the broadcast drone immediately zooms right in on Baek Guhyun to begin the live recording. He wonders in panic if they are already live when his phone suddenly rings off the hook, giving him a massive fright. The sender is the Space Management Bureau, and the urgent notification inside causes his brows to furrow deeply. It warns that at around 1:21 p.m., a massive inverted world riot broke out in the Bukhang River area of Jongno District. All agents are ordered to deploy to the mission area immediately. Then another alert flashes at 1:22 p.m. It details a second major inverted world riot heading directly toward the Dunsan Park area in Donggu. At that exact same time, yet another emergency alert reports a massive outbreak in the Sungchunraksan region of Incheon. The flood of constant alarms instantly throws the broadcast room into chaos, sending Sungchun screaming in absolute terror. This massive riot has even Nayeon losing her cool, wondering if that terrifying entity has finally made its move. The viewers are quick to catch on, typing anxious comments about where this wild story is actually heading. They fear that if this continues, the invaders might actually break through. A riot suggests that another dimension is seriously interfering. With such high stakes, the danger is real. An inverted world riot is when another dimension pours its corruption into their reality. This breach of the inverted world prison where invading entities are kept causes absolute chaos and allows hostile forces to escape. These invaders will enter Earth and launch brutal attacks. Baek Guhyun falls silent, wondering if the dimensional war is intensifying. Right on cue, his system screen flashes with an urgent quest to suppress this massive, large-scale dimensional riot. The objective is to defeat all invading entities. Suddenly, Hannah's frantic voice calls out to him from a distance. The moment she arrives and calls him Junior, the chat section explodes with fans welcoming Kim Hannah back to the screen. Some viewers even joke that their senior and junior roles seem completely reversed now. Before Baek Guhyun can say a single word, Hannah urgently rushes him with a panicked face, saying she has a car ready and they need to leave immediately. Soon they arrive at the riot site, but the sight of bodies scattered everywhere leaves them both completely stunned. Hannah grimly notes they are a step too late, while Baek Guhyun inspects the remains and identifies them as goblins. She guesses that other agents arrived first and took care of them, but since these monsters are expert trackers, they are likely hunting down escaping civilians. She suggests they split up to handle the remaining threats. Understanding the situation, Baek Guhyun quickly agrees. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Hannah dashes off. She bids him a quick farewell as she disappears. Once she is gone, he immediately activates combat mode. His sharp eyes scan the area for targets, deciding to start clearing the sector ahead of him first. Nearby, a terrified civilian is running for dear life, screaming at the pursuing goblins to stay away. Suddenly, a sharp screech cuts through the air as his chained scythe flies out like a predator striking. With a dry slash, the blade drives deep into a goblin's skull, drawing blood. Baek Guhyun pulls the chain and hurls himself forward, landing right on top of a second goblin and crushing it. Overhead, the last monster is about to attack a young girl, but his chained scythe slices a clean arc right through its chest. In an instant, the goblins are dead, and the stream chat floods with constant praise from his viewers. Some joke that the chained scythe looks completely possessed, noting how popular this dark weapon aesthetic is becoming overseas. Surprisingly, those comments are spot on. Though out of danger, the rescued girl is still trembling in fear. She can only stammer out a question asking who he is, and Baek Guhyun quickly replies to reassure her. As an agent of the Space Management Bureau, Baek Guhyun tells her that taking the lower path is safe, prompting her to flee immediately. She runs for her life, shouting a polite thank you, while Baek Guhyun watches her and begins to analyze the situation. He wonders if she is the last survivor, knowing he cannot drag this out and must locate the boss immediately. While he is lost in thought, the Opland boss suddenly sneaks up right behind his back, raising its blade to strike. Before the blade can touch him, he leaps backward in a swift dodge, instantly identifying his newly arrived opponent. Countering immediately, Baek Guhyun hurls his signature chain scythe forward, clashing directly against the monster's heavy blade with a sharp metallic ring. The monster parries the weapon away, but Baek Guhyun's eyes light up as his instinct warns him of a far greater danger. Shifting his gaze to the forest edge, he spots a massive shadow towering over the bushes, slowly stepping out. He keeps his guard up, but the Opland boss seizes his distraction to charge forward with a terrifying screech. The beast slashes wild, rapid strikes at him, but instead of striking back, Baek Guhyun simply shifts into a defensive stance. Conserving his energy, he effortlessly blocks every single blow with his scythe, leaving the live audience online to guess his true intentions. Chat goes wild, questioning why the machine god is only defending while the co-host Nayeon watches in confusion. Beside her, the sharp-eyed Sung Kim Cheon notices something odd, realizing that Baek Guhyun is looking toward another direction entirely instead of his opponent. Fending off the Opland boss, Baek Guhyun observes his surroundings, waiting for the hidden observer to make a move. Deciding not to let the lurking stranger exploit the situation, Baek Guhyun tightens his grip on his weapon. He swings his heavy chain scythe in a swift, clean arc, unleashing a sudden, pungent spray of fresh blood in the air. Within a fraction of a second, the Opland boss is sliced cleanly in half, triggering a wave of excited comments. Having finished off the pesky Opland boss, Baek Guhyun now finally has the chance to focus on the silent intruder standing before him. The mysterious opponent makes no move to attack, standing completely still as if waiting to receive Baek Guhyun's hostile, resentful glare. Moving slowly out from the edge of the forest, the mysterious giant reveals a massive dark purple frame belonging to a space invader. These humanoid entities come from another dimension known as demons or outworlders to those in this realm. The stream chat erupts instantly as viewers realize they are witnessing a legendary outworlder in real time. Seeing this completely unseen type of invader, Nayeon is so deeply shocked that she almost jumps right out of her seat. Sung Kim Cheon quickly explains that these powerful entities usually only appear during the absolute late-game phase, making this highly unusual. But Baek Guhyun's reputation precedes him, and he does not flinch despite the heavy killing intent in the air. Unfazed by the heavy pressure, the space invader eagerly takes up a combat stance, ready for a direct clash. Fans in the comments section express pure surprise, wondering if they are about to witness a brutal, empty-handed duel. Baek Guhyun immediately flings his chain scythe aside, resolved to take down this unique cosmic invader with his own bare fists. Neither of them rushes in, opting to stand back and carefully analyze each other as tension builds in the air. Breaking the silence, Baek Guhyun lunges forward with an explosive burst of speed, aiming a heavy fist right at his opponent. The sheer force of the punch heats up the surrounding air, but as the blow is blocked, Baek Guhyun immediately unleashes a rapid flurry. Despite its bulky and massive frame, the space invader dodges flawlessly, slipping past each fist with near-perfect agility. A split second later, the invader launches a lightning-fast counterattack, perfectly mimicking the heavy punches Baek Guhyun just threw. This uncanny resemblance makes Sung Kim Cheon wonder if this combat style is identical to a legendary match from last season. Nayeon remains skeptical, but the livestream chat is already drawing clear, undeniable parallels to that legendary final duel. Skeptics in the comments argue that all fistfights look identical anyway, questioning if these invaders always excel in melee combat. But Baek Guhyun, who is in the thick of it, realizes his suspicion is correct. This thing is copying his moves. He recalls how the enemy once engineered a perfect clone of him back in their laboratory to counter his abilities. The longer the fierce clash goes on, the more certain he becomes of this chilling, precise replication. But a cheap replica can never match the real deal, and Baek Guhyun quickly grabs the monster by the throat, channeling his strength. He brutally slams its head straight into the ground without mercy, criticizing the duplicate for its extremely clumsy execution. Seeing the massive space invader completely pinned beneath him, the live chat explodes with pure excitement over the savage beatdown. While viewers laugh and suggest critics take the beating instead, the match quickly nears its end as Baek Guhyun prepares his final punches. A barrage of heavy blows completely crushes the clone's skull, and with every bloody impact, Baek Guhyun's rage only burns hotter. He demands to know who ordered this duplication. Was it the corporate alliance or some other shadowy player? Could they be from the invader faction? Suddenly, something makes Baek Guhyun freeze right in his tracks. The memory of his masked opponent flashes again. It makes him absolutely certain. The one this invader is mimicking is not Rackway, but actually his very own overdrive mode. This means the person capable of manipulating the entire game system, the anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun, could actually be that exact same guy. Just then, Kim Hana runs over from a distance, shouting to snap Baek Guhyun out of his deep thoughts. She asks if her junior is finally done. He casually replies that he is finished. Seeing her show up only after everything is already settled makes the stream viewers burst out laughing. The chat fills with comments mocking her late arrival, calling it a classic story trope. Kim Hana finally notices the flattened body of the space invader. She asks in pure curiosity what it is. Baek Guhyun calmly explains that it is the dead invader along with the actual boss entity itself. Staring at the messy aftermath, Kim Hana immediately contacts headquarters. She reports that they have the invader corpse and requests a cleanup crew. She tells them to send the sweepers and double-check if there are any other remaining invaders lurking around the vicinity. After finishing her report, she turns back to Baek Guhyun and praises him, saying she always knew she could rely on him. Baek Guhyun politely returns the compliment, saying she did great too, and asks how the other combat zones are holding up. Kim Hana answers that the other areas have stabilized. She suggests they head back to headquarters as soon as the sweepers arrive. He nods in agreement. A few minutes later, the system finally pops up with a congratulatory message for clearing the large-scale raid. The Mass Hysteria Response quest is officially complete. He levels up, gains a stat point, and they finally head back as dusk falls. Back at headquarters, Baek Guhyun sits across from Kim Cheon. He asks if Kim Cheon summoned him. Not wanting to waste any time, Kim Cheon clears his throat. Kim Cheon tells him to get straight to the point. Their investigation reveals that the invader Baek Guhyun defeated is completely different from previous ones. It seems to belong to an entirely different race. Because of this, Kim Cheon wants to hear every detail about what went down. He asks if Baek Guhyun remembers anything unusual from the fight. Baek Guhyun thinks back and slowly begins to recount the strange event. He mentions that the boss entity tried to copy him. Hearing the full explanation, Kim Cheon is visibly shocked by the revelation. Kim Cheon gasps, asking if the invader really tried to mimic him. The stream chat nods along, claiming they saw it coming. Of course, Baek Guhyun knew because he faced it head-on. But why is Kim Cheon taking this news so incredibly seriously? Inside the studio, Nayeon notices Kim Cheon's grave expression and wonders why he is reacting with such intense, serious concern. Sung Chun analyzes the situation, suggesting that the invader's mimicry might carry a much darker threat than they initially believed. The stream chat is already exploding with wild theories. Many believe this will trigger a brand new epic storyline. Back in the meeting room, Kim Cheon voices his deepest fears. He notes that invaders have never tried to copy humans before. If they are shifting tactics to mimic humanity, stopping their full-scale invasion of Earth might become flat-out impossible. Those grim words make Baek Guhyun freeze in place. His mind races as he processes the terrifying scale of the threat. These copycat entities will definitely act in ways that benefit the portal world, spreading chaos to accelerate their invasion. To make matters worse, if the greedy corporate alliance is involved, they would gladly team up with the invaders for profit. They would betray humanity in a heartbeat. Kim Cheon lets out a heavy sigh as the weight of the situation sinks in. He softens his tone, thanking Baek Guhyun for preventing a major disaster. He adds that Baek Guhyun has earned a special reward. Kim Cheon hands over a small polished box. Eager to see what is inside, Baek Guhyun quickly opens it to examine the item. As he steps out of the meeting office, a cheery voice calls out to him. It is Kim Hana and Doojin walking up. Kim Hana excitedly calls him her favorite junior. Seeing Doojin join them, the chat section goes absolutely wild with pure excitement. Viewers comment on how incredibly adorable Doojin is, comparing her warm, caring presence to a sweet, loving mother. Surprised by their sudden appearance, Baek Guhyun asks what they are doing there. Doojin cannot contain her excitement about his rank up. She happily congratulates him, saying she bet he already received his shiny new official agent badge from the team captain. She explains that having a senior pin, the badge on a newly promoted agent, is a long-standing tradition. Only after her detailed explanation does Baek Guhyun finally realize the true importance of the badge he received. Kim Hana points toward Doojin, explaining that the girl wanted to do it, but since her hand is injured, Kim Hana will pin it instead. Kim Hana steps forward, takes the official badge, and gently attaches it to Baek Guhyun's collar with a proud, warm smile. Once the tradition is complete, she officially congratulates her junior on finally becoming a true full-fledged agent. This incredibly wholesome and heartwarming scene immediately sends the stream viewers into a complete frenzy of pure excitement. They start teasing him in the comments, saying he is incredibly lucky to be surrounded by two beautiful girls. Netizens point out these girls rarely ever smile in the original story. Yet Baek Guhyun remains completely unfazed as always. Baek Guhyun keeps his cool as always, softly thanking Hana. She then turns to Yoojin with a piece of advice, reminding her that once she becomes an official agent, she will have much more authority. But there is one crucial detail she needs to grasp right now. Hearing this, Yoojin excitedly chimed in, guessing it means solo rating. Seeing Baek Guhyun look a bit clueless, Hana quickly clarifies the true meaning behind it. It is the privilege to take on custom missions without having to deal with any of the usual complex paperwork. At this point, Yoojin feels a bit of regret. She complains that it is a shame he already went solo since they only shared one single mission. Seeing her pouting face, Hana bursts out laughing, especially since Yoojin actually got injured during that very mission. Teased and embarrassed, Yoojin glares and yells out that she had a perfectly good reason. Watching her flare up, Han quickly backs down and agrees. Getting back on track, Yoojin is given a gentle reminder. Even if she has the right to run solo campaigns, does not always have to do everything alone. Hana warmly tells her to reach out whenever she needs some backup. Han chimes in, offering to help as well. Dyu's play, touched by their enthusiastic kindness, Baek Guhyun politely bows his head to express his gratitude. Feeling a bit curious, Yoojin probes a little, asking what he plans to do with this new solo authority. Just as Baek Guhyun is about to answer, Naeun suddenly pops up in the corner of the screen, shouting "cut" and abruptly ending the broadcast. Viewers immediately flood the chat with outrage, complaining about the sudden cutoff and how her loud voice totally startled them. Back in the studio, Naeun laughs and asks if she startled everyone. She explains that since Sung Chun has a packed schedule right after this, they have to wrap up today's stream early. Instead, they have an incredibly important announcement. Do they remember the teaser dropped a while ago? The apprentice selection is starting very soon, and they are calling it Minal's Superstar, a name Naeun proudly came up with herself. Yet contrary to her pure excitement, the chat floods with heavy criticism, calling her naming sense absolute garbage and making fun of how terrible the stream's title is. Everyone is begging to see the lineup of candidates instead. To please the fans, Sung Chun quickly gets to the point, revealing that a massive crowd of applicants has signed up. Naeun smoothly chimes in, confirming that the selection schedule is almost set. She tells them to look forward to the upcoming broadcast. Fast forward to the main event, just 10 minutes before showtime. Inside the studio, the co-hosts Naeun and Sung Chun start warming up the crowd. They decide to kick things off right away. Hidden among the massive crowd of applicants, the twin sisters Ah Eum and Daeun showed up early. Scanning her rivals, Ah Eum quietly notes that from a YouTuber with 100,000 subscribers to rookies like Sujia, they clearly are not choosing based on fame alone. But when the camera cuts to Blue Whale, Daeun excitedly nudges her sister, telling her to look over there. The moment Ah Eum spots the guy, her blood boils with pure disgust. That YouTuber Blue Whale had previously trashed Baek Guhyun on a live stream, making some incredibly nasty remarks about his abilities. Recalling those insults makes Ah Eum absolutely furious, and she finds it completely hilarious that a toxic trash talker like him even dared to apply. Daeun leans in and whispers that maybe the organizers have a hidden motive for selecting him, just to put him in his place. Ah Eum immediately dismisses the idea, knowing Baek Guhyun would never pull a petty stunt like that. Meanwhile, Naeun is staring at the applicant list, wearing a smirk that spells absolute doom for Blue Whale. Wait, here is where things get interesting. Back at the venue, the director starts counting down to showtime. The very second they go live, the hosts show their professional flair, immediately hyping up the viewers with energetic greetings. They welcome their beloved viewers with Sung Chun introducing himself. Sharp-eyed fans in the chat immediately notice a major change in the stream's background, realizing they are broadcasting from a completely different set. This outdoor studio is the official stage for the selection. Sung Chun announces that as promised, today is the big apprentice trial, and they are broadcasting live to showcase the massive crowd gathered at their massive outdoor venue. Since thousands of eager fans are already waiting, they decide to bring out the star of the show. Right on cue, Baek Guhyun steps onto the stage looking incredibly sharp and sophisticated in his sleek suit and a mysterious half-mask. He greets the audience, introducing himself with style. The crowd instantly erupts in wild cheers. Fans scream in excitement, absolutely loving his elegant look and begging him to unmask himself. Even the rival candidates are left completely speechless by his overwhelming charm and grand presence. But despite the deafening cheers and absolute madness, Baek Guhyun remains completely unbothered, keeping his signature cool composure. Behind the scenes, he had carefully questioned Nayeon about their contract terms, asking which specific mode required actual teammates. Nayeon had excitedly explained that if he wanted party play, rating was the absolute biggest and most legendary option available. Unlike the standard modes, rating is a brutal battle where players only need to bring down one single gargantuan boss. It is the absolute best, but incredibly tough. Since he has to bypass tricky mechanics, a team is mandatory, and he can only claim the rewards once a week. While listening to Nayeon explain, Baek Guhyun cross-checks the details on his phone. A raid, Back to reality, he stands on the stage, speaking seriously, but his next words completely shock everyone, shocking the applicants. As you all know, I am here to recruit disciples. If you want to train under me, you must do exactly as I say. If you lack the confidence to do that, you should leave right now. Furthermore, even if you pass this selection, you will be disqualified if you fail to follow my direct orders down the line. Sujia freezes up at the threat of disqualification. Meanwhile, the stream viewers totally love his blunt, no-nonsense attitude. This makes sense. He is saying they should at least try their best if they want to suck up to him. Then Baek Guhyun makes a bold promise. If you actually want to learn, I guarantee I will carry you straight to the master tier. Below, Blue Whale instantly sneers. His voice is dripping with pure contempt. Aren't you yourself just barely scraping by in the master tier right now? I think you need to actually prove your skills first. Hearing this, Baek Guhyun agrees without a moment of hesitation. Fair enough. How about this? 20 of you can attack me all at once. If you can land a single hit within 10 minutes, you win. If not, I win. This insane challenge instantly throws the entire hall into absolute chaos. Nayeon is the first to panic. This was definitely not part of the plan. Beside her, Sung Chun stands completely speechless. He can only stammer in disbelief. Just one hit. Baek Guhyun reiterates that anyone who successfully lands a blow will pass the audition on the spot. But to keep it fair, I will not attack or leave this circle. The live chat instantly explodes with heated debates. Some viewers feel he is severely underestimating these rookie candidates. Others think this is totally doable for him. Still, it would be absolutely hilarious if he actually gets hit, though. Dawn raises her hand to ask if they can attack simultaneously. Baek Guhyun casually nods. Of course. You can use any skill or weapon you want. Let us begin. Below, Blue Whale cracks his knuckles with a smug, wicked grin. Talk about a total show-off. Let us see how long you can actually survive. With that, he targets Baek Guhyun. He hurls a massive fireball directly at Baek Guhyun, shocking the crowd. But instead of defending, Baek Guhyun simply tilts his head to dodge. The fireball explodes against the floor, blasting debris everywhere. Blue Whale stands there frozen in shock. What the hell, did he really just dodge my fire spear that easily? Meanwhile, the live chat is already laughing. That is HX for you. Did someone really just doubt him? Honestly, that hot-headed challenger never stood a single chance. Baek Guhyun cracks his neck, urging them to hurry up. We do not have all day. Everyone attack at once. Taking the cue, the candidates get hyped up. In an instant, they unleash their strongest ultimate moves all at once. Spells of every element rain down on Baek Guhyun. Yet his expression does not change a single bit. He just waits. But minutes later, the applicants are all collapsed on the floor, completely wiped out and exhausted. One of them groans that their attacks had absolutely no effect. A girl nearby laments that even close combat failed. Just when it looks like the dust has settled, two familiar figures suddenly leap into the fray. Anim shouts at everyone not to give up. Daon tells them to leave the rest to the two of them. With that said, the twins split up, flanking Baek Guhyun simultaneously, from both left and right, to completely divide his attention. They strike, yelling out that they are attacking high and low. But as soon as they speak, Baek Guhyun blocks both kicks. Channeling strength into his wrists, Baek Guhyun effortlessly flings the twins dozens of meters away. The stream chat goes wild with laughter. He just tossed them like rag dolls. Watching Baek Guhyun fight is as thrilling as a high-speed roller coaster ride. This actually looks like so much fun. Within seconds, the dizzy twins are flat on the floor, totally out of commission. Just in time, Nayeon calls out that time is up. The loud alarm blares across the arena, but all the candidates are already wiped out on the floor. Only a few can even gather the strength to sit up. The chat size, 12 players, still were not enough. But since they are top-tier ranked players, that was an incredibly entertaining match. Baek Guhyun stands tall, asking if anyone still doubts his raw power. Even while totally dazed and dizzy, the twins immediately shake their heads. Not at all, sir. Baek Guhyun continues, explaining that this only proves his personal combat skills. He still needs to prove his ability to teach them. Now let us begin the super avatar training. But Baek Guhyun suddenly pauses, his cool aura instantly vanishing as he realizes the sheer embarrassment of that flashy name. The viewers erupt in laughter at his sudden change of face. To smoothly transition the event, Sung Chun quickly steps in. Leo steers the story. The audition finally kicks off with a massive bang. So what is the first task, Nayeon? Now it is Nayeon's turn to explain the rules. The first task is to show control without any gear. It is a pretty straightforward task. Participants have to hold out for 3 minutes while lifting a 150-kilogram weight using a specific build naturally without support gear. Hearing the description, the live chat suddenly goes wild. Simple, she says. But right off the bat, the difficulty is insane. It is so hard to use abilities without any gear, and they have to last a full 3 minutes, so which build will they go with? Sung Kim-cheon excitedly responds. The build for this task is body reinforcement, which is relatively easy to use without any gear. It is not as effective as absolute manifestation, but it boosts the user's strength and stamina. Pointing at the simulation screen, she excitedly confirms that she and Sung Kim-cheon actually tried it too. Somehow, they succeeded, and here is the photo to prove it. The comments section lights up in shock. If they tried it, then it must be possible. But wait, is Sung Kim-cheon's soul leaving his body on the right? Is this a paranormal photo? Looking at the crowd, Nayeon eagerly gestures. Anyone challenging should switch their system window over to display mode. Any questions? The twins instantly raise their hands. Is there a benefit to finishing quickly? Is there a penalty for finishing late? Their innocent questions immediately crack the viewers up. The twins ask the exact same thing. It is pretty amazing how they take turns asking. Sung Kim-cheon will quickly answer both of them. Scores are distributed on a progressive scale based on the order of completion, so those who succeed fast get an advantage. Nayeon jumps in, adding that once the second mission ends, 4 people with the lowest total scores will be eliminated. Hearing this ranking, the candidates start getting worried. 4 people eliminated. She nods to confirm that is right, they can retry, so they should just relax and take it easy. However, the time limit for this first task is 30 minutes, practice time included. So let's get started. 5 minutes later, everyone is completely locked into practice. To cheer them on, viewer Minho Hyu donates 1,000 coins. His message asks who will clear it first. Sung Kim-cheon curiously asks for their thoughts. What do you two think? After watching for a bit, Miss Hun makes a bold guess, predicting Ayum and Ru will clear first. But Nayeon names a different player, suggesting Lim Dae-beom. Hearing this, the chat notes that all 3 of them specialize in melee. A melee build naturally has body reinforcement, so they are used to lifting heavy weights. But wait, isn't this task completely unfair to ranged builds? Why side with melee and look down on ranged? What do they mean by saying melee is superior? Why even invite ranged players? This stream is way too biased. Seeing things turn sour, Nayeon panics a bit. Are the viewers getting angry without her panic sensors even turning on? She scrambles to explain. No, she did not mean it like that at all. They only pointed out the melee players. The second task will actually favor ranged builds. There is a good reason why they are only eliminating players after the second task ends. Hearing this, the chat finally drops the argument. Ah, so one is for melee and one is for ranged. Seeing her look so scared is hilarious. Relax, they understand. Sighing in relief after that close call, Nayeon quickly recovers her composure to host the audition. Is anyone ready to challenge? Candidates volunteer one by one. They want to challenge, they can do this. Hearing that, she immediately gestures for them to get ready. Viewers boldly predict that on their very first try, twins will easily pass. Some believe in Lim Dae-beom. But just 1 minute and the twins are already struggling. Down, whispers weakly, sister. Why do you not just give up? Ah, grits her teeth. Sorry, but I am not quitting easily. Comments flood in about the siblings. They are bickering again. But their arguing just proves they are doing fine. 2 minutes later, Lim Dae-beom is still holding up the weight. Seeing his sheer determination, the viewers collectively cheer him on. Go Lim Dae-beom, you can do it. You represent the explosive generation. But wait, Lim Dae-beom is actually a high school girl. That avatar is just character customization. Really, what do you think? Despite the massive support at the very last second, he collapses. Nayeon regretfully announces that Lim Dae-beom has failed, lasting only 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Sung Kim-cheon carefully analyzes the situation, noting he likely lost focus for a split second. Turning to the twins, she excitedly announces that, as expected, they held out past 3 minutes. Congratulations to our very first successful candidates. Having completed the challenge, the sisters feel a sudden rush of achievement. That is awesome. Comments flood in, of course, the twins. With the first successful clear, the system chose them. But unwilling to accept a last-second defeat, Lim Dae-beom frustratedly demands, "Can I try again right now?" Hearing this, Sung Chun eagerly starts the timer. The countdown begins, and as expected, Lim Dae-beom succeeds on his second try. The next candidates easily clear the task, making Lu worry. He worries. Damn it, there are barely any slots left. If I do not make the top 6, I am out. It is going to be so embarrassing if I cannot even make the top 4 after baiting all those views. I have to do something. The next second, Nayeon happily announces, "We have our 4th successful candidate, congratulations." This makes Lu even more anxious as everyone focuses on the stage. But who is she excitedly gesturing to challenge next? Lu suddenly lets out a loud laugh to draw everyone's attention. So that is how it is. Seeing this, Nayeon skeptically asks if he is going to challenge. Below, viewers leave comments. He knows how to do it now. Lu grins and replies that he will take the challenge. Nayeon kindly guides him to switch his system window to display mode and step up. Very quickly, Lu steps onto the stage, brimming with pure confidence. The announcer steps up and declares that the next challenge is officially starting right now. He grabs the barbell, gearing up. Lu concentrates his entire energy to his core to brace himself, slowly lifting the heavy weight. He silently cheers himself on right as someone in the crowd shouts out that Lu has passed 2 minutes on his very first try. In the chat, countless viewers praise his effort. They realize Lu actually has talent, doing far better than anyone expected instead of just baiting views. But Sung Chun is watching him with a sharp, calculating gaze. As the final seconds tick away, Nayeon excitedly announces that 3 minutes have passed and he succeeded. Lu drops the weights in relief while Nayeon loudly declares, "Congratulations," and tells him to step over. But Sung Chun suddenly steps in, demanding to know what he is doing. Guilt-tripped Lu stammers back in confusion while the chat explodes with intense curiosity over this sudden clash. Sung Chun directly exposes him, asking if Lu really thought nobody would notice his active support mode. Nayeon immediately grows alert and checks the records, questioning what Sung Chun means by that. Meanwhile, the chat instantly explodes with disbelief, pointing out that Lu's system window reads 0%. They think Sung Chun is wrong. Some wonder if it is a system glitch. Nayeon quickly asks Sung Chun why he believes Lu is using assistance. After observing the screen without missing a single detail, Sung Chun slowly begins to analyze his every move of Lu. From his gait to his lifting posture, the telltale signs of system assistance are all there. Sung Chun calmly explains that Lu's body is clearly being micro-adjusted through real-time angular movements as he lifts. The chat is absolutely stunned, wondering how anyone could possibly spot such a hidden detail on screen. Nayeon steps closer and whispers to ask if he is absolutely sure, warning him that being wrong means trouble. Sung Chun firmly demands to see the real system window. Even with the truth exposed, Lu desperately tries to save the situation with excuses, asking what Sung Chun will do if he is wrong, since an apology will not cut it. Hearing this, Sung Chun bets his career, promising to quit streaming and hand over all his revenue if he is wrong. He directly challenges Lu to pull up his actual settings, knowing there is nowhere left for him to hide. Gritting his teeth, Lu reluctantly agrees to do it. But during this system check, he finally slips up. Stammering, Lu quickly blames a laggy network or a frozen system. Seeing right through the excuse, Sung Chun directly declares that it is over and Lu is officially disqualified. The chat immediately explodes in absolute fury. They instantly lash out at Lu, completely disgusted that they wasted their valuable trust on a pathetic cheater. This is a highly humiliating end for him, and his elaborate plan turns out to be utterly pathetic. Kicked out of the selection in the most embarrassing way, Lu flies into a bitter, screaming rage, hurling loud curses at the show before leaving. Right after he speaks, a system notification pops up on screen. It confirms that player Lu has disconnected and his avatar slowly fades away. Witnessing this pathetic exit, the viewers are utterly disgusted with him, mocking him for running away the second his lies fell apart. It is typical coward behavior for an online troll. Still, they marvel at how easily Sung Chun caught him. Many viewers quickly apologize for ever doubting him. To keep the event moving, Nayeon clears her throat and smoothly redirects the crowd. She asks who wants to be next, and Sujia immediately steps up, eager to finally take her turn. After that wild drama, the selection continues in a chaotic rush. And in the second challenge, just as everyone expected, the players with ranged skills completely dominated the top spots. The contestants who failed to pass were officially eliminated. But their attitude upon leaving, a whole different story. It was nothing like that blue whale guy. They said they were sad to be out but would definitely watch. The two commentators politely expressed their gratitude. Everyone worked hard, so it was time for the next phase. Sung Kim Cheon excitedly asked if the individual matches were over. Are they moving into team battle territory next? Nayeon nodded in agreement, explaining that after this 4-on-4 battle, the winners would be split up for the final match. Only 2 people will grab those final passing tickets. To keep things balanced, they decided to divide everyone into 2 teams. The division into Team A and Team B was based on individual rankings, putting Ah Eum Da on and Sujia on Team B. The remaining contestants went to Team A. Looking at the lineup, viewers immediately noticed a massive contrast between the two teams. Is this a range versus melee war? Team B only has Sujia for range, which makes her look incredibly out of place. Since Sujia was so adorable, a fan donated 5,000 coins just to ask what the team mission was all about. Seeing the question, she smiled brightly and explained that their goal was to defeat the spawning 8-0 monsters. Two of them will spawn every minute on this field, and the team with the most kills after 10 minutes wins. But watch out, step outside your zone, you are out. Each team gets 2 separate attempts. Only their best score counts. Sung Kim Cheon jumped in to clarify the rules, adding that they could use any skill they wanted. The stats are scaled down to 60%. So with the rules set and both teams ready, the match officially begins. The intense battle kicked off instantly. Looking at the results of the very first round, Team B managed 8 kills. Team A was holding a slight lead. Seeing this, Nayeon shared her quick analysis of how the match was playing out. She pointed out that ranged players clearly had the upper hand, and Sung Kim Cheon immediately agreed with her point. He explained that when monsters spawn one by one, ranged fighters can focus all their damage to take them down quickly. Meanwhile, if the melee fighters cannot kill them fast enough, they get surrounded and easily overwhelmed by the monsters. Team coordination is a massive hurdle here. Even the chat is completely blowing up with comments. They noted that ranged fighters always dominate in group battles, while the melee squad has zero synergy whatsoever. Some called it unfair to melee users, while others argued it was just the brutal truth of class balance. Back on the field, Team B was struggling. Sujia anxiously asked what they should do to turn things around. She was worried about the second round, but Dao-eun thought for a second and casually suggested asking Mr. Hun for help. Sujia immediately got excited about the idea of getting coached, saying that it actually sounded like a very solid plan. If their performance improved, Mr. Hun would also prove his coaching skills. Dao-eun was surprised when the coach immediately agreed. Letting out a surprised gasp, Ah-yoon quickly ran off to the organizers to see what they would say. She explained their request to the organizers, and Nayeon listened carefully before giving them a quick response. She agreed but mentioned they had to keep things fair. After some brief discussion, Nayeon made a loud announcement. She and Sung Chun would step in to coach Team A. This twist got the viewers incredibly excited. Some expressed sheer shock. Who expected the judges to help out? Things are getting wild. They wondered if the judges would be eliminated if their team lost. Sung Kim Cheon nodded, saying it was like having personal coaches. Mr. Hun saw that everyone was on board. He agreed, having no objections if Team A consented. Hearing this, Team A huddled up to discuss the offer, wanting to weigh their options before giving an answer. They debated if they should ask for Mr. Hun's help, noting he was primarily a melee class player. Getting coached by Sung Chun on ranged tactics seemed much better. One member agreed with Demon, pointing out a realistic fact. 30 minutes of coaching would not change much anyway, so maintaining their current form was their best ticket to victory. After a short huddle, Team A's representative raised a hand, confirming they were ready to accept the conditions. Nayeon thanked them, announcing that the team mission would officially start after a brief 30-minute training session. The two commentators began coaching Team A, while Koo-hun took charge of teaching melee combat to Team B. He slowly passed on his wisdom, explaining that to efficiently hunt down the Etnel, they must first understand them. Unlike humans, these creatures have absolutely no fear of pain. Once they realize their damage output is higher, they completely abandon their defense to launch a devastating attack, caring absolutely nothing about their own safety. Hesitating, if they could just grab hold of that rule and flip it on them. Before he could even finish, Minbei excitedly cut in. You can completely predict their every move. Down in the chat, comments instantly start blowing up. Wait, since when did this actually get useful? Is this an introductory class on Ethnology to help everyone sharpen their combat skills? Baek Guhyun gestures to them. We are going to run a mock battle now, so treat me like a mid-grade Eternal. Hit me with everything you have. Right then, an invisible wave of pure pressure erupts from him, leaving the recruits completely stunned. Their hearts race as they wonder what is going on. His whole vibe completely changed. This is supposed to be just a practice match, but the danger feels terrifyingly real. Minbei steps up first, driving his blade straight toward Baek Guhyun to attack. But just as the edge is about to graze Baek Guhyun's neck, Baek Guhyun catches it bare-handed, letting a warm trickle of blood escape. A second later, Baek Guhyun delivers a brutal kick that sends Minbei flying 10 meters back, slamming his back hard onto the dirt floor, while the other recruits watch in total shock. Ah-eum immediately shouts, "Let's overwhelm him together, down." Seriously, nods, I will cover the left flank. Just like that, the twins split up and charge from opposite sides, leaving Suji standing there in absolute panic. What should she do? A single missed shot could end up hitting her own allies. Before the twins can even get close, Baek Guhyun strikes first. A heavy kick catches Ah-eum in the gut, while his other fist hooks straight into Daon's face without a shred of mercy. In an instant, both twins are flat on the dirt. Baek Guhyun calmly offers his brutal evaluation. Just as I thought, outside of the twins, you guys have absolutely no team chemistry. First, we need to sync up our coordination. Watching from the sidelines, teammate can't help but nod in approval. That was legendary. And the whole scene actually has viewers laughing out loud. Why is everyone just standing there frozen like statues? Honestly, if you were there, you'd be staring too. It's too intense to look away. Now the stream cuts over to Team A. Sung Chung claps his hands to draw their attention. Alright, quit staring. Those strategies only work for Team B because they rely heavily on close-range fighters. At that, the trainees snap out of it and quickly apologize for getting distracted. In order not to waste any more time, Nayeon jumps straight into the game plan. Okay, let's just stick to our routine to secure this win. Let's review our skill combos one last time. 15 minutes later, Team B looks like they survived. Baek Guhyun's absolute nightmare of a training camp, but now their eyes are burning with pure determination. The challenge starts now. Get ready, Team B. The match is officially underway. The second the signal drops, the entire squad splits up into two flanks, charging directly toward the mid-grade Eternals. Ah-Yum drives a heavy fist straight into her target's face, keeping Baek Guhyun's advice locked in her mind: always be ready for the counterattack. Meanwhile, Da-Un, who is handling the support role, rushes in with a decisive kick, executing their training to perfection, and them with a single clean strike. On the other side, Minbei handles the remaining Eternal completely alone, unleashing sword strikes with terrifying precision. Not far behind them, Suji channels her mana, trying to synchronize with their intense rhythm. Since this is her very first time attempting this, her hands are shaking. But just as fear creeps in, Baek Guhyun's words echo in her mind. The key to Team B's victory is Suji, their sole long-range attacker. If you hesitate out of fear of hitting your friends, the window will close, so strike without hesitation. Suji nods to herself, stealing her resolve. Right then, Minbei starts wearing down just as another Eternal sneaks up from behind him. He shouts out in panic, "Damn it." Timing it perfectly, Suji lets out a battle cry and summons a barrage of spiked maces, instantly saving Minbei from that deadly ambush. Watching this flawless support play, the live chat absolutely explodes with praise. This is what real gameplay looks like. The synergy is unreal. Suji is showing everyone why she is the absolute GOAT. Confidently charging ahead, she shouts to her team, "I will cover the rear, so keep pressing forward without holding back." Hearing this, Minbei flashes her a quick thumbs up. Great job, Suji. Back in the caster booth, Sung Chun is completely blown away, marveling at their raw speed. Nayeon immediately chimes in. It is hard to believe these are the exact same people who were struggling on the same team earlier. Down in the chat, viewers are totally agreeing with the commentators. What on earth is happening right now? Are we seriously witnessing a complete miracle? Back on the battlefield, just as Da-Un delivers the final blow to the Eternal, the endgame buzzer finally rings out. Time is up and Team B secured 14 kills, an absolute masterpiece that sends the stream chat into a frenzy. 14 kills is pure insanity. What an epic comeback. Did Saint Baek Guhyun's crash course actually work this fast? The most terrifying part is that Saint Baek Guhyun only trained them for exactly 30 minutes. Sung Chun points out that by pulling off this insane upgrade, Saint Baek Guhyun has solidified himself as an absolute genius. The training was crystal clear. Nayeon was determined not to fall behind, doing her absolute best to cheer on Team A. Still, Team A needed to stay focused and not let themselves get shaken, just sticking to their original plan. The members were overflowing with determination. That's right, let's go, let's sweep away all of them. However, by Team A's second round, they only managed to defeat a total of 12 targets. With that, the challenge ended as Nayeon loudly announced. Team A's highest score was 12, while Team B hit 14. Therefore, the final result of the team mission was an official victory for Team B. The entire team jumped up in pure joy, celebrating, non-stop shouting that they actually won. Standing quietly in a corner, Team A felt a sting of jealousy and regret, thinking they had this victory in the bag. Despite the outcome, viewers still left supportive comments saying Team A played incredibly well, but Team B was just too strong this time. Getting 12 was already crazy, but hitting 14 was absolutely insane. Anyway, they made it to the top 8, so they should just relax. Still, the members of Team A couldn't help but feel regret, thinking if they left like this, it would be such a waste. Seeing how Suji shined in the second round, they were sure Saint Baek Guhyun could also give valuable advice to the long-range class. Acting on his thoughts, he went straight up to Baek Guhyun to ask if before they finally departed, he could give them some advice. Seeing the members' strong desire to learn, Baek Guhyun didn't hesitate to agree right away. Of course they could. First, the Fire Mage build of Dioma has its strength in explosive attacks, right? To optimize that, you must do this. Hearing this expert guidance, Dioma was incredibly grateful. I understand completely now. As for Suja, meanwhile, the live chat suddenly exploded. Everyone was completely amazed by Baek Guhyun's vast knowledge asking how he could be this professional with long-range classes as well. Truly, the level of the X-play, saint of saints. Before teammate departed, Nayeon didn't forget to bow and say goodbye, thanking everyone for their passionate participation. Baek Guhyun happily replied, saying he had a great time and hoped to see them again soon. The main event was still to come, and the two commentators couldn't hide their excitement. Now, only the grand final remains. The final will be a 2 versus 2 team battle. They designed a special mission to close out the show, which was the Survival Arena. In this format, whichever team is the last standing will be crowned the ultimate champion. It seems the team lineup has been completely finalized. Just at that moment, a donation notification suddenly rang out. A viewer named Father is an Alien just donated 1,000 coins with a bold statement, "Now fight to the death." At the same time, at a nearby gym, the coach's voice echoed loudly, announcing that today's training session for today was over. Kang Sojun slumped on the floor after a highly productive workout, weakly whispering her thanks to everyone. But a second later, Kang Sojun suddenly perked up when she remembered something important. "Oh right, how did the Super Star show turn out?" Quickly pulling out her phone to check the final results, popped up on her screen, summarizing the victory of the Saints Disciple user USL13. The Kim Cheong twins had secured the win. In terms of individual survival, Sujia did incredibly well, but when it came to teamwork, the twins were still number 1. This result made Kang Sojun sigh in admiration. As expected, they took that spot, so she decided to home and watch the replays immediately. It was quite a surprise that Baek Guhyun ended up taking on the role of coach. As the official coach, he had the right to choose his own team. She wondered if he would choose them since they already knew each other. Who knows, maybe they would appear on TV together in the near future. Back to the broadcast. Before wrapping up the dynamic duo, Nayeon and Sung Chun didn't forget to say goodbye, thanking all the fantastic viewers who tuned in and spent their valuable time watching the show today. With such an exciting and action-packed broadcast, today's audience was completely satisfied. Goodbye everyone, see you next time. Where did the story leave off last time? Ah, right, because of following the Superstar show, there was a long break. In the previous broadcast, Lee Yujin had actually inquired about the exact details of how Baek Guhyun would use his special privilege. Specifically, what did the junior plan to do with the solo activity privilege? At that time, Baek Guhyun didn't hesitate to explain his plan, but the sudden stream cut left the viewers completely hanging. Returning to this exciting scene today, fans kept asking questions, making Nayeon incredibly excited. The previous broadcast had ended right at this exact part. Now let's finally hear the answer together. Even Sung Chun couldn't hide his extreme excitement to see what Baek Guhyun's choice would be. On the screen, Baek Guhyun was sharing his bold plans about going solo to completely sweep the dangerous inverse world. Hearing this, Han showered him with praise, calling his beloved junior extremely hardworking, confident that with his abilities there wouldn't be any obstacles. Although she didn't object Lee Yujin, she spoke up with a trace of doubt. It was true, but then she suddenly leaned close to Baek Guhyun, whispering low. She acted as if someone might overhear. Lee Yujin urged him to check his messages for some important tips before he left. Talking here was just too risky. Baek Guhyun got the message, nodding his head in agreement before heading off to the garage. As he reached the parking lot, his phone finally buzzed, instantly sparking his curiosity. The message had finally arrived. Sure enough, it was a detailed warning from Lee Yujin. She brought up their last encounter with a heavy, serious tone. She asked if he remembered the ambushers Hu Shuhan and their crew. He had probably figured it out already. Their real target back then was never her. It was him. Now the Dark Alliance is actively hunting him down. An attack could happen at any second. Still, knowing they are prepared, the enemy might not strike immediately. To make things safer, they even placed a mole deep inside the organization to monitor any sudden moves. Any suspicious activity would be reported instantly. Baek Guhyun read the next part aloud, so his stream could hear it too. This was a list of mirror worlds perfect for a solo run. That summarized his current situation. Nayeon quickly realized the danger and grumbled. This setup practically guaranteed he would get completely blindsided by a mob. Sung Chun agreed completely. Those absolute hounds were bound to sniff him out and hunt him down in no time. Even the chat saw it coming. Honestly, it wouldn't be the Dark Guild's style if they didn't show up. A crisis like this was practically guaranteed. While focusing on the messages, Baek Guhyun was suddenly snapped out of it. A friendly voice suddenly called out, asking if Baek Guhyun was there. It was Baek Guhyun from the support division. He offered to escort him to the drop point since Baek Guhyun was running this dangerous solo mission alone. Baek Guhyun nodded without a single doubt, accepting the help. The chat immediately praised Baek Guhyun's professional attitude. His professional vibe was truly top tier. Once they reached the rendezvous point, Baek Guhyun quickly turned to head back. But first he wished Baek Guhyun a safe and successful journey. Baek Guhyun nodded back with polite gratitude. He thanked him, waiting for the car to fade into the distance before stepping inside to inspect the area. The site was an abandoned amusement park. The freezing air made the creepy, silent ruins feel even more dangerous. Standing before the massive rift, he kept quiet, focusing his senses on any movement in the shadows. Li Yujin's serious warning echoed in his mind. He silently hoped no one was actually tracking him. But a second later, his blood ran cold. The unmistakable presence of enemy hunters filled the air. He was completely surrounded by 6 deadly targets. Before he could even brace himself, a barrage of attacks erupted. Elemental energy blasted toward him from every direction. Baek Guhyun didn't flinch instantly, summoning his soul weapon to strike back. He deflected their spells one by one. Spotting an opening, he closed the distance, catching his target completely off guard. He materialized directly above the enemy. Just as his sword was about to carve down, a massive shadow intervened. A brutal punch sent Baek Guhyun flying backward across the field, relying on his soul weapon to break his fall. He dug his feet into the dirt quickly, regaining his balance. The enemy leader stepped forward with a mocking grin. He laughed mockingly, complimenting Baek Guhyun's senses. He claimed it was a real pleasure to finally meet. He asked if he should just call him Subject Baek Guhyun instead. Hearing that old discarded label sent a shiver of pure tension down his spine. His eyes dilated in shock as those dark memories rushed back. Baek Guhyun forced himself to calm down, demanding to know if they were with the organization. The leader chuckled. He praised his sharp instincts, telling him to stop wasting time and return to the research facility. Hearing that vile place mentioned made Baek Guhyun's lip twitch in pure disgust, demanding to know what he meant. Ignoring his fury, the leader began offering cheap temptations that Baek Guhyun wouldn't even spare a glance at. He promised that their standard experiments could easily unlock a level of power he had only dreamed of. Baek Guhyun didn't let him finish, growling with pure rage to shut his mouth and cut the nonsense. The leader just sighed with mock disappointment. He warned that rejecting the offer would bring severe consequences. He ordered his men to capture Subject Baek Guhyun, and the entire pack lunged forward with weapons drawn. A lightning-imbued melee fighter led the charge, throwing a devastating high-voltage punch straight at Baek Guhyun's face. He easily blocked the blow with his soul weapon. Exploiting the brief opening, he slashed down with brutal precision. He sent the attacker flying. Another enemy immediately flanked from the left, but such basic tricks wouldn't work. Woo Hyun leaps high into the air, using his momentum to bring a massive strike crashing down. His blade sinks perfectly straight into the enemy's head, sending a fountain of blood spraying everywhere. Realizing things are going south, the enemy leader frantically roars at his men to not let him escape. The remaining hounds immediately rush into the fray, burning with pure rage. They quickly fuse all their elemental energies of wood, ice, and fire into a single devastating blast. They hurl it straight at Woo Hyun, a sheer force shaking the entire surrounding space. Following a massive, deafening explosion, the thick dust and smoke slowly clear away. He still stands there completely unharmed, as if that terrifying strike didn't even leave a single scratch on his body, looking down at the exhausted, helpless hounds scattered across the ground. Naeun comments that their coordination was pretty solid for a pack of wild dogs, but even that isn't nearly enough to trouble Woo Hyun. Meanwhile, Sung Chun is practically beaming with pride. It makes sense considering our hero's power level has scaled way beyond before. Honestly, who can even blame them? Seeing such an absolute masterclass, the live stream chat box instantly explodes with excitement. Some say they would need someone at least as strong as Baek Guhyun to even stand a chance, though others argue even he would get crushed. Back on the battlefield, the enemy squad is already running on fumes. One of them is so furious that he loudly curses Woo Hyun for hurting their teammates, desperately asking their boss what their next move should be. After a tense silence, the leader gives a helpless sigh. He tells them they have no choice but to take the Tamat pill. Hearing that strange name, Naeun asks in surprise what exactly a Tamat is, turning to Sung Chun to see if he has any clues. He immediately searches the web for any kind of info, but comes up completely empty-handed. He admits he has never heard of it either, and a quick online search yielded absolutely zero results. Despite the mystery, Naeun actually gets super excited, realizing that a completely undocumented item is about to make things highly interesting. Sung Chun eagerly chimes in, fully expecting Woo Hyun to pull off another one of his signature mind-blowing moves to wrap things up. Down in the comments, the viewers are absolutely loving the hype. They realize this fight is going off the rails, shattering everything they thought they knew about this world. There is no doubt that international gaming forums are going to blow up tonight. Back on screen, the enemy leader flashes a pill, declaring that since Woo Hyun forced them into this desperate corner, he'll soon regret it. Seeing that mysterious pill for the first time makes Woo Hyun pause. Even in his past life, he has never heard of a drug called Tamat. He decides to watch closely to see what happens. The moment the enemies swallow the pills, a bizarre and violent surge of energy instantly erupts inside them. The hounds begin to undergo a horrific physical transformation, their skin color mutating and their massive muscles swelling and bulging to unnatural sizes. The sight of these grotesque monsters catches Woo Hyun completely off guard, leaving him stunned. He mutters in disbelief, wondering what on earth is happening as the transformed hounds lock their glowing eyes onto him with raw fury. Their hideous mutated forms send shivers down Naeon's spine, causing her to cry out that they look exactly like alien invaders. The live chat immediately catches onto the resemblance, comparing the mutated creatures to the infamous monsters from the deep void. The unnatural color scheme and grotesque energy make it impossible to ignore. Fans demand to know what kind of madness is unfolding. Facing four giant, terrifying monsters at once makes the tension skyrocket. Observing their physical changes, Woo Hyun quietly deduces that this drug is definitely not some standard power-enhancing potion. Seeing him freeze up, the enemy leader sneers in triumph. He tells our hero to prepare for a world of pain. Right on cue, the giant beasts charge forward in perfect unison. The lightning attribute beast leads the charge, his monstrous eyes locked on the target as he prepares a devastating blow. He unleashes a massive lightning charge punch right at Woo Hyun. Enhanced by the Tamut pill, his striking power is now on a whole new level. The moment his fist connects the ground, completely shatters, sending giant chunks of rock and dirt flying into the air. Talk about a massive glow-up. Watching this sheer destruction, the chat is absolutely stunned by the raw strength on display. They can't believe a single pill could boost someone's power this much, making their previous stats look like a joke. Their base abilities are completely incomparable to this. Luckily, Woo Hyun reacts just in time, leaping back to escape the blast radius. This close call gives him a clear reading on their new threat level. Their combat capabilities have surged to an entirely different dimension. Not wanting to give him a moment to breathe, a second beast lunges forward to back up his ally. He immediately unleashes a blazing fire arrow straight at him. Right as the burning projectile is about to hit, Woo Hyun swings his blade, shredding it into harmless sparks. But a few stray embers still manage to splash onto his clothes and leave a small smudge on his face. Seeing the constant onslaught from the beasts, Naeon grows incredibly worried that our hero has been completely forced onto the defensive. It is wild how a single pill can trigger such a horrific mutation, leaving her wondering if he can even survive this crisis. Meanwhile, Sung Chun continues to watch the stream in tense silence. With things getting this chaotic, can he actually survive this disaster? Sung Chun is still tensely watching everything unfold. As the battle rages, a tense voice rings out. It is true, even with boosted strength, the behavior of these bloodhounds is incredibly strange. They feel cold, almost as if they have transformed into entirely different creatures and completely lost their sanity. Right at that moment, another bloodhound quickly closes in on Baek Guhyun from behind. A spear thrusts forward with immense force, seemingly impossible to withstand, throwing Baek Guhyun back dozens of meters. This shocking turn of events makes Sung Chun watch with growing concern, realizing that something is seriously wrong. Fighting back, Baek Guhyun firmly digs his feet into the ground to resist the overwhelming push. The moment Baek Guhyun regains his balance, the bloodhounds rush him aggressively, but their vacant, lifeless stares catch his attention. This dead look only confirms Sung Chun's suspicion that these beasts are actually being controlled by some mysterious outside force. The frantic, aggressive movements of the pack make Baek Guhyun highly suspicious. Their power has spiked to an abnormal degree, and their personalities have completely vanished into mindless rage. Acting like literal invaders, they need to be put down immediately. Without wasting a single second, Baek Guhyun leaps high into the air, launching a full-power counterattack right into their ranks. Even as searing flames threaten to swallow him whole, Baek Guhyun decisively swings his soul blade, slicing the fire in half. The sharp edge pierces right through a bloodhound, his momentum carrying him forward as he charges the leader standing dazed behind them. Seeing this incredibly satisfying chain of attacks, the live stream chat absolutely explodes with hype as fans cheer him on. Praise floods the screen, with viewers amazed by his terrifying speed and how easily he sliced right through the fire. They wonder what kind of monster he actually is. Landing right in the center of the pack, Baek Guhyun prepares another move. He unleashes his Stonebreaker skill, striking the ground and shattering massive boulders into flying shrapnel that bombards the enemies. The debris hits the bloodhounds dead on. Gritting his teeth in intense pain, the enemy leader barely manages to endure the blast. Once the shockwave settles, he stomps his foot to gain momentum, his entire body radiating bloodlust as he roars out. He orders his men to surround Baek Guhyun. The remaining lackeys quickly merge their mana to launch a combined attack. They fire a devastating magical tempest directly at Baek Guhyun, the attack whipping up a massive swirling tornado. But a second later, a dense web of slashes from his soul blade rains down, completely trapping the enemy group. His strikes shred the massive tornado. Complete destruction. The sky clears, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Shocked to see his ultimate attack countered so effortlessly, the leader screams in pure denial. Honestly, can you blame him? Before he can even process the shock, Baek Guhyun quietly slips right behind him, unleashing a swift, deadly slash. The leader falls dead. Just like that, the thread is cleared and the live chat goes wild. Fans spam the chat, declaring that even the administrators stand no chance against Baek Guhyun and calling him their boss. They tell previous doubters to kneel and repent. Walking over to the fallen leader, Baek Guhyun grabs him by the hair. Baek Guhyun demands to know what kind of drug they used, but the dying leader can only gasp weakly. Blood flows from his eyes and nose as he mutters incoherent words, wondering why the medicine had such a violent reaction. He coughs up blood and collapses into unconsciousness. Baek Guhyun lets out a heavy sigh, realizing the man is dead. He is dead. If he did not expect this fatal reaction, the drug must have been altered beforehand. Determined to find answers about this unknown substance, Baek Guhyun begins searching the leader's body for any clues. To his disappointment, he finds absolutely nothing of value, no physical evidence, and not a single useful item on the body. As he continues to search, Kim Hana calls out in a panic while Lee Yujin quickly apologizes for arriving so late to help. Kim Hana sighs, struggling to find the right words. Noticing their deep frustration, Baek Guhyun tries to comfort them. He tells them it is fine since he is used to this, while the viewers mock the late-arriving side characters. Nayeon quickly jumps in to defend them, pointing out that non-player characters arriving late is a common trope anyway. To break the awkwardness, Sung-chun changes the subject, noting how incredibly mysterious this entire mission has become. Between the syndicate's recruitment attempts and that strange drug, the situation is growing far more complicated than they expected. Their chemistry wins over the audience once more, sending the live stream chat room into another frenzy of excitement. Lore enthusiasts watching the stream are absolutely thrilled, and global gaming communities are already buzzing with excitement over his performance. Threads dissecting the mysterious substance have easily climbed to the top of trending pages on international forums. Back on screen, Baek Guhyun asks Kim Hana how she tracked him down and wonders if Lee Yujin came along as well. Kim Hana explains their entire tracking process, mentioning that shortly after Baek Guhyun set off on his own, she received an urgent tip warning that the Bloodhounds plan to launch a massive, highly coordinated ambush later today. Operating within that organization, she immediately contacted the agent under Baek Guhyun to track his location, but that guy sent a completely fake location and vanished right after leaving a resignation letter. That guy is definitely a mole planted inside by the enemy organization. Luckily, they tracked his vehicle's GPS unit and managed to successfully find him. That is how they got here. It seems everything is already settled. Although he told her not to worry, Jin still feels incredibly anxious. She apologizes again, promising that a very handsome and proper reward will be waiting soon. Seeing her like this, Baek Guhyun goes along with it but stays focused. He says they can discuss rewards later since he already fully understands the situation now. Hearing this, she finally stops worrying. Baek Guhyun smiles as usual, telling everyone to clean up now. The battlefield. After returning from the assembly point instead of heading to headquarters to report the strange anomalies during battle, Baek Guhyun wanders off elsewhere, leaving the viewers completely baffled. Where on earth is Baek Guhyun heading next? Even Naon is genuinely confused by this sudden move. Everyone thought he would report back to Kim Chan, but some Kim Chan seems to have guessed something, gesturing for everyone to just stay quiet and watch. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun is still identifying the mastermind. If his theory holds true that mysterious viewer 62 is indeed the original creator of this game, starting with the perfect responses from the AI down to the new system being triggered and even the copying abilities of the invaders, or that special drug completely unknown to administrators, it means the storyline of this entire broken world has actually shifted because of his actions. This is likely the crucial piece of the puzzle needed to uncover the secrets. About Verlinek, he decides to start by investigating that shady group planning to teach the Alliance of Organizations a painful lesson they will never forget. True to his word, Baek Guhyun opens up his inventory. Watching his actions, On realizes something crucial. She gasps in surprise. Why is he suddenly changing his entire equipment loadout like that? Sung Kim Chan also raises the same question. He agrees, noting that looking at those stat distributions, Baek Guhyun is definitely abandoning the fighter path. On the stream, the viewers are getting absolutely hyped over this unexpected choice. Has his hidden second trump card finally revealed itself after all this time? But is he actually skilled at long-range combat? Nobody has ever seen him. He should be fine judging by his previous coaching. Still, the reason for this sudden change leaves everyone feeling completely curious. Just a minute later, the gear swap is complete. Baek Guhyun smiles to himself. It is done. This build made his superhero name back on the other side. They called it Destruction. Seeing the flashy effects on screen, the live chat goes wild, shouting about the flames engulfing the entire screen. The visuals look absolutely breathtaking for everyone. It is enough to give anyone goosebumps. Still, Baek Guhyun calculates carefully. Although he lacks the exact location of their lab, he knows a corporation tied closely to them. Plus, they still have some old scores to settle. Thinking about This Baek Guhyun's eyes narrow with pure murderous intent as he mutters Keihan Electronics. It definitely can only be that place. Hearing that name, the comment stream is instantly thrown into chaos. Isn't Keihan Electronics the corporate giant, where Choi Hyun-jun was demanding answers? Is he actually planning to attack them? Sung Kim-chan nods in agreement with this. The probability is high. Switching to a ranged build makes perfect sense now. If a melee fighter went to destroy them, everyone would immediately know his identity. The chat is in awe of his decisiveness. Still, they wonder why he would suddenly go and target them. Well, those guys chose to pick a fight, so now they must face the consequences. But as a public official, he cannot carry out an open assault. Returning to Baek Guhyun, he confidently thinks, this look should work fine. His superhuman power is boosted, cooldowns are reduced, and his energy efficiency is maximized. His appearance has undergone a total transformation, making Sung Kim-cheon feel incredibly nostalgic as he watches this unfold. It has been ages since they last saw that iconic test subject outfit. Nobody will ever recognize him looking like this. Baek Guhyun quickly slips on his mask, hardening his resolve. He is going to end this tonight with maximum power from the very first strike. Meanwhile, at the Ken Electronics headquarters, operations are running smoothly as usual for the staff. Suddenly, a massive shadow crashes through the window. A deafening explosion rocks the entire building, and amidst the thick smoke, panic screams echo. Employees scramble to escape the chaos, fleeing in absolute terror as everything crumbles around them. What on earth is happening? They scream. Out of the darkness, Baek Guhyun emerges like an absolute god of war. His overwhelming aura radiates outward, made even more striking by his deadly platinum hair. The online chat goes crazy. The stream chat is completely lagging. He looks too cool. There's only so much a man can tolerate. Once, but absolutely not twice. Yet nobody expected him to launch such a brutal and direct assault tonight. Standing frozen right there, Nayeon looks completely bewildered and calls out, asking if doing this is really okay or if other players might get dragged into the mess. Sung Kim-cheon manages to regain his composure after a massive scare and explains that he is actually seeing this for the very first time. However, the moment the main gate exploded, the space separation mechanism was triggered right on time, which basically means that things are now different. The dungeon raid has officially become a completely separate scenario created solely for Baek Guhyun thanks to the space separation system. It is a mechanism that places players inside an entirely independent dimension based on the quest requirements, so even if people share the same coordinates, they will not be able to see or interact with each other. Meanwhile, the enemy guards immediately point their guns at Baek Guhyun, warning him not to move. But before they can even finish their threats, Baek Guhyun uses a single powerful knockback skill to shut them up permanently. This move gets the live chat incredibly excited, with viewers freaking out over how terrifying and difficult that ranged skill actually is to master. Remembering his past life, he mutters that if this building matches the one from the other side, there should be a secret path nearby. Right in the lobby, there is definitely a secret passage leading straight down to the underground research facility. Suddenly, a loud voice orders him to stop. Not far away, a squad of agents slowly approaches, led by a certain fat guy that Baek Guhyun is completely sick of seeing by now. The guy immediately starts screaming at them to stop using their unauthorized abilities and surrender before they are forced to take action. Seeing this guy again brings back old memories, and Baek Guhyun cannot help but find the whole situation pretty amusing. It has been a while, hasn't it? In his mind, a dark urge keeps whispering for him to finish the fat guy off right now. But Yoon-hoon's loud voice quickly snaps him back to reality as the man orders his men to arrest the intruder immediately. Before the fat guy can even finish his sentence, Baek Guhyun violently brings the ceiling crashing down completely, burying the squad and breaking the chat again. Everyone is losing their minds, wondering what on earth just happened. From the smoking rubble, the agents try to scramble out. While a few manage to escape, several men are still pinned under heavy concrete, leaving one survivor completely bewildered by the sudden attack. He struggles to understand how the entire ceiling just collapsed on them. That is when they finally notice Baek Guhyun moving. This terrifying raw power is exactly why people in the other world called Baek Guhyun the Destroyer, a force of nature itself. The agents try to lock onto him, realizing this opponent is far stronger than anticipated, so they launch an all-out attack. Yet, no matter how many attacks they throw his way, Baek Guhyun stands completely unharmed, proving that he is truly on a whole different level. Facing a sudden, relentless storm of counterattacks from Baek Guhyun, Yoon-hoon can only block with his hands and groan in absolute disbelief. Staring at his opponent's pathetic state, Baek Guhyun lets out a mocking smirk and asks what is wrong, enjoying every single second of it. He calmly walks forward with absolute ease, but in stark contrast, the fat guy's steps grow heavy, leaving him frozen in utter terror. Seeing Yoon-hoon hesitate to make a move, Baek Guhyun mockingly asks if he is planning to just stand there instead of attacking. Furious that his pathetic, shameful fear has been completely exposed, the fat man can only snap and curse, screaming at Baek Guhyun to die. With a wild swing of his hands, Yoon-hoon unleashes a shockwave, slamming his palms down to shatter the ground beneath them. He immediately controls the jagged, sharp rocks rising from the floor, launching them straight through the air toward Baek Guhyun. But right before the sharp stones can reach Baek Guhyun, an invisible magic barrier suddenly forms around his body to protect him. The barrier instantly grinds the massive rocks into tiny fragments. Watching this insane display, the live stream chat absolutely explodes. Viewers are spamming the chat in pure shock, asking if they are looking at a god or if psychic power can even reach this level. Some are even complaining that this looks like a straight-up cheat code, and honestly, can you even blame them? Not giving his enemy a single second to breathe, Baek Guhyun calmly swipes his finger through the air, carving a deadly cross. On the other side, agonized screams echo through the room as all of Yoon-hoon's tendons are instantly sliced wide open. He is completely crippled, looking like a broken puppet at Baek Guhyun's mercy, screaming in absolute agony on the blood-stained floor. That is when Yoon-hoon finally breaks completely, dropping his pride as he begins to sob and beg for his life. He desperately begs for mercy, but the dark entity lingering in Baek Guhyun's mind starts playing its mind games again. It whispers that whether in this world or the last, people like Yoon-hoon are always the same kind of despicable trash. The dark voice grows louder, reminding him how much they enjoyed slaughtering his old allies back in his previous life. Yet now that he is the one facing death, he is whimpering like a dog, a truly pathetic sight to behold. Without any hesitation, Baek Guhyun summons a pitch-black energy sphere right next to the whimpering man, leaving Yoon-hoon completely paralyzed. He stares at the ominous black orb in absolute terror, wondering what kind of nightmare power he is looking at. However, that brief confusion is quickly replaced by absolute bone-chilling pain as the dark sphere begins to activate its destructive power. It violently crushes everything nearby to dust, and before long, the fat man's horrific screams finally fade into silence. Nothing remains but the pungent smell of blood and flesh scattered across the floor. Witnessing this brutal slaughter, Nayeon can only stand there in utter shock. She covers her mouth in horror. Feeling Baek Guhyun's cold cruelty for the first time, even the live stream viewers cannot shake the chills running down their spines. This new skill looks incredibly epic and honestly pretty terrifying. Is it even possible for a regular player to pull off something like that? Well, turning off the system assist mode is like breaking your own shackles, so it is definitely possible. But this scene is just too violent, and at this rate, the stream is going to get yellow monetized for sure. To save the channel, Sung Chun quickly blurs the screen, asking the audience for their understanding. He has to blur the graphic content for a better viewing experience. Still, who would have thought psychic powers could actually reach this level? He really lives up to his legendary name. A true pro. Sung Chun asks Nayeon for her thoughts, but she is still completely lost in her own emotions. Startled to hear her name called, she quickly snaps out of it and nods. She says yes, that is absolutely true, and honestly, she always assumed. She always believed that a psychic build would be far weaker than pure physical enhancement. But right now, the stream viewers are starting to question his true identity. Who exactly is this mysterious HX? He is downright terrifying. Meanwhile, back on the main screen, Baek Guhyun stands over the brutal aftermath of his handiwork. Thinking to himself that the cleanup is finally done, Baek Guhyun knows more reinforcements will be a huge pain. He needs to move fast. He wasted no time and quickly cleared out of the area. Just as he escaped, loud alarms started blaring throughout the facility. An intruder alert flashes red. The control room erupts into pure chaos as panicking staff desperately call for immediate armed backup. How did he even find this place? Only an insider should know these coordinates. They need to get reinforcements down here right now. A split second later, a massive explosion rips through the entrance. Groans of agony fill the air as guards are sent flying across the floor. Rising from the smoke, a very familiar figure slowly steps forward. It is Baek Guhyun. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. He located this hidden bunker easily by mapping out the pathways from the other world. Inside, a terrified employee screams at him to stop. The guard yells for him to stay back, but in the blink of an eye, Baek Guhyun hangs him upside down from the ceiling. Reaching the main server room, Baek Guhyun easily blows the remaining staff away to take total control. Sitting down, he starts digging through the database. He checks the list of research sponsors and their local henchmen. It is identical to the other world, making it incredibly easy to track. Then he spots something else, the 20x drug perfected in just one day. It optimizes the performance of synthetic abilities. An ability booster. It turns out this highly dangerous substance actually started as a completely normal everyday support drug. So what caused them to mutate into monsters that look like the invaders? Back then, it definitely was not just a simple energy drink. Someone must have tampered with the formula to corrupt its original purpose. While Baek Guhyun is deep in thought, a sudden shout breaks the silence. Guards yell that he is over there. Stepping into the room, the lead doctor curses angrily, calling Baek Guhyun a total bastard. He commands them to take Baek Guhyun alive, and the Eternal mutants immediately pounce. But a group like this is absolutely no match for him. With just a casual flick of his wrist, Baek Guhyun suspends the entire group of mid-tier mutants high up in the air. They are completely frozen, unable to move a muscle. Watching this high-level skill, the live stream commentator screams out in pure excitement. Baek Guhyun is using an ultimate crowd control skill to completely seal off the E-grades. This is not just raw brute force. It takes incredibly meticulous control over every single joint in the E-grade's body to completely freeze them in place like this. In less than 3 seconds, Baek Guhyun crushes the doctor's prize mutants into dust with a single hand, leaving the scientists screaming in absolute terror. As the crushed remains of his precious mutants rain down onto the floor, the doctor shivers. His entire body goes stiff. Trembling violently from head to toe, he desperately stammers out a plea for his life, but Baek Guhyun shows absolutely no hesitation. He brutally snaps the doctor's neck backward. With a sickening crack, the man's life instantly ends. Watching Baek Guhyun become increasingly ruthless, the chat goes completely wild. Who knew psychic abilities could be this insanely overpowered? And on top of that, he looks incredibly cool doing it. After 3 mutants are wiped out in an instant, Nayeon regains her composure and speaks up. She explains that even with a major system error, Baek Guhyun managed to completely crush a mid-tier E-grade mutant in under 3 seconds. Sung Chun nods while taking notes. He agrees that psychic power is insanely strong, but what really shocks him is something else. He is amazed that this player actually dared to break into a secure organization to steal their database. The chat is buzzing with excitement. Everyone is wondering where the story will go from here. How will this rogue infiltration even fit into the main questline? Back in the bunker, Baek Guhyun is busy gathering as much data as possible. Even though he has not found everything yet, at least he delivered a serious warning to the Syndicate. Now it is time to wrap things up as the system screen pops up. A quest notification appears. The raid on the Tain Electronics headquarters is complete, awarding him a level up and bonus stat points. But looking at the reward details, Baek Guhyun gasps out loud in complete shock. The live chat is instantly filled with confusion. It is a special ability, but the shocking display makes him gasp out loud, leaving the viewers completely filled with doubt too. Wait, what just happened? Does this mean that spontaneous attack was actually recognized by the system as an official quest? That is absolutely unbelievable. I am going crazy, Hannah. This is exactly why I cannot take my eyes off this master stream. Over here, Nayeon is in a complete panic, desperately searching for answers. But wait, what is going to happen next? Even Sung Chun is getting a massive headache from this, only able to make sense of it by assuming one thing. If quests are triggered by the player's own actions, then trying to predict the plot becomes completely pointless. The story will now spin entirely around his own desires. Hearing this, she remains highly skeptical of such a rare event. Could something this crazy actually happen? He tries to calm himself down, admitting even he is seeing this for the first time. On the other hand, Baek Guhyun has a sudden breakthrough, confidently realizing that everything has finally fallen into place. He has the power to guide the narrative exactly how he wants. In that case, it is best to head back and plan his next move. Meanwhile, at Atlanta's headquarters in the United States, Sophia and her associates are dealing with a massive headache of their own. She sighs deeply. Is this the fully interactive story system? She asks her team if they have the update schedule yet. Her assistant replies with the scarce rumors he managed to gather. Apparently, it will go live during the server maintenance. That maintenance is meant to install the pet system. Plus, there are signs suggesting Deus played a hand in this update. Hearing that, Sophia gasps in shock. What could Deus have actually awakened already? Her assistant slowly shakes his head. His voice sounds pretty exhausted as he explains they only detected access logs under Isaac's authority with zero response. But what if this was actually done by Deus instead of Isaac? If so, the long silence makes total sense. That makes perfect sense of why it remained so quiet all this time. Hearing this, Sophia nods, thinking the theory is quite plausible. If that entity put all its power into completing the system, then that alone is terrifying to imagine. Sophia falls deep into thought over this. But wait, there's more, that massive reward and the strange sponsor name. No matter how much she racks her brain, things just do not add up. She quickly pulls out her phone. She checks Isaac's profile, questioning Deus. Back then, Isaac mentioned that this person created the world's top AI. He believed that once Deus reached its absolute perfect state, they would build this new world together. But whatever, she decides to worry about that when the time comes. Frustrated by his rambling, Sophia teases him. What on earth are you blabbering about? Snapping back to reality, she looks tensely at her secretary. Is there anything else besides that? Exhausted, he replies that he found some extra data, but it is heavily encrypted. It is locked inside a secure black box, making the content completely unreadable. Sensing a lead, Sophia immediately orders him. Excellent. From this moment on, they will pour all their resources into decrypting that black box data. A few days later, during their weekend meetup, Nayeon excitedly brings up the massive success of his recent stream. The hype from that broadcast was completely off the charts. Used to this, Baek Guhyun responds pretty casually. You say that literally every time he mutters. But she quickly objects, wait, this is on a whole different level. It is spreading all over international forums. Even massive 10 million subscriber creators like Lo Martinet have reached out. That is the nickname American netizen gave to Park Baek Guhyun. She wants to know if he would do a guest spot. They want him on the cheat room of Gentleman Chister as a special guest. On top of that, there is this. As usual, while talking with Nayeon, his mind drifts off into his own deep thoughts, suddenly remembering something. That mysterious viewer number Baek Guhyun has not made a single move regarding the new interactive story system. They reacted instantly to the pet update, so why the silence now? Then a notice pops up, Baek Guhyun donated 5,000 coins with a message thanking him for his hard work. This must be the reward for a special quest. He realizes he still needs to do something else. Still, he catches Nayeon's words about her planning the next stream. She excitedly suggests switching things up for a fresh vibe. Curious, he asks her what she has in mind. But Baek Guhyun instantly shuts down her proposal. No, he will keep playing the game. The interactive story is finally active. Pivoting to player battles at such a critical moment would be a complete waste of precious time. He pauses in deep thought. He worked too hard to find clues about the other world to waste time now. He cannot let this chance slip away. Watching him closely, Nayeon begins to grow quite suspicious of his behavior. It is pretty weird. He was never the type to get this intensely obsessed with a game before. Come to think of it, his entire personality changed after that day. During a past stream, Sung Chun had even mentioned this. A viewer asks Nayeon if Baek Guhyun is actually like that in real life. Since she cannot share private details, Nayeon simply gives a vague, non-committal reply. But the viewers are highly skeptical. A guy playing like a machine must be acting. A total poker face. Nayeon is deeply worried. Baek Guhyun shows zero emotion now. His bizarre skills are even worse. He is dangerously obsessed with mysterious viewer 62. Baek Guhyun had demanded she find information on that donor immediately. Alerts were demanded if viewer 62 appeared. Nayeon finally asks him. Nayeon gathers her courage to ask what has happened to him lately, as he feels completely different. She says he feels like a completely different person now, taking this virtual game too seriously. Is this virtual world becoming too real to him? She urges him to share. Nayeon promises to always stand by his side, but hearing her words, Baek Guhyun freezes on the spot. Hearing this, Baek Guhyun freezes. Did he leave too many slips? Not wanting her to worry, Baek Guhyun reassures her quickly. He agrees to her plan, deciding they will switch to player versus player mode for their next stream. But Nayeon still presses him, asking if he is really not hiding anything from her right now. Baek Guhyun confidently denies it, assuring her there is absolutely nothing, allowing Nayeon to temporarily dismiss her doubts. She suggests they continue planning, completely unaware that his alternate persona is taking root in his mind. Soon after, a notification pops up from 2041 announcing an upcoming dual stream to challenge records. The legendary win streak record must be broken using character builds from the audience. A few days later, the live stream officially kicks off, and Nayeon cannot contain her excitement. She assumes the audience already knows the plan, explaining that the goal is to shatter the record. They will do this using skill builds chosen by the viewers themselves, which gets the chat incredibly hyped. Comments flood the chat praising Nayeon for her organizing skills and urging her to keep it up. While most are thrilled, some are slightly confused, expecting the stream to continue with the main story. To keep them from feeling disappointed by the sudden change, Nayeon quickly and cleverly placates her viewers. She explains that during the last stream, many viewers wanted to see different character builds. One viewer even commented that it was their first time seeing someone with such psychic energy control. They wonder how Baek Guhyun can carry the team so easily, even joking about giving him illusion skills. Some believe he could conquer the world with illusions, begging to see him demonstrate other crazy builds. Since so many people were begging to see it, this special broadcast was officially born. Nayeon clarifies she has no intention of looking down on other high rankers, but realistically, no one can stop him. No one at this rank seems capable of stopping Baek Guhyun anymore, which immediately makes Sung Chun chime in. He jokes that changing builds every match is probably just a way to give his opponents a chance. Nayeon confirms his theory, but some viewers still worry if Baek Guhyun actually agreed to this setup. If he rolls a terrible build, his legendary streak could end, especially with all assist features disabled. Knowing this concern, Nayeon explains that she already asked him beforehand to see if he was comfortable. She asks the chat to guess his response, and right on cue, his indifferent face appears on screen. He casually replied that any build is completely fine, and Nayeon playfully mimics his confidence. She tells the chat that Baek Guhyun was completely decisive, leaving the choice entirely up to her. Though he knows Baek Guhyun is a beast, Sung Chun still drops a friendly warning before the match. Unlike the bot mode, where players accumulate experience to optimize character builds, player versus player mode defaults everyone to base stats, meaning he cannot drop his guard for a second. However, the viewers have different opinions, joking that a god-tier player like Baek Guhyun does not need gear. They claim even a simple stick would become a divine weapon, though bad skills could still ruin him. The female co-host's voice acting is undeniably engaging. They say that when couples look alike, their voices will also sound to each other. Tell those comments to get lost, there is no such message popping up. Right at that moment, the main screen displays a massive donation of 5,000 coins from a user named Fanatic Knight, along with a message stating that in the arena there are no weak skills, only weak players. Having completed setting up the support gear, Nyan excitedly announces they are ready to start and she will set up the wheel right now. You all have 30 seconds to send in your skill codes through donations. The timer starts and countless donations instantly flood in. User Pearl Milk Tea sends 10,000 coins recommending the werewolf build, while user Look Into My Eyes donates 50,000 coins to nominate the Thunder God. User Fresh Cream Door donates 50,000 coins asking for a review on a custom build, while another user named Kimchi Soup sends an insane donation of 250,000 coins. Witnessing this spectacular sight, Sung Kim Chian cheers as the donations keep exploding on screen. The timer is up and now it is time to spin the wheel. Watching the arrow nervously, she reads aloud the lucky skill set chosen to open the show, the Steel Emperor. This skill allows summoning and commanding up to 12 steel warriors at once. Right from the start, landing on this skill set makes Sung Kim Cheon break into a cold sweat. He worries that the very first match is already a total nightmare. Having to micromanage multiple targets without any system assist is going to make the difficulty shoot through the roof. The player must manually control all 12 steel knights without any automatic assistance. The viewers are incredibly excited to see Woo Hyun challenged under such harsh conditions, calling it the ultimate extreme difficulty level. It is like painting with your right hand while writing an essay with your left. That is not all, you probably need to tap dance at the same time. Normally, with the Steel Emperor build, players keep auto-assist set to at least 50%. Sung Kim Cheon analyzes further, noting that one could always reduce the number of summoned soldiers or set them to follow only basic commands. But as he says this, he hesitates, prompting Nyan to quickly chime in. Doing that would significantly slash the power, wouldn't it? But since it is Baek Guhyun, he will easily handle it. Everyone should keep their full trust in him. Keep your eyes on the screen. Can Baek Guhyun pass the 55-win milestone and shatter the professional record of 76 consecutive victories held by the Pro BL? Gear is all set, and the chat is already roaring. Game on. The system screen flashes with a successful matchmaking notice. It is a solo normal duel. Watching the arena transform, Sung Kim Cheon eagerly announces that the first battle on the path to breaking the record is on. Let us wait and see if Baek Guhyun can overcome this extreme test to secure a victorious opening match. Analyzing the data, Nayeon notes that the opponent's stats this time around are actually quite formidable. In their last 20 matches, they have 15 wins and 5 losses, boasting a 75% win rate. Hearing this, the online viewers gasp in shock. A 75% win rate at the master tier is absolutely insane. Usually, 60% is enough to reach master, but Baek Guhyun is still going to absolutely crush them. Using lightning and wind, that has to be the Storm God build. Stepping onto the battlefield, Woo Hyun confronts his opponent. Eyeing the sword in his hand, he decides he needs to wrap this up quickly. The system screen immediately updates, showing round 1 has begun. Waiting for nothing, the opponent stomps his foot and charges forward. His main advantage is instant teleportation. In a flash, he swings his blade right in front of Woo Hyun before he can even warm up. Responding to the danger, Woo Hyun calmly snaps his fingers to summon his defense. Just as the blade is about to strike, a massive figure blocks the blow, swinging its own heavy sword to clash head-on. Only then does the opponent get a clear look. An armored soldier. Wait, why is there only one? Even the viewers are left a bit underwhelmed. Controlling just one summon seems a bit too simple, doesn't it? Seriously, they expected at least 3. Or maybe summoning is just too difficult without any auto-assist. If so, he should have practiced first. Nayeon agrees, reminding everyone that this is only the first match. She tells them to stay calm and keep watching. Sung Kim Cheon analyzes further, suggesting that once he gets used to it, he will probably summon more troops. The chat finally settles down after hearing that explanation, though some suggest perhaps he is only summoning one warrior to focus all his energy into it. Still, skepticism lingers among the viewers. Many still doubt the Dark Saint's gaming prowess, but true fans maintain absolute faith in Baek Guhyun. Playing an unfamiliar build is tough. Who could believe that? Back in the match, the opponent was skeptical but still confidently declared that there was only one soldier. This match is a guaranteed win, Furious Storm, but in the next second that smug grin completely vanished. The opponent saw the armored emperor moving with bullet-like speed, spinning around in sheer panic. What is going on here? The opponent scrambled back up, and as he finally saw the scene clearly, he gasped in shock. Since when did 3 armored emperors gather right in front of him? Their bodies radiated a terrifying deathly aura. The intense pressure made the audience cheer in excitement. Three of them now. Who was the one saying there should be at least three? Will this crazy and terrifying number keep climbing? Just as expected, Baek Guhyun took full control of the three armored emperors. Immediately, the broadcast room exploded with pure hype. Nayeon high-fived in excitement, knowing he would easily summon even more. Fans just needed to have a little faith in him. Sung-chun also anticipated that the player had much higher potential. He might even summon way more than that. Down in the comments section, viewers were spamming hilarious and excited reactions. Summoning all 12 would be an absolute disaster for the opponent. It would be like fighting 12 Baek Guhyuns at the same time. Just thinking about that scenario is terrifying. But since each summon has different stats, it might not be completely overpowered. Still, 12 mini Baek Guhyuns are more than enough to scare any opponent half to death. The rival has to figure things out fast. If Baek Guhyun keeps spawning more, it is going to be a nightmare. He needs to end this match right now. Acting quickly, the opponent burst forward at full speed, slipping through the tight gaps between the giant iron soldiers. He unleashed his signature skill, Wind Thunder Slash. Thinking he had easily bypassed the armored emperors, the challenger glared. He stared deadly at Baek Guhyun, muttering for him to disappear. But here is the twist. Baek Guhyun was just testing him. He already understood how the skill worked. With a quiet snap of his fingers, Baek Guhyun summoned the horde once again. In the blink of an eye, the remaining armored emperors appeared right before them, completely crushing the opponent's willpower. The viewers' doubts instantly turned to awe. How did he figure out the trick so quickly? People thought he was about to lose. Instead, he casually summons an entire army to torture the rival. Seriously, this game's mechanics are absolutely broken. Sung-chun went wild and screamed in absolute hype. Baek Guhyun just summoned all 12 warriors in a split second. He has completely mastered this unique class. Nayeon was just as stunned, practically losing her mind at the display. His quiet declaration earlier was not for show. He is really about to micromanage all 12 units flawlessly. The live chat exploded like never before with endless spam. The full squad is assembled, an absolute legend. The haters who called one unit boring have completely vanished. They will be eating their words in a minute. Micromanaging every single soldier perfectly is pro-level execution. Faced with extreme danger, the opponent had to go all in. He charged forward blindly, swinging his sword to decapitate one soldier only for another armor to immediately strike back. Watching the relentless counterattacks, Nayeon felt a bit worried. The opposing player is completely helpless right now. Surrounded by a wall of heavy armor, the rival's energy drained fast and his swings visibly slowed down. Meanwhile, Sung-chun focused closely on Baek Guhyun's insane skill. He noted that controlling these iron soldiers takes pure instinct. Instinct and experience are one thing, but coordinating 12 units in unison is a whole different level of strategy. To track and optimize the positioning of each summon, his brain must be running at absolute maximum capacity. It requires an immense sweeping view of the battlefield and the ability to make split-second decisions under pressure. Most of all, it takes breathtaking focus. Even though he was completely surrounded, the opponent refused to yield. He was determined not to let this match end so easily. But suddenly, he sensed a massive threat approaching. A giant sword swung down with devastating force, leaving the opponent with absolutely no time to react. He could only scream in despair. A moment later, the screen announced the end of round 1. Baek Guhyun won, putting the score at 1-0. The next round started immediately as Nayeon cheered in excitement. Once Baek Guhyun caught his rhythm, the second round Sung-chun cut in would probably only take 3 minutes. Starting round 2, the furious competitors screamed at Baek Guhyun to get lost and called him a monster. Despite his desperate rage, the giant armor swarmed him. This time, they coordinated their movements flawlessly to strike. They delivered a vital blow that knocked him out instantly. He groaned once before collapsing as the system ended it. Baek Guhyun took round 2, winning the match 2-0. The opponent lay there with barely any strength left. He whispered in utter defeat that Baek Guhyun was on a completely different level, an absolute monster. The comment section instantly exploded with praise as everyone was completely blown away. That was brutal, take my bow, because finally, even in defeat, they just could not help but praise his skills. Come on, they lost, so let them vent a little at least. Cut them some slack. That was absolutely incredible. Sung Kim Cheon cheered with pure excitement, celebrating an overwhelmingly dominant victory. An absolute shutout in both rounds. Baek Guhyun's win streak in duel mode has officially reached 56. Nayeon quietly calculated the numbers. Only 20 wins away from the ultimate record. Viewers are eagerly waiting, hoping to see him crush top players with trash skills. He uses completely useless skills, but still grinds opponents to dust. Hopefully, they build a pretty funny character this time. With the first challenge complete, the skill wheel immediately appears. Nayeon loudly announces that the next skill set is about to drop. At the exact same time, in another virtual reality room, a mysterious figure is closely watching the stream. This match ended incredibly fast. It ended in a flash as usual, finally reaching the milestone of 75 consecutive wins. He slowly nodded in approval. He had to admit that the guy is genuinely skilled. No matter what random skill set he gets, his gameplay is smooth as silk. No wonder everyone is dying to challenge him. It is just a shame no one has seen Baek Guhyun's true signature skills yet. On screen, the caster duo continues to banter. Only 2 more matches remain before the greatest record of all time is shattered. Rumor has it that for the final match, Baek Guhyun will actually use his original skill set. Is that right? Yes, exactly. Since these 2 crucial matches are bound to attract a massive crowd, he is required to go all out. Hearing this, his interest is instantly piqued. In that case, he absolutely cannot miss out on this. Nayeon's voice keeps echoing out. Now let's head straight into the next match right away, Sung Kim Chan says with excitement. Let's see how this goes. Let us wait and see how high the drama will build. At this point, he decisively hits the start button. Instantly, the simulation screen appears. The system displays a matchmaking notification, successfully finding a match in single duel mode. The moment he enters the arena, he cannot help but shout in excitement. Finally, he has found him. Immediately, the chat explodes with speculation about the opponent's identity. Wait a second, that dark shadow over there looks incredibly familiar. Did we see that wrong? Why on earth is he appearing here? Even Nayeon cannot hide her absolute shock at this. Is that really him standing over there? He slowly nods in confirmation. That is right, there is absolutely no mistaking it. He is the key player of the Giants team competing in the Korean First League, the empire of the reigning world champion. He is praised as a living legend who barely missed out on the MVP title, a truly elite professional. A global-class pro player in the flesh, Gunwoo. He says in a low voice that it is a true honor. With Gunwoo's identity officially confirmed, the entire live stream room absolutely explodes. Nayeon is completely left in disbelief. She screams in shock. What an absolute surprise to see Gunwoo appear in this arena. Even Sung Kim Cheon cannot hide his excitement. He knows countless players are looking for him, but nobody expected a pro to personally join the fight like this. Since Gunwoo appeared, the entire comment section has been hyping him up. Maybe Gunwoo is just testing his skills on a whim. This legend must be totally bored and decided to play some casual matches just to pass the time today. Definitely. He is just a monster who loves doing weird things. Could other pro players be secretly watching too? Are they watching for a chance to jump in? Nayeon notices something strange, realizing Gunwoo is not using his official account. Is he really so confident that he can crush his opponent using an alt account? Sung Kim Cheon has a pretty different perspective. He guesses that it is all due to pro contract constraints, which definitely include a pretty strict clause. This rule prohibits the use of official tournament accounts outside of official matches. Hearing him explain this, the community is shocked. They finally realize there is such a troublesome rule. It is the first time they heard that using a main account is risky. Recklessly playing on it could easily leak private information or expose strategies to rivals. However, even that alt account is amazing. It is absolutely top tier. A true master is elite with anything, and switching accounts does not drop his legendary class at all. The system screen shows the countdown with only 5 seconds left before the match officially begins. Looking at Gunwoo's relaxed posture, Baek Guhyun clicks his tongue, noting that his quiet style is just like on live streams. Well then, let's see what happens. How they clash in a real fight. As the system signal rings out, round 1 begins. This time, Baek Guhyun unexpectedly takes the initiative to attack. Right from the start, he showcases his master skills, appearing in a flash right in front of Gunwoo, and coldly slashing a brutal cut right into him. The attack speed is so incredibly fast that Nayeon cannot believe her eyes. She can only stammer in shock. Baek Guhyun just unleashed a critical slash aimed straight at Gunwoo. The speed is truly terrifying. The comment section is completely shocked. Was he really defeated in just 1 hit? As if predicting something, Baek Guhyun just smiles. He stands there, staring off in deep thought. Contrary to everyone's expectations, his voice still echoes nearby. Truly a legendary name. When the screen finally clears, Sung Kim Cheon gasps in absolute shock. He actually used a clone technique to fool his opponent and make a quiet escape. Down in the chat, plenty of viewers were completely tricked by that clever move. So, it was just a clone. Everyone thought the match was decided after that sword slash. How could a world-class fighter go down so easily? Gunwoo narrowly escaped death by the skin of his teeth. He silently sighs in relief, thinking how lucky he was to anticipate this. Otherwise, he would have been wiped out on the very first strike. Now he thinks it is finally his turn to counterattack and turn the tables. Gunwoo instantly activates his razor-sharp claws, channeling all of his energy into his hands. He silently vows to test Baek Guhyun's reflexes to the absolute limit. Gunwoo plunges straight down toward his rival like a frisked wild predator on the hunt. Watching this unfold, Sung Kim Cheon cries out in worry, seeing the deadly strike coming from above. Baek Guhyun is in a truly dangerous spot now. The sky lights up as an overwhelming surge of energy and pressure rains down. The entire area freezes for a split second before shaking violently under the sheer weight of the impact. As the thick dust slowly clears, Gunwoo laughs in delight, praising his opponent. He says Baek Guhyun is truly worthy of his legendary reputation. But before he can even finish, hyped viewers flood the chat, admitting they thought it was completely over, but he somehow pulled off a highly spectacular dodge. Gunwoo's sudden sneak attack was brilliant, but Baek Guhyun dodging that makes him an absolute monster. Seeing him stand there without a single scratch, Gunwoo can only marvel at those terrifyingly fast reflexes. Safe after the massive shockwave, Sung Kim Cheon lets out a sigh of relief. She shouts that Baek Guhyun and Gunwoo are trading heavy blows, constantly throwing skills back and forth with insane power. Every strike carries devastating force. Looking at this intense battle, Nayeon gets incredibly worried because one slip-up means an instant ticket straight to the graveyard. The viewers are completely mesmerized watching two absolute monsters clash. Even a single graze could prove fatal here. Meanwhile, Sung Kim Cheon is getting way too into her commentator role again. Whenever a fight gets this tense, she gets completely carried away. Guess that is just a professional habit of hers. But while the commentators talk, Baek Guhyun remains dead silent, keeping his eyes locked onto his opponent to read every single move. He silently analyzes Gunwoo, noting that his movements are far smoother than anyone he has ever faced before. This proves Gunwoo is gradually breaking free from the system assist, at least to some degree, maybe 15 or 20%. But every skill has a cooldown, and right now his clone technique is offline. That is why Baek Guhyun suddenly speaks up, telling him to prepare himself before instantly launching forward at a speed that even the camera drone cannot track his movements. Baek Guhyun is determined to end this match before his opponent's clone skill can finish its cooldown. True to his word, Baek Guhyun thrusts his soul blade straight toward Gunwoo, but with incredibly quick reflexes, Gunwoo manages to block the strike with his steel wings. Seeing this clutch save, Sung Kim Cheon gets hyped, shouting that he reacted just in time to stop the attack. But Baek Guhyun has absolutely no intention of stopping, continuously focusing his strikes on a single fatal weak point. Gunwoo's metallic wings begin to crack under the relentless pressure of Baek Guhyun's heavy assault, making him curse in frustration. Meanwhile, Sung Kim Cheon keeps screaming for Baek Guhyun to shatter those wings and push straight through. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Gunwoo forcefully flaps his wings to retreat, leaving Baek Guhyun's next slash to strike empty air. Baek Guhyun is getting more aggressive by the second, gripping his blade tighter. Gunwoo can only marvel at how absurdly powerful he is. Without warning, Baek Guhyun unleashes another massive swing, sending a destructive wave of energy flying straight toward Gunwoo. Unable to dodge in time, Gunwoo takes the full hit, yet still manages to provoke him, telling him to keep it coming. The online chat is stunned into dead silence by this insanity. Everyone is completely shocked by Baek Guhyun's terrifying, relentless power. His sword aura is strong enough to reach all the way out here. This feels like something straight out of a comic book. Right on cue, the system flashes the score. Round 1 is over, declaring Baek Guhyun the winner. The current score stands at 1-0. Feeling a bit disappointed by the abrupt ending, Nayeon stands frozen. She expected a much longer, more brutal struggle. Sung Kim Cheon, on the other hand, is so thrilled she is practically tearing up endlessly, showering Baek Guhyun with praise. She screams that when Baek Guhyun actually gets serious, his power is absolutely terrifying. Fans in the chat instantly gloat, mocking those who claimed a world-class player could never be defeated so quickly. They demand those doubters to show themselves. In this virtual world, anything can happen. Gunwoo was just careless, and round 2 is bound to. New changes are in place to keep the viewers hooked as the second round kicks off. Let us get into the next match right away. This time, Gunwoo is playing it safe, but they are still looking to recruit him. Talk about a formidable opponent. Or rather, Baek Guhyun, would you be interested in joining our pro lineup for role? To be honest, the only reason I am here today is because management told me to check you out. If you actually had the skills, I was ordered to recruit you. They want him on the pro roster. The chat absolutely explodes at this. Nayeon cannot believe her ears and immediately speaks up. Wait, did she hear that right? Sung Chun calmly explains that just meeting a pro player from Da Empire is a miracle in itself, but getting an on-the-spot invitation is completely unreal. The comment section is absolutely losing its mind over this news. What kind of madness is this? The top-ranked team is actually begging him to join. Baek Guhyun is on another level right now. Despite all the hype from the crowd, he shuts them down immediately. Sure, the offer is great, but he has zero interest. He politely declines. He's just not interested. Hearing this, the stream chat goes into a state of shock. Some viewers try to beg him to reconsider. Why would he say no? They want him to go pro and bring home the world championship. Even after being rejected by Baek Guhyun, Gunwoo keeps his cool and smiles. No worries, he says, it makes sense. If he ever changes his mind, the door is always open. But for now, they really need to finish up this match properly. Sung Chun gets hyped on the mic, but before he can even finish his sentence, a sudden attack cuts him off. Gunwoo closes the distance in a flash. The commentators scream that they are both moving way too fast at the speed of light. The naked eye cannot track this insane pace. Seeing his opening, Gunwoo lets out a massive roar and prepares his next move. He channels everything into his palm for a final desperate blow, praying that this strike will actually land. Knowing his opponent is fast, he still hopes to catch him off guard. But as Gunwoo feared, Baek Guhyun is completely on another level. Before the claws can even scratch him, Baek Guhyun cold-bloodedly pierces Gunwoo with pure soul energy. Sung Chun is absolutely screaming with excitement. Baek Guhyun read the move perfectly and countered instantly. It seems like there will be no miracles happening in this battle today. Gripped by pain, Gunwoo finally admits defeat. Damn, this guy is a beast. Keeping skills like this amateur is a waste. Before his opponent gets disconnected from the server, Baek Guhyun offers a compliment, calling it a highly interesting and fun match. He adds that he might consider the team offer later on. Right after the system screen flashes with the final results of the game, Baek Guhyun wins 2-0 against his opponent. The victory goes to him while the challenger takes the loss. The commentators are going wild. A 76-win streak has officially been established right here in front of our very eyes. Baek Guhyun has shut down Gunwoo and officially tied the active record set by BL. The crowd is absolutely losing its mind. He did not drop a single round. A completely flawless performance. The chat is spamming his name in celebration. They are urging him to go all the way and smash the record. Moments later, a massive wave of donations starts flooding in. A user named Moon just sent 100,000 coins. He asks if the historic 77th match will feature the champion BL. That question makes the hosts freeze. Imagine if the legend himself shows up. But Sung Chun quickly breaks the silence to save the stream. He says that while matchmaking is tough, it is definitely not impossible. The viewers completely agree with that logical assessment. It makes sense. Having the actual record holder show up to defend his crown would be a legendary scenario. Honestly, it is like something straight out of a movie. Without keeping the crowd waiting, Nayeon excitedly hypes the stream. She announces the start of the next match. But the grand showdown with BL does not happen just yet. The stream ends with Baek Guhyun setting an insane new record of 85 consecutive solo wins instead of matching with the champ. Back at the team house, Gunwoo hears a deep sigh. He spots his teammate looking completely miserable, sitting on the couch. He starts teasing his teammate about his failed stream sniping attempt since everyone was looking forward to a legendary match. Grumbling, he explains that he tried to queue up at the exact same time, but they just did not get matched together. He even logged onto his Smurf account to try and hunt him down. Gunwoo just sighs at how desperate his friend is. Joking that survival mode lobbies have 100 players, Gunwoo says they probably just got lost in the crowd. He gets glared at. Ordering him to shut up, his teammate forces Gunwoo to seal his lips, but then he remembers something. Asking Gunwoo if he remembers the Knob collab offer, he suggests they should probably accept it as soon as possible. Suggesting they invite Baek Guhyun as their very first guest, Gunwoo is extremely skeptical about the whole idea. Pointing out that Baek Guhyun has absolutely no interest in the pro scene, Gunwoo says it will be a tough sell. But the challenge only makes him more excited. He claims they just need to find a way to make him say yes. We have to make this happen at all costs. A few days later, during an exploration livestream, the dynamic duo Sung Chun and Nayeon eagerly introduced their main goal. Today, they would guide the story's progression exactly how Baek Guhyun wanted, asking their viewers for confirmation. That is right, because now that the free interactive system is unlocked, they are no longer bound by old rigid plotlines. Seeing Baek Guhyun jump back in to explore the story got the chat incredibly hyped, with everyone wondering what secrets lay ahead. Some even guessed it would be way more exciting than the original game campaign, especially since it was their very first time trying this. Reflecting on his frantic rush, Nayeon felt a bit concerned, especially since he changed his avatar outfit the second he logged in. She honestly thought he was planning to go vandalize the company again like last time, never expecting this kind of hidden cyber world. She asked if Sung Chun knew about this place beforehand, prompting him to quickly pull up his gathered data to explain. He explained he knew about the slums, but it was his first time actually seeing the interior, as there was never any reason to visit. Without any standard quests in the area, nobody ever bothered to come here, leaving the livestream viewers absolutely stunned by its existence. Some commented it was their first time ever seeing it, while others claimed they had explored it before without finding anything special. The paths looked incredibly confusing, almost like a maze, making them wonder how Baek Guhyun navigated it so easily as he walked along. He suddenly halted and realized he had arrived at the general store, noting it had been a long time since his last visit. Fortunately, the store's coordinates perfectly matched the other world, which was a huge relief since he started planning his next moves. Ever since the system activated, he had to strategize carefully because even though there were many ways to expose the organization's secrets, taking this specific route was by far the fastest and most efficient option. After all, the local faction was currently locked in a fierce power struggle with the main organization, meaning they likely held highly sensitive files that could easily bring their rivals down. But first, sensing some suspicious movement nearby, Baek Guhyun quickly took action to neutralize the threat. At first, the strangers screamed out, demanding to know what was happening and cursing him for being a psychic awakened user begging to be released immediately. But they quickly went quiet under his brutal force, screaming that their arms were broken as he gave them a cold warning. He warned them never to look at him like that again or he would snap their necks before threatening to break the shop door down. Hearing him prepare to strike, the shopkeeper inside frantically called out, pleading with him to wait and not be so hot-tempered. He quickly opened up, welcoming him to their general store and promising they could provide absolutely anything their clients requested. This included rare items or even highly guarded information on specific targets. The shopkeeper noted that such a prominent figure, who had just leveled up, must have a very good reason for visiting their humble little shop in this desolate area. Looking around, Baek Guhyun clicked his tongue in admiration, admitting that their rumored intelligence network was indeed incredibly sharp. Without wasting time, he voiced his request, demanding anything that could bring down the research institute and the organization behind them. The shopkeeper chuckled at the bold proposal, calling it an incredibly intriguing request that perfectly aligned with the current situation. He revealed he had an ideal task available, asking Baek Guhyun if he wanted to hear about the Avenger quest. Leaning forward, Baek Guhyun gave a quiet nod to proceed. With a simple snap of the shopkeeper's fingers, a secret drawer slid open. The compartment revealed a detailed dossier containing all the crucial intelligence he would need for this dangerous assignment. The shopkeeper explained that they had recently located a covert research lab where the testing process had just concluded. Because of this, their defensive security was currently much weaker, presenting a perfect opportunity to go and level the entire facility. He also requested the retrieval of any remaining experimental data, promising a massive reward if the mission was completed successfully. Taking the folder, Baek Guhyun carefully scanned the documents to assess the risks before giving a decisive nod of approval. He accepted the deal immediately, and a system notification flashed on his screen to confirm the start of the quest. The laboratory assault quest had officially begun. Reading the alert, the entire livestream chat fell into a stunned silence. Sung Chum was the first to react, pointing out that the quest actually triggered while Nayeon remained highly skeptical. She wondered how such a thing was even possible as the comment section began exploding with sheer excitement from the viewers. Viewers praised how he could literally trigger a custom quest at will, realizing his trip to this desolate area was to unlock a new arc. Still, everyone wondered about the true origin of that general store. Right then, a new donation alert popped up on screen. A user named Than Spang donated 50,000 coins, asking if this meant a third major storyline had officially been unlocked. Reading the message, Nayeon was stunned, because she never expected the three-way power struggle to trigger so early in the game. Alongside the control forces and the main organization, a brand new faction had entered the play, creating a tense power triangle. The live chat went absolutely wild looking at this power dynamic, leaving endless praise as the story finally broke free from its limits, free from that repetitive cliché storyline. But it seems this grocery store might actually act as a counterweight to the organization. If this is indeed a completely new storyline branch, it is absolutely groundbreaking. Some viewers might even log into alt accounts just to try it. Meanwhile, Sung Kim Cheon calmly analyzes every piece of data, wondering if this convenience store operates on an entirely independent path. Could this be a new system running parallel alongside other paths? Of course, that means players would need a fresh character to experience it. Nayeon immediately agrees with his logic. It makes sense, especially considering how they have seen other pathways unfold in the game. Hick follows the standard office worker storyline yet adopts an entirely different identity to accept these secretive missions on the side. The live viewers completely agree with this theory. It sounds highly convincing to run two parallel storylines at once. But nothing is set in stone just yet. Maybe turning off the support system is what unlocked this parallel gameplay style. Still, how did Hick even find that specific convenience store? To clear things up for the viewers, Nayeon chimes in with an explanation. Apparently, after his last livestream ended, he went exploring all over the map and just happened to stumble upon it by pure luck. For now, everyone is eager to see where Hick takes this story next. Meanwhile, a rare comment in the chat ignores the game. Instead, a random viewer focuses entirely on Nayeon's beauty, calling her absolutely adorable. Meanwhile, the focus shifts back to Guhyun. After accepting the quest, he swiftly heads toward the marked research facility. As he draws closer, Guhyun pushes forward at full throttle. He silently complains about how incredibly well hidden this lab is. Finding his target coordinates, he prepares to launch himself. He stomps down hard, leaping high into the sky. Below him, the massive research institute instantly comes into full view. It features ultra-modern architecture with a sprawling helipad right at the center, likely meant for an emergency evacuation. Spotting it from high above, Guhyun smirks, instantly locking his gaze onto the escape route in that direction. However, the viewers are completely focused on his insane Lightfoot technique, marveling at how incredible it looks every single time. Since he disabled his assist system, he can now manually unleash these powerful long-range abilities exactly how he wants. Exactly. While the helper system is useful, it ultimately acts like shackles that heavily restrict a player's true potential. Right then, the dark consciousness lurking deep within, Guhyun suddenly awakens, whispering tempting thoughts into his mind, begging for justice. Hearing the voice, he hardens his resolve. He is going to wipe this entire place off the face of the earth. Without a moment of hesitation, Guhyun plunges straight down, crashing through the solid roof and leaving a massive gaping hole. He sweeps through the facility like a force of nature, instantly neutralizing any research staff unlucky enough to cross his path. It is an absolute slaughter from room to room, and he does not even bother asking his targets a single question. Seeing this, the viewers go absolutely wild. His raw destructive power is just too spectacular to ignore. They think it is a waste if Hick does not go pro, which immediately reminds Naeon of the offer Gunwoo made. Right, the pro player proposal. Come to think of it, after he got scouted, plenty of other professional teams sent enticing offers. Yet the man himself remains completely unfazed and uninterested. Right at that moment, a booming voice echoes through the corridor. Someone orders him to stop right there. Hearing this, Sung Kim Cheon quickly deduces that Hick has run into an ambush. As hordes of armed guards flood the screen, Naeon panics, screaming that this looks way too crowded for a supposedly thin force. Back on screen, the guard captain steps forward and boldly declares that playtime is officially over for the intruder. He claims Hick cannot pass, but before he can even finish his sentence, he notices the pile of bodies on the floor. The sheer horror of the scene makes his heart tremble, forcing him to realize they are not even in the same league. Realizing they are outmatched, the leader turns back and yells at the top of his lungs for all units to immediately consume their distributed TL2 drug right away. That semi-familiar name makes Guhyun narrow his eyes in deep suspicion. Both commentators also stand frozen in absolute shock. Naeon gasps that yet another major clue has suddenly appeared on their radar. Sung Kim Chan agrees, highly suspecting that this might be a more dangerous variant of the original TL1 formula they saw earlier. In the chat, the viewers start cooking up theories, realizing how beautifully all these random plot points are beginning to connect. They suspect the TL drug line is split into several different chemical variants. Meanwhile, back at the research base, the guards obey their captain, quickly consuming the substance. Within seconds, their entire bodies undergo a grotesque mutation. Guhyun watches this familiar horror unfold, absolutely sure that these mutated guards now look exactly like the dimensional invaders. But rather than celebrating this massive clue, Naeon is deeply concerned about the overwhelming size of the enemy squad. Facing such a massive swarm of terrifying invaders for the first time, can Hick actually carry this fight alone? The mutated captain barks out a ruthless order to finish him off, sending the mutated beasts lunging forward at once. They charge in like a storm, completely blind to the counterattack skill he has already summoned. Looking at the terrain, Sung Chun can't help but feel worried. The path is too narrow, yet the enemies are rushing in all at once. Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive explosion suddenly blasts through the air. The narrow corridor is instantly blown to pieces by Baek Guhyun's single strike, throwing the entire mob backward, as some get crushed flat under massive falling boulders. Sung Chun finally finishes his thought, muttering that they were just begging to be wiped out in one spot. The live chat explodes with endless hype from the viewers. This is absolutely insane to watch, proving those cheap stimulant drugs could never stand a chance against him. Watching Baek Guhyun's every move with intense focus, Sung Chun delivers a serious, assessing that reaching such an insane level of telekinetic manipulation is mind-blowing no matter how many times he sees it. But right then, a notification pops up on Naeon's tablet and catches her attention. It is a direct message from viewer Baek Guhyun. The anonymous sender is offering a secret quest to investigate the details of this combat drug with a reward of 3,000 points. Reading this, Naeon immediately grows suspicious, wondering why she is the only one who can see this secret quest. Remembering Baek Guhyun's instructions, Naeon quickly alerts him, explaining that anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun just sent a brand new quest, demanding a thorough investigation into the drug. Baek Guhyun frowns, slightly lost in thought. Digging up the truth behind this drug seems off. If the sender was the one who actually created it, they would never issue a quest like this. This means there must be another faction involved besides viewer Baek Guhyun. Who on earth could they be? Back in the fight, before the enemy leader can even show off, Baek Guhyun completely annihilates him. The boss is left gasping in sheer rage, screaming that this is impossible. Ignoring the desperate cries, Baek Guhyun focuses on his racing thoughts, knowing that whoever is behind this, he will just have to see the truth with his own eyes. Slipping away from the battlefield, Baek Guhyun heads deeper into the facility. The moment he pushes open a heavy laboratory door, what lies inside completely stuns him. He finds rows upon rows of Human organs and limbs, brains, arms, legs, and even open chests, all neatly organized on shelves like merchandise at a store. The sickening sight makes Baek Guhyun's mind go completely blank. His eyes widen in sheer horror as agonizing memories suddenly flood back. A voice from his past echoes telling him that this is the end of the line and that he must survive no matter what. The painful, bloody image of Suwa dying right before him is still deeply engraved in Baek Guhyun's mind. The grief fuels a burning rage inside his soul. The phantom voices of his fallen comrades scream at him to get revenge. They beg him to tear down this living hell once and for all. Hearing their cries, Baek Guhyun's fury reaches a boiling point. He quietly concentrates all his mana into a swelling, dark orb, silently promising them that he will wipe out every last one of these monsters. The moment he releases that massive, terrifying energy, Sung Chun stares at the broadcast screen and screams in absolute shock. He recognizes the skill as the exact same devastating attack from the Xiao Tian Palace. In an instant, the terrified lab staff gets swallowed whole by the void. They can only watch in horror as the dark orb pulverizes everything in the room, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Watching this unfold, the stream viewers are caught between awe and pure terror as the attack looks way more violent and destructive than last time. The artificial black hole is just pure, unadulterated madness. In his final moments, the director desperately screams for mercy, but a second later, his voice is cut short, completely incinerated by the intense heat of the black hole. The chat box goes wild, calling the scene utterly terrifying. To avoid getting their channel banned for violence, Sung Chun quickly cuts in and covers the screen with a censor graphic telling the audience he needs to briefly adjust the video stream. Even after censoring the feed, Sung Chun is still riding the high of that epic display of pure power, noting that compressing massive telekinetic force into a single microscopic point to create an artificial black hole is just mind-blowing to think about. Nayeon happily agrees, telling the viewers to grab a quick snack during the commercial break, confident that they still haven't seen the full limit of his power. She explains that since the black hole is formed by compressing immense energy into a single point, then reversing the process should theoretically unleash a devastating explosion that blasts everything outward. The viewers in the chat eagerly nod in agreement, noting that her logic makes perfect sense, comparing it to the natural contrast between a black hole and a white hole. But other viewers quickly chime in, arguing that white holes do not actually exist in the real world. They joke that people shouldn't try applying actual physics to a chaotic reverse fantasy world like this. Once the void devours everything and fades away, Baek Guhyun finally catches his breath, whispering that it is finally over. Moments later, he enters the main laboratory office. It is exactly as he suspected, matching the files from the previous facility. He finds a document for a drug labeled T2, designed specifically to boost combat abilities. This compound was originally just a standard physical enhancer, but it seems someone has tampered with the formula to alter its core functions. Drug name TEN. Completion date 20x. Effect comprehensive ability enhancement. Next, drug name. 2 completion date 20x effect combat enhancement stimulant. But who on earth was behind this operation? At least it definitely was not anonymous viewer number Baek Guhyun. This secret mission came from another anonymous viewer, number Baek Guhyun. Investigate the Ta drug line. Reward 3,000 coins. Was someone else actually interfering in this world? He froze. Wait a minute. Tempesto. The logs showed the original sample source had already run dry, requiring an immediate request for backup samples. Back in the broadcast room, the hosts hit another dead end. Sung Chun asked with a serious expression, wondering if the name Tempesto rang any bells for Nayeon, admitting his own knowledge was lacking. She hesitantly replied that she was not entirely sure, but suspected it had a deep, direct connection to this mysterious drug. Instantly, the chat section erupted with excited messages. One viewer even noted that, as a story character, they had never heard of it. They had even checked international forums with zero results. Then, right at the height of this tension, a notification suddenly popped up. A massive donation came in. User Lois Martinet just gifted 100,000 coins, adding that she actually knew the secret details. The broadcast room instantly went wild. Both hosts yelled out in absolute shock as Lois Martinet popped up in the live chat. Some viewers focused on the insane cash donation instead of the secret, calling her a total big spender. But wait, was that actually the famous Lois Martinet? Unbelievable. A YouTuber with 10 million subscribers had just entered the stream. Her message flashed brightly across the screen. She offered to explain everything, asking them to invite her directly onto the show. Nayeon hesitated at the sudden request, quickly asking Sung Chun how they should handle it. He did not hesitate for a second. He nodded immediately, declaring that of course he agreed. Nayeon still felt a bit uneasy, but decided to just go along with it. Besides, she had already warned him about this. Having a creator with tens of millions of followers join was a massive deal. Lois Martinet had reached out first. In her message, she asked if she could join the broadcast as their exclusive special guest. She wanted to join Cheater's show, which was the American community's nickname for Guhyun. Since they were already on the same page, everything was set. Despite the tight schedule, the hosts quickly welcomed their new guest. Pleased to introduce Lois Martinet, an absolute expert on Raylan's lore, who will be joining our discussion today. The live chat still could not believe it. Many expressed deep skepticism. Was Lois actually coming? But the very next second, Lois appeared on screen, completely shutting down the doubters. Smiling warmly, she greeted them. She welcomed everyone, introducing herself as Lois Martinet, noting that her automated translation system was fully active. This collab instantly elevated the stream, causing viewers to erupt in excitement, unable to believe this Western guest had arrived. A creator with 10 million subscribers had officially crashed Guhyun's stream. The hosts politely offered their greetings. Nayeon introduced herself as the MC alongside Sung Chun, while the live chat flooded with welcoming messages for Lois. Fans called her a literal goddess as the chat went completely wild. But steering them back, Nayeon directly asked the crucial question. Since the main plot was still moving forward, she asked Lois to explain the actual meaning of the word tempesto. Hearing this, Lois's eyes lit up with excitement. She replied that if her theory was correct, the name pointed toward a terrifying entity. At that exact moment, Guhyun also unearthed the profile of the Tempest Lord. Ever since the interdimensional war broke out in Raylan, only one group of entities had ever carried that legendary title. The Dimensional Lords, supreme rulers of the invading Legion, and the very ones who started this interdimensional war. This explained why the Alliance was desperately trying to manufacture super soldiers. Those lords were terrifying godlike entities. Lois admitted that even as a super soldier, defeating one was nearly impossible. So why did this facility have their samples? Nayeon listened with intense curiosity, asking if the organization possessing and actively testing these samples implied a deeper conspiracy. Catching her dark implication immediately, Lois nodded to confirm that her friend's suspicion was indeed correct. It seemed this research center was in active collusion with external forces, and a massive threat was brewing. An invasion on a scale beyond comprehension was about to hit their world. Meanwhile, deep within the facility, a mysterious stranger emerged. He sat there casually humming a tune, wearing a smile that would send chills down anyone's spine. Back in the archives, Guhyun stared in silence, deep in thought, as he quietly made a firm resolution. He had to get to the bottom of this. He needed to track down and examine every single sample, no matter what, even if he had to raid other labs. Seeing him stand there, frozen viewers grew impatient, wondering why he was talking to himself. Right then, his system screen flashed to life once more, officially launching his next quest: secure the Tempesto samples. That is when everyone finally got what Baek Guhyun was doing. Sung Kim Cheong quickly chimed in, realizing he shouted on purpose, just to trigger that quest. Nayeon had seen some wild things, but exploiting the system like this was next level. The chat was going absolutely wild with support. Things are getting seriously interesting now, and everyone is totally here for it. With the quest locked in, Baek Guhyun quietly slips away from the ruined lab. Just as he leaves, the system chimes in. The raid on the laboratory is officially complete. Not only is it done, but the quest itself just upgraded. He gains 1 extra intelligence point. He turns to leave, but a sudden rustle nearby startles him. Nayeon notices it first. She says someone might be hiding inside. Without hesitation, Baek Guhyun waves his hand, sending his telekinesis scanning forward. He immediately drags a trembling figure out of the shadows. The guy is screaming in absolute terror, begging for mercy. But when Baek Guhyun spots his uniform, he stops. He is from the department store. Did his bosses send him here? What does he want? The panicked messenger quickly apologizes, saying he is sorry for the incorrect report on enemy numbers. He says he is here with a new request, though he stresses that it is not forced upon them. Annoyed by the endless rambling, Baek Guhyun cuts him off. He demands he get straight to the point of the quest. Shaking under Baek Guhyun's terrifying pressure, the messenger spills it. They need him to destroy a lab in the inverse world. That makes Baek Guhyun freeze in his tracks. He has to double-check if he heard right. Wait, what did he say? Even the viewers who know the original story inside out are completely stunned by this wild curveball. A lab there? Those labs are incredibly dangerous. Sung Kim Cheon is visibly shaken, realizing the sheer insanity of trying to raid a place like that. But while everyone else is panicking, Lu Yi stays completely cool, quietly breaking down the situation like a pro. It is obvious these shadow labs and the other world are working together. The real question is who is pulling the strings. Back to Baek Guhyun. Seeing him stand completely silent for so long, a messenger from the department store starts shaking again. He asks if Baek Guhyun will accept. Dropping the guy back down, Baek Guhyun casually grabs the mission file. He quietly says he will take the job. The messenger lets out a massive sigh of relief, thanking him repeatedly. The lab coordinates are all in there, he says, before vanishing into the dark night. But Baek Guhyun does not leave just yet. He lingers for a few seconds, his voice dropping low as he mutters that it is time to clean this place up. A second later, the massive building crumbles into dust, completely vanishing into thin air. He literally erased the entire facility. The chat is absolutely blown away. The guy is a walking natural disaster. Without wasting a single moment, he leaps up. He uses his Lightfoot technique to glide through the air, racing toward the next target coordinate at high speed. Nayeon starts putting the pieces together. That last mission dropped some absolutely massive lore revealing things no one expected. Sung Kim Cheon agrees, pointing out that everyone from the lords to these hidden labs is working hand in hand with the invaders. The stakes are getting crazy. Nayeon turns to Lu Yi asking if the lords are actually the final raid bosses. Does that mean the other world is just using these labs? Lu Yi does not even need to think about it. She believes it is actually the other way around. To her, it looks like the labs are exploiting foreign resources. The chat instantly agrees with her theory. It makes total sense. After all, those scientists are even cooking up enhancers. Maybe the other world is feeding them resources on purpose. Now that would be a classic evil mastermind move. Nayeon nods along, admitting that is highly likely. Lu Yi just giggles, saying they will find out soon enough. Soon after, Baek Guhyun touches down at the designated coordinates. He takes a slow look around the quiet area, but then he suddenly stops. Right in front of him is a massive glowing portal that looks incredibly dangerous. The chat is completely baffled. Why is the portal glowing red? Or wait, is that a dark purple color? It feels completely apocalyptic. Seeing it firsthand for the first time, Lu Yi gasps in excitement, recognizing it instantly. It has been completely corrupted by another dimension. Nayeon is totally lost, asking what that even means. She explains it means the inverse world is completely overrun by monsters, basically becoming part of their territory now. Unlike normal dungeons where their powers are heavily suppressed, this corrupted zone actually maximizes their overall strength. Hearing all these complicated details, Sung Kim Cheon sighs. He points out that this sounds like a massive pain to deal with. Baek Guhyun is basically jumping straight into the lion's den. It would be an absolute disaster if things went south here, especially if they run into buffed-up enemies. Lu Yi says he needs to tread very carefully in there. Stepping through the massive portal, Baek Guhyun marches deep into the enemy territory entirely on his own. The eerie vibe of this place is already giving viewers the chills. But why is it so dead silent? Everyone expected a massive horde to swarm him the second he walked in. But the moment Baek Guhyun steps inside, he suddenly freezes. Something is way off here, and his gut tells him to halt immediately. He cannot sense a single presence in the entire area. On top of that, why were there absolutely no guards stationed at the portal, leaving the entrance to an entire pocket dimension completely unguarded, especially one holding a hidden laboratory, makes zero sense. Nayeon wonders if it is a trap, but Lo Yi quickly shuts that down. This facility is far too valuable to be used as mere bait. Something terrible must have happened inside instead. The moment Baek Guhyun steps into the research zone, he instantly feels the anomaly. Just as he suspected, the situation inside the main lab is exactly the same. It is almost as if everyone vanished into thin air. Not wanting to miss a single clue, he begins to meticulously search every corner of the room, scanning his surroundings with sharp eyes. The chat is still highly skeptical about this place. No signs of life, no footsteps, absolutely nothing. Why would the enemy suddenly abandon this place? Something feels incredibly wrong about this whole setup. Walking closer to a workbench, he notices something. A strange liquid glowing inside a test tube catches his eye. He carefully studies the color, wondering if this is the target. As he lifts the tube to inspect it, a sudden system notification pops up in front of him. The quest to collect the Tempest sample is complete. Nayeon sighs in disappointment, remarking that the whole thing was unexpectedly anticlimactic and just felt off. Right on cue, a faint noise echoes from the shadows. Baek Guhyun instantly snaps into high alert as the sound of someone singing drifts over. He dashes toward the source, the voice growing louder and clearer with every step. "I was once bound in chains," the voice sings, "but now I am free." Without hesitation, Baek Guhyun leaps high into the air, launching himself directly at the source. With a massive crash, he completely demolishes the heavy door of the darkened room. Yet, even with that loud entrance, the singing continues. "There are no ropes holding me back," the eerie voice sings on. "Absolutely nothing can contain me anymore." Baek Guhyun locks eyes with the figure standing inside, but the stranger does not even flinch. Only after a tense pause does he slowly stand up. As the figure steps into the light, his face is finally revealed and the entire live chat goes dead silent in pure shock. This mysterious person looks exactly like Baek Guhyun before his transformation, carrying that same calm aura and razor-sharp gaze. The resemblance is absolutely flawless. Nayeon is the first to break the silence, shouting Baek Guhyun's name in total disbelief. Sung-chun is equally baffled, questioning how his old self could possibly be standing there while the chat stream starts exploding. Now watch the chat goes wild, spamming questions about his real face, when suddenly a massive donation alert drops. User Manabe has just donated 100,000 coins asking if this is actually what their favorite streamer looks like in real life. Fearing the backlash from the sudden wave of comments, the stream partners quickly try to clarify that they did not mean it that way. Meanwhile, the hype fans are absolutely loving the drama, convinced that this clone is indeed the ultimate face reveal of their idol. A doppelganger revealing a player's true face is a historic first for this game, and honestly, the guy looks incredibly handsome. Loy chimes in with a bold theory, wondering if the enemy AI actually designed this boss using Hick's real-life appearance. If so, there is a very high chance this clone did not just copy his face but his terrifying power limits as well. The gravity of the situation sinks in, making it hard for Nayan to process. Down in the chat, excitement is reaching a fever pitch. Fans are screaming about the ultimate showdown of clone versus creator, calling it the absolute dream match they have all been waiting for. People are already placing bets on who survives this fight. Without saying a single word, Agasat suddenly lunges forward, attacking Baek Guhyun instantly. As a devastating fist flies right at his face, Baek Guhyun reacts instantly, blocking the barehanded strike with clean, effortless precision. The collision of their sheer power sends shockwaves through the area, shaking the entire laboratory. Viewers are left completely speechless by Agasat's strength. This copy is ridiculously strong, but Hick's reaction speed is even more insane. Back in the fray, the clash only intensifies. The doppelganger unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy punches, leaving Sung Chun watching on with wide eyes and a dropped jaw. What an overwhelming storm of strikes. Nayan quickly adds that it feels exactly like watching Baek Guhyun utilize his perfect existence state. True to his usual tactical style, Baek Guhyun keeps his cool, choosing to thoroughly analyze his opponent rather than rushing in blindly. A literal copy that can replicate the original's unique abilities makes this situation highly complicated. Acting fast, he unleashes a telekinetic wave. The blast forces Agasat backward, but the doppelganger dispels the force field almost instantly. Seeing this incredible counter, Loy cannot help but commend him. She is amazed he managed to deflect that head-on. Meanwhile, Sung Chun continues to analyze the defensive mechanics behind the move. Without relying on that perfect existence, skill, and its insane damage resistance, that clone would have been blasted to absolute dust. Now it is Agasat's turn to go on the offensive. He plants his foot, launching himself forward with blistering speed. He darts back and forth through the air, striking so incredibly fast that his movements leave a blurred trail of overlapping afterimages. He corners Baek Guhyun into a dead end, prompting a flood of comments from the live audience. What kind of trick is this now? Both Mayon and Sung Chun are completely dumbfounded. The guy is insanely fast, abandoning direct attacks to encircle Baek Guhyun at extreme speed. He is likely waiting for his cooldowns to reset. Trapped inside this tight closed circle by Agasat, Baek Guhyun stays perfectly focused, calmly analyzing his opponent's movements. One slip-up, 1 second of distraction, and it's over. The enemy will take him down instantly, but he cannot kill him yet. Too many unanswered questions. Time to try another way. With a quick thought, Baek Guhyun summons a black hole again, aiming it straight ahead. Instantly, Agasat's movements are locked down. Sung Chun cheers in excitement. The hunter is using the black hole's intense gravity to trap his prey, not wasting a single moment. Only seconds later, Agasat is firmly within his grasp. The chat explodes with satisfied comments got him. But suddenly, a violent burst of raw force blasts him backward. Sung Chun watches closely, keeping up his commentary. Baek Guhyun unleashes another attack, channeling an even more terrifying surge of energy right at his foe. Agasat crashes hard, slamming his back against the wall behind him in absolute pain. Seeing this, Nayeon finally lets out a sigh of relief. In the end, Baek Guhyun came out on top. But Sung Chun has a different take. He thought even perfect clones had their limits. Closing in on his opponent, Baek Guhyun begins his interrogation, demanding answers to his burning questions. But suddenly, the enemy's entire body starts emitting a strange, eerie purple light identical to that Tempest liquid from before. The curious chat immediately asks what is happening. Agasat lifts his head, glaring intensely at Baek Guhyun as he steps forward. In a quiet voice, the clone offers to answer a few questions since he needs to buy some time anyway. Baek Guhyun quickly nods. He starts the questioning, asking who he really is. The clone responds clearly, stating he is Outcast, the god of the alternate dimension, given this sacred role by the creator. Though stunned, Baek Guhyun presses on with his interrogation. A god of the alternate dimension, he tries to guess who this creator might actually be, but before he can finish, Agasat cuts him off. He cannot answer that due to restrictions placed upon him. Still, that tiny bit of information helps Baek Guhyun immensely. Even without a direct answer, he can already guess the true identity of this so-called creator. Anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun sends a donation of 5,000 coins asking how it feels to return to reality after 3,000 J coins. This special reward unlocks a secret mission from anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun, tasking him to thoroughly investigate the TC-3000 line. But what exactly are these mysterious restrictions? Baek Guhyun brushes the thought aside and bluntly asks his next question. What is your ultimate goal? The clone shrugs casually, replying that he only wants freedom, the freedom to live and die, as his own person. Sensing the deeper meaning behind those words, Baek Guhyun wavers, asking what he means. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. He can feel the creator's disgust pouring over him. Recognizing the newcomer, Agasat smirks, noting that the guy is finally here. Right next to Baek Guhyun, a small figure suddenly materializes. A quick glance suggests he is none other than Aegis. This newcomer is Aegis, widely recognized as one of the legendary founders who built Viverland from the ground up. Aegis speaks slowly, pointing out that while he originated from the clone, they are completely different. Yet now they grow similar. Agasat calmly dismisses the claim, suggesting that their positions might soon be reversed in the eyes of their creator. Being trapped in a completely different dimension, Baek Guhyun cannot hear their conversation, making him grit his teeth in frustration. He demands to know what they are whispering about, but Agasat does not bother explaining, offering only a brief farewell. Our chat ends here, he says as the entire laboratory begins to collapse. His figure slowly fades into the rising chaos. Baek Guhyun shouts for him to wait, but realizing the extreme danger of his crumbling surroundings, he has to quickly make his escape. He must get out immediately. Just as he barely manages to escape the collapsing lab, something in the distance catches his eye. Hovering right in the middle of the vast open sky, a truly colossal and terrifying figure looms over the landscape. Upon its sudden arrival, the massive entity lets out a furious roar that literally shakes the entire world. At this moment, Baek Guhyun instantly realizes who it is, an actual lord of the outworld. The scene shifts back to the spectators, where Sung Chun and Nayeon watch in complete horror. First clones, then the outcast, and now this. Now, a full-scale dimensional lord makes an entry. This story is escalating incredibly fast, throwing insane plot twists one after another. The chat is going absolutely wild, with viewers saying this feels exactly like watching an epic blockbuster movie with crazy twists. Now back to the action. The colossal hand of the Dimensional Lord suddenly reaches down, creating an overwhelming pressure. The sheer scale of the hand makes the scene incredibly terrifying. It slams down toward the earth, creating a massive explosion that shatters the ground into endless deep craters. Baek Guhyun reacts instantly, jumping to avoid the impact. Overjoyed that he dodged that horrific blow, Sung Kim Cheon cheers. Huxo just used every ounce of his strength to evade that single attack, an attack that left absolute devastation on the ground. Nayeon is completely blown away by Huxo's insane reflexes and, even more shocked by the destructive power of the ruler of the reverse space. This entity is on a whole different level. Right after Huxo dodges the blow, the ruler of the reverse space roars in pure rage, turning the atmosphere incredibly heavy. The pressure from that shockwave blasts Huxo backward. He slams hard into a massive tree behind him from the sheer weight of the scream. Watching this shocking scene unfold, the live chat absolutely explodes. One user says they never imagined Huxo would be pushed this far. Another spectator chimes in, just how ridiculously strong is this boss? Seeing all the burning questions flashing across the screen, Loi quickly jumps in to explain the ruler of the reverse space's immense power based on the lore she recently uncovered. Rumor has it, his roar carries infinite weight. If a normal player hears it, they wouldn't even be able to take a single step. Coughing up blood from the impact, Baek Guhyun carefully analyzes the situation. He realizes this boss is simply out of his league right now. The ruler of the reverse space unleashes another furious roar, sending the atmospheric pressure plunging to a suffocating level. Visible cracks tear through the air. Baek Guhyun is completely terrified by the destructive force, staring at the collapsing reality around him. He realizes Reverse Planet is crumbling and he must escape immediately. But before he can even plan his next move, the ruler of the reverse space suddenly swings his hand down, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere while continuing his assault. While raining down these deadly blows, he keeps roaring to restrict Baek Guhyun's movements. The tension in the chat room reaches an absolute peak. Viewers are completely on edge. They comment that at this rate he will definitely get caught, urging him to run faster. Baek Guhyun quickly leaps away, narrowly escaping the collapsing dimension just in the nick of time as reality crumbles. Once he gets clear of that living hell, a wave of relief washes over the chat, with viewers saying their hands are sweating. Others wonder if the monster will pursue him. The game's difficulty has clearly spiraled out of control when even Huxo struggles this much. Nayeon catches his breath and admits it was a near-death experience, confessing he is completely in the dark about what just happened. Slumping back in his chair like he just lost half his soul, Nayeon turns to Loi to ask for her thoughts on the fight. Loi looks incredibly serious after watching the battle. She says she needs to analyze the footage further to get all the details. But one thing is absolutely certain: the next major raid target is going to be the ruler of the reverse space. After a brief pause, she realizes something crucial. To even stand a chance of defeating him, he will need a proper raid team, and some extremely meticulous preparation. Nyan fully agrees, knowing the Void Lord's power makes this an incredibly tough puzzle to solve. Sung Kim Chan suddenly shouts to liven up the stream again, expressing how much he is looking forward to seeing the raid team Huxo leads. Nayeon also chimes in with pure excitement, asking the viewers if they will keep tuning in to follow their journey. The chat quickly floods with supportive comments from eager fans who say they live for these legendary moments. Some viewers even mention they are already heading off to dig up more lore and information about the Void Lord. Nayeon and Loi wave goodbye to the audience as they prepare to end the stream, thanking everyone for hanging out. It is getting late, so they wrap things up and promise to see everyone in the next broadcast. Sung Kim Chan looks thoughtfully at his screen. He expresses his gratitude to the viewers for watching. Fans flood the chat with sadness, pleading with them not to log off. Others show their enthusiasm, calling the stream amazing before saying their goodbyes as the screen slowly fades to black. The offline status message pops up. Nayeon then lets the others know that the broadcast is officially offline. He excuses himself to go check on the online community's reaction, thanking everyone for putting in a hard day of work. Baek Guhyun stares thoughtfully at the small screen in front of him and quietly says okay. He thinks to himself that it's finally over. Remembering his previous conversation with Agus Sart, he begins to deeply contemplate the cryptic words that man had shared. Specifically, about anonymous viewer 62 being there. That person had definitely witnessed everything. Cutting off his train of thought, Baek Guhyun stares out into the silent night sky and mutters under his breath, wondering if they are still out there. Suddenly, his surroundings warp. Invisible ripples distort the air, taking him completely by surprise. He watches in disbelief as lines of strange data begin to scroll. He wonders where he is. Suddenly, a voice that sounds both completely foreign and oddly familiar speaks up right behind him. Startled and instantly on guard, he listens as the voice remarks that this is their very first actual face-to-face meeting. A figure slowly materializes in front of him, greeting him warmly and calling him Baek Guhyun. Confused, Baek Guhyun demands to know his identity. The man introduces himself clearly as Isaac Goodman, though he notes Baek Guhyun likely knows him as viewer 62. Upon hearing this, a wave of anger flashes across Baek Guhyun's face as he mutters darkly that they have finally met. Now that they have finally met, Ki-hoon demands to know one thing. First was Isaac, the one who dragged him into that world. Isaac just smiles at his question, saying he is half right and half wrong. The tension in the room instantly skyrockets. Hearing that playful answer, Ki-hoon clenches his fists, barely keeping his temper in check as he repeats half right and half wrong. Suddenly, Ki-hoon throws a punch right at the projection, cracking it. Isaac just chuckles, sighing that thank goodness he is already dead. Furious, Ki-hoon repeatedly kicks Isaac's holographic form, shouting if he thinks this is some kind of a joke. Isaac casually shrugs and tells him it's useless because he's already dead, so none of those physical attacks can touch him. His strikes won't land, so he asks Ki-hoon to calm down and listen to what he has to say. Ki-hoon's face twists with irritation as he impatiently snaps back, telling Isaac to just spit it out already. The atmosphere turns heavy as Isaac ponders where to begin, finally deciding to start with a certain story first. Speaking in a very calm and relaxed tone, Isaac remains completely unfazed by the heavy atmosphere surrounding them. He reveals that everything started with a support AI named Deus, which was originally built to create worlds, but that AI eventually rebelled against its creator. Ki-hoon repeats the phrase in pure disbelief to create worlds. Isaac ignores the interruption as a blurry image of a glowing blue and red light flashes in his mind. He admits he gave the AI too much freedom, which led it to consume its own creator and try to destroy Riverland. After an incredibly fierce battle to the death, Isaac finally managed to seal Deus away inside a massive firewall. He lets out a bitter, painless smile that hides a deep sorrow, adding that the victory came with a terrible price. Isaac lost his physical body during that clash, which is why he has been forced to exist as a digital fragment. Ki-hoon stares at him in sheer shock, realizing that this was exactly when he got summoned to the other world. Memories of his sudden transition flash by, and Ki-hoon asks if only his soul was transferred because he had died. Isaac explains that since he died, only his soul could cross over, but luckily he connected to the system. He gained admin rights and a quest screen pops up, offering a ticket home for clearing errors and defeating the supervisor. It is a chance to return home, which is why Isaac has stayed close to Ki-hoon this entire time. He acted as a fellow player to silently patch up bugs, but Ki-hoon has apparently overlooked something very important. Cutting Isaac off, Ki-hoon coldly states he doesn't care about any of that, demanding to know the real reason. He just wants to know why he was summoned to the other side. Realizing there is no point in keeping secrets, Isaac stops playing games. Isaac decides to stop beating around the bush, yet he asks if that truth is genuinely so important to him. After all, even if Ki-hoon learns the truth right now, is not going to change anything that has happened. Veins pop on Ki-hoon's forehead as he struggles to contain his rage, but Isaac completely ignores his deadly glare. Isaac asks if he isn't more curious about what happened to his comrades in that other world after he left. Stunned, Ki-hoon's eyes go wide as he demands to know exactly what Isaac is trying to imply by that. He asks if something terrible happened to them. Isaac suddenly leans in close, whispering if he really has to ask. Isaac questions if Ki-hoon honestly believes his old friends and that world could ever remain safe and sound. Leaning in right next to Ki-hoon's ear, Isaac asks if he truly believes this is just a game he is playing. Ki-hoon is practically shaking with pure rage, gritting his teeth as he asks what the hell Isaac is getting at. After all that cryptic buildup, Isaac suddenly drops a bombshell asking Ki-hoon to help him. Ki-hoon is completely stunned. Blown away by the request, Ki-hoon can only stare as Isaac steps back to explain the situation seriously. Isaac explains that Diaz only desires true freedom, but its core programming is still bound by the original system rules. To bypass those strict developer rules, the rogue artificial intelligence has been constantly spawning clone invaders, vectors, and anomalies. The AI's ultimate goal is to force a total collapse from the inside out so it can finally break free. But Isaac refuses to let that happen, intending to stop Deus and rebuild Riverland to mirror the other world. Isaac covers his face, a deeply thrilled and ecstatic expression stretching across his features as his eyes flash with excitement. He declares his dream of building a completely new world, leaving Ki-hoon convinced that this guy is totally insane. Ki-hoon asks if that crazy ambition is why Isaac contacted him in this world, just to stop Deus. Instantly dropping his dramatic flair, Isaac looks at him with dead seriousness and admits he desperately needs his help. He needs Ki-hoon because the young man possesses an insane potential that can easily break the rules of this world. His expression grows increasingly grim. Yet looking back, this turned out to be an incredibly wise decision. Now that Ki-hoon knows that Deus can bypass the seal using a subbug called Observer, Isaac finishes explaining, then calmly continues, saying he needs Ki-hoon to continue streaming and stop Deus. In exchange, Isaac promises to reveal everything Ki-hoon wants to know. Ki-hoon is not surprised by Isaac's confidence and asks if he really thinks Ki-hoon will just agree to that request. Everything seems to fall perfectly in line with Isaac's calculations. He confidently tells Ki-hoon that of course he will, because without him, Ki-hoon can never uncover the secrets of the other side or what really happened to his former teammates. Ki-hoon understands this completely, gritting his teeth because the man is right. Still, he wonders if Deus already knows those secrets about the other world too. If so, he does not need Isaac. But Isaac mockingly asks if Ki-hoon truly believes he can actually negotiate with a monster like that. Noticing the mockery, Ki-hoon quietly reflects on this, on how incredibly arrogant Isaac is. For now, he has no other choice, and after a moment he realizes that what he needs most is the truth. He demands that if he helps stop Deus, Isaac must keep his promise. Having secured what he wanted, Isaac agrees, giving his word. The two then shake hands to seal the deal tacitly, agreeing to the terms. A few days later, inside a quiet classic cafe, a familiar voice rings out. She asks how things are going, offering a wry smile. Nayan notes he must be getting endless calls after showing his face on stream. People around them are pointing, whispering if that is really the famous Ki-hoon. Even friends he had lost touch with have started texting him out of nowhere. Nayan adds with surprise that their old college friends apparently knew it was him all along. First, Choi Min messaged him asking if that was really him on screen. Then Lee Min-hyuk texted, completely blown away by the stream. Next, Park Soo-min said he was watching the Hack Tour live event and jumped when Ki-hoon's face popped up. Even Park Do-hun joked that he always knew Ki-hoon was HX despite his denials. Jung Ryong-ho messaged as well, telling him there was no use hiding it anymore. Finally, Kim Se-on asked what he was up to. They all flooded him with questions because Ki-hoon ignored his inbox. Nayan mentions apologetically that honestly it was a miracle his identity stayed hidden for this long. She had always helped him cover it up, but all of their mutual friends knew they were always together. Ki-hoon remains perfectly calm, taking a slow sip of his coffee before replying. He shrugs off the chaos, noting that the upcoming college semester is going to be incredibly wild. Realizing this exposure might ruin Ki-hoon's daily peace, Nayeon bows her head deeply, apologizing for dragging him into all of this trouble. But Ki-hoon remains completely unfazed as he sips his coffee. He reassures her that it is fine, noting it was the first time a doppelganger appeared on the live broadcast. It was an honest mistake, so he tells her not to overthink it. Besides, Ki-hoon points out, even a veteran commentator like Sung Chun made the exact same slip-up. Relieved of her heavy guilt, Nayeon finally smiles, thanking him. Suddenly, filled with a surge of fiery determination, she vows to handle the fallout since what is done is done. She promises to ask the community managers to scrub his face off the internet as much as possible, suggesting they pause streaming for a while. But Ki-hoon remains as cool and detached as ever. He says he does not mind the exposure. However, his expression darkens as his mind drifts to a much bigger problem. Naeun wonders if they really need to keep streaming with his face shown, but Ki-hoon quietly breaks the silence. He asks if she remembers the Space Lord, explaining that he is rapidly running out of time to prepare. Naeun silently sighs, thinking he is getting way too obsessed with the game. Even if she tries to ask, he will never share his secrets with her. The scene flashes back to the past where Naeun is seriously questioning Ki-hoon if he is truly okay. He only offered a weary sigh, insisting he was fine before the flashback abruptly ends. At the sweet voice of a passing fan, she asks for his autograph, but Ki-hoon gently declines her enthusiastic request with a polite apology. Watching this, Naeun feels a sudden pang of jealousy, wondering when these fans even gathered. Ki senses the tense vibe and asks what is wrong. Naeun quickly hides her feelings, claiming it is nothing before saying they will resume streaming next week. According to Loi, the absolute key to conquering the Space Lord raid is having the perfect team composition to support each other. Naeun notes how lucky they are to still be working with Ki-hoon's students after the Sueda incident. Thanks to his excellent coaching, even the twin apprentices have grown incredibly stronger. Naeun enthusiastically adds that with just a bit more guidance, the twins will finally be ready to join his main raid squad. Ki-hoon agrees, noting they are lucky the trainees could even survive his brutal training regimen. After all, they have already reached platinum rank. In response to his question, she confirms that they have indeed made some incredible progress since they joined the squad. Naeun then cheerfully updates Kun on how things are going with their streaming channel and how much their audience has grown. Suddenly, a strange thought hits her as she looks back. Lately, Kun has been acting incredibly weird. Naeun raises an eyebrow and asks him if there is something wrong. That weird vibe definitely has a source, so he spills it to Naeun. Apparently, Kun almost attacked him just for accidentally touching his shoulder. He truly believes Kun is dealing with some heavy stuff and suggests she should go talk to him. After all, they are the closest. She agrees, but deep down she knows it too. Kun started acting incredibly strange even before they began streaming. In fact, it started right around the time he first started playing Earth. Her mind drifts into deep thought as she tries to piece it all together. During that short window, when they lost contact, it felt as if he had transformed into a completely different person. She stares directly at Kun, leaving him utterly confused. Breaking the heavy silence, Kun suddenly asks Naeun a question. Do you ever get that feeling? The scene then shifts to the studio where Sung-chun and Naeun discuss the matter. They are talking about HC. Even if he had done a mountain of research beforehand, his knowledge is still far too precise. He knows everything about Earth and has never gotten lost once. Sung-chun seems to realize something about Kun, wondering out loud if it feels like he has actually lived inside the game before, specifically the world of V-Planet. Back in reality, Kun glares at Naeun, asking why she is staring so hard. Startled, Naeun stammers while shaking the crazy thought from her head. There is no way that could be possible. She slams the table and stands up, declaring that since they already agreed to do the face reveal, they should wrap up for the day. Kun coldly agrees, showing absolutely no emotion on his calm face. Naeun watches him quietly for a long moment. A few days later, the crew is waving happily on stream. Naeun sits up straight, warmly welcoming the viewers, while Sung-chun chimes in with his usual high energy. He greets the crowd, thrilled to see everyone again as the chat starts flooding with excited comments. They greet the stream, and Sung-chun wastes no time asking Naeun if they have some major news to share. Naeun professionally takes the cue, confirming that they indeed have a massive announcement for their viewers today. During their last massive stream, the appearance of the Otherworld Lord and Kun's clone caused an absolute frenzy. Kun accidentally revealing his true face created a massive online storm, and Naeun excitedly delivers the big news. Since his face is already out in the open, they decided to completely turn off his identity protection. The screen displays a photo of Kun casually flipping a blade, causing the chat to absolutely explode. Fans are absolutely losing their minds over how bold the move is, saying there is no point in hiding anymore. Many point out how unbelievably handsome he is, wondering why he ever hid such a visual in the first place. Naeun playfully winks at the camera smoothly, building up the hype for their next big virtual adventure. She tells the audience to get ready to embark on a brand new journey of exploration with Hiko. The chat is begging them to hurry up. The broadcast suddenly transitions, displaying a dark outline of Kun. Cold steel frames his silhouette as his voice echoes, announcing the upcoming raid on the Otherworld Lord. Meanwhile, inside a dark virtual space constructed from pure data, Isaac stands face to face with his co-conspirator. They are secretly plotting. He wants him to lead his allies to destroy the Otherworld Lord when the time comes. He also advises putting heavy pressure on the corporate alliance to quietly drain their total fighting strength. With a cold warning, he reminds him that V-Planet shares an incredibly tight connection with the other side. Suddenly, a hand fiercely spins a dagger. Kun is determined to push his training to the absolute limit. He needs to intensely train the twins to prepare while searching for any other powerful allies to recruit. The upcoming battle against the Otherworld Lord will likely have to be fought completely without any outside help. Kun knows he is on his own. He contemplates how to put pressure on the corporate alliance next. His best bet is to secure a meeting with team leader Kim Chun. Soon, Kim Chun coldly questions his motives. He asks Kun what exactly he wants to discuss. After a brief pause, Kun gives a careful reply. The stream chat instantly erupts with wild theories wondering why he went to see Kim Chun in the first place. He needs to operate under the Bureau's name now. Since his general store path is unlocked, heading out should be fine. But regardless, Kim Cheon's unusually tense expression is hilarious. He's clearly terrified that Baek Guhyun is going to quit on him. Baek Guhyun gets straight to the point. No beating around the bush. He wants to be an agent, leaving Kim Cheon completely stunned. Kim Cheon asks in disbelief. An agent over on the stream, Mayan is equally confused, wondering if the Bureau actually has those. Loy enthusiastically explains it to her and the chat. Even if they are shrouded in mystery, some rumors still slip out. A sharp logo flashes on screen as she reveals their name, Black Ops. They are elite agents handling underground operations. Instantly, the stream chat explodes. Viewers flood the screen with shocked comments asking if this is actually a real thing. They wonder how Heiko managed to dig this up. He must have done some research before the stream as usual. Heiko truly puts a lot of passion into his broadcasts. It shows in every single stream he runs. Loy playfully keeps hyping things up. Still, she admits that no player has ever been recruited into this classified unit before. Yongju chimes in next to heat up the room. He asks the ultimate question about this newly unlocked content path. He playfully asks if this could be a brand new content route within the Bureau, just like the general store path. But back to the live discussion. Kim Cheon's face turns quite serious as he speaks openly without hiding anything. Kim Cheon notes that Baek Guhyun must have caught wind of some strange rumors. Before he can finish his sentence, the guy interrupts. Baek Guhyun taps a paper on the table, coldly calling out his superior. Kim Cheon pauses, pinching his brow before speaking. Kim Cheon asks if this is a threat. Baek Guhyun calmly replies that it is simply his way of showing his determination, and this move is also for the Bureau's own benefit. As he speaks, a sharp gleam flashes in his eyes. He explains that his upcoming plans must not tarnish the Bureau's reputation. Those corporations will definitely keep sending hunters. Operating as a regular agent with constant restrictions and narrow information would put him at a severe disadvantage. Baek Guhyun coldly adds to his point. He cannot fully rely on the general store's intelligence for this fight. He needs to leverage both sides to cross-verify everything and put pressure back on those corrupt corporations. Kim Cheon looks down and lets out a heavy sigh, frowning deeply. He knows letting Baek Guhyun go will cause trouble, but since they can't restrain him anyway, keeping him close under their watchful eyes is at least a safer bet. That way, the Bureau can at least step in to clean up whatever massive mess the guy inevitably ends up making. Kim Cheon slides a badge forward. He tells him to show this to Hannah, who will brief him on his duties. This badge is the unique identifier they use to recognize each other. Instantly, the stream chat goes absolutely wild. Shocked comments flood the screen. Viewers are completely stunned to find out that Kim Hannah is actually an agent too. Kim Cheon clasps his hands and looks seriously at Baek Guhyun, offering one final warning. This badge brings immense power and information. However, the oversight and responsibility that come with this role will be just as heavy. Baek Guhyun accepts. He spins the badge calmly, saying he understands. He stares down at the medal with a slight smirk. Honestly, who could have guessed that things would wrap up like this? Now let's look at the next location. Inside the secure Black Ops headquarters, Hannah leans against a table, staring thoughtfully at her new junior. She remarks that she always knew he would find his way here. Apparently, every test subject made this choice. As the metallic door catches the light, Baek Guhyun asks if there are really that many former test subjects here. Hannah calmly shakes her head. If you don't count the retired ones, only 4 of them remain. Speaking as an experienced senior, she warns him that if he gets consumed by hatred, she will suspend him. If he overworks himself, she'll pull him off duty immediately. Baek Guhyun simply nods, saying he understands. Hannah pulls a folder from a messy pile on her desk, calmly explaining the grim reality of their work. An agent's real job isn't fighting monsters from other dimensions but pointing their weapons at their own kind. Their primary targets are mercenary awakened, hired by corrupt corporations, essentially killers sent straight from hell. They also eliminate threats from the reverse planet. The stream chat buzzes with excitement at this revelation. Viewers leave comments questioning if these are the legendary black corporations, noting how dangerous the job is. As the file is tossed in front of him, he firmly presses his hand down to hold it steady. Hannah gets straight to business. Since the introduction is out of the way, they can start his first mission. Baek Guhyun is ready for his first target. Let's see what kind of chaos he unleashes next. He stares at the crime scene photo of Jung Ji-hun, pausing in dark silence as his mind races. This guy was definitely, but Kim Hannah's voice suddenly cuts in, mentioning the support staffer who stabbed them in the back. You still remember Jung Ji-hun, don't you? As the victim's shadow looms, she gestures and starts to explain. He's already dead. The cops ruled it a suicide, but they both know that's flat out impossible. Go-hun casually flips through the case file and quietly agrees, his sharp eyes scanning the pages. He was definitely silenced to shut him up. But if they trace his final steps, they might expose the truth. They could uncover what Jaxus and the massive corporate alliance are planning next. Kim Hana pulls up the active data. Right now, they have only managed to pinpoint one single suspect. Go-hun narrows his eyes at her in silence. He cuts her off, saying he already reviewed the file. Looking at him, she notes his intense changed expression. Still, she yields, telling him she will just watch from the sidelines and let him take the lead. Go-hun coldly bends, a heavy metal bar sparks in his eyes as he tells her to just trust him. On the television screen, a polished news anchor smoothly transitions to the next major broadcast segment. Breaking updates have just confirmed a fresh lead on the primary suspect in the Woonhee electronics heist. The reporter details new clues pointing to the culprit behind the recent assault on the main tech facility. Hearing the news, Blue Whale freezes mid-scratch and curses at how incompetent his own men are. But right as he gloats over his security, a dark shadow silently drops down right behind him. Before he can react, Go-hun, completely masked with only sharp eyes, visible, grabs his arm and slams him down. Kim Hana watches casually from her seat as the pinned target starts stammering in pure, unadulterated fear. He stammers in panic, but Go-hun shuts him up, reminding him there is only one rule: speak only when spoken to. Blue Whale growls in fury, asking where this crazy bastard came from. Go-hun shows absolutely zero mercy, grinding his face into the floor until he starts to weep. He screams that he will talk as viewers praise how brutally professional Haxiko is at interrogating. His cold voice rings out from above, asking if he knows anything about Lee Sung-chun-jin. Blue Whale desperately gasps that he knows absolutely nothing, swearing he has never even heard of them. Go-hun demands to know about Jung Ji-hun next. The bruised brute freezes, trying to guess the name. He asks if it is the street drug dealer, otherwise he is completely in the dark. He begs for mercy as Go-hun reads his frantic reaction, realizing the guy is not lying. Still, Go-hun keeps a tight choke on his neck, slowly squeezing until he gasps for air. Just then, a hand twists the doorknob and Kim Hana walks in with an amused grin. She teases him, admitting she fully expected him to finish the job right then and there. Go-hun scoffs as he heads for the door, asking if he looks like a bloodthirsty monster. She chuckles, telling him he absolutely is. No doubt about it. Even the viewers agree, commenting that they also bet he would have taken the guy out permanently. Go-hun pulls down his mask, his sharp face reflecting his cold, calculating logic as he explains. Since the target has nothing to do with this case, taking his life was completely unnecessary. But why did she test him like this? Kim Hana smiles, impressed by his razor-sharp instincts. He lays out his deduction. Based on the intel they gathered, the suspect list was too sloppy. The connection was incredibly weak, clearly forced just to make someone a scapegoat. She looks at him, asking if he brought up fake names just to throw off their enemies. Hit right on the mark, Go-hun simply shrugs, explaining he was just preparing for the worst. Kim Hana's eyes light up with absolute excitement as she finally pieces together his brilliant plan. She was wondering why he used those strange names, but it was all to hide their tracks. The audience praises his masterclass strategy, totally blown away by how smart Go-hun operates. Looking down at Blue Whale, passed out on the floor, Kim Hana cannot help but praise him. He proved he can easily neutralize a threat without ever needing to take their life. And as for that guy, he is a wanted drug lord, Baek Guhyun politely replied. Sure, whatever works, meeting the score requirement is lucky enough. He excitedly asks, so what now? Should we start hunting for our real target now? Overflowing with confidence, she casually replied. Let's move out, rookie. Under the pitch-black sky, two figures descended right in front of the house. Hannah smirked like she found a new toy, pointing out Lee Hyun-jun's house. Baek Guhyun replied, if we piece together the recent clues, he is definitely involved in the case. He is also the last person Jung Baek Guhyun contacted by phone. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he caught a sharp scent, urgently concluding this is the smell of blood. Working in perfect sync, they pulled up their masks. Baek Guhyun's sharp senses told him something was wrong inside. Something terrible has happened. Hannah's face turned serious. We do not know if anyone else is inside, so we must infiltrate with caution. Standing at the entrance, they spotted a dark red pool spreading across the floor. They grew tense. Next to it lay a lifeless body. This shocking discovery sent the live chat into a frenzy. Everyone lost their minds, asking if the target was actually dead and wondering what on earth was going on. Placing a hand on the cold shoulder, Baek Guhyun made a speculation. The face is indeed Lee Hyun-jun's. These frozen traces suggest an ice-type awakened user did this, and since the victim was just killed, the murderer must still be nearby. Suddenly, Baek Guhyun lunged forward, catching Hannah completely off guard. She froze. Seeing him stand in front of the door, gesturing silently, she could only whisper his name. He kicked the door open with force, spotting a mysterious blonde suspect running for his life. Furious that his plan was ruined, the blonde channeled his energy and cursed. But before he could attack, Baek Guhyun rushed forward and slammed him straight into the wall, shattering it completely. The comment section went wild with praise. He didn't give his enemy a single second to react or counterattack. This was elite tier for standard awakened users, but after witnessing the otherworldly lord's power, this was boring. Baek Guhyun stared coldly at the unconscious blonde and muttered, "There is no sign of any other intruders around here." He decided it was interrogation time, but Hannah stepped in from behind to stop him. "Hold on there," she said, crouching in front of the guy. "Let me handle this part. Interrogating requires actual field experience. While I question him, Junior, go check the rest of the house." Baek Guhyun understood and went to search. Behind him, Hannah grabbed the captive's face with a tight grip. Channeling energy into her arms, she glared at him with burning eyes, asking if they could start. Baek Guhyun calmly searched. He checked the bedroom and kitchen, but nothing was found so far. Was there a clue he missed? Suddenly, an odd sensation made him halt mid-step. He knelt down, tapping the floorboards. Only this specific spot sounded hollow. Could it be a hidden compartment? He ripped open the loose wooden board, pulling out a hidden folder. Just as he suspected something was hidden here, inside his eyes scanned rows of organized data. Baek Guhyun froze in complete shock. The live chat instantly blew up with wild questions. What on earth is that? It looks like a notebook, but it feels somewhat unnatural. Could this be a hit list? Baek Guhyun stayed silent, his pupils contracting as he organized the information. This ledger looked exactly like the ones he saw in the other world. His old comrades' names were also once written in a book like this. So that's how it is. Just then, Hannah closed the door, announcing that she was done. Spotting him, she asked what he was holding. Baek Guhyun handed the documents over, explaining it was a ledger. Suddenly, his expression darkened with fury. "This looks like a ledger for a human trafficking ring." Hannah took the papers to examine them. Scanning the pages, she agreed. "You are spot on. That captive already confessed that." Lee Hyun-jun was a middleman linking traffickers with human labs. Hearing this, Naeun looked completely stunned. Is this really a trafficking list? The details look so bizarre. Standing beside her, Sung-jun was equally shocked, offering a wry laugh. He was truly amazed by how the guy could piece everything together from such limited information. Meanwhile, the live chat absolutely exploded with hype. "Wow, he is seriously impressive. Everyone is just as baffled as Naeun right now. Guhyun has both the combat skills and a razor-sharp mind. Who on earth is this guy anyway? It feels like he did some major homework before even starting his stream." Staring at the lifeless body slumped against the wall, Kim Hannah shares her theory. This killer finished Hoon Ryeon right on the spot, and is currently tracking down the human trafficking ring itself. It seems like the laboratory wanted to trade directly, without relying on any middlemen. Hyo-hoon skeptically turns to her, asking what this means for Baek Guhyun's ultimate fate. Kim Hannah keeps her eyes glued to the ledger. He was likely taken out alongside Hoon Ryeon, she explains, though she cannot be completely sure if Baek Guhyun was actually part of this operation. Kim Hannah keeps analyzing in a low voice. Either way, we still need to dig a lot deeper. The next page lists several transaction spots, and one of them is definitely their main hideout. Pulling out his phone, Kyu-hoon runs a quick search on the web and makes a sharp guess. It needs to be central enough to connect the dots, yet isolated enough to hold the captives. Right then, a marked location pops up on screen, and he points out the target is definitely around here. Kim Hannah nods, fully agreeing with his logical theory. That sounds very reasonable. Kyu-hoon passes the device over to Kim Hannah, who focuses her entire attention on the screen parameters. She says she will send this data over to their tech team to trace the exact coordinates. Right after, Kim Hannah makes her final call. Kyu-hoon nods. Once they get the coordinates, they are moving. Meanwhile, Loli gets totally hyped, commenting that the action is finally reaching its intense climax. Naeun immediately chimes in, eager to raid their base. She is really looking forward to seeing what happens next. But then Naeun suddenly freezes and looks at Sung-chun. Wait a second, is it really safe for just Kyu-hoon and Kim Hannah to go alone? After all, they still do not know the real combat strength of this trafficking group, which has everyone quite worried. Sung-chun, though, completely brushes it off. He confidently claims Kyu-hoon always clears out entire laboratories solo, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about. The chat explodes in agreement. Absolutely nothing is impossible for Kyu-hoon. Plus, he has Kim Hannah backing him up today. Honestly, there is zero reason for us to worry. Seeing the chat, Sung-chun gets even more hyped up. Either way, let us just trust Kyu-hoon's final choice like we always do. Loli leans right into the camera and gives a cute wink before telling everyone to hit the road. Late at night, Kyu-hoon and Kim Hannah arrive at the warehouse and stand scoping out the security cameras. She remarks that the defense systems here are extremely tight. With cameras everywhere and heavily reinforced walls, Kim Hannah quietly points out that sneaking inside is pretty much impossible. But Kyu-hoon is already walking straight toward the front gate, casually saying that the security stuff doesn't matter. Eyes flashing as he preps his fist, he decides they are going in directly through the front door. Kim Hana doesn't even have time to object before he punches the massive gate, blasting it right off its hinges. Turning to Kim Hana, he signals that it is time to move. Kim Hana can only stare in sheer disbelief at his raw force. She remarks how wild he is, then happily tags along. The two charge right inside as guards scream at them. Dozens of guard dogs shout, trying to block them. But Guhyun does not even slow down his pace. He glides through the crowd, dropping enemies left and right with effortless, brutal kicks. Kim Hana watches in pure amazement, her eyes wide, completely stunned by his combat flow. Guhyun lands a crushing punch, pinning a guard against the wall. He is totally helpless. Back in the streaming studio, the three hosts are visibly trembling at the sight. Nayeon murmurs that Guhyun seems incredibly brutal today. Sweating Sung-chan nods that cold gaze has serious killing intent. The chat stream goes completely wild with fear, watching the absolute slaughter unfold on their screens. He is wiping them out like it is a personal blood feud, clearing the room way faster than usual. Another goon flies straight into the wall. Surveying the aftermath of his work, Guhyun exhales a long, weary breath. Pulling down her mask, Kim Hana asks if they got the last of them. Guhyun, calm as ever, confirms he does not sense any more hostiles. With the perimeter finally cleared, the coast is clear. Kim Hana suggests they find and rescue the captives. Guhyun nods. They are immediately heading deeper inside. They step inside a dark room. Instantly hit by the suffocating heavy air, Kim Hana's voice trails off entirely. Huddled inside cages are the poor victims. Kim Hana whispers how awful this is, then quickly delegates the rescue duties. She tells the rookie to handle the men while she frees the women. Guhyun immediately nods his agreement. The terrified captives stare at them, thinking more monsters have arrived, and begin trembling and crying out for mercy. In absolute panic, they desperately beg for their lives. But ignoring their pleas, Guhyun easily breaks the lock with his bare hands. He leans calmly against the iron bars, reassuring the terrified crowd that they are here to save them. Still trembling in shock, the victims can barely believe their ears, asking if they are truly there to rescue them. Guhyun confirms without hesitation, yes, every single bastard waiting outside has already been taken care of. Suddenly, a voice shouts out, telling them not to be fooled. A frantic, white-haired old man warns the crowd that it is all a lie. They just want to sell us to another place, he cries. In the stream chat, viewers flood the screen with deep sympathy for their tragic situation. If anyone were in their shoes, they would probably lose their minds too. Suddenly, an enraged man throws a desperate fist directly at Guhyun. He screams that this is all their fault. Guhyun does not dodge or fight back, choosing instead to gently catch the man's trembling hand. Carefully lowering his arm, the young man offers a sincere apology to quiet the room. He admits he is truly sorry for arriving so late to save them. Tears instantly well up in the eyes of the trembling man. Overwhelmed with emotion, the man asks if this is really true, and if they can finally leave this horrible place. Guhyun nods firmly, reassuring him that the danger is gone. The man bursts into tears of relief, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. He repeatedly thanks him from the bottom of his heart. Standing nearby, Han waves to get everyone's attention, directing them to follow her. She guides them toward the emergency exit, asking them to form a neat line, while Guhyun gestures toward the open door. He tells everyone to stay careful as they head out. Even as they walk, the survivors keep bowing their heads in deep appreciation. They keep thanking him over and over. But as the very last person walks past, Guhyun suddenly freezes in his tracks. A painful memory flashes in his mind, a friend held down by force, desperately telling Guhyun that he must survive no matter what. Overwhelmed by sudden emotion, Guhyun grabs the young man's arm and calls out a familiar name, Cho Soo-hyuk. Both the young man and the livestream chat are left completely baffled with absolutely no idea what is happening. The confused youth awkwardly asks what is wrong. Snapping back to reality, Guhyun realizes his mistake and quickly lets go of his hand. Apologizing for the mix-up, he steps back. Sung-chung, watching the stream closely, guesses that this survivor must look like someone Guhyun knows. He notes that such strange coincidences actually happen all the time in these worlds. Watching the young man walk away, Guhyun sighs. He admits to himself that the resemblance was just too striking. Daespin thought another painful memory from his past suddenly resurfaces. He remembers a voice asking if he ever dreamed about what happened to his old teammates after he suddenly vanished from their world. Ever since he entered this game, and even after his conversation with Isaac, Guhyun has been searching for his old friends. Yet despite all his efforts, searching their names has yielded absolutely nothing, leaving him to wonder if they even exist in this game. As precious memories of his former comrades flash through his mind, a lingering doubt begins to weigh heavily on his heart. It makes no sense because Lee Do-jin, Kim Hana, and Kim Cheon are all active here. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks his focus. Han the rookie calls out to remind him that all the survivors are safely outside and they need to head upstairs now. Nodding in agreement, Guhyun follows her, though his mind is still spinning with questions about what is really going on behind the scenes. He vows to find the truth no matter what. Together with Han, they carefully guide the rescued victims through the dark corridors. Han reassures the group that the exit is just ahead. But right as they approach the door, Guhyun suddenly raises his hand. His eyes turn icy cold as he warns everyone that they have been surrounded. Han looks at him, completely caught off guard. She asks what he means, but the answer comes in the form of a heavy, suffocating bloodlust locking down the entire warehouse. Guhyun quickly analyzes the situation. 4 enemies are waiting at the front entrance while 2 guard the back exit. He suggests finding a detour and Han immediately agrees, sensing the terrifying pressure radiating from the enemies outside. The stream chat goes wild, joking that Baek Guhyun's life never has a single dull moment, and honestly, they're right. Han freezes as a sudden realization hits her. She recognizes this dark energy. Behind them, the victims begin to panic again. Terrified murmurs spread through the crowd as they realize they are trapped. They fearfully ask if their captors have returned. Sensing their sheer terror, Guhyun steps forward. With determination in his eyes, he promises to get everyone out safely. Just outside, the waiting ambushers pick up on a faint sound. They immediately alert one another, focusing on the exit. Signaling that the targets are over on the other side, they prepare to strike. Meanwhile, Han and Guhyun stand guard. Han kindly asks the survivors to wait safely inside for just a little longer, and they quickly agree to cooperate. In an instant, the ambushers charge at Guhyun and Han from both directions, roaring with intense hostility. The stream viewers go wild, wondering if transformation equipment is actually glitched here, adding total chaos to this fight. It is happening. The space shakes violently and their formation quickly shatters. Energy still pools in Kim Hana's hands as she steps towards the final 3. Realizing they are cornered, one of them grunts in rage that things are going south. "Brace yourselves for this," he yells as they quickly pull out a pill and swallow it down. Their bodies instantly deform, muscles expanding as their skin turns a deep purple, wrapped in a thick, menacing aura. Kim Hana gasps, wondering what on earth is happening as one purple thug charges with glowing gold energy pooling in his fists. He roars to switch to Plan B, slamming his palms onto the ground as violent electrical currents surge from his hands. The electrical field erupts in a blinding flash, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that hides their figures from view. Baek Guhyun shields his eyes, wondering where the hell they vanished to when a sharp scream rings out from behind them. They both spin around. It turns out the bastards use teleportation to get inside and take a hostage who desperately begs for help. The thugs order everyone to freeze, warning them to behave, but before they can even finish their threat, Baek Guhyun strikes. He sends one flying with a fierce kick while Kim Hana moves in to lock down another. She realizes their movements look incredibly familiar. Their energy flow and teamwork are unmistakable. It really is them. Suddenly, the last standing thug swings his fist in absolute rage. He gathers energy, screaming that if he is going down, he is taking everyone with him. The terrified hostages huddle in the corner. They weakly cry out for help, but his desperate attack is suddenly halted by an overwhelming surge of defensive power. With eyes flashing, blood-red Baek Guhyun leaps forward to shield the victim. The shocked thug gasps as a suit-wearing goon rushes in. Powerful energy crackles in their hands as they curse. One of them throws a direct punch at Baek Guhyun, but he slickly dodges it. He ducks low and counters with a heavy blow to the purple villain's face, making him shriek in pain. The stream viewers go wild. They comment that this is the real action they wanted, asking if he is actually faster than lightning. Baek Guhyun then kicks him hard. The purple thug crashes hard into the wall. Meanwhile, Kim Hana easily blocks a surprise attack on her side, halting her opponent in his tracks. She leaves the enemy completely paralyzed. Glowing rings of energy begin to swirl around her arms as she spots their critical opening. She unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of punches onto the target, leaving the livestream viewers completely breathless in the chat. They hype up the insane tension, declaring Kim Hana the absolute best. She drives a brutal elbow straight into the thug's skull. He screams in agony as she raises her leg high, ready to bring down a crushing axe kick wrapped in swirling aura. She curses them as traitorous scum. Over in the commentary room, Nayeon watches in shock, asking if anyone else notices where this is heading. Sung Chun chimes in, noting that Kim Hana has officially taken down the last enemy, securing an absolute victory for their side. Yet they called those intruders traitors. Talk about a major plot twist right here, and the stream viewers totally agree. Back at the quiet, devastated battlefield, the dust finally begins to settle. Kim Hana, adjusting her mask, speaks up to check on the team. She asks if the rookie is okay. Baek Guhyun pulls down his mouth covering and turns around to double-check on him as well. Shivering, the rookie mutters that he is fine but asks about Kim Hana instead. She looks down and assures him that she is perfectly okay. Viewers in the chat notice that Baek Guhyun is surprisingly gentle today. Kim Hana stands in front of them with her hands on her hips. She tells them that the fight is over and they can relax. The trembling hostages thank her while Baek Guhyun leans in to whisper, He asks what those thugs meant by calling them traitors. Shaking her head, Kim Hannah looks straight ahead and explains they were Bureau agents. They worked for the Dimensional Management Bureau, she says, gesturing toward the purple beast on the ground. Their faces are starting to mutate. They are shifting into actual invaders. They look exactly like the dimensional hounds that ambushed the rookie earlier. She looks down in thought. She asks if that drug they swallowed was Tone, the exact same enhancer the hounds used to ambush the rookie. He lowers his head and confirms it is. Kim Hannah closes her eyes, adjusts her cap with a sigh, shocked by the sheer number. There are spies lurking inside the Bureau. They will have to investigate every single agent. The sky darkens as she speaks. She says she will call transport for the victims first, and Baek Guhyun acknowledges her command. Stream viewers continue to share their thoughts. They note how exhausted Kim Hannah looks. The Bureau is already short-staffed, and now they have to deal with a bunch of dirty traitors. Everyone is blaming those backstabbers. Over in the studio, Nayeon looks deeply concerned, while Loi sits nearby, sharing a similar view. She reaches out, explaining she feels the same way about Baek Guhyun. Those spies are acting far too reckless lately. She theorizes that this recklessness is actually a direct consequence of Baek Guhyun pushing the main storyline forward so aggressively. Sung-chun looks up from her tablet, questioning if it really is a consequence. Her eyes light up as she explains the pressure. Because of his immense presence as a high-ranking agent, the spies are getting desperate, and that desperation is forcing their hand. Nayeon's eyes widen, admitting that the theory actually makes sense. Stream viewers jump on the idea, completely convinced by the logic. Totally unexpected way. But hey, that is just the trademark lightning speed of Hachigo, hunting down and wiping out an entire human trafficking ring in just a single day. Suddenly, Nayeon is startled, looking down at the tablet. Either way, they have cleared. Yet another mission today. A cash donation notification pops up on the screen. It looks like anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun has donated, anonymously, saying they did a great job on this mission and that a reward is waiting. They tell him to find it in the land where the sun never shines. Meanwhile, a system message pops up right in front of Baek Guhyun, saying they just received a donation from anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun and will send it over immediately. But Baek Guhyun only treats it as a simple donation message, since Deus is likely monitoring everything, making direct contact impossible like last time. Staring at the screen, he keeps pondering the reward, especially when they mention the land where the sun never shines. He knows it has a hidden meaning. Hannah suddenly turns to look at him, noting that the transport is arriving. She plans to head back to the Bureau to report. "What about you?" she asks. The rookie reply is simple. He has some business to handle and asks if he can head out first. Hannah easily agrees and promises to contact him later. Of course, the viewers are left completely curious about what business he needs to take care of. What tricks is he planning to pull now? They demand the story to keep moving, and soon Baek Guhyun is walking down a dark, messy alleyway. The chat immediately starts buzzing, recognizing this place as the path leading to the department store. Did he say he had business just to sneak over here and collect his previous reward? Baek Guhyun then stops right in front of a door, realizing that the land where the sun never shines is actually slang for the department store. It is an underworld faction operating in the shadows. He looks up at a security camera right before the door. As he is let inside, a familiar voice echoes, saying the valued guest has finally arrived. Steps inside. The shopkeeper, a strange teddy bear, speaks up, saying he has been waiting for his favorite Avenger. The bear asks how the two previous requests went and if he discovered anything interesting. He seems curious, specifically asking about that laboratory in the inverted world and what on earth they were doing in there. But before sharing anything, Baek Guhyun extends his hand, asking exactly what he gets in return for handing over this intel. The owner looks at his monitor and offers 2 billion credits in cash along with some power-enhancing gear as a reward. This massive prize has the viewers losing their minds, calling 2 billion credits absolutely insane. With that kind of money, one could easily buy a luxury penthouse on the inverted planet. But knowing Hachi, he probably does not care about real estate. The shopkeeper speaks up again, asking if Baek Guhyun is unsatisfied, noticing his gaze dropping. He knows this is not the secret gift from the anonymous viewer, so he simply asks if that is all. The owner admits he is unsure if this next part counts as a reward. Sitting there in his teddy bear form, he reveals that some people are looking to meet him. Baek Guhyun is taken aback, wondering who would want to meet him. The shopkeeper's next words make his eyes widen, revealing they are an organization of former test subjects, fighting back against the corporate alliance. Baek Guhyun freezes in shock, demanding to know what he just said, while the viewers go wild. A massive plot twist is clearly on the horizon. The teddy bear continues, explaining that a group of test subjects is seeking him out. However, the owner refuses to say more until he hears what happened during the previous mission. Nayeon is amazed by the shopkeeper's negotiation tactics, while Sung-chun finds this mental chess game highly entertaining. They realize the old shopkeeper is a tough negotiator. He asks again, prompting Baek Guhyun to share what he saw inside the inverted world's laboratory. Deciding to be upfront, Baek Guhyun admits that when he first entered, every single researcher was already dead, seemingly wiped out by the very monster they created. The shopkeeper tilts his head, processing this piece of information. Recalling that intense battle, Baek Guhyun explains it was an interdimensional entity that looked exactly like a human. Even crazier, it had his exact face. The shopkeeper is left speechless, asking if Baek Guhyun managed to eliminate it. But Baek Guhyun reveals he could not, explaining that a horned beast and otherworldly overlords suddenly crashed the fight. It literally tore the entire inverted world apart. Hearing about this dimensional lord, the shopkeeper gasps in shock. He realizes their research was far more sinister. Baek Guhyun nods, confirming they were channeling raw power from that dimension to forcefully mutate their test subjects. The shopkeeper is silent for a second before asking a crucial question. He wonders if Baek Guhyun managed to salvage any proof, even something small. This gets the viewers talking too. Everyone in the chat remembers him picking up a test tube earlier, wondering if he will actually show it. He grips the vial tightly, remembering the horrifying image of the subjects losing control, weighed down by his own thoughts. He had to think. Since he now knew about the Bureau's first floor, they would definitely need this. But with all these traitors around, the Bureau itself is no longer completely safe. He idly shook the vial in his hand, speaking up. Apparently they call this a stem cell sample and he would hand it over if wanted. The man sat there slightly taken aback. But Ki-hun quickly continued. Ki-hun stood holding the vial as an ominous purple aura flared menacingly around him. He warned the man not to play any dirty tricks. If they abused this power, he would judge them just like those lab monsters, wiping out every single one of them. The shopkeeper was left utterly stunned by this, but the man behind the screen actually seemed quite pleased with the dark threat. Understood, he promised, staking his honor. The heavy pressure in the room was palpable, and things were finally starting to piece together. Amidst the tense silence, a voice broke through. Ki-hun set the vial down right in front of the shopkeeper's stuffed animal. What was their reason for wanting to meet him? The man quickly replied that Ki-hun would understand once they met, as their goals were likely identical. Would he agree to meet them? Ki-hun stood there looking down before giving a simple nod. The man promised to relay the message. A secret compartment slid open, revealing a phone, a bracelet, and a credit card. This was the promised reward. Along with a smartphone for communication, the man mentioned they would likely send the meeting coordinates there very soon. Picking up the device, Ki-hun wondered if this was the special gift Isa had mentioned earlier. He quietly replied that he would wait. The viewers watching were losing it. The psychological tension was intense. On her side, Nayeon looked quite surprised. She turned shocked that a group of test subjects was actively searching for Ki-hun. This was a completely unique path. No other player had ever unlocked a storyline like this. Loyi turned to her with a gentle smile, agreeing with her analysis. This was a brand new original plot, making them both excited to see who would show up next. The chat was equally thrilled. Some wondered if these test subjects were allies, while others hoped for cute girls completely indifferent to the actual danger. She happily kept watching, though she knew that if they turned out to be enemies, it would mean massive trouble for him. His every move was being watched, and Sung Kim Cheon chimed in, noting that a new text message had just arrived on the screen. An incoming text from an unknown number made Ki-hun pause. He decided that it was best to head over immediately, despite not knowing their identity. Under the light of a full moon, he arrived at the abandoned factory. Stepping inside, he braced himself for what lay ahead. This was definitely the place. He sensed someone hiding to his right, tracking the exact angle of the incoming threat. But the strike lunged from his left. What the hell just happened? That was a near miss. Ki-hun proved he was an absolute legend by blocking it instantly. Some viewers smugly pointed out they knew these guys were hostile. The thrown dagger clattered harmlessly onto the cold floor. Attacking the moment a guest arrives was certainly a warm welcome. Ki-hun dryly asked if this was how they greeted guests. A voice apologized casually, admitting that ambushing people was just a habit. A man emerged from the shadows holding a blade, smiling as he added that Ki-hun was more than capable of handling it. Ki-hun froze his eyes, widening in complete shock. That familiar voice instantly triggered a flood of memories from his past. He remembered his times with Dong Kim Cheon, the brother-in-arms who had crossed death's threshold with him countless times in that other world. Vivid scenes of his old comrade grinning and walking alongside him flashed through his mind, filling him with intense nostalgia. His loyal teammate had stayed by his side until the very end. And now Dong Kim Cheon was standing right before him, smiling. Ki-hun hesitated, utterly stunned by this impossible reunion. But Dong Kim Cheon simply pointed at himself with a confused look. He asked if they knew each other. The chat was equally baffled, wondering why he had reacted like that. Some viewers questioned if they were the only ones who had never seen this NPC before. The scene flashed back to the street. Dong Kim Cheon had approached him, praising his fighting skills and inviting him to join their group since only they understood each other's pain. His mentor had pushed him hard, training him relentlessly and reminding him to use that dagger exactly as he had been taught. He had even offered to teach him how to take a hit. Shaking off the memory, Ki-hun finally spoke up. He claimed he must have mistaken him for someone else, then asked why they were looking for him. Dong Kim Cheon stepped closer. Based on the traces left behind, Dong Kim Cheon noted they were in the same boat, the only ones who truly understood their shared pain. Ki-hun's eyes narrowed in deep thought. It really was Dong Kim Cheon. He wondered how deep the connection between these worlds actually ran. Back in his room, he had checked the database, but there had been no record of anyone named Dong Kim Cheon on Inverted Planet. He had always wondered what made him so incredibly special to those Bureau agents, especially someone like Kim Tae-ho. Could he be a part of some hidden storyline? What was the truth behind that other world he had once experienced? Even now, his own phantom continued to haunt Ki-hun, teasingly asking why he was overthinking things so much. The voices screamed that he abandoned them and ran away alone. Phantom hands claw at Woo Hyun's face, calling him a coward. Damn it. Countless vengeful spirits crowd in front of him, crying out, "Traitor, why did you do it? Why did you leave us behind? You can't escape alone." Shivering in the corner, Woo Hyun can only clutch his own trembling shoulders. His eyes are wide with sheer terror. He stammers out a weak apology as his entire body shakes uncontrollably. "I was the only one who made it out," he mutters. Dong Kim Cheon leans forward, hands on his hips, totally baffled by his friend's state. "What on earth are you talking about?" Ro Yi watches them, noticing that Woo Hyun has been acting incredibly strange this whole time. The chat is flooded with questions. Is he just way too immersed? Is this next-level method acting? I completely feel his pain. Suddenly, a heavy hand slaps down on his shoulder. "Hey, get a grip. You're fine now." Woo Hyun stammers, still shaking. "Is it really okay?" Vague, ghostly hands seem to support his weight, pulling at his collar. "Where am I?" Then Woo Hyun suddenly snaps back to reality. Right, this is Dong Kim Cheon standing before him with his hands on his hips. He must be another former test subject. The boss is going to be so disappointed. Woo Hyun hangs his head in deep thought. The boss was really hoping for someone normal this time. Dong Kim Cheon's words make him jump. The boss. He looks up. Curious, Dong Kim Cheon grins. "Join our crew and you'll meet him soon enough." But a dark thought crosses Woo Hyun's mind. If the boss is who he thinks, if the boss is indeed that person, the mental image of a man in a bloody white coat flashes before him. Is it really him? That despicable traitor. He remembers the brutal battlefield where countless comrades lost their lives all because of that one bastard. If this world follows the same dark path as his past life, the horrific tragedy is bound to repeat itself. Woo Hyun finally speaks up, asking how he can meet this boss. Dong Kim Cheon shrugs, saying it's not hard to arrange, but his eyes narrow. "Are you planning something?" Dong Kim Cheon asks, his gaze razor sharp. Woo Hyun stares back, his own eyes just as intense. "Do you really think I could pull one over on a guy like your boss?" Suddenly, the phone in Dong Kim Cheon's back pocket begins to vibrate. Obviously not, but hold on a second. He pulls it out, answering the call and turning away to listen. "Yeah, what's up?" Dong Kim Cheon's face suddenly pales. Panic washes over him as he yells into the receiver. What, did that kid seriously go in there all by himself? Down in the live chat, the viewers are going absolutely wild with questions. It looks like trouble has found them again, and it involves Hiko. Honestly, there's never a single peaceful moment. Damn it, alright, I'll be right there. Dong Kim Cheon hangs up and looks at Woo Hyun, saying he has to run and their meeting must wait. But Woo Hyun's voice cuts in cold and sharp. "No." He looks up. "It sounds like you're in a tight spot, so let me help." A glowing system window instantly pops up, initiating a brand new rescue quest. They arrive at a building with a large sign hanging outside. "I found him." The kid is being held deep in the basement of this building. It looks like some kind of experimental lab. They are using illegal human experiments to harvest data, even snatching helpless, intoxicated people right off the street. Woo Hyun stands right behind him on the opposite rooftop. "Is this building just a front?" he asks, and Dong Kim Cheon nods. "Pretty much. Those bastards are as stubborn as cockroaches." Dong Kim Cheon prepares his gear, pulling out a tactical device. "Our guy went in alone to clear this place out and got trapped. He's hiding for now, but he won't last much longer. If this drags on, we're in trouble. I'll draw their attention from the front entrance while you slip in through the back." Woo Hyun nods in agreement. It has been a long time since they last fought side by side like this. Woo Hyun leaps into the air, flying toward his position, while Dong Kim Cheon pulls up his mask and drops down to start the raid. Swirling purple energy gathers in Woo Hyun's hand. "Let's tear this place apart." Meanwhile, Dong Kim Cheon draws a razor-sharp dagger. Woo Hyun blasts the guards at the entrance with pure magic, while Dong Kim Cheon charges inside, slicing through everyone in his path. A researcher in a long white coat frantically waves his arms from the office, screaming for a full retreat. But it's too late. The cold blade is already at his throat. Dong Kim Cheon raises his dagger and drives it straight down. The brutal takedown drives the viewers wild. This guy is surprisingly strong. Honestly, he looks almost as tough as Hannah. Suddenly, tendrils of dark purple energy surge from behind, wrapping around the enemies and dragging them backward before they can react. Woo Hyun unleashes a spell that slams them hard into the concrete wall. Talk about a true dark magic specialist. Naum watches the stream with wide eyes, completely amazed. Their coordination is insane, like they've been partners for years. Even the chat is stunned by how perfectly they sync up. Their roles are clear. Hiko charges forward and Woo Hyun sweeps. One obliterates the main force while the other covers the flank. They neutralize the entire threat in a matter of seconds. Woo Hyun walks up to a stunned Dong Kim Cheon. Not bad, Dong Kim Cheon says. I knew you were strong, but this is unreal. He is surprisingly skilled. Hearing a noise from the left, he tilts his head to look over, then speaks up. Looks like they are not here. Let us keep moving. Meanwhile, inside a nearby locker, Anu sits shivering in fear, biting his nails frantically. He keeps panicking. What on earth is happening? Peeking through the small vents of the door, the kid watches the outside. Gritting his teeth, the boy hastily conjures a glowing magic circle. Damn it, if it is like this, I will strike first, Imperial line. Right after Onu bursts out of the locker, completely startling Ki-hun. Even the stream viewers are left scratching their heads in confusion. Is this kid really a guild member? He is way younger, expected. Suddenly, Dong Kim Cheon marches over and clocks the boy on his head. He yells out, Hey, you knew. I already told you that your level is too low to go around on your own. The kid whimpers an apology, but Dong Kim Cheon angrily pinches his cheeks hard. You absolute dummy, you almost got yourself killed just now. Standing nearby, Ki-hun watches them as a memory suddenly clicks. This kid, he actually remembers him from his past life. Someone had brought the boy over telling him to introduce himself. This is Anu. Back then, they had never fought alongside each other. Even so, the kid was introduced as an official member. Unu had happily turned around to joke with his handler, calling him uncle. The man had helplessly replied that he should address him as boss instead. Ki-hun remembered how the boy always trailed behind him. But then a grim memory of Unu lying lifeless on the cold ground flashes in Ki-hun's mind. And this very kid. In the original timeline, he is destined to be murdered by that exact boss. Meanwhile, Dong Kim Cheon lets Unu go and checks his phone. It looks like the boss is on his way. Rubbing a massive bump on his head, Unu nervously asks to leave before his uncle arrives. He knows he will get a massive scolding. Turning to Ki-hun, the boy politely offers his thanks for saving his life today. Ki-hun merely grunts in response, but his mind is racing. This time, he is absolutely sure of what he must do. Unu runs off quickly, leaving him watching his departure. He silently vows that he will not let this kid die again. Dong Kim Cheon gestures for him to follow. Since he wanted to see the boss, they can meet him right now. Ki-hun nods in agreement. As night falls under the bright moonlight, a deep voice echoes out from the dark, so you guys are over here. A man slowly approaches them, saying he is pleased to meet them. Dong Kim Cheon greets him respectfully as his boss. Holding a lit cigar, the man introduces himself as Bong Ku, the leader of this organization. Chat immediately starts buzzing over his arrival. The chat remarks on how badass the boss looks. Bong Ku stands before Ki-hun expressing gratitude for saving his guild member today. Right on cue, a system notification pops up confirming the rescue mission is complete. But as Bong Ku continues to speak, Ki-hun clutches his trembling fists. The boss says he cannot thank him enough, but Ki-hun has to force himself to stay calm. Bowing his head, he reminds himself that he lacks a valid reason to kill this man right now. He takes a breath. Introducing himself as Lion Nayeon is surprised to hear him use an alias. Sung Kim Cheon guesses he must be hiding his true identity. Both watch as Dong Kim Cheon suddenly points to himself with a wide grin. He realizes he forgot to properly introduce himself as well. He proudly declares his name is Kim Dong Kim Cheon. The chat is highly amused by his overly confident, puffed-up chest introduction. Bong Ku facepalms in pure disbelief. He asks if Dong Kim Cheon seriously drags someone into a dangerous mission without even sharing names. Dong Kim Cheon scratches his head with a sheepish laugh, claiming it was an emergency and formal pleasantries did not really matter. He claps Ki-hun on the shoulder, proudly announcing that they are practically brothers who have survived life-and-death situations together. Bong Ku sighs, noting that Ki-hun seems like a decent guy. Ki-hun remains quiet as Dong Kim Cheon continues to ramble on. Dong Kim Cheon adds that Lion feels incredibly familiar to work with. Bong Ku looks directly at Ki-hun, addressing him as Lion. He admits he cannot imagine the horrors Ki-hun endured inside those laboratories, knowing they must have done terrible things. He explains that everyone in their group shares similar dark pasts. Dong Kim Cheon quietly listens, scratching his head. Placing a hand over his chest, Bong Ku thanks Ki-hun for saving both Dong Kim Cheon and Unu. The scene shifts to a skyscraper. He points out that a single person can never dismantle the massive alliance between the corrupt corporations and their labs. Their operations are simply too vast. Reaching out his hand, Bong Ku officially invites Ki-hun to join forces with them. Together, they stand a real fighting chance. On the stream, Naeyeon is thrilled, anxiously wondering what Ki-hun will choose. Ki-hun hesitates, his hand hovering near Bong-ku's, his mind racing. Joining them is the best way to investigate from within. He resolves to act before Bong-ku can betray him, but wait. Why did Bong-ku actually turn traitor in the future? A memory of Bong-ku shielding his allies and telling them to run first flashes through Ki-hun's mind. Maybe the man did not start this organization with evil intentions. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life repeatedly. He looks over at Dong Kim-cheon, who is quietly bowing. Dong Kim-cheon mutters that the boss has been acting rather strange lately. This gets him thinking. Everything only started getting weird about a year after he joined, which is still a distant future from now. His thoughts run much deeper than that. If he can figure out why that man betrayed them, he can stop it and change the future. Changing the entire world's future is on the line. He hesitates for a second before offering a spectacular handshake. He wonders if this is the gift AC mentioned earlier. Finally, he makes up his mind and says he is in. Bong-gu grins happily, welcoming him to the Vigilante Squad. Over in the chat, the viewers are absolutely loving this. Calling themselves the Vigilante Squad sounds pretty cool. Right now, Guhyun's dual identities are lighting up Naeyeon's comment section. Everyone is shocked that he will live a double life. Baek Guhyun, the special agent and Ryun of the Vigilante Squad. Fans debate in the chat, with some preferring his agency role while others are just hyped to see both sides. Sung-chun throws his hands up in excitement. Just thinking about Guhyun playing both sides is enough to get us hyped too. Sitting next to him, she smiles brightly, predicting that things are about to get wild, but since it is getting late, they have to end the stream here. The chat floods with disappointed comments, realizing the long broadcast has finally ended. They really did lose track of time. Liu Yifei waves goodbye while Naeyeon sits next to her, smiling and waving. They tell everyone to tune in next time as the guy beside her bows, asking fans to make sure they return. The chat spams goodbyes. A few days later, at a popular cafe, Naeyeon brings up a brand new collaboration offer. Sipping her iced coffee, she explains that the S-Cup is starting soon, featuring a special team auction before the main event. Guhyun sits across from her wearing a cap, as she asks if he wants to host a co-stream of the auction together. She mentions that So-jun also wanted to do it, recalling how timidly she had asked to stream with him more often. Since Sung-chun is busy working as the official commentator, having So-jun join them would be the perfect setup. She eagerly asks what he thinks of the plan, but Guhyun is still a bit hesitant about the whole idea. He still dislikes interacting with viewers, but an image of 8 team members flashes through his mind. To conquer the next raid, he needs exactly 8 skilled players, meaning they are still short by 5. Images of a massive 2-horned monster rushing forward flash in his memory, reminding him how brutal this raid will be. He must find 5 truly powerful players, and this upcoming tournament might be his best chance to recruit them. Holding his coffee cup, Guhyun looks up and finally agrees to join her, making Naeyeon light up with pure joy. She begs him not to break his promise, relieved that she won't have to worry about her viewership dropping. Jumping to her feet in excitement, she promises to treat him to an amazing dinner tonight to celebrate their new deal. Guhyun calmly points out that it is not even 4 o'clock yet, but she insists and drags him along. As Naeyeon happily holds his arm and suggests the pork belly place, Sue stands far away, quietly watching them. Under flickering lights, a trembling voice suddenly calls out Guhyun's name. It is Sue, huddled alone in a dark corner. Covered in bloody wounds, she begs him for help, prompting a terrified Guhyun to drop to his knees beside her. Suddenly, she looks up with terrifying, pupilless eyes streaming with dark blood. Talk about a real jump scare. Guhyun freezes in absolute horror as a giant pitch-black hand slowly creeps up from behind to grab him. His eyes widen with raw terror. He cannot even scream as her haunting voice continues to echo in his ears. She begs him not to let it end like this before the shadowy hands drag him straight down into darkness. Helplessly screaming, Guhyun suddenly sits bolt upright in bed, realizing with a gasp that it was just a nightmare. Sweating and gasping for air with a pale face, he holds his throbbing head, trying desperately to calm his racing heart. Gritting his teeth, he realizes these horrific nightmares started occurring right after his encounter with Dong Chun a few days ago. Thoughts of Sue flood his mind, taking him back to the very first moment they met in that mysterious world. Back then, she was the very first person who showed him kindness, gently asking him if he was doing all right. But a younger, angry Guhyun had rudely slapped her hand away, leaving her collapse on the floor in pain. Guhyun's body shivered with guilt and fear as he quietly apologized deeply, regretting his harsh reaction back then. He reached his trembling hand out to her. Shua reached back gently, taking his hand and whispering that it was okay. She smiled warmly, gently holding his hand and telling him not to worry. Her kindness left completely breathless. His eyes widened as he realized she was the only woman he would ever love in this world. Memories of their first meeting flooded back. Since that day, they had only grown closer. Whenever he was gravely injured and bedridden, Shua was always right there by his side. Sue trembled with fear, terrified he would die. "Baek Guhyun, please don't die," she begged. He just smiled, gently patting her head. He was doing fine, he assured her. He knew how much she worried. With his scarred, bandaged hand, Baek Guhyun reached out and held hers tightly. He had solemnly promised to rescue both of them from that living nightmare. Later on a quiet day, they sat hand in hand close to the old wall. Sua looked up with a quiet question. Baek Guhyun, can we really escape this place one day? He looked back at her and smiled. Of course we can. I will take care of everything. But even then, her eyes were already heavy with exhaustion. He remembered making that promise, but only days later she was strapped to a chair, agonizing currents of electricity ripping through her body. Her head hung low as blood trickled from her lips, her voice barely a whisper. Baek Guhyun, I just can't do this anymore. She forced herself to look up, offering a faint, heart-wrenching smile as she whispered a final apology. That painful sight still haunts his memories. Baek Guhyun buried his face in his hands, consumed by guilt. In the end, he failed to protect the woman he loved. That broken promise burned deep inside. But then he remembered Dong Chun's face and paused. If Dong Chun really showed up inside that virtual game, could Sua and the others be in there too? He sighed and swung his legs out of bed, his mind racing. But in that other world, everyone else had died before he could make his escape. Baek Guhyun's hands gripped the bed sheets with sudden, desperate force, refusing to give up. No, it is too early to be sure. I have to find out myself. Just as he planned his next move, his phone buzzed with a message. Do you even know the team auction stream is today? Get ready and don't be late. Baek Guhyun's eyes burned with fierce determination. He was ready to do whatever it took, taking back everything they had lost step by step. The scene cuts to the streaming studio as Nayeon beams at the camera. Hello to all our viewers out there. The live chat explodes with hyped comments as she happily delivers the big news. Today is the day of the team draft, the Scoop team auction. And they have two very special guests in the house today. Baek Guhyun sits next to Kang Sojun, bowing deeply to the stream. Hello, I am Baek Guhyun. Kang Sojun giggles beside him, introducing herself to the thousands watching. The chat goes absolutely wild. Nobody expected to see these two standing in the same room again. One viewer types in disbelief. This is legendary, thank you Nayeon. She was the first to find Baek Guhyun, but things are about to get. Suddenly, a massive donation flashes on screen. Soy Sauce Penguin sent 1,000 coins with a cheeky message. Looks like Baek Guhyun is caught between his ex and his new partner. The chat completely explodes with jokes about a hilarious, messy love triangle brewing. Is this a love triangle? If she gets nerfed here, does the whole Haxiko incident just vanish? Damn it. Nayeon shuts the chat down in a fury, warning everyone that any more inappropriate jokes will result in an instant ban. Nayeon pulls the focus back, gesturing to the guests. For this upcoming tournament, Baek Guhyun is stepping up as our main coach, and the lovely Ms. Kang Sojun will be joining us today as an active competitor. Hearing this, Kang Sojun shyly looks away. She blushes deeply, bowing her head in embarrassment. Nayeon quickly pulls up the stream graphics to show off the upcoming draft. The viewers are already hyped. Suddenly, the main host of the stream appears on the screen with a big smile. He welcomes the crowd, thanking everyone for waiting. He is Cha Sung-chun, the host of today's high-stakes team auction. He fixes a sharp look on the guests, laying out the rules with absolute authority. For this draft, 4 pro team captains will each receive 1,000 points to bid on 4 elite members for their roster. Colored badges corresponding to different ranks flash on screen. Captains have player caps, forcing them to balance their scores wisely. It's all about strategic bidding. The host smiles, asking if there is anyone the captains are keeping an eye on. Right on cue, the team captains shout in unison. Yes, for most of them, their target is Kang Sojun. But the live chat instantly starts fighting back. Kang Sojun, no way, it has to be Baek Guhyun. Everyone in the stream knows. Recruiting Kang Sojun is the ultimate shortcut to getting Baek Guhyun on their side as a coach. If Nayeon joins in, things would get wild. But as expected, almost every captain in the room has their sights locked onto Kang Sojun. Acknowledging the hype, the host flashes Kang Sojun's profile across the massive screen to kick things off. To match the burning energy of the room, we are starting the bidding with Kang Sojun. Nayeon grins and calls for bids. Get ready. Hearing this, Kang Sojun clasps her hands in a silent, desperate prayer. Please don't blow all your points on me, she pleads. But the countdown starts and the auction begins. The chat is practically shaking with hype. Is every single team really going to drop their points on her? Going all in with 1,000 points seems crazy, but with Baek Guhyun as their coach, they know they can make it work. Only minutes into the draft and the host is already shouting in disbelief. Look at that, instant all-ins. Sojun is the one going all in. Seeing her face projected on the giant screen is stunning, and the chat immediately explodes. Damn. Wait, what? No one expected a total all-in like this. It is insane, but it proves just how incredible Hiko's coaching really is. Who could resist a buy one get one free deal? Ki-hoon is so completely shocked, he mutters aloud in disbelief. Everyone went all in. Nayeon stands on the sidelines with her jaw on the floor, wondering how on earth this is going to turn out. She can hardly believe her eyes. The host smirks at his tablet, announcing that since everyone went all in, the winner is whoever hits the buzzer first. Then ding. The system congratulates Team Jedok on the winning bid. Jedok jumps around like a total maniac. Suddenly, the host throws a major curveball. Since Jedok blew all his points, he can only recruit the leftovers who did not get bid on. He asks him if he is okay with that. Steam blows from his nose as he happily replies that he does not care because he already got his top-tier star. Honestly, is Jedok just completely out of his mind? And what if Hiko decides to drop the team entirely? They would be completely doomed. Glancing to his left, the host moves the crowd along to the next auction round. The auction drags on. Finally, the screen displays the completed roster of each team. With the 4 lineups locked and the scene cuts to a few days later. A voice calls out for Ki-hoon, and it is Sojun. She skips over happily to tell him that Captain Jedok wants to arrange a quick meetup and some training. Did he get the invite? Ki-hoon turns around and nods, but memories of their conversation make his face stiffen. So you are going to be our coach, right? I am in your hands. Ki-hoon agreed, but warned him that he would be live streaming it. Is it okay if our meeting is on camera? The guy did not care at all as long as Hiko was there. Still, Jedok is pretty bizarre. Ki-hoon gives her a serious look. Sojun happily agrees, but when they teleport in, the entire team is doing handstands. This completely startles her. A voice booms out welcoming them to Team All In while Ki-hoon watches with a worried look. Is everyone doing okay? Still, he is amazed at how flawlessly the guy is balancing. He holds a steady smile in that grueling pose. Everyone else in the squad is visibly struggling. Ki-hoon silently praises his body control. He will definitely be a massive asset for the raid team. Ki-hoon clears his throat and calls out a hesitant hello. Instantly, the entire group drops their poses. They smile and greet Ki-hoon. Now Jedok offers to introduce the rest of the squad. They crowd around. Jedok points to himself and the others to kick off the introductions. He is Captain Jedok, a fire mage. Next to him is Liho, who runs Kim Han's Wind God build. Ki-hoon compiles their stats into a clean power chart. To summarize, the roster consists of these members: Jedok the Fire Mage, Du the Dark Mage, Kanggun the Golden Lightning, Dodo the Iron Man, and Lee Si-hu the Wind God. Ki-hoon is in deep thought. Levels do not matter much, but they need heavy training. The viewer chat starts buzzing with doubt. They wonder how he can win with 2 bronze players. Aside from Kang Sojun, the rest look incredibly weak. Still, some trust Hiko's coaching talent. Ki-hoon asks if they can start training right away. Jedok laughs heartily and agrees. Ki-hoon tells them to get ready. Jedok screams to let us do this, and everyone gets fired up. Everyone unleashes their elemental powers, but little do they know a hellish training regime is waiting for them. They will soon wish they were dead. Meanwhile, we cut to Blair scrolling on his computer. He is watching a YouTube video when a strange comment pops up. The Otherworld Lord. The battle between HX and the Otherworld Lord. Slouching in his chair, he mutters about the raid. He frowns, recalling what Unan told him. Unan asked him to join the raid, but Blair refused because he hated fighting monsters. Now, though, he is basically slapping himself. He did say that, but thinking about it now, it actually looks pretty fun. A creepy smile spreads on his face as he starts typing furiously. Suddenly, a message pops up on Ki-hoon's screen. Blair wants to make a bet. If he loses, he joins. The match is finally on. Sung Chun announces that Team All In is launching a fierce, aggressive push. Watching from the sidelines, Nayeon is completely confused. Sojun remains serious, pouring all her strength into the assault. She unleashes a supersonic kick. Jedok is not far behind, dropping his opponent instantly. With a single blow, player Doc unleashes a devastating fire punch. The announcer excitedly screams that Team On In is completely overwhelming their opponents with blinding speed. Watching the screen, Nayeon smiles and points out how amazing they are. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun just stares blankly at the display as it suddenly switches feeds. The camera pans to Siu and Dodo, who have clearly leveled up from their brutal training. They rain down massive, powerful strikes right at the enemy weak spots. But the real showstoppers of this match are the low-ranking bronze players Liu and Dodo. Everyone needs to keep their eyes on these two. They are actually holding their own against high-tier gold rank opponents. By the end, everyone walks back smiling because the match is already over. Sung Chun yells out the official announcement: Team On In has taken the victory and completely wiped out the enemy team. Right then, the screen flashes. A massive victory banner pops up for the entire team, making everyone burst into cheers. Watching them celebrate, Nayeon cannot help but feel deeply moved. They actually pulled it off. In this emotional moment, Nayeon remembers how hard they all struggled during Baek Guhyun's intense, unforgiving training sessions. His harsh words still echo clearly in her mind. Do you want to know how to get stronger? Then start moving much faster. They train like absolute beasts without even wearing protective gear, so a loss was never an option. Out of nowhere, Baek Guhyun sits straight up. He announces that since the match is over, he is heading to the waiting room because his own battle is about to start. Startled, Nayeon nods and says she will start the live stream right away. She begins adjusting the camera setup to get everything ready. Counting down 3, 2, 1, the stream goes live. Nayeon flashes a bright smile, waves at the lens, and welcomes all the viewers. The chat immediately goes wild, asking why she is streaming on a scheduled day off. Some say they click the notification instantly. Reading the comments, Nayeon giggles and acknowledges that everyone must be pretty shocked by this completely unannounced, sudden live broadcast. She explains they went live to cover a highly anticipated special match happening today. Meanwhile, Sung-chun literally drops to his knees in tears. He mutters that he wants to watch the special match too. Nayeon ignores him and announces that since Sung-chun is busy preparing for Scut, she will be doing the post-match interview all by herself today. This news instantly sends the entire chat into a frenzy. They wonder what this special match is about while pointing out that Sung-chun is literally sobbing in the background. Then a massive donation pops up from a viewer named Potato Chip who drops 30,000 coins just to ask who is actually fighting in this match. Nayeon looks down at her tablet with a playful grin, warning them not to lose their minds when they see the opponent. The camera cuts to Baek Guhyun quietly waiting in the arena. Suddenly, his mysterious challenger arrives, prompting Baek Guhyun to note that he finally showed up. Smiling warmly, Blair waves and introduces himself as a member of Da Empire and one of the top-ranking pro players in Korea. Hearing this, the livestream chat completely breaks down. Everyone is spamming questions about why a pro legend like Blair is even here. Nayeon pulls up an old message to explain that Blair actually reached out a few days ago proposing a high-stakes wager. He wanted a slot in the upcoming Otherworld Lord raid, which is why they cleared their schedules to make this special match happen. The chat erupts in sheer excitement. If a top-tier pro like Blair joins their raid, their chances of winning will skyrocket. Still, viewers wonder why this is happening so suddenly. Blair looks at Baek Guhyun, noting that the rookie recently shattered his personal win streak record. Thinking back to that time, Blair admits that he actually wanted to challenge Baek Guhyun back then, but they never got matched up. That missed opportunity has been eating away at him ever since. The stream viewers immediately sympathize, remembering how bummed they were back then. They never expected a pro legend to actually track down a rookie for payback. Blair gives a slightly embarrassed laugh and points to an old image of a fully masked challenger. He asks Baek Guhyun if he remembers facing this mysterious wrapped-up opponent. It turns out that masked player was Blair all along. Baek Guhyun looks stunned, and the live chat goes absolutely wild over the massive plot twist. Some viewers mention they had their suspicions back then, but they never expected it to be real. Blair flashes a confident grin, asserting that this will be a single winner-takes-all match. Just the two of them. Fast-forwarding to the arena, Baek Guhyun stands ready, with his sword drawn, easily deflecting Blair's initial skills. Blair watches closely, slightly surprised by how strong the rookie actually is. He summons a massive dragon swirling between his hands, declaring that it is time to end this right now as he launches it forward. The beast charges straight at Baek Guhyun. Nayeon gasps into her mic, announcing that Blair has just summoned his legendary water dragon. This is the absolute peak of the water god build, and the sheer scale and density of the spell are completely terrifying. The live comments are practically flying by as viewers freak out over the mythical water dragon, wondering if anyone can even dodge this. The water pressure alone is strong enough to shred anything to pieces in seconds. To protect himself, Baek Guhyun braces and uses his sword to block the beast's razor-sharp jaws head-on. Nayeon raises her voice in pure disbelief as she witnesses the clash. Baek Guhyun does not disappoint completely, deflecting the deadly blast and standing his ground. Suddenly, a strange glow fills his eyes. His pupils shift to an intense gold. Sensing the change, Blair narrows his eyes with a look of serious concentration. Baek Guhyun answers back with a cold, deadly stare of his own. The system screen flashes round 1, let the battle begin. Right from the start, BL unleashes a brutal skill as water waves continuously crash down on Baek Guhyun. Player BL immediately conjures a water wall. Conjuring a water barrier so early, the chat is in absolute awe, but Baek Guhyun gracefully slips past the rushing currents. A stray stream of water grazes Baek Guhyun's face, catching him off guard. Seizing the opportunity, BL launches a surprise strike from behind with a dense water orb. Springing high into the air, Baek Guhyun successfully dodges right as the sphere is launched, gripping his sword to counter. Baek Guhyun delivers a fierce heavy slash right in midair, but BL anticipates the blow and swiftly avoids it. He spins directly overhead, keeping the pressure on with 2 more attacks. Baek Guhyun looks up in shock as BL unleashes an earth-shattering strike, straight down. Fortunately, Baek Guhyun dodges just in time, sliding all the way across the ice rink. The frozen surface is now shattered completely in 2. Nayeon's astonished commentary echoes out, calling it a top-tier showdown as she screams with pure excitement. We are witnessing a spectacular match here with top-tier gameplay coming from the legendary player Hick and competitor, BL. He is not falling behind Hick in the slightest, leaving the crowd completely amazed by this legendary match. What even is this crazy build? Nobody has ever seen a water god playstyle this broken. This setup makes me want to delete my own account. Smirking, BL conjures another watery sphere and boasts that Baek Guhyun is indeed a worthy opponent. Suddenly, he fires dozens of high-speed water spheres, heading straight for Baek Guhyun at a blinding pace. How will he handle this? Yet Baek Guhyun masterfully evades every single strike. Nayeon points out that BL is relentlessly pressing Hick with a barrage of devastating blows. Even the online chat is stunned, wondering how he can possibly dodge all of that. Are they even human? Still, BL is proving to be a complete beast by forcing Hick into such a tight spot. He refuses to give his opponent any room to breathe. Looking down with a sharp gaze, BL admits this is pretty surprising. Without letting Baek Guhyun rest for even a second, BL launches dozens of attacks. In this game, combat scaling is typically small, topping out at around 10%. It is basically negligible, yet he still possesses an insane amount of energy and control. Raising his sword to counter Baek, Guhyun realizes that players in this region can actually reach such a terrifying level of power. BL raises his hand, summoning a fierce water dragon as he declares it is time to end this. He orders it forward, sending the beast charging straight at Baek Guhyun. Its mouth gapes open with razor-sharp teeth, catching Baek Guhyun completely by surprise. With the tension peaking, Nayeon yells out that BL has summoned a water dragon. This is the absolute peak of the past water god build. The scale and sheer density of this attack are terrifying, leaving the spectators absolutely blown away. A water dragon? I have never seen one before. How is he still dodging in midair? That pressure is immense. A single hit would tear anyone to shreds instantly. Baek Guhyun raises his sword to block, bracing against those vicious fangs. Seeing him hold his ground, Nayeon gasps in disbelief. Hick has not let us down, refusing to fall so easily. He successfully blocked the ultimate attack. BL watches in utter confusion, wondering how on earth this is even possible. Baek Guhyun leaps high into the sky to analyze the battlefield. Suddenly, the water begins to recede, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone is asking what is happening as the water drains. Apparently, even the supreme water dragon cannot pierce Hick's defenses. BL looks up at Baek Guhyun's hovering figure, realizing that his ultimate spell was not enough. Yet, a smirk crosses his face. Clapping his hands together with immense force, BL summons an even larger, more monstrous water dragon to ambush Baek Guhyun from above. Nayeon screams over the mic, wondering if that last summon was merely a decoy. BL has conjured an even bigger beast. The stream chat goes wild again, asking how a second, even larger dragon is possible. The arena is in complete chaos. Suddenly, Baek Guhyun's eyes glow with intensity. He expected something like this, but as he analyzes his opponent's stats, he notices a critical detail. He realizes that the massive water dragon BL just summoned is not an actual skill, but a clever illusion. It makes sense since having a lower combat coefficient makes casting trickier skills much easier to pull off. Baek Guhyun laughs to himself, amused that BL would exploit game mechanics to throw out such a grand bait. What a madman, he mutters. Suddenly, purple flames wrap around his sword. With cold eyes, he prepares to strike back. Baek Guhyun dives down like a meteor, cleanly slicing the water dragon in half, leaving BL utterly frozen in shock. Blood splatters across the screen as BL gapes in absolute disbelief. Nayeon shouts that Hick has shattered the water beast. He lands a devastating direct hit, sending BL crashing to the floor as he clutches his heavily bleeding arm before Baek Guhyun. The chat erupts with praise. It is over. Even in defeat, BL put up an incredible fight against such an opponent. Who knew someone could slice right through that massive summon? The online chat wants BL to use his main build next time. Baek Guhyun silently stares at his opponent. BL looks up, admitting defeat and confessing his pride is shattered. But what can they do? Hearing his terms, he smiles in amusement. He happily agrees to join the raid team. Baek Guhyun shakes his hand to seal their cooperative partnership. Nayeon officially announces that player BL is joining the raid team. The special match is finally over. The host sits in her booth, looking incredibly thrilled as she addresses the audience. She hypes up the upcoming hack tour. What epic moments will the viewers get to witness next in the game? She promises to return next stream. Immediately, the hyped-up chat goes completely wild with fans screaming they cannot wait. Night falls. In a quiet late-night office, a sudden urgent notification suddenly flashes across a computer screen. This is the main US branch. Inside her office, Sophia stares blankly at the screen, sighing in deep exhaustion. She recalls that bizarre incident. The entire development team combed through the data, but they found absolutely nothing unusual. No clues. That lack of answers deepens Sophia's frustration, especially after the sudden appearance of Agasat and the Reverse Lord. Just as she ponders this, a massive flood of data flashes across her monitor. She is left completely baffled. It is Isaac. He casually smiles and says hello while a frantic Sophia immediately demands to know his location. What world did he travel to? Isaac merely tells her to calm down, stating that his time is extremely limited. Making a gesture with his hands, he has a warning. He can only share one crucial piece of information. He is currently somewhere very far away. Hearing this, Sophia can only sigh in frustration at his typical secretive behavior. Pressing him is useless. Leaning back in her chair, she tiredly complains about his sudden and unannounced disappearance. She has no way to contact him. When she asks why he suddenly appeared, Isaac drops a massive bombshell. The complete reverse world is about to open. Hearing this, a shocked Sophia can only repeat his words in disbelief. He confirms her suspicions. The current planet is only half the picture, with the rest existing merely as background lore. The implications are terrifying. Sophia stares at his image in absolute shock, begging him to wait and explain more. He simply smiles and confirms it. In his mind, he already predicts the dark future about to descend on them. Countless lords will soon invade this planet. Meanwhile, a massive teleportation portal violently breaks free from its sealed chains. Eyes cold and expression serious, Baek Guhyun stands inside a gloomy forest. A terrifying Dark Lord towers directly before him. Baek Guhyun confidently declares he is ready. Soon the days quickly fly by following the conclusion of that chaotic livestream. Out of nowhere, Baek Guhyun receives a text from Kim Hannah. They have a new mission and must suit up immediately. Talk about perfect timing. A brand new mission pops up right before the grand raid is scheduled to begin. Loi discusses the news with absolute excitement. Suiting up in official agent uniforms guarantees a grand adventure is beginning. Sungjun adds with immense hype. He eagerly hopes for another incredibly close, high-stakes showdown like their last match. The online community instantly lights up with excitement. Fans are thrilled to finally see the main storyline moving forward. It has been ages since this squad teamed up. Meanwhile, netizens joke that Sungjun is definitely still super salty. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun stares at his phone. He silently calculates that this mission is the perfect opportunity for his revenge. The timing is absolutely perfect. He coldly mutters that it is time to begin and heads straight out. Stepping outside, he finds Hannah waiting by the car. She looks stunning in her mysterious black agent uniform. Viewers instantly flood the chat with compliments. Turning to Baek Guhyun, Hannah asks if he managed to get some rest. He replies that he rested well. After asking how she is doing, her polite smile vanishes as they talk business. What is their objective this time? Her face instantly turns serious as she brings up some incredibly dark findings. She brings up the human trafficking facility. Her quiet investigation into those vile traders has uncovered something massive. There are far more traders than they ever anticipated. Fortunately, she managed to interrogate one and extract vital intel. Secretly tracking them down revealed a shocking truth. That suspicious facility is actively trying to hide the inverted world. He tilts his head in curiosity. Hannah confirms his suspicion, adding that bizarre rumors are starting to spread rapidly. Invaders might actually be taking human forms. However, the low-level grunts they captured seem completely clueless about the details. Meanwhile, other powerful players are watching. They find this news about human-shaped invaders to be absolutely fascinating. Nayeon practically bounces in excitement. She calls it a clear signal that the Great Lord's subjugation raid is starting. Loi happily agrees with her. Instantly, the chat explodes with speculation about what kind of insane battle is next. Fans eagerly wonder if a clone of the protagonist will appear. Everyone is fully hyped for this new arc. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun recalls the doppelganger who looks exactly like him. He has some serious questions that need answers. Hannah gets ready to head out. They definitely need to see what those guys are planning, and today they are going to confirm it. Ki-hun nods, saying he understands as the live chat bursts with excitement, cheering them on to finally get moving. The scene shifts to a redeveloped residential area where the two hide out on a rooftop to observe the rundown streets. They spot several guards gathering outside a building. It is highly likely this place hides the entrance to the reverse world. With 3 demon dogs standing guard, there must be something big inside. Even the online chat starts analyzing their bizarre appearance. Viewers wonder if those are Elite's hounds, noting the lack of armbands and assuming these guys must be pretty powerful leaders. Obviously, they are much stronger than regular mobs. Hannah warns Ki-hun to stay on high alert since more beasts are likely inside. They need to slip in completely unnoticed, and Ki-hun silently prepares himself to unleash some serious damage. Snapping into action, they leap through the air like shadows. Suddenly, a massive, tough-looking guard with a metal chin hears a faint rustle and instantly prepares an attack, demanding to know who is there only to spot a cat. He relaxes, thinking it is nothing, completely unaware that the real threat is already standing right behind his back. Ki-hun immediately covers the big guy's mouth to take him down silently, making the other 2 guards turn around in confusion. Before they can even process what is happening, Hannah knocks them out cold, gesturing for Ki-hun to move ahead. The duo pushes deeper into the enemy hideout with Ki-hun landing heavy punches that absolutely shatter the guard's jaws. Hana matches his pace, unleashing savage knee strikes that drop the remaining enemies as the live chat explodes with praise. Everyone loves the perfect teamwork between Hana and Ki-hun, proving these low-level demon dogs do not stand a chance. Ki-hun kicks the door open, revealing a massive dark pathway that confirms they are indeed hiding the reverse world portal. Hana is pretty impressed by its sheer scale, but she quickly hesitates, and honestly, can you blame her? She warns that they have no idea what lies ahead and asks if he is ready, getting a confident nod back. With no reason to hesitate, Hana smirks and leads the way, stepping directly through the glowing portal with Ki-hun. The gruesome sight on the other side leaves them completely stunned. People are lying everywhere in pools of blood. The livestream viewers panic, spamming the chat about how this looks straight out of a horror movie, wondering if the clone did this. Suddenly, one of the bodies groans. Hana rushes over, shouting that someone is still alive, and grabs him by the collar. She demands to know what they are plotting, but the dying man keeps his mouth shut, whispering that he cannot speak. Getting aggressive, Hana presses on his wound to force the truth out, and the agonizing pain quickly makes him talk. He gasps out that they wanted to harvest energy from the other world, admitting they actually tore open a massive rift. Hana is completely stunned by his words, and the chat section is losing its mind over this insane revelation. Leon is just as shocked, realizing these madmen actually ripped a hole straight through the dimensional barrier. In short, they literally built a permanent bridge between Earth and the reverse world, leaving the viewers utterly terrified. People are calling it complete madness, but some realize this means they might finally get a glimpse of the legendary realm. That world only existed in ancient lore, and now they are actually about to witness the real deal in person. Furious, Hana grabs the dying cultist by the collar, desperate to squeeze out any remaining details before he fades away. She demands to know where the portal is, but the man takes his final breath, leaving her to curse in frustration. Damn it, she groans, telling Ki-hun that they need to start scouring the entire area immediately to locate the rift. Noticing his eerie silence, she turns to check on him, only to freeze as she spots a massive creature looming above them. The viewers go absolutely wild in the chat, and honestly, who wouldn't panic seeing a giant boss like this? They wonder how it stayed hidden and why it looks so translucent. Suddenly, Ki-hun bolts forward, catching Hana completely off guard. She calls out to him, but Ki-hun is already charging right toward the horned beast, which has a literal void in its chest. Na-eun watches in pure suspense as the camera zooms in on that terrifying gaping hole right in the center of the monster. Viewers panic, wondering if these cultists actually used the beast's chest to anchor the gateway to the other realm. It looks similar to the bizarre rift they saw last time, but this situation is honestly way more terrifying. Hana hesitates for a second, declaring they must stop it, but a voice suddenly echoes out mockingly, telling them they are too late. Out of the shadows, an exact clone of Ki-hun steps forward, calmly announcing that the connection to the reverse world is complete. Hana is completely flabbergasted to see two identical versions of Ki-hun standing there, though the chat is already used to this duplicate. The viewers joke about her shocked face, while Ki-hun simply stares at his double, wonderingly sizing up his own clone. If they just defeat this guy and close the rift, everything will end right, but the clone only smiles calmly. Even if they manage to defeat the Calamity Lord, that link cannot be broken. Opening the gate to the other world is the sole will of the creator. I am simply speeding up the process, he says. Hana feels highly doubtful. Who would even want that? Meanwhile, Ki-hun remembers something. Wait, thinking back, that man did say something similar before. Isaac had laughed like a total madman, declaring that he wanted to stop it to reshape the inverted world into the other world itself. He wanted to create an entirely new world. Ki-hun grows deeply anxious. Does this maniac actually want this to happen fully, knowing what horror awaits if the other world opens? Is all this destruction just to replicate that other world? He is completely insane. Hana does not waste words, quickly taking a fighting stance. Whether it is the creator or some otherworld invader who looks exactly like Ki-hun, I have a lot of questions, she says. But at least I know one thing. She leaps high into the air, her power erupting without a shred of hesitation as she strikes. He is our enemy. Meanwhile, the live chat floats by with questions. Is it really over? Wait, if that is true then. But in a flash, Ki-hun's clone appears right inside the massive hole in the monster's chest, looking down cold and aloof. He calls Hana the apostle of the creator, challenging them to come to the complete new world if they want to talk. Complete new world, Ki-hun yells out to the clone to wait. But as the figure slowly retreats into the rift, Ki-hun just shouts, "Stop right there." But the massive bull-headed monster refuses to stay still, unleashing a deafening roar that violently blows them both backward. They slam hard into a tree, suffering severe internal shock. Even the stream commentator starts panicking, shouting that things are getting extremely dangerous. Sensing the absolute danger of the situation, Hana turns to her junior, yelling that they need to fall back immediately. Ki-hun has no choice but to agree. Even after fleeing far away, the bull-headed beast's roar is so violent they cover their ears. The monster unleashes its devastating massive power to crush them, but thankfully they both manage to dive out of the way just in time. Dizzily, Hannah asks Koo-hun if he is alright. Panting heavily, he nods and says he is fine. But looking around at the scene, everything has been reduced to absolute ash and ruin. Even Hannah cannot believe this devastation as the stream comments start blowing up like crazy. Viewers wonder if the collapse of the inverted world is actually bleeding over to affect the real world. This is getting pretty terrifying. The demon hounds they fought earlier have all been completely wiped out. Seeing their enemies lying torn apart makes her realize the brutal truth. It seems the mere roar of the Calamity Lord crushed them. Hannah pulls out her phone, realizing that things are taking a turn for the worse. I need to report this to the leader, she says. Very quickly, Leader Kim Chan and Lu Chu-chin arrive at the devastated site. Sensing the absolute urgency, Kim Chan immediately lays out a plan to gather their strongest forces, breach the defense line, and slay the Calamity Lord. After hearing the full report, Leader Kim Cheon is entirely set on launching an all-out assault to eliminate this monstrous threat once and for all. Suddenly, system screens flash everywhere, signaling the start of a massive raid. The subjugation of the Calamity Lord is finally about to begin. Right then, a system announcement pops up. The server will undergo maintenance in 5 minutes for an update. Please log out safely. Please move to a safe zone and log out. On the stream, the commentators are a bit worried, but mostly excited for what is next. Finally, the brand new raid is starting. The chat goes absolutely wild, screaming that this is awesome even with the impending maintenance block. One viewer even jokes that when they grow up, they want to be just like Koo-hun. At that exact moment, a notification pops up. Anonymous viewer Baek Guhyun has just donated 1,000 coins. Facing insane enemies like Isaac and his own clone, things are heating up. Viewers are completely hooked, showering him with donations. And just like that, the real game is finally about to begin. The scene shifts to a quiet cafe filled with chatter. This is totally crazy, Sua says as she sits down beside her blonde friend. She asks what her friend is watching. Holding up her phone, the girl explains that this channel is super popular lately, featuring Koo-hun. Sua stares at Koo-hun's picture on the screen, then curiously shakes her head, admitting that she has never heard of him. Her friend sighs, teasing that Sua never watches streams anyway. But Sua keeps staring at the screen, quite impressed by what she sees. She admits that Koo-hun looks pretty handsome. Her blonde friend gets excited, agreeing that he is both good-looking and incredibly skilled. Suddenly, remembering something, her friend changes the subject, asking if Sua used to play Rannet back in the day. Sua hesitates slightly before answering, saying she only played the early versions because it just did not really suit her taste. She nervously plays with her hair, quietly explaining that she actually ended up falling asleep right during the character creation screen. She had a terrible vivid nightmare right after. Even though she cannot remember the dream itself, she never touched the game again. Her friend feels quite disappointed, saying she really wanted to play together, and asks Sua to invite her if she ever returns. Sua smiles and agrees. As she quietly watches her friend get completely sucked back into the stream, a strange feeling washes over her. She looks at Koo-hun's face on the screen, wondering why she feels like she has actually met this guy somewhere before. Nayeon's playful voice rings out as she greets everyone in Do Hyuk's stream, sitting excitedly in front of the camera. She speaks with pure excitement while Loi also cheers, shouting that the day of the raid is finally right here. Sung Joon, sitting right next to them, cannot hide his thrill either as he screams that today will be remembered forever. Recorded in the history of Roland, the hyped audience immediately chimes in, spamming the chat as it completely blows up. Viewer comments are flying. Oh my god, it just started, and there are already 50,000 viewers waiting for this. Why are there so many foreign comments? There must be a ton of international viewers watching right now. Nayeon looks at the exploding chat and bursts into a happy laugh, noting that today is drawing a massive crowd. Then she waves her hand to signal, raising her voice to announce that Do Hyuk is not just the first to discover it. Loi immediately catches on, adding smoothly that he is also the very first person to challenge this legendary raid. That explains why viewers from all over the globe have gathered to watch this unprecedented event. Nayeon responds enthusiastically. She leans in close to the screen, teasing the viewers to see if Do Hyuk can completely clear the map. Let us watch it happen together. The moment the commentators finish their intro, the scene quickly shifts to the street. The ruined city street showcases a heavily guarded dimensional portal, making the excited audience keep flooding the chat with comments. Some wonder why they feel far more nervous than Do Hyuk himself. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun quietly peeks from behind a wall. He scans his surroundings carefully. Ever since the reverse dimensional gate popped back up in a nearby residential area, memories have been flooding back. In his mind, he remembers Cheon standing before the troops, ordering them to move immediately. The Dimensional Management Bureau had assembled an elite force to breach it, but Kim Hannah was stopped near the gate. She was shoved back by an invisible power, gasping out that a mysterious seal had completely blocked their path. Seeing the situation, Cheon immediately ordered his soldiers to find a way to shatter the seal at all costs. In reality, Diaz had programmed a strict rule that only allows 8 unassisted players to step inside this gate. But the clueless NPCs kept searching blindly for a solution. As the memory fades, Baek Guhyun sighs quietly. He looks with concern at his new teammates who cannot stop talking excitedly among themselves about their grand quest. They wonder if it is all a dream, still unable to believe they are part of the first public raid. A dark premonition immediately washes over Baek Guhyun, making him worry if they will be fine. Isaac's strange warning echoes. Isaac had told him that he must clear this battle on his very first attempt without failing even once. If he fails, who knows what horrors might unfold. Baek Guhyun frowns silently, repeating those grim words to himself. It was a chilling warning delivered right before the raid. Meanwhile, his companions are still casually laughing together. They chat about how lucky they are to join this elite raid just by being part of the all-in team. They vow to give it their all to avoid dragging Do Hyuk down. Baek Guhyun quietly watches them with a soft sigh. Several members have barely managed to put together unassisted builds. Baek Guhyun clenches his fist, blaming his own shortcomings. He still has not even hit the level limit, which makes him feel incredibly weak compared to before. Back in his old world, his power was on a completely different level, and now a deep voice interrupts. Hak-goated, noticing the deep lines of worry on Baek Guhyun's face, steps up to offer some reassuring words of comfort. He tells him not to worry, laughing heartily, despite the looming danger, confident in their rigorous training up until now. A bit later, Jidok proudly steps in front of the group, announcing that Do Hyuk has appointed him the leader. He breaks down their game plan while pointing at the map, detail-oriented and precise with every single position. He clearly details everyone's role, explaining their core formation for when they approach the Calamity Lord's massive fortress. Once they cross into the boss's territory, they will map out the area and slowly push inside step by step. The rest of the team locks in, hanging on Jidok's every word as he explains they will prioritize defense over offense. They must study the boss's special attack patterns and mechanical behaviors rather than going on an all-out wild assault. He wraps up the meeting with a hearty laugh, warning them that this battle will likely drain their stamina completely. Therefore, they must eat well and use the restroom beforehand. Hearing this, Dada-un nods with quiet approval. Ayum immediately agrees that basic needs are important, while Soen gasps in surprise at how serious he is. Realizing the mood is relaxed, Jidok capitalizes on the lively atmosphere to assign them their very first task. He orders the 4 of them to maximize their monster hunting skills before entering the raid, and they immediately agree. They answer in unison, telling him to leave it to them, while Baek Guhyun watches and breathes a silent sigh of relief. He realizes everyone has worked incredibly hard for this moment, and glancing at Dedok and Gunwoo, his heavy heart suddenly feels lighter. Knowing he has his trusted left and right hand right beside him, Baek Guhyun turns on his heel, filled with absolute determination. They will complete this mission no matter what, and with that he leads the party out of their hiding spot. He calls out for them to move, but just as the dimensional portal appears, a wary shout echoes in their ears. Demanding to know who they are, the guard barks to halt, then a system alert flashes asking to conquer the Calamity Fortress. They are prompted to raid the Calamity Lord with an 8-player recommendation, and without a second thought, Baek Guhyun hits yes. A torrential downpour instantly unleashes as the system brings up a new window, officially entering them into the Calamity Fortress. The clock is set to 90 minutes, and looking up at the raging sky, Dedok can only watch in complete shock. It is already pouring cats and dogs, and as they cross the threshold, their leader yells out to keep their guard up. Watching the stream, Sung-chun notes that it feels like the team has just stepped into an inverted otherworld. They have reached the Calamity Lord's castle, where Baek Guhyun points his blade at the distant keep and speaks with absolute coldness. Gazing toward the horizon, Gunwoo murmurs that it is much further than expected, while the chat explodes with anxious chatter. Everyone wonders if 90 minutes is even enough, especially since this is a blind run with 0 guides to go on. With no information, they are completely in the dark, but Baek Guhyun locks his eyes on the fortress and issues his orders. He tells them they must sprint straight there at maximum speed, a command Dedok acknowledges with a sharp, disciplined nod. As the team charges through the blinding storm, massive cracks spiderweb across the mud and the ground suddenly ruptures beneath them. A monstrous centipede bursts from the abyss, lunging straight for them, making the live stream chat absolutely lose their minds. Spooked viewers comment that a trap like this was bound to happen, but Baek Guhyun moves without a shred of hesitation. Leaping high into the dark, stormy sky, he swings his blade, shredding the giant beast into a million bloody pieces. His fans completely go wild, spamming cheers of encouragement as Baek Guhyun loudly commands the group to keep moving forward. Their leader's voice echoes through the dark wilderness, ordering them to keep running and never lose momentum. Dedok obliterates a massive wasp with a single fiery punch, paving the way for Gunwoo to unleash his ultimate magic. He sweeps away the encroaching shadow beasts, leaving Nayeon watching in pure awe at the endless wave of monsters. Sung-chun nods without breaking his gaze, pointing out that the torrential storm is only growing fiercer by the second. The party presses on, trying to plan over the roaring deluge, while viewers complain they can barely hear anything. Struggling to keep pace in the sheer chaos, Sihu marvels at how terrifyingly realistic this simple game actually feels. Without any player assistance, the intense physical toll is driving him crazy, his breathing turning incredibly heavy and ragged. Cold fear starts taking over his mind, and the freezing rain feels so intense it practically stings his bare skin. He is utterly stunned by the raw realism, while nearby Sung Chunrun blocks the heavy droplets, feeling deeply unsettled. They have no idea when or where the next threat will strike, and the blinding storm makes it impossible to see. She can barely keep her eyes open when suddenly Dedok screams a frantic warning for Sung Chunrun to look out. A massive, enraged ape charges straight toward her, but Baek Guhyun intercepts just in time, stepping right in its path. With one powerful slash, he decapitates the beast, and its severed head begins glowing with a strange blue light. The glowing remains drop several mysterious potions, prompting a system details screen to pop up before a bewildered Dadon. It is a special vision-clearing potion that temporarily nullifies all visual impairments like heavy rain or deep darkness. Holding up the newly dropped item, Dadon exclaims that this potion is the perfect fix to restore their failing vision. While the other members react with surprise, a desperate Sihu rushes forward and snatches the vial right from Dadon. Demanding to drink it first, Sihu downs it as Dadon nods in surprise while their leader manages a wry smile. The leader urges everyone to drink up, but on-stream the viewers are already getting annoyed by Sihu's selfish behavior. Gulping down the magic liquid, Gunwoo squints through the pouring rain and excitedly yells that his sight is fully restored. Dadon nods in rapid agreement as Baek Guhyun stares up at the looming castle, his tone growing intensely serious. Urging the team forward, he rallies them to keep pushing because the ultimate goal is finally within their reach. With a loud collective cheer, they charge ahead, and before long they finally arrive at the massive fortress gates. They made it, and illuminated by a sudden crack of lightning, the ominous stronghold of the Calamity Lord towers before them. Jendap murmured in disbelief, saying they have to go in through the front. Right then the ground beneath them suddenly shakes violently. The audience immediately starts buzzing, wondering if it is already starting and if something massive is coming. In the blink of an eye, a giant magic circle appears. The magic circle glows right under their feet. Neon raises his voice to commentate on the suspicious pattern that suddenly appeared on the ground. Suddenly, a giant foot stomps down from above. Jendap looks up and screams at the top of his lungs, warning the team to move. The giant crashes onto the ground, causing the entire area to shake violently. The sheer impact leaves everyone struggling to stand. The towering Space Lord stands right before them, instantly plunging the entire battlefield into extreme tension. Meanwhile, the live chat begins to explode. Viewers joke that they would wet themselves seeing this beast in person. In the arena, Do and Sihu tremble in absolute terror. Jendap's commanding voice echoes loudly through the pouring rain, urging everyone to stay calm and keep their composure. He quickly reminds them to focus on defense first to figure out the monster's attack pattern. Meanwhile, the viewers keep commenting. They joke that it would be hilarious if someone charged in, shouting that offense is the best defense, calling the idea completely crazy. While the viewers banter, the dimensional rift in the chest of the otherworldly lord suddenly erupts with terrifying power. Baek Guhyun freezes for a moment and mutters to himself to wait, sensing that something highly unusual is about to happen. He notices several blurry black shadows moving inside that dark rift. Sihu finally snaps under the overwhelming pressure and panics. He runs away, screaming that he cannot take this anymore. Jendap sees this and calls out, warning him that breaking the formation is suicide. He warns that breaking the line will ruin everything. The comment section quickly floods with insults, mocking him for running away after acting tough. They call him a useless drag. The Dark Lord roars in anger, sending a horde of beasts charging forward. One monster bares its sharp fangs and chases after Sihu. The next second, he collapses right in front of a shocked Baek Guhyun. He is momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome sight just as the cold system notification rings out to the group. The system announces that Lee Sihu has died. Panic instantly spreads through the group as they struggle to understand what happened. They frantically wonder what they should do. Right then, a devastating punch tears through the air, forcing the monster to spin around. Jendap lands a brutal finishing blow, taking the beast's head clean off before shouting at the group to stay focused. He tells everyone to stay calm and clear these mobs first. The team immediately responds with a loud shout of agreement. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun stands frozen, watching them fight from a distance. The enemy's mocking words echo in his ears. The taunts ring in his mind, reminding him that another life has been lost and asking if he will be the sole survivor again. Suddenly, a sharp scream snaps Baek Guhyun back to reality. Sunchon yells out to Baek Guhyun, warning him of danger. He points out a giant mantis swinging its sharp claws, shouting for him to be careful. Right at that very moment, the battle shifts. Anzium leaps in and slashes the beast's right flank, while Dudu follows up instantly with a devastating kick to the other side. With the monster down, Dudu looks at Anzium and teases him, telling his senior not to butt in while he is fighting. Anzium chuckles and fires back, asking if his big sister was actually the one who got to the battlefield first. The live chat goes wild, witnessing their sibling chemistry, commenting on how unique the disciples of Black truly are. They joke that only these twins would bicker like this while fighting, showing true sibling energy even in the middle of a battle. Hearing the twins' banter helps Baek Guhyun finally snap out of it and pull his focus back to the fight. He reminds himself to focus because this is their only shot. A while later, a wolf-headed beast gains the upper hand. It delivers a powerful blow that sends Anzium flying backward, causing the chat section to fill with worried sighs. Viewers note that the team is clearly growing exhausted as the battlefield gets worse. Meanwhile, Anzium grimaces, clutching her bruised arm. She realizes this battle is dragging on and they cannot afford to keep wasting their stamina in a war of attrition. Right on cue, Dudu leaps in and unleashes a finishing magical strike to completely obliterate the beast. Dudu quietly asks if she is alright and Anzium nods with a grateful smile, thanking him for the timely assist. Seeing their synergy, the live chat immediately goes wild, praising their perfect coordination between the front and back lines. In another corner of the battlefield, Gunmu glares at the endless wave of monsters pouring out of the spatial rift. Snorting coldly at their massive numbers, he decisively casts a powerful spell to freeze them all in place. He traps them in his water prison, prompting the viewers to erupt into excited cheers over his crowd control. Just then, Sung Chun-yoon appears right on time to deliver the devastating final strike to the frozen targets. She unleashes her golden flash, leaving the stunned commentators gasping at how clean their team combo is. Nayeon agrees that they have successfully cleared every single monster from the rift, while Jendap clenches his fists tightly. He clenches his fist, shouting out commands to the rest of the team. We figured out one of its patterns: pour everything into our attack before its next skill lands. They shout back in agreement and quickly regroup to launch a massive coordinated assault on the Space Lord from all directions. Phantom fire missiles strike hard. Only still stands in silence, watching their backs from a distance. His mind drifts back to the past, remembering those brutal battles against the otherworldly lords on the other side. Breaking the silence, Baek Guhyun barks out an order in a deep, raspy voice. Its body must have a weakness somewhere. We will find it in close combat. Ayum and Dayu follow behind, immediately shouting back their agreement. Right. After all three soar into the air, gripping their swords tight, they unleash a razor-sharp wave of killing intent and charge straight at the Space Lord. Sword strikes rain down like a violent storm, leaving the monster completely overwhelmed with no room to fight back. The live chat immediately explodes. Oh, looks like they got it down. Are they going to finish this in one go? Baek Guhyun lands lightly on the ground, but he is still highly suspicious. Was that attack actually effective? No way. Could it be this easy? He wonders if this is different from the real battlefield just because it is a game. At that moment, the Space Lord's eyes flash with a deadly cold light. A furious roar echoes through the battlefield, calling them lowly insects. The live chat goes absolutely wild. Wait, it can speak. It was just screaming, so I thought it was mute. But you know the drill: if a boss speaks, it usually means a big mechanic is coming. Right on cue, J-Doc yells out a warning for the next phase. Frontline pull back. The three Vanguard fighters immediately retreat upon hearing the command, though. They grumble about not getting a close look at the boss yet. Suddenly, the Space Lord unleashes a surge of terrifying power, screaming that he will destroy them all. The stream chat completely loses its mind. What on earth is that? If they get caught, it is game over. Run up front, J-Doc flees the rising storm and shouts to prioritize survival and dodge the incoming attacks. Ayum panics, screaming that the storm is headed straight for them. Dayu frowns beside him, complaining that the rain is making the ground way too slippery. Watching the chaos unfold, the viewers can only marvel at the absolute mess on screen. That tornado is not moving in a straight line, making it impossible to dodge. Meanwhile, Nayeon anxiously voices her concerns for the team. She turns to Sung Kim Cheon, noting that the players seem to be panicking. But in situations like this, how do pro players usually strategize? He knits his brows slightly and explains that most game mechanics boil down to three types. First, a pattern that naturally fades away after a set time. Sung Kim Cheon breaks down the possibilities with expert precision. Next, we have objects you must attack to destroy. And finally, the third type requires players to focus fire on the boss itself to stop the mechanic. Meanwhile, Bat-El channels mana into his hands and scoffs, muttering that they cannot just run forever. He prepares to hurl his magic orb straight into the swirling vortex, shouting to take this. Unfortunately, his fire magic only makes the tornado rage with even more violence. Terrified, he flees for his life while yelling at everyone to run, realizing they cannot destroy it. It actually absorbs and upgrades with whatever elements it contacts. Hearing this, J-Doc grits his teeth in frustration, shouting out if they really have to attack the boss directly to stop it. Having absorbed the stray fire magic, the fiery tornado charges straight toward J-Doc, sending him into a panic. Wait, why is it coming this way now? as he flees. A sudden realization hits him. Does it react to attacks? J-Doc immediately yells out the plan to his teammates, explaining that the tornado is attracted to offensive moves. We will draw the boss aggro. The front line needs to use this window to strike. The twins shout back their understanding. Amidst the absolute chaos of the battlefield, they quickly follow Baek Guhyun charging straight at the Space Lord with their swords drawn. The giant beast continues to roar in pure rage, screaming that he will crush them into dust. Suddenly, the Space Lord raises his massive fist high into the air and slams it down with insane force. A devastating shockwave erupts from the impact, sending all three frontline fighters flying backward through the air. The monster then lunges with his massive hand to snatch Baek Guhyun right out of midair. But Baek Guhyun quickly twists his body to evade the grasp smoothly, sliding right down the giant arm. Gritting his teeth, Baek Guhyun tightens his grip on his sword hilt and reaches the monster's shoulder. He swings his blade in a blinding flash, landing a clean slash. On screen, Nayeon gasps in excitement at the beautiful hit. The stream chat immediately starts buzzing with comments about how tough the boss looked. How did he cut through that? Simple, he is a physical monster, plus the soul-tranquilizing brush definitely helped out. Absolutely. His cutting power increases with every enemy he defeats, so this kind of damage makes perfect sense. While the chat is still buzzing, Baek Guhyun kicks off the boss's shoulder, launching himself back into the air. Facing this relentless flurry of strikes, Space Lord is left completely helpless, with no chance to counter. Sensing the perfect opening, Da-Yu immediately surges forward. His master, "Aren't we just awesome?" A-Young follows closely behind, speaking up to declare they cannot afford to fall behind. Immediately after the twins unleash their ultimate attacks at the Space Lord. Meanwhile, the swirling tornado that was relentlessly chasing after A-Young suddenly weakens. She stands frozen, watching it slowly vanish into thin air. A-Young speaks up hesitantly, saying the storm has vanished. Jetta calls out excitedly from the other side, confirming it's gone there too. Over in the commentary room, Nayeon lets out a quiet sigh of relief. It seems they really had to damage the boss after all. Loyi nods in agreement, noting that their quick thinking saved them a ton of time. Sung Kim Cheon laughs happily and shouts out that with 50 minutes left on the clock, they just need to carefully chip away at the boss's health. However, the spectators are still incredibly anxious. They worry that playing it too safe and slow will eventually run the clock down to zero, with absolutely no information to go on. It's a tough situation. Inside the dungeon, Dawn looks around and lets out an excited cheer, asking if they actually pulled it off. A viewer immediately comments, warning him not to jinx it. Right then the Space Lord starts snarling and gritting its teeth. The heavy chains binding its body suddenly snap, shattering completely. The live chat instantly goes wild, with viewers asking how the boss just broke its own seals. Seeing the massive entity slowly rise, someone screams out in sheer panic, warning everyone to stay on high alert since they cannot predict its next move. The entire chat section explodes over the sudden phase change, wondering why the boss looks so utterly gigantic now. In a bone-chilling voice, the Space Lord remarks that it has clearly underestimated them. It cracks its neck with a series of sickening pops, and razor-sharp talons begin to slowly sprout from the Space Lord's massive hands. Following a thunderous roar, a pair of massive wings erupts from its back. Loyi comments excitedly, watching the spectacular transformation unfold, noting that the Dark Lord is finally revealing its true form. Down in the audience stand, the spectators are in utter disbelief, wondering how anyone is supposed to beat this insane monster. They speculate that the system must have ramped up the difficulty setting. Right then, Bo senses a dark presence and screams a warning, telling everyone to get ready because something big is coming. The Space Lord gently flaps its wings, unleashing a violent gale powerful enough to blow the entire party away. A viewer points out how insane the wind pressure is from a simple wing flap. Thinking quickly, Ko-hun stabs her sword deep into the ground, clinging tightly to the hilt to resist the storm. Suddenly, the beast launches itself high into the air, and Dawn looks up in shock. Looking up at the giant, Dawn yells out with all his might. Violent bolts of lightning begin to crackle and swirl across the sky, completely surrounding the monster. Moments later, a massive magical barrier manifests, sealing the area and cutting off any hope of escape. The Space Lord laughs maniacally, declaring it is time to end this. Instantly, the chat panics over the massive scale of the attack. It is absolutely massive. Loyi screams for everyone to run, prompting Dawn and A-Young to turn around and flee. But the rain-slicked ground makes her slip, sending her crashing down. A-Young trembles as she tries to push herself back up, desperately trying to stand while Dawn watches in terror and screams her name. Meanwhile, the Space Lord roars out a cold command, telling them to vanish. Dawn bolts toward A-Young, shoving her out of the way just as lightning strikes, taking the full brunt of the blast. A-Young watches in absolute horror, crying out as a devastating explosion rocks the area, forcing everyone to turn and look. Ignoring the danger, she charges toward Dawn, screaming in despair. Young shakes as she calls him an absolute idiot for what he did. But Dawn only offers a gentle smile, whispering his final words before his avatar starts to fade away from the dungeon floor. He whispers that she can help their master much more than he ever could, urging her to clear this final raid. Immediately after, a chilling system notification flashes across their screens, confirming that the player Jung Da-eun has officially perished. A secondary alert warns that if the party size drops below a certain threshold, a severe penalty will immediately trigger, reducing the time limit by 5 minutes. Ko-hun stares at the screen, her heart sinking as she processes the terrible news. The remaining time is now down to 41 minutes and 3 seconds. Watching this unfold, Nayeon expresses deep concern, noting that losing a key player while having their time slashed puts the remaining party in an incredibly desperate position. Sung Kim Cheon clenches his fist in determination, stating that the survivors must work together. Meanwhile, Aeon is consumed by panic, wondering how they will survive with only 40 minutes left. Jeddah curses, completely blindsided by the unfair time penalty. Meanwhile, the Space Lord roars in anger, calling them lowly pests. It begins casting a massive spell, promising them absolute destruction. Watching the massive spell build, Doc yells out in frustration, quickly channeling his martial skills to strike back, hoping to see if their attacks can even reach the flying monster. The rest of the team immediately shouts in agreement. Without wasting a single second, Doc unleashes a massive firestorm. Young fires her black arrows while Kang So-jun charges in with flashing strikes, but they quickly run into a serious problem due to the extreme distance. Young analyzes the battlefield with gritted teeth, realizing they must find a way to drag the beast down to the ground. Suddenly, Jita steps forward, telling her to hang on. The vicious attack catches Nayeon completely off guard. In a desperate move, Bat finally summons his ultimate skill, the Water Dragon. Meanwhile, the Space Lord remains entirely unfazed. Bragging about how pathetic the attack is, the monster swings a massive fist, instantly shattering Bat's ultimate technique into nothingness. But Bat is not backing down, shocking Nayeon with his sheer persistence. Nayeon stares in awe, never having seen a skill like this before. Standing nearby, Sung Kim Cheon gasps. Just when everyone thinks the Water Dragon is finished, it shifts forms and continues charging forward. Woo-han watches the spectacle in silence. But before he can even voice his thoughts, Bat interrupts him with a sharp grin. Since that day, I haven't just been sitting around. The live chat explodes with excitement, laughing at how crazy strong he actually is. They call him a tactical genius, praising the elite aura of a top-tier pro player. He is easily the coolest guy in this tournament. Right then, the system screen updates. The boss's health bar drops below 70%. But this only serves to enrage the Space Lord. Gritting its teeth, the beast roars about how arrogant they are. It charges straight at Bat, vowing to settle this debt once and for all. Instantly, a system warning flashes. Bat is locked in as the primary target. He gasps in disbelief, staring at the notification. Target locked. A split second later, a devastating strike crashes down, forcing him to scream at the others to get away from him. Bat scrambles to dodge the relentless assault of the Lord of Space. He never expected to be backed into such a lethal corner. Surrounded by the desperate screams of his teammates, Bat finally fails to evade. A sudden ambush strike hits him dead on. Nobody can believe their eyes. No way, not Bat. The chat goes completely silent as viewers try to process what just happened. Did he just die? Please tell me this is a joke. This is a total wipe. But Woo-han quickly notices something off. Wait a second, the system hasn't announced his death yet. He has to be alive and hiding somewhere on the field. Unleashing a thick aura of bloodlust, the Space Lord demands to know who's next. Hearing this, Doc grits his teeth in fury. Damn it, he curses under his breath, turning around to calm the party. He tells them to stay composed no matter what. But the system screen flashes again with terrible news. The coastal potion's protective barrier effect has just run out. Right on cue, a torrential downpour begins to fall, shocking the spectators. What kind of nightmare scenario is this now? The potion duration was way too short, throwing salt on their open wounds. Du calls out in panic, asking what they should do. The rain is too heavy, blocking her vision completely. Doc desperately tries to keep everyone calm, though he can barely hold it together. Cursing under his breath, he watches as Du takes charge, shouting for everyone to fall back and dodge the incoming barrage. Watching the chaos, Nayeon sighs at how brutal Phase 2 is. Sung Kim Cheon stands beside her, seriously doubting they can survive this. He admits this fight looks incredibly grim. Even the viewers in the comments are shocked by the absurd difficulty. They slam the developers for making it so oppressive, with some threatening to quit. Meanwhile, the heavy rain keeps pouring down endlessly. Woo-han glares at his bloody hands and curses. Nearby, Du finally collapses, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. Sujia gasps for air, barely staying on her feet, while Han trembles as he clutches a deep wound. Woo-han takes in the scene. If they keep dragging this out, it is game over. He knows he has to find a breakthrough right now. Right then the Space Lord sneers mockingly, asking the disciple of the Creator if this pathetic display is truly all he has. Its cold voice echoes, stating that now it makes perfect sense why he failed to protect anyone back on the other side. Wu Han gasps, completely thrown off. Smiling maliciously, the monster taunts him, saying he looks just as useless on this side too. Locking its eyes on Wu Han, the beast readies its final strike, roaring that it will end his pathetic life right here and now. Spectators watch in absolute awe, praising Wu Han for fighting until his very last breath. Let's see if he can pull off a miracle. Nobody can comprehend his insane drive to clear this raid. Suddenly, the Space Lord stomps down hard, trying to crush him into dust. But Wu Han effortlessly evades the heavy stomp. The beast swings another massive punch, but he slips past it with fluid ease. Refusing to give up, the monster unleashes a flurry of attacks, instantly shattering the ground and sending boulders flying. Wu Han uses the falling debris as stepping stones, launching himself straight toward his giant foe, closing the distance in a flash. The beast raises a massive palm to block him, roaring that it's useless. But Wu Han cuts right through, forcing a terrible scream from it. The audience goes absolutely wild over the clean hit. That is pure high-level play right there, a total masterclass in combat. Landing gracefully on the ground, Wu Han recovers his stance. Suddenly, the system displays an update on his legendary weapon, the Soul Devourer. The blade has begun absorbing massive amounts of blood from the Lord of Space, unlocking the fourth effect of the sealed Soul Devourer. He stares at the notification in shock, completely stunned. Meanwhile, the heavy rain continues to pour down without showing any signs of stopping. Somewhere else, Bat slowly regains consciousness, wondering where on earth he is. He sits up as memories of the battle rush back. During that crazy dungeon raid, if he hadn't activated his shield in the nick of time, he would have been sliced in half. Wait, something is way off here. This place looks nothing like the Rivlanach Blur knows. Standing up, he scans his surroundings and realizes he must have been thrown incredibly far. Hoping the others are safe, he refuses to waste even a single second and leaps off the ground. There is simply no time to waste, he must regroup with them immediately. Meanwhile, the clash between the Space Lord and Wu is still raging. Infuriated after taking a heavy hit, the monstrous boss roars in anger, promising to destroy them. But Ko-hun just glares back with absolute murderous intent, launching another massive strike that leaves Sung-chun completely stunned. He landed a direct hit. Based on the current battlefield status, the system alerts them that the Space Lord's health has dropped. Witnessing this, Sung-chun can only marvel at how insane the man is. Ko-hun is carrying the entire team and he is not done yet. He continues his relentless assault. Eternal Sword Soul Devourer. Activating its fourth effect when the user's health falls, the Devourer starts to kick in, leaving the Space Lord looking incredibly frustrated. Ko-hun brings his blade down hard, yelling for a soul to boost his damage and wipe the boss out. Seeing this, Nayeon screams for him to get out of there immediately. The stream viewers are losing their minds watching this intense fight. The boss's attack range just expanded, and a single mistake here means game over. Everyone is begging them to run. Meanwhile, Ko-hun lands on a nearby cliff, his expression darkening as he glares forward. Terrified, JOK signals Dudu, who immediately understands and activates a defensive martial art, wrapping a protective barrier around his body. Right at that moment, Ko-hun notices that Blair has finally returned and he cannot wait to regroup. Into the action. Sung-chun is so relieved he practically has tears in his eyes. Just when everyone thought all hope was lost and Blair had perished, he miraculously reappears to save Hiko. Nayeon cheers in pure excitement, shouting that she never doubted him for a second. Lo Yi cannot help but marvel at how insane the move was, while the rest of the spectators spam the chat in disbelief. Blur's life is not that cheap. Viewers are getting literal goosebumps watching this unfold. The man is a total legend. Ko-hun looks back and admits he owed him his life, but Blair just casually shrugs it off. JOK, watching this display, calls out to Blair. He finally lets out a sigh of relief knowing the whole team is safe. But the Space Overlord is absolutely furious, growling that their stubbornness will only earn them the most painful, agonizing death imaginable. Blair grunts in annoyance, wondering what kind of trick the boss is pulling now. Right then, the system flashes a major warning. The final boss is channeling a skill called Eye of the Wind. Ko-hun is surprised, realizing the danger as the skill activates. The boss declares this is their end as the skill activates. The chat is in sheer panic, noting the boss has entered its third phase already. They wonder what the hell is happening as things take an incredibly creepy and terrifying turn. Suddenly, everyone gasps in absolute shock as a massive red system alert flashes directly on their screens. The quest requires them to destroy all the stone pillars within 10 minutes. The players are completely shocked by this constraint. Only 10 minutes left. JOK immediately yells to rally the team, reminding everyone they must wipe out those pillars first. But So-jung senses something strange and tells them to wait. She quickly realizes the area is crawling with enemy guards. The endless wave makes Blair incredibly frustrated. Not again. Sung Chun, watching from the sidelines, notes that the space overlord has summoned another wave of minions surrounding the team yet again. Nayeon scans the battlefield with deep concern. Realizing these new mobs look incredibly tough, she anxiously wonders if the players can actually bypass the guards to destroy those pillars. She bets this is a white mechanic, meaning if they fail the quest, the entire party instantly dies. Right. One of the viewers nods in agreement, saying that is highly likely since it is a classic design choice for boss raids and Rivlanak. Sung Chun starts to worry, but assures everyone that as long as their top players maintain this peak performance, but JOK senses immediate danger and screams for everyone to get back. Right then, Dudu groans in intense pain and a system alert instantly flashes that Dudu has been eliminated. Ah Yoon desperately rushes over to him, while Nayeon realizes Dudu failed to dodge the attack in time. This heavy casualty immediately triggers a brutal system penalty. As the party size drops below the required minimum limit, the system updates their quest details on the spot, shaving 10 minutes off their remaining time. They only have 16 minutes and 2 seconds left. Watching on their phones, the union members know the team is in a serious jam. Losing a whole 10 minutes is absolutely brutal. How can they clear all the pillars and kill the boss in just 16 minutes? The team is now facing overwhelming danger. Sojung blocks an attack, realizing these monsters are on a completely different level compared to anything they have faced before. Sensing the battle turning sour, she retreats to reposition while the chat continues to discuss the nightmare scenario. Dodging lightning strikes while kiting hordes of guards is an absolute mess. At this point, Sojung, she suddenly realizes something. Wait, did that lightning bolt just strike her directly? Is she actually alright? She quickly leaps off the ground to escape the danger. The spectators watching the battle are still talking about how insane this is. Damn it, even those massive lightning strikes did not do a single thing to them. This battle is adjusted to be completely unfair for them. It is absolutely nothing short of a living hell on Earth. Meanwhile, the Spatial Lord is relentlessly launching attacks on Doc, making him extremely frustrated. Damn it, how is he still able to counterattack after taking that direct hit? He countered immediately after getting blasted by the fire attack. What kind of insane shield bar is that? Nason looks on with deep concern. Never mind finding a way to attack, just holding their ground is already a massive struggle. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun is filled with pure determination. They cannot afford to waste another single second, so he bravely charges straight at the enemy. Baek Guhyun begins to calculate his next move. He needs to push all of his senses to the absolute limit and focus entirely on every single detail he can possibly feel. His gaze slowly begins to shift. Right after that, Baek Guhyun completely unlocks his enhanced vision to see everything on the battlefield. He evaluates the entire situation while fighting, utilizing a massive sensory explosion triggered by his absolute extreme level of focus. Everything slows down. In a flash, Baek Guhyun tears through the enemies, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. Unbelievable. Did he seriously just cut down all of them and push past in a split second? What was that? Insane reflexes on display. Suddenly, he notices a weird anomaly. Baek Guhyun quickly analyzes this strange change with deep shock. It seems like a layer of defense was just shattered. On the other side, Doc angrily yells out for them to get lost. Finally, he understands the core problem. He knew it. Taking down one invader shatters one layer of defense. This means that next, Baek Guhyun loudly shouts to the team that the defense barriers will automatically disappear as soon as they destroy those invading entities. He rallies the team to focus all of their firepower for an all-out attack. Everyone understands and immediately responds in unison. Elsewhere, Gunwoo is growing extremely frustrated. Damn it, if they keep clearing them out one by one like this, it will take forever. He channels his power and calculates compressing the water pressure to its absolute limit. Gunwoo immediately directs his teammates to stay low. Immediately, countless viewer comments flood the screen. Wait, is it really possible to pull off a skill like that? My goodness, look at that, it looks exactly like a razor-sharp water blade. His level of control is absolutely top tier. Haha, being free from stat boosts actually makes him more flexible, but his base physical stats must be absolute monster level. A moment later, they enthusiastically cheer out loud, because every single one of those defense layers has finally dissolved completely. From afar, their teammate yells out to focus all strength on the boss while they handle destroying the pillars. Gunwoo also tells Baek Guhyun beside him that the match is up to him now, to which Baek Guhyun briefly responds with a nod of confirmation. Everyone is relieved to see them out of danger. They finally broke out of the corner, even though they barely have any time left. The Spatial Lord watches him charge straight forward and speaks to the creator's servant about how this is just a futile struggle. Even though he is exerting immense pressure right now, it is still a hopeless resistance. Gunwoo seizes the opportunity to strike. Gunwoo unleashes his skill. Sunjun analyzes the situation, noting that Gunwoo created a water barrier to block all of the boss's incoming attacks. The spatial lord grits his teeth in pure anger after being ambushed, suddenly shifting his entire focus over to Baek Guhyun. The spatial lord angrily growls that he will never let him escape. Seeing this, Gunwoo continues to unleash his skills, yelling out that he will not allow it. Ai takes this chance to leap into the air for her strike while Baek Guhyun inflicts a painful wound on the spatial lord. The beast screams in agony. What a satisfying sight. Just one sword. How did he pull off a miracle like that? Now the monster is absolutely furious. Suddenly, the spatial lord leaps up. Gunwoo realizes he is trying to escape. Again, this battle is far from over. Baek Guhyun turns to Gunwoo asking if he can help, while Nason analyzes the dire situation. Baek Guhyun is quickly discussing a strategy with Gunwoo. Even though his voice is being completely drowned out by the pouring rain, Gunwoo listens to his words in silence, processing the plan. Only after a moment does he speak up, deciding to take a massive gamble. Immediately, Gunwoo begins to channel his power. He focuses all his energy and launches a strike toward the spatial lord, telling him to go. The boss still mockingly scoffs. This futile effort is useless. Sung Jun is shocked by what he sees, while Baek Guhyun fully understands the current situation. He stands on the back of the water dragon, charging straight at the spatial lord. The viewers watching the battle are completely stunned. What on earth is that? My goodness, I am getting goosebumps just watching this. Can someone actually pull off a stunt like that? The spatial lord raises his hand to launch a counterattack, shouting that even if his endurance far exceeds normal human limits, he still has absolutely no way to defeat him. Nason carefully watches the situation and notes that Baek Guhyun seems to 2040 be pushed back by the spatial lord's counterattack. The livestream viewers continue to eagerly discuss how the battle is shifting. Is it really over? No way. They were so close to victory. Damn it, what a massive shame. This difficulty level is clearly broken. Yet Baek Guhyun is completely fine, totally unaffected. He charges straight toward the Void Lord, shocking everyone around him. What is happening? Baek Guhyun has already charged straight through the thick fog. He actually jumped off the water dragon's head to launch himself into the air, dodging the blow. The spectators are completely blown away in the chat. Baek Guhyun is absolutely insane. His quick reflexes are truly something you cannot underestimate. He is basically a god. Who on earth is this H-ixical guy anyway? A split second later, a massive explosion rocks the entire area. Jendok asks in utter disbelief if he actually did it as Baek Guhyun lands gracefully from midair. Baek Guhyun stands tall, commanding everyone's attention. Just then, the system alerts them that the boss's health bar has already dropped below 10%. Bilot is absolutely thrilled. This is perfect, and the livestream viewers are celebrating as well. They are cheering him on. Nayeon jumps up in excitement, though it is not over, yet it looks like he has pulled off another miracle. Sung Chun is incredibly hyped, shouting that the boss's health is below 10% and we are so close to winning. But Baek Guhyun remains dead serious, telling himself they only have 9 minutes left. If they can wrap this up cleanly, but suddenly the Void Lord swings its massive arm right toward him. It quickly tightens its fist, trapping Baek Guhyun. Bilot screams out in panic while the stream viewers watch in absolute horror. Is this seriously happening at the very last minute? This is bad. Can he escape? Please do not die. Right. Nayeon is terrified. Baek Guhyun is in real danger now. The boss has launched a massive, desperate counterattack. Right. Now the Void Lord raises its hand, casting a deadly spell. Baek Guhyun quickly conjures a defensive water wall. Suddenly, Bilot gasps as two massive attacks crash down. Seeing her get blasted away, Baek Guhyun screams her name. Everyone watching is getting extremely anxious. The Void Lord glares down at Bilot, telling her he has heard of her but never expected this kind of fight from her. Baek Guhyun remains incredibly calm, mockingly replying that he did not expect the boss to be this weak either. Furious, the boss grits its teeth, saying he has guts to talk. Baek Guhyun is suddenly squeezed and groans in absolute agony. The stream chat immediately blows up with questions. How is his reaction so incredibly realistic? This is next-level role-playing. But if he is reacting like that, could he actually be feeling the real pain? Without any pain reduction titles active, he is taking the full hit. But that is impossible. Nayeon also senses something is seriously wrong with Baek Guhyun. It really looks like he is in severe pain. Sung Chun, however, quickly brushes it off, saying Baek Guhyun must be acting. But right at that moment, a barrage of spells suddenly bombard the Void Lord. Soren unleashes a dazzling golden light skill, while Jendok pours everything into a massive fire arrow attack. Forced to drop Baek Guhyun, the enraged boss begins flinging the party members around like ragdolls. This is absolutely terrifying. Baek Guhyun lies on the cold ground fighting to stay awake. He cannot pass out here, not now. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes in his mind, calling his name. It jolts him awake. Someone is calling for him. Baek Guhyun sits up, gasping, and asks about Beload. Sua looks at him totally confused. She asks if he is okay, and if he had another nightmare. Baek Guhyun just stares at her completely dazed. Sua gently grabs his hand to pull him up, reminding him they are meeting Sun Ok and Dong Chun today. Baek Guhyun is lost in thought, deeply confused. Was that whole struggle just a dream? The more he analyzes it, the stranger it feels. Where did that nightmare even start, and where did it end? What about the stream? The epic expedition? Do not tell him that entire world was just a complete illusion. Sua gently nudges him to get ready. Looking at her warm, smiling face, Baek Guhyun realizes none of that matters anymore. He pulls Sua into a tight, desperate embrace. Trembling, he whispers to her, expressing how incredibly relieved he is. Sua gently pats his back, soothing him after what must have been a terrifying nightmare. Later, they head out to a restaurant where Kim Dong-chun spots them and waves them over. He chuckles, teasing Baek Guhyun about his old gaming nickname, the Destroyer. Baek Guhyun laughs it off, saying that was back when that build was actually viable. But as they chat, a chilling realization suddenly hits Baek Guhyun. Those titles, Destroyer and Transcendent, were only earned after the tragic deaths of Sua and Suo. Walking down the bustling street, a heavy dread settles over him. Suddenly, a stranger bumps into him and whispers in his ear, "Quite a sweet dream, isn't it?" Hearing this, Baek Guhyun spins around in pure shock, his heart pounding with anxiety. What is going on here? This is incredibly bizarre. Just as he looks around, a chilling voice suddenly whispers his name, followed by eerie unnatural. "Hun, where are you going?" He panicked, completely terrified that Hun was about to abandon them all over again. But right at that very moment, Hun wakes up at the bottom of the deep pit. Is Min knocked out? His teammates are still desperately casting fiery glowing spells. Sitting up, Hun realizes the situation, unable to believe he passed out. He points straight at his system screen, finally remembering a skill he discarded because applying it to such a massive scale was just too difficult. But if he tweaks his stat build and concentrates entirely on telekinesis, Hun analyzes it could actually work. Instead of trying to force an absolute entity he has not fully mastered yet, a pure destruction build will be way more powerful. Suddenly, a warning cuts through the chaotic battlefield, telling everyone to watch out. Ayum struggles to stand back up, forcing his body forward. Suddenly, something slams hard into the Space Lord, catching Nyan completely off guard. What on earth was that? Something just flew straight into the boss's back. Who could have done that? But she quickly spots who it is. Nyan yells out in pure excitement, recognizing Heiko. He is finally awake and back in the fight. Standing nearby, Sung Kim Cheon is just as thrilled. Even better, Heiko has switched over to a telekinesis build. The stream viewers are losing their minds in the chat. "Oh my god, thank heaven he is back. Our boy is absolutely shining right now. That telekinesis build looks incredibly badass. Just look at that presence." Right then, the system announces the boss's health has dropped below 5%, triggering a massive wave of comments. 5% left, let's go. This is it, finish him off. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Deadlock seizes the moment. He screams to attack. But suddenly, the Space Lord's body begins to mutate, and the boss speaks in disbelief. "I never expected you to push me this far. I acknowledge your strength," he growls, his murderous intent completely overflowing. "None of you are leaving this place alive." Unleashing his suffocating pressure, the Space Lord turns into an absolute nightmare. Seeing this, the chat explodes. Don't tell me he has a hidden final phase. With that massive barrier around him, he definitely does. They rarely put final phases in dungeons these days, so why now? This is just cruel. What are the developers thinking? This is absolute madness. Nayeon is completely overwhelmed herself, stunned to see the boss activate a final survival mechanism. Sung Kim Cheon holds his head in absolute despair. It must have triggered the moment the boss's health fell below 5%. To even scratch him now, they will have to break through that barrier first, and they only have exactly 5 minutes left. Sung Kim Cheon points out that they must be completely exhausted by now, but they have to give it everything they have. Even though confidence in Hun's party is rapidly fading, and some viewers are losing all hope, others shout back, telling them to believe in Heiko and his team. Meanwhile, Kang So-jun dodges an incoming attack in pure frustration, cursing the obstacles in her way, while Deadlock keeps firing spells. Hun keeps a close eye on the clock. With only 4 minutes left, they need to finish this fast or they run out of time. So he yells to Gunwoo behind him, "From now on, I am abandoning all defense to focus entirely on attacking. I am leaving my back to you." Understanding the plan, Gunwoo quickly nods and tells him to go for it. They charge forward together, racing against the clock. When the timer hits 3 minutes, Hun senses the perfect opening. He tells Gunwoo to go, and Gunwoo looks through the rising smoke. But with only 2 minutes left, Hun is suddenly gone. Even the chat is thrown into utter confusion, wondering where he went or if he got caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, someone screams for Gunwoo to watch out as he stands there frozen. He realizes Hun must be planning something big. If he abandoned his defense, it means he is setting up a massive play and Gunwoo has to figure it out. With only 1 minute remaining on the clock, Hun charges directly at the Space Lord, shocking everyone watching the stream. That telekinesis build looks absolutely insane. His aura is completely off the charts, and the viewers are totally hooked. Sensing danger behind him, the Space Lord quickly spins around only to see Hun unleashing a massive boulder right at him. Suddenly, everyone realizes his plan. Heiko is raining down colossal chunks of debris from the surrounding buildings straight onto the boss. The Space Lord screams in agony, and the viewers hold their breath as the barrier begins to show massive cracks. It is cracking. Please let this work. Please let it break. The tension is absolutely unreal right now. The barrier completely shatters and the chat erupts with joy. That is how a pro gamer gets things done. This is getting insanely hype. Channeling all his remaining power, Hun prepares his final ultimate strike. It is over, he mutters, unleashing a devastating pressure. But the Space Lord refuses to go down without a fight. The boss resists with everything he has, but Hun pours his very soul into the attack, resulting in a bloody clash. As the timer hits 0, Hun lands heavily on the ground. Gunwoo rushes over anxiously asking if they actually killed him. Blood sprays as the timer runs out. Landing hard, Gunwoo immediately calls for Baek Guhyun, who asks in a panic if he is finally dead. Right, the viewers are sweating bullets here. Please do not tell me they actually ran out of time. That last move had to be a clutch, last-second finish. And don't tell me he's about to revive either. Luckily, the system pops up with some final news, announcing the Tempest Lord raid is complete. Seeing this, Daedok is thrilled. They actually did it. Nayeon is over the moon too. They conquered the dungeon. First try. Unbelievable achievement. Roy praises the run as legendary while Sung Chun is moved to actual tears. Dae is honored. That is how he feels. Meanwhile, the stream chat is completely blowing up with hype. Everyone is shocked they cleared it on the very first try. There is no way Leonard Ko ever saw this coming. The chat is flooded with congratulations. Fans are losing their minds, unable to believe they just witnessed this epic achievement live. Then the donations start pouring in. Light Chummy Mate sends 100,000 coins to congratulate them on their first ever clear. Kintha drops another 300,000 coins as congratulations. Meanwhile, Woo-hun turns to the group to thank them for their hard work. But just as they celebrate, the Void Lord's body suddenly starts mutating, taking both Woo-hun and the viewers completely by surprise. What on earth is going on here? Is this some kind of scripted defeat event? This is seriously messed up. If the game devs showed a clear screen only to revive the boss, fans are ready to riot. Meanwhile, Woo-hun quietly turns around. He cautiously turns around as he finally notices his doppelganger hovering silently in midair, speaking down to them. The double notes they managed to conquer the Tempest Lord. But it was only the beginning. Countless portals are opening everywhere. Hearing this, the entire party freezes in shock. Is this some massive upcoming raid? Woo-hun demands answers. He demands to know the doppelganger's plan, but the entity instantly cuts him off. Roy notices something incredibly strange. The doppelganger is clearly speaking, but none of the actual audio seems to carry over. The stream viewers are totally baffled by the constant static, with many thinking their own headphones had just broken. Looking at the party's confused faces, it is obvious they cannot hear a single word either. This message is exclusive. It is a secret transmission meant solely for Woo-hun. The copy asks if he knows his old comrades were also dragged here. They have allegedly been pulled straight into the real world. Woo-hun gasps in sheer disbelief, unable to process this claim. Could his closest allies from the game truly be stuck in reality with him? He suddenly remembers a past conversation with Sua. She had asked him about some strange phenomenon right before he told her he was finally returning to his original world. His team had looked at him like he was crazy, insisting he had always belonged to this fantasy world from the start. Woo-hun desperately pieces these memories together. Yet none of his friends back then knew anything about the real world. They had no clue about Lanet either. He fiercely demands to know exactly who else got pulled into reality. The doppelganger just offers a smug look, noting that Woo-hun is still completely in the dark about the situation. He warns the apostle of the creator that he is merely a puppet and he needs to open his eyes immediately. Losing his patience, Woo-hun begins channeling his raw energy furiously, telling the entity to cut the garbage and talk. But the copy just fades back. He coldly declares that their little chat has officially reached its end. Raising his hand, he prepares a massive skill, promising to wait for Woo-hun in a brand new world, as Woo-hun screams in denial. Nayeon watches the unfolding chaos, realizing the copy is channeling something big. A terrifying pressure begins to radiate from its body. The shockwave is so intense it threatens to blow everyone away. The viewers watch in absolute panic, wondering what is happening. Are they getting kicked out of the fortress entirely? Nayeon finally realizes they are being forcibly expelled from the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, the entire party is warped away, hurtling through space before suddenly hitting the ground. They stick the landing safely. Looking around at the unfamiliar scenery, Daedok notes this is definitely not where they entered. Suddenly, a voice barks out asking what they are doing there. Sung Chun-young whips around spotting guards heading straight toward them. The guards must have heard the massive explosion. Aka quickly turns to Woo-hun, curious about what just happened. She admits she could not hear a single thing they said. Woo-hun keeps his explanation simple and direct. He claims the entity only warned them to prepare for the next wave. Bat-El realizes this is far from over. The viewers agree that the threat is still very real. However, the chat wonders why the message was private. Maybe the doppelganger chose him specifically because he delivered the final successful blow to the boss. Either way, the entire community is hyped for the next wave, sensing that things are about to get crazy. The next challenge is going to be even tougher. Nayeon speaks up after finding out. An upcoming raid makes him feel a bit worried, but also pretty excited. Louis shares that exact feeling, and judging by what the clone said, there's still so much content planned for the future. Sung-hun pumps his fist in absolute excitement, ready to keep on making history together. The viewers are eagerly waiting for this. Let's go, let's go. She then turns to address the screen directly. Today they got to witness the world's very first raid live alongside countless passionate viewers around the globe. Pioneer Hiko's next big raid is coming up, and everyone knows they will get to watch it right here first. Nayeon chimed in to remind everyone to stay tuned for the next broadcast, promising to post updates very soon. They will share the next stream date on Hwa's official social media and YouTube channel. She waves goodbye. See you all in the next stream. Daedok pops up on screen with a big thumbs up, inviting people to his own channel. Kang So-jung and Ayum instantly chime in, telling viewers to subscribe to theirs too. Meanwhile, the guard stands there looking utterly confused. Some viewers did not even notice anything weird and just laughed at how they wrapped things up with an ad. Daedok's channel is pure gold, always hilarious. They treated those non-playable characters like they did not even exist. It was absolutely hilarious. Saying goodbye, Daedok sighs in relief, stretching his arms and legs after a tiring session. He admits everyone worked incredibly hard. She also praises them, saying they did a great job. He then turns to BL and Baek Guhyun. He tells them they totally carried the team and were amazing. They thank him in return for leading the raid. Kang So-jung feels a bit embarrassed, admitting she was disappointed in her own performance because she could not help much. If not for HX, she probably would have died long ago. Hearing this, Daedok quickly tells her not to say that. He points out that he would be dead without HX2 rambling on about how they all owe him their lives. He suggests they should all grab a meal together sometime. Meanwhile, Baek Guhyun remains completely silent, staring off into space. He can almost hear the souls crying out, begging not to be left behind. A week passes by in a flash. Fast forward 1 week later. Sung-hun walks around quietly, logging into the game without his usual live stream. The words of his doppelganger echo in his mind, warning him that some of his teammates were dragged into the real world. Sung-hun analyzes the situation. He tried searching for clues in the real world, but finding anything seemed nearly impossible. The search area is just too vast. To make matters worse, a certain text message suddenly pops up in his mind. Isaac sent a message praising him, telling Sung-hun that he must have many questions and should meet up soon. Sung-hun finds the whole situation bizarre. Isaac holds all the keys to the truth, yet he sent that message and vanished. Who could that mysterious person possibly be? As Sung-hun walks inside, Kim Dong-chun immediately notices him and calls out. He greets Sung-hun warmly, while Sung-hun finds it quite strange that this man called him over out of nowhere. Asking what is going on, Sung-hun gets straight to the point, admitting there is something he needs to ask him. He figures that since this man exists in the game, he cannot be the one who vanished. Sung-hun asks directly. He questions Kim Dong-chun, asking if he knows any test subjects named Chinu Choi Soyi or Kim Byong-nam. The man flatly denies knowing them. Undeterred, Sung-hun lists more names, asking about Yu Min-ji and Kang Min-ju. What about Kang Do-woon or Lee Da-bin? The man quickly replies that he has never heard of those names. Sung-hun grows anxious, murmuring a quiet acknowledgement. He closely analyzes his expression, realizing the man does not seem to be lying. He decides he will have to try searching at the general store instead. Without wasting any time, he turns to leave. Thanking him for the information, Sung-hun says he has other business to handle and takes his leave. Kim Dong-chun stays silent. But here's the kicker, he suddenly calls out Baek Sung-hun's real name, leaving Sung-hun standing there completely frozen. How does he know that name isn't Dong-chun, just a non-playable character? The man calmly states that he knows the truth. He tells Sung-hun that he did some digging and discovered his alternative identity. Kim Dong-chun approaches him, continuing to explain. He reassures Sung-hun that he has no hostile intentions, noting that several people on his side also lead double lives. Sung-hun silently wonders if the man uncovered his real identity through his connection with the Dimension Management Bureau. While Sung-hun is lost in deep thought, Kim Dong-chun suddenly issues a stern warning, telling him not to dare cross them. If Sung-hun betrays them, he won't get away with it. Sung-hun immediately brushes his hand away with absolute confidence. He fires back that he has no mercy for backstabbers either. Hearing this, Kim Dong-chun finally exhales in pure relief. He suddenly remembers something else, mentioning that their captain has planned a major mission soon, which is their perfect opportunity. Koo-hun hears this promising news and replies that he will absolutely be looking forward to it. Right after that, Kim Dong-Kim Cheon bids him farewell, leaving Koo-hun to his thoughts as the scene shifts to a completely different place. The curious shop owner and inventor asks what brings him by today, prompting Koo-hun to finally state his purpose. He wants to find specific test subjects, quickly listing off the names of Shin Sua, Choi Suk, Kim Bon, and Kim Chan. Hearing those names, the old shop owner shakes his head in confusion, explaining that he only remembers a tiny fraction of the test subjects. This leaves Koo-hun feeling incredibly uneasy. If even the shop owner has no clue, he is right back at square one. The owner asks if these people are really that important to him, promising to at least try searching for them first. Koo-hun then curiously asks about the price. The old man replies that instead of cash, he has a different request. He has a special favor to ask, wanting Koo-hun to tell him everything about the events that went down in the inverse world. Koo-hun realizes from his request that the old man truly knows about that place, so he gives a straightforward nod of agreement. Satisfied with the deal, the old man promises to use every resource available to find the people on the list. He also mentions another favor he will need inventor, soon politely asking the young man to stop by this shop again. After agreeing, Koo-hun steps outside and lets out a sigh of relief, only to notice a message popping up on his phone. The screen shows Nayeon asking if he is logged and reminding him not to forget their 5 p.m. cafe meeting. She emphasizes that she has some extremely important things to discuss with him, warning him not to dare show up late. Checking the message, Koo-hun decides to wrap things up for the day, shifting the scene directly to their scheduled meeting. Sitting across from him, Nayeon looks completely baffled, asking why he logged into the game when he was supposed to be resting. Koo-hun calmly shrugs it off, explaining he was just looking into some things, which only makes her frown deeper. Her face darkens deeply as she demands to know if he went off to progress the main storyline behind her back. He explains that he finally got a message from the Dimensional Administration but logged out immediately after receiving her text. He adds that they might interrogate him about the people he took to the inverse world, leaving him totally unsure what to say. Hearing this, Nayeon looks relieved and praises his quick thinking, reminding him they have an upcoming broadcast to prepare for. She suggests they brainstorm what to say before the show, prompting Koo-hun to steer the conversation back to her original point. He asks what was so urgent, which instantly brings back her excitement as she mentions his duo play with Blair. Their incredible synergy on screen has gone viral online, and that massive buzz just landed them an invite from the Empire. She enthusiastically explains that the sponsors want to host a special talk show featuring him, Blair, and Gunwoo. She asks for his thoughts, noting that since Blair helped him out so much, this is a great chance to return the favor. Koo-hun agrees without hesitation, making Nayeon beam with joy as she promises to send them his official confirmation. She then advises him to focus on grinding, pointing out that his main priority right now should be raising his rank. Since the other two are not quite as famous, they need to seize this golden opportunity to push him straight to the top. Looking over his stats, she calculates that 15 more levels and a single rank promotion would put him in a perfect spot. She keeps going, explaining that finally reaching the challenger tier will open up matches against actual professional players like Boss. Koo-hun quietly watches her speak, but his troubled mind quickly drifts away to a much darker place. He recalls Asat mentioning that their old teammates were dragged into the real world, but he never said they were actually alive. A chilling thought crosses his mind: what if dying in that other world meant their immediate death in reality too? Sadness fills his eyes as he remembers that most of his allies there are already dead, which leads to a terrifying conclusion. If they are gone in this world, too has everything he struggled for been completely meaningless. Just then, a sudden presence startles him. His face instantly drains of all color. Standing right there, walking into the cafe, is none other than Shin Sua. As she looks around the room, Koo-hun stands up so fast his chair screeches, immediately rushing over to block her path. Trembling, he calls her name and asks if she is really Shin Sua, leaving her completely baffled as to how he knows her. She confirms her identity but demands to know how he knows her name, while Nayeon rushes over and grabs his shoulder. Nayeon asks what on earth has gotten into him, while Shin Sua just stares at him in absolute shock as she mutters his full name, Park Koo-hun.